Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. We are told about the dungeon. Wind currents were blowing in the large room. The plot tells us that at the moment when the energy of deception and failure accumulates to the limit, an underground labyrinth begins to form regardless of the location. It feeds itself with the energy of the dead and creates a sweet bait to attract more food. Many monsters were enraged. We are told that there are always an abundance of monsters around her because in the heart of the dungeon there is an artifact. Many weapons were shining. The plot says that the older and more dangerous the dungeon, the stronger and more expensive its artifact, and therefore in recent years, instead of caring for the population, many kingdoms focus on controlling dungeons and searching for artifacts, but these dungeons capture the hearts of people. Screams were heard in the green forest. The boy put his finger to the flower and was asked to be careful, noting that if he touched the plant, it would sting him and inject poison into his blood. The surprised knight replied that he understood and apologized. Turning around, the protagonist said that they should not take an extra step without orders, especially when they approached the dungeon. The plot introduces us to the explorer Stitch Atelier. He was asked to look. He shifted his gaze in surprise. Frowning, the boy asked if this was the place. The protagonist looked at the dungeon from which the black energy was coming. He replied that this was it, one of the oldest dungeons in this kingdom. Sitting on his horse, the boy turned to Balstock and ordered the luggage to be unpacked and the soldiers to be lined up, and they would enter as soon as they were ready. The dumbfounded Balstock asked if he meant that he already had. The boy stated with a serious expression that it took them a week to get there, and a round trip of 2 weeks was more than enough time for the brothers to try out their tricks. He noted that they didn't have any time to spare. Stitch watched them and thought that he was really cool for having so many soldiers. He put his hand to his chin and thought about how he was able to hire a rank explorer, Mr. Stitch. He emphasized that there was no reason for him to refuse the offer since he would get his cut. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, the protagonist noted that it was as dangerous as an rank dungeon and he couldn't even imagine what could be inside. Looking at the crowd of knights, the protagonist noted that with such power, it was quite possible. Turning around, the knight turned to Stitch and said that they were moving. Blue mana began to flow from the protagonist. A message appeared that the 7th level Pathfinder is an ability that finds the shortest route to a destination. Blue energy was coming from his hands. The protagonist thought that the ability to find the shortest path and safely follow it is a quality of a class explorer. A notification appeared that the 6th level Animal Instinct ability increases the sensitivity of the fingers and toes and grants the ability echolocation. Blue mana began to spread from him. Stitch noted that the abilities beyond human senses are ultrasonic detection and vibration detection. The protagonist noted that the explorer's abilities, similar to the mage's clairvoyance, are what he does for a living. He began to examine the long corridor. Stitch noted that of course, because others cannot see it. The stunned knight said that the explorer did not seem reliable and asked if they could definitely trust and follow him. His comrade replied that he did not think that Mr. Gerald hired him for nothing and they should just follow him. Stitch raised his hand and said that he would pass through this place first. Pointing his finger, he said that when they walk, they should watch their step and beware of the ceiling. Frightened, Balstock asked again about the ceiling. The knight lit the torch at the ceiling, which had many spikes. He asked how Stitch knew about this. The protagonist answered with a serious expression that every time he took a step, he heard a spring creak behind the wall. He assumed that the traps were there since the day the dungeon was formed and were clearly rusty. Waving his hand, he said that the floor could still be connected to the trap, so they should hold onto the wall when they moved. The dumbfounded knights began to ask how he heard this and how this was even possible. The protagonist continued walking and holding onto the wall. He felt one of the bricks. He was suddenly taken aback. Stitch disarmed the trap. He looked at the candlestick. He bent it with a stone. The protagonist said that now it would be more difficult. He walked out into the wide arena and told them that they were in the largest part of the dungeon where the dungeon defender was guarding the artifact. He noted that this was the heart of the dungeon and as an explorer, not a mage or warrior, this was the last stage. He calmly said that he could not break through this stage himself. Stitch suddenly turned to the knight, who asked if they were there. He began shouting that before they headed to their target, the shield bearers should move to the front of the line and make a forward defensive formation. Looking at the crowd of warriors, he asked how they would awaken the dungeon defender. Tossing a stone, the protagonist replied that it was very simple and that they only needed to give him a sign. He threw the stone into the distance. Suddenly, gusts of wind began to come from the dark passage. The shield bearers covered themselves with shields from the wind. Balstock and Stitch were dumbfounded. The monster came out to them. His eyes were glowing yellow. The frightened boy started screaming that it was Tarrasque. The monster started growling loudly. Frowning, Balstock ordered not to panic and the first squad to go forward. Tarrasque started breathing fire. The knights protected themselves with shields from the fire. Raising his hand, Balstock said that they should not let it break through and that they needed to activate the shield wall. blue energy appeared around the knights. A notification popped up that the shield wall formed a shield wall with the help of 2 or more people and gave resistance to physical and magical attacks. The guys started loading their crossbows. The guy started aiming and said that the fire was too strong and because of poor visibility and wind pressure it was hard to shoot accurately. Frowning, Balstock thought it was much stronger than he thought and he couldn't see anything. He noted that they could only aim for Tarask's mouth using their senses. He called out to the researcher. Stitch's face was surprised. Turning around, Balstock asked if he could use some ability to aim for the Tarask's mouth. The protagonist replied that he couldn't and that he had never used anything like that. The knight asked again if he could aim. Gritting his teeth, Stitch thought that he never thought that this could happen. The protagonist grabbed the crossbow and said that he would try. Squinting, he noted in his mind that before the fire could spread further, he just had to aim for the center. He thought about animal instinct. He watched the powerful gusts of wind. The Tarask continued to spew fire, and an arrow flew into its mouth. Stitch, dumbfounded, thought about what he had done. The wounded monster began to scream. Veins appeared on Balstock's face. He ordered not to lose focus, noting that everything was just beginning. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He began to run away from the monster that struck the knights. He looked at the wounded warrior and noticed that the fire was not a problem. Frowning, he wondered where the monster got so much strength from and how it was even possible. He asked to do something about it. Many attacks flew at the monster. The frightened soldier cried out that none of their attacks penetrated his armor. Tarask slashed with his paw at the army. Stunned, Balstock ordered to use shield strike and knock him down. Since his back is hard, it will be difficult for him to get up. The monster swung at Stitch. He was scared and screamed. The soldiers struck with a shield. A message popped up that the shield strike strengthens the shield and pushes the enemy away with a push, and there is a chance to confuse the enemy with physical damage. The monster fell. Balstock was behind him. He struck him in the eye. He said with a serious look that now again. The people struck him with the shield again. The monster fell to the ground. Balstock cried out that now was the right moment for the master. Gerald grabbed his blade. He jumped on Tarask. He started screaming. The monster looked at him. Gerald dealt a powerful blow to it. Stitch, dumbfounded, noted in his mind that he had hit him. Balstock had a slight smile on his face. Blood was dripping from Gerald's sword. The people looked at the corpse of the monster and started screaming that they had won. The protagonist wondered if they had actually killed the dungeon's defender and if he would finally see the artifact with his own eyes. Stitch was very surprised. Someone called out to him. The protagonist's face was surprised. The people were moving along the corridor strewn with gold. Gerald turned to him and said that he had heard that, although he was a class explorer, he had never managed to clear even one dungeon. Stitch silently looked away. Gerald stated with interest that he had bypassed all the traps without any problems, but since he had not managed to reach the heart of the dungeon, he suspected that the dungeon protector was to blame. Looking at the green artifact, he asked if this was the first artifact that the protagonist had seen. The people in Balstock looked at it with interest. Stitch, dumbfounded, replied that it was true. Walking towards the protagonist, Gerald offered to touch the artifact. He brought it to Stitch. Looking at the green burning skull, the protagonist asked if Gerald thought that he could take it and run away. Gerald replied that he had thought about it. A crowd of warriors were watching them. He noted that Stitch would pay with his life if he was caught. Smiling, the protagonist thought that, as they had agreed, everything in the dungeon was his, and even without the artifact, it was a great profit, but nothing would happen if he just took a look. Stitch raised his hand and said that he would take a look in that case. Gerald watched this with a grin. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Green energy hit him. The knights looked at it in surprise. Balstock was dumbfounded. Gerald looked at him with interest. The skin began to peel off Stitch's face. He was gradually turning into a skeleton. He fell to his knees. Gerald stood over his corpse and asked for forgiveness for this. The protagonist thought in his mind that he was a fool. Smiling, Gerald said that artifacts, sources of all kinds of negative energy, are not simply given into the hands of people. The wounded Stitch began to cry. He held the artifact in his hand. He unclenched it. Gerald noted that they would not forget his help. Balstock leaned towards the protagonist and suggested that the curse was lifted. Sitting over the artifact, Gerald said that this was great and now they were leaving from there. He began to take away a small green skull that was connected by Stitch's veins. He looked at the artifact. The skull was attached to the protagonist's hand. Balstock and Gerald were dumbfounded by this. Green energy began to envelop Stitch's body and many messages began to appear. The unknown abilities were activated. Grabbing the blade, Balstock ordered a retreat. He tried to hit Stitch and mentally asked if the sword went through. With a frightened look, he ordered the crossbowmen to shoot. The warriors began to shoot at him. Arrows flew through the protagonist's body. Gerald frowned at this. Stitch's eyes glowed green. He began to fly. The dungeon began to collapse. Gerald looked at Balstock with a surprised look, who said that the dungeon was collapsing too quickly. He cried out with a dumbfounded look that he needed to run. Balstock took out the scroll and thought that he needed to hurry and use it. Gerald looked at the green spirit and thought about how much effort it took to come there and get it. Frowning, he noted that this fool had ruined everything. He swung his sword. Balstock stopped his hand. He began to carry it away. Enraged, Gerald cried out that the artifact was right in front of his eyes. Stitch began to fall into the abyss. A message popped up that the artifact Memento Mortem recognized the protagonist as its partner. Stitch climbed out of the blue water. He opened his eyes and looked at his hand. He began to try to get up. He spat out water from his mouth. Lying on the shore, he mentally asked what this place was, noting that it was too dark. Frowning, he noted that his body seemed to be torn apart. He suddenly looked at the green light. He looked at the green skull on his finger. He asked why the ring was on it. Examining the artifact, the protagonist noted that after he was tricked by Gerald and he touched the ring without a doubt. He remembered his body disintegrating. He wondered if he was supposed to die. He asked about how to get back now. A huge green skull appeared in front of him and said that it was true and he was dead. He looked at the skull with a dumbfounded expression and it said that Stitch was his incompetent partner. Gerald was taken aback and asked if they had managed to escape and if they were the only ones who had survived. He was kneeling and screaming that it was all over. Balstock looked at him and asked him to calm down. Gerald was furious and asked if he thought he could calm down. He asked why Balstock had used the scroll. He grabbed him by the neck. Balstock said that things were really bad and they wouldn't have gotten out any other way. Gerald's breath was steaming. He let go. He covered his face with his hand and noted that his brothers probably already knew that he had led the soldiers, so he shouldn't have let them get lost. Gerald asked what that was all about. He remembered the green aura that enveloped Stitch's body and asked if Balstock had seen the corpse come back to life. He noted that no normal artifact, even of the parasitic type, could move like that when its owner was dead. A picture of the skull binding the protagonist's hand popped into his head. Taken aback, Balstock replied that to be honest, it was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and if it was not of the parasitic type, then it could be an independent artifact. Holding his hand to his face, Gerald said that it was a symbiotic type artifact and that this was to be expected. The soldier, intrigued, said that he had never heard of such a thing. Sitting down on a stump, the commander explained that existing artifacts are usually divided into two types and the most common type is the independent one. He looked at his blade and said that the most artifacts of this type exist, which obey the will of the owner, so they can be easily used as a tool. Sitting on a tree stump, he noticed that the other, parasitic type, although it may be stronger, when the host dies, the artifact also self-destructs. The blade lay at his feet. Gerald said that these were the two commonly known types. Looking at Balstock, he said that, however, there was another, exclusive symbiotic type and such artifacts could revive dead hosts on their own. Surprised, Balstock said that this was the resurrection they had seen with their own eyes, but it did not matter how strong the artifact was. He remembered Stitch falling into the abyss and noted that it was hard to believe that he could survive in the middle of a collapsing dungeon, adding that he was sure that death had overtaken him. Gerald calmly replied that it would be great if it were true, but for now they would return to the capital. Leaving from there, he ordered that no matter what city they passed, posters about Stitch being wanted were posted everywhere. He noted that if the reward was too high, they would attract unnecessary attention, so it should be made smaller. Looking at the blue water, the protagonist asked what he should do now. Looking at the ring, Stitch tried to use animal instinct. The skull said that it refused. Green mana hit him. Frowning, Stitch asked if the skull refused and what it wanted. The ring addressed him. A huge green skull appeared in front of him. It looked at the protagonist and said that it did not let him die with the passive ability Save the Soul, and also tweaked some things and lowered all his stats. The dumbfounded protagonist began to ask it again. A green aura emanated from the skull. It replied that it was simply saying that it had deprived him of some energy. Confused, Stitch asked what it was and why he heard its voice in his head. The artifact replied that it was Memento Mortem. It looked at the protagonist and noted that this was its name. A green light was coming from the cave. Moving through the ruins, the protagonist asked if he said that he was an artifact. Skull answered that it was true. Stitch asked if there were other artifacts that had consciousness. Ring answered that there were no more. Looking at the high wall, the protagonist noted that he was glad that they could communicate. Climbing the rock, Stitch asked what else could be done with it and how many unique abilities it had. Continuing to climb, the protagonist thought that usually each artifact has one unique ability attached to it, but he can change them for a good price, and if the ability is already useful, it will cost more. Skull answered that if it functions normally, then it is possible for it. Stitch was taken aback. He fell after the words that you can get at least 40 for it. He said with a surprised look that a person cannot have more than 10 abilities in his entire life. Even with amplification, the limit does not exceed 20. Looking at his hand, he asked if he can have so many abilities with one artifact. He looked at the green skull and asked if he could use any now. The artifact replied that he could, but it would already use up all his mana to resurrect him. He offered to chat while he was recovering. Climbing up a rock, Stitch asked what mana was. The skull opened its mouth and said that it had almost forgotten that the protagonist only had 12 hours left. Stitch asked what he had so much time left for. The skull replied that it was until death. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what he was talking about. Looking at the green spirit, he cried out that he thought he had resurrected him. The ring replied that as long as he did not die, he would live, and vice versa. As long as Stitch's heart was beating, he would not disappear. Green energy was coming out of the skull's mouth. He noted that if he did not have mana, then they were both finished. The protagonist looked at him with fear. The artifact asked if Stitch thought that he would come back to life for nothing. He moved through the forest. He ran at a tremendous speed and asked if he could have warned him earlier that they would both die if he ran out of mana. He looked at his finger. The skull replied that he was not a mere mortal and did not care about life, noting that he had been sleeping peacefully until he came and woke him up. He noted that if the protagonist had a hard time surviving, he would certainly share his power with him. Green mana began to envelop Stitch's body. The artifact began to envelop his hand. He asked to remember that the fact that he awakened it does not make the protagonist its master. He asked to remember well that it is the protagonist who clings to life, not the skull. Closing his eyes, Stitch cried out that he understood everything and asked to tell him how to restore mana. The artifact answered that he needed to use Curse Devour against weak monsters or cursed tools. A projection appeared that Curse Devour is an ability that absorbs the source of curses and demons. Surprised, Stitch answered that he did not know about cursed tools. He clarified whether it was necessary to simply catch a couple of monsters. The artifact answered that it was, and that he had 11 hours and 56 minutes left. The protagonist began to run into the depths of the forest. Stretching out his hand, he assumed that there should be many monsters near the dungeon. He was unable to use animal instinct and noted that this was due to the decrease in characteristics. Frowning, he stated that in this case, he would have to look for them himself. He looked around the forest and made a mental note to look for tracks. He saw scratches on a tree and noticed that the grooves on the tree were from monsters. He started sniffing and noticed that he could smell the stench of monsters. He saw a wolf eating meat. Stitch said it was a great wolf. Smiling, he said he found it and asked how long the stat reduction would last. He looked at the ring, which said there was a minute and a half left. Surprised, he emphasized that this was unexpectedly little. The skull said that the stat reduction was applied without mana and was a kind of reboot. The spirit hovered behind him and said that the stronger the ability, the longer the reduction. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and there was still time. Watching the wolf, Stitch added that there was only one and it would be harder if there were several, so they were lucky. The artifact said that it had not recovered. Green mana surrounded Stitch. He asked if the skull had any attacking abilities. The spirit replied that there was only one. A message appeared that the air bullet fired a blast of compressed air at high speed and increased damage and attack speed. The protagonist noted that this was a basic ability used by battle mages. He asked how many bullets he could fire. The skull replied that there was only one. Stitch raised his hand to his forehead and noted that he needed to concentrate. Looking at the wolf, the protagonist stated that in that case, he would aim for the heart or lungs, and if he hit the right spot, the monster would pass out. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist emphasized that they would be able to finish him off and then restore the skull's mana. Stitch held up his fist and said that since they only had one chance, the skull should not fire until he gave the command. He began to aim. Green energy began to flow from the skull. He said that this was an infuriating fool. He used the air bullet. It pierced the wolf through and through. The dumbfounded protagonist asked about the air bullet. Looking at the corpse of the monster, Stitch noted that he was sure that it was just basic magic. Taken aback, he asked what kind of power this was. He clarified whether he asked to shoot when he was ready. The ring on his finger answered that he was not a simple magical ornament with worthless abilities, and that instead of being afraid and standing like a statue, it was better to take and shoot. Looking at it, the main character asked not to talk about it. He turned his gaze. He stretched out his hand to the corpse of the monster. He used the curse devouring. The plot takes us to a huge castle. We are told that meanwhile, in the presence of the royal army of the Venetians, King Boterus has 3 offspring. We are shown 3 guys and are told that the first is called Raptor, the second Alfred, and the third Gerald. There was a smile on Alfred's face. The plot tells us that since Raptor is the eldest prince, he is naturally the first contender for the throne, so the middle and youngest are trying to prove their superiority in every possible way. Gritting his teeth, Gerald thought that getting the artifact was a great way to make a name for himself, but now he would be looked at as a carefree libertine who tried to take the kingdom's dungeon. Balstock asked what he was thinking about. They were riding horses. Gerald answered that he was thinking about the fortune teller. He introduced the magician and Alfred. Balstock clarified whether he was talking about Prince Alfred's henchman. The prince replied that he was and assumed that his name was Conrad. Frowning, he said that he trusted too much the information provided by the so-called alliance, although the fact that the artifact was cursed turned out to be true. Balstock came to the conclusion that they had hidden the most important thing. Putting his hand to his mouth, Gerald replied that they didn't know yet if they did it on purpose or not, and there was nothing he could do about it. The knight looked at him and asked him not to worry about it in vain. He asked if the prince had enough experience on the battlefield, noting that he would definitely overcome everything. Moving along the road to the castle, Gerald stated that he couldn't believe that politics were harder than the battlefield and how much time had passed and he still wasn't used to it. A purple glow appeared in the forest. The artifact began to absorb the monster. Stitch clarified if this was enough. A skull appeared in front of him, which said that it was not quite, but it would do for now. Stitch asked if the mana was only charged to 15% for killing the Great Wolf. The skull asked what was wrong with it. The protagonist asked if he would run out of abilities if he used it 3 times. Stitch put his hand to his chin and assumed that they were probably looking for him now because he took the artifact with him and now he was more concerned about where to settle down now. Many people were walking through the settlement. Stitch saw 2 guards at the entrance. He noted that if he just went, he would be caught. He asked what to do. Peeking out from behind a tree, he noted that there was cat grass there. He looked at a pink flower and said that this should work. He began to make a fire. Holding a burning stick in his mouth, he noted that if you enhance the effect with Flemon's powder, you will get a cool sleeping pill, although it will only work on people. The protagonist hid, holding a bag in his hands. The surprised guards asked what kind of smoke it was and where it came from. The soldier inhaled it and said that it smelled strange. The guards fell to the ground. The spirit behind him noted that Stitch was quite smart. He entered the settlement and declared that he had visited many places and had become an experienced explorer. He was suddenly taken aback. He saw a wanted poster. The protagonist asked if the reward was 400 crowns. He noted that these fools had pinned all the dogs on him. The protagonist began to crumple the poster while the skull laughed loudly. Moving on, Stitch noted that he now had more serious problems, adding that he could not believe that in one day he had become a wanted criminal. He thought about the fact that he did not know how many posters had been posted around the area, but even a fool could understand that he would not see a normal life in this village. Sighing, he looked at the poster. He looked at the skull and thought that as long as he had this ring on his finger, he would somehow survive, but it would be easier, of course, to infiltrate the kingdom. Clutching the poster, Stitch declared that it was not in his nature to run with his tail between his legs. The spirit asked if he was thirsty for revenge. Walking across the bridge, the protagonist replied that anyone would want to, except maybe complete wimps. Skull laughed and noted that this was more interesting. He appeared next to Stitch and said that if he wanted to, he would help him. He asked to take into account that he was extremely lucky because while he was helping, the protagonist was invulnerable. Stitch asked what kind of nonsense he was talking, noting that he could only use 4 abilities now. Skull told him that curse eating was an ability that allowed him to get rid of endless curses and sources of evil. A projection of this ability appeared in front of him. The spirit asked if the protagonist thought that he had gotten this ability for nothing. Skull looked at him and said that his powers and abilities depended on the amount of mana absorbed. He asked him to think about it. Stitch remembered how the artifact absorbed the Great Wolf. He noted that the more the spirit absorbed, the stronger it became, and if it absorbed something with a lot of mana, it would become much stronger. He looked at the floating skull and asked if it could absorb artifacts. Stitch looked at the green energy streams, dumbfounded. The skull said it could transfer its power to him. The spirit presented many weapons and asked to help him take possession of the artifacts. He looked at the surprised protagonist and said that then his revenge would be accomplished and he would gain power. Stitch presented Gerald with a smirk on his face and said that one blow would be enough for this weakling. Frowning, Stitch asked if he could finish off the fool with his own hands if he did so. Green energy surrounded the protagonist. The skull said that it would let him feel what it was like to smear his opponents against the wall. Many people were sitting at the bar. The guy raised his hand and asked Dalton where he could buy good leather and at a normal price. The bartender was wiping a mug and replied that you should ask on the black market. The guy replied that those fools had tried to foist it on him for a fortune. Frowning, he said that on average they asked for 500 crowns. Dalton offered to recommend him a good researcher. The guy raised his hand to the wanted poster. The bartender said that he could hang it on the wall if he wanted. The bartender looked at the flyer with interest. Looking at Stitch's face on the flyer, Dalton asked what he had done. The man held out his hand with a wooden sign and said not to lose it, since it had to be presented when making a deal. Without a sign at the exit, they could take away some of your things, or even start searching you. Stitch hid behind a tree, watched as the guard let the elderly traveler through and thought about how there was always a secret passage in such villages. He frowned and thought about the goods that were worth buying, and that they only entered through the market, while Mr. Ring appeared next to him, asking what he was doing in this village. The spirit added that he thought he had listened to him and was heading into the dungeon. Stitch walked away and put his hand on his belt and shook his head, telling Mr. Ring that he was stupid and that going into the dungeon without an escape scroll was suicide. He somehow didn't want to die prematurely. He imagined a knight fighting indoors, and the spirit asked if he was talking about a scroll like those guys had, to which the protagonist replied in the affirmative and added that it was certainly convenient that there were tons of offers on the market. Imagining a screaming guy about to run, Stitch said that the deals were controlled so that they wouldn't be abused. Mr. Ring asked what he was going to do, while the protagonist happily looked down and said that he had found it. Looking at the wooden passage in the building, he said that he knew this secret passage like the back of his hand. Stitch knocked on the door. Then he said that goblins eat freshwater base. He sat on one knee, holding his hand on the ground, waiting for a reaction. A voice came from the passage, saying that such a password was 3 months ago. He clarified who wanted to come in. Stitch became embarrassed, closed his eyes and put his finger to his cheek, after which he apologized to Dalton and said that he had not looked in for a long time. There was no business in these parts. The man behind the door asked in surprise if it was Stitch. A tall man appeared from the passage, who hugged the main character very tightly, who was writhing in pain. He shouted Stitch's name, joyfully saying that a lot of time had passed. He asked with excitement if there was anyone else here and added that the password should be memorized properly, and Stitch only asked to let him go since he had nothing to breathe. Stitch knelt down and winked with a smile and replied that everything was fine, and that he had urgent business. He could not think of anything else. Dalton folded his arms and laughed joyfully, asking if he was the one who said that the back door was not for him. The man cheerfully added that he was still glad to see him. Dalton entered the tavern, full of people, and spreading his arms, called Stitch to come in and offered him a drink as a greeting. The main character was walking behind him and replied that it would be a little later, asking if he would allow him to settle here, to which the man of course agreed. Stitch dumped a lot of bones, claws and bottles from his backpack, and Dalton asked what kind of wanted posters were there. Did he really steal something? To which the main character replied that rumors spread quickly, it just happened, nothing special. Dalton looked at Stitch in surprise, who placed his hands on the table in front of the items and shouted with a smile that he had energy-increasing claws that he got from a great wolf and high-quality leather, suggesting that they hurry while they still had it. Many people ran to Stitch and asked how much the scrolls were now. Dalton folded his arms and answered that they were 600 crowns, and the main character leaned his elbows and asked to lend him some. He looked at Dalton and said that it wouldn't sell quickly anyway, and he desperately needed the money, to which the man laughed and said that he wouldn't give it to him. He grimaced in disappointment and laughed and asked how much he needed. He held out his hand where they put the coins and looked at him pitifully and said that at least for 4 scrolls and he would give it back the day after tomorrow. And Dalton looked at him and said that it was not that he couldn't lend it, he was just curious about what he had stolen. He could have paid 400 crowns himself and cleared his name. Stitch closed his eyes, sighed sadly and said that one son of the local king had behaved too impudently, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, he had pride. How could he just give the money away like that? Dalton, closing his eyes, said that bragging about pride for 400 crowns was also not very wise and added that he had a friend who understood scrolls, he could get them from him cheaper. He began to write everything down on paper, specifying if anything else was needed and if a new weapon was needed, then he could ask Clyde, sleeping on the table behind him, and the payment would be written down in Dalton's name. Stitch approached Clyde, turned to Dalton and raised his hand asking to get him some provisions. The protagonist loudly hit the table and shouted the name of the sleeping man. Clyde woke up, coughed and looked at him with displeasure, asking what he needed and why he was drumming on the table. Stitch was surprised and, hiding from the fumes, asked if it was him and added that it was not evening yet and he was already very drunk, to which the old man coughed. He folded his hands on the table full of various weapons and began to sob, saying that he was already selling them for half price, but still no one was buying. He cried, and Stitch folded his hands and looked at the items, after which Clyde asked if it was because he was a loser, and the protagonist wondered if he had guessed it himself. Stitch raised his index finger and looking at the old man said that after his words, he wanted to make a good offer. Looking at the table and a pile of items, he asked which weapon was the best here. Clyde was very surprised and cried out asking if he was going to buy it, to which the protagonist replied that he certainly didn't have much money. Stitch took the revolver and asked to sell it cheaper, and he would test it. He took aim, closing one eye and said that he needed a decent weapon for the dungeon. The old man looked at the table and said that you need to choose a weapon that fits in your hand, then it will be useful, adding that Stitch looked like a strong guy and he had muscles. The protagonist took a huge hammer in his hands and looked at it in surprise, while Clyde asked how he liked it. Mr. Ring replied that it was a useless weapon. He approached the hammer and said that the dungeons were mostly narrow passages, and asked how he would swing that thing there, to which Stitch agreed. The protagonist looked at the spirit with indignation and surprise and said threateningly that if he behaved like that, it would be bad, and Mr. Ring interrupted him and said that he should not worry, because only Stitch knew about him. The spirit looked at Clyde and the table with weapons and said that the gnome definitely did not have magical powers, but the weapons were a different matter and this was amazing. Stitch, holding a hammer in his hand, looked at Mr. Ring in surprise and said that he was somehow talkative today, Did he really know how it worked? To which the spirit replied that he was an artifact and saw everything differently. He could see the essence of objects, their potential and features. He looked at the table and said that if he took anything, it would be better to take the sword that was on the far right. Stitch took the hilt of the sword and asked if it was worth it. He raised the sword up and looked at it. Mr. Ring was flying nearby and said that if he used it correctly, he would not even look in the direction of an ordinary weapon, to which Stitch replied that you couldn't tell from his appearance that he was unusual. The spirit asked to trust him. A scream came from the stone dungeon. A crowd of monsters ran forward. Stitch fought them off furiously, wondering where they had just crawled out of. One of the monsters flew into the tunnel. Many glowing eyes looked out of the darkness. The protagonist aggressively extended his fist with Mr. Ring, holding it with his other hand. He ordered to cut them down and the spirit activated a huge energy flow. Stitch activated the Cursed Devourer and Mr. Ring rushed at them, bloodthirstily destroying one after another. The protagonist looked at the ring in surprise and thought that it seemed to use excess energy for growth. Stitch took the handle and thought. Standing inside the cave with ore, he picked up the pickaxe and decided to try to extract lapis lazuli. He stubbornly mined ore and wondered if he could carry it all away. He found a mechanism, looked at it and wondered why there were traps at every step, after which he decided that it would be better for him to use them for spare parts. Holding a part of the mechanism in his hand, he listened in surprise to the strange sounds. Looking deep into the cave, he heard an incomprehensible sound again. Stitch got scared and raised his fist and asked the spirit to shine a light there. Sweat was running down his face and he said in fear that he could go crazy. A huge mineral lizard appeared in front of him. Opening his mouth, he growled furiously. He raised his fist warily and looked at the lizard in front of him, deciding that such a monster could really be a mineral lizard. The monster ran towards him angrily. Stitch looked at it with fear and anxiety. The lizard jumped on the protagonist, emitting fiery flames and set his shoulder on fire. Stitch closed his eyes in pain and clenched his teeth. He stretched his hand forward and screamed in pain, and Mr. Ring told him to pull himself together. Stitch writhed in pain and listened to the spirit tell him that having the ability to resurrect does not mean that you have to constantly die. When suddenly a window appeared about activating the recovery skill, which automatically restores strength and heals wounds. Stitch frowned at the monster, decided that he was caught and said that the mineral lizard uses poisonous substances and absorbs minerals. He watched as the monster raised its paw and said that its body is stronger than steel. With an average level of strength, it cannot be killed, let alone scratched. Stitch screamed, took aim and thrust his fist with Mr. Ring forward. The spirit screamed that it was enough. Stitch screamed and ran towards the enraged monster, and Mr. Ring exclaimed that he had gone too far and an air bullet in such a narrow space would cause a collapse. The protagonist confidently ran forward. The spirit said that everything was fine, and Stitch frowned and asked what was fine. Mr. Ring said that this was a great chance to test Clyde's weapon. Stitch looked at the spirit with fear and asked if he was sure that right now, which surprised the spirit. He looked at the hand with the ring. The spirit asked if he was really going to save it for the meeting with the dungeon keeper and added that this was a good time to try it on a mid-level monster. Stitch stretched the sword in front of him. In his other hand he held the capsule and looked at it anxiously, wondering if it would work. He inserted the capsule with blue energy into the base of the sword. The protagonist swung his blade and ran straight at the lizard. The monster angrily rushed towards him. They were getting closer to each other. Stitch was ready to strike. The lizard was surprised. He stepped back, and the protagonist flew up in front of him, breaking through the ground. The lizard looked around in surprise, looking for the guy, and at this time, Stitch, being above his head, was furiously preparing to strike. He bared his teeth and frowned, aiming at the lizard. The monster noticed him and looked up. The protagonist plunged the blade straight into the lizard's head. He stood on the monster and stubbornly tried to pierce the lapis lazuli shell. The monster tried to grab him with its claws, but Stitch continued to pierce the lizard. Mr. Ring gave a signal that it was time to act. The protagonist took a firmer grip on the handle. He pierced the lizard's shell. Leaving the sword in the monster's head, Stitch jumped to the ground. He looked back, grabbed his hand and looking at it, noticed that it was numb and that he wanted to cut it. Stitch, holding onto the shoulder, stepped on the fallen lizard's head and, looking awkwardly, said that he had only managed to stick it in. He activated the Cursed Devourer. While Mr. Ring was destroying the lizard, the protagonist turned away, looked at the backpack in surprise and decided that it was even a bit of a pity, even though he had bought it with the purpose of protesting. He looked at the flasks inside the backpack and said that this gas was not so easy to get, and there were only 4 capsules left, and Clyde had worked on the inner lining, but if they were shaken too hard, they could break. The spirit suddenly said that something was wrong. Stitch turned around, looked in surprise and asked what exactly. Mr. Ring was holding part of the lizard's body in his hands and said that he could not say for sure, but he felt something was wrong. Stitch watched as the spirit devoured the monster and said that sometimes it was so hard to understand, then asked if he tasted like a lizard. Stitch raised his fist and listened in surprise as Mr. Ring told him not to relax and that this was too short a fight that could also be a trap, when suddenly another roar was heard. The lizard jumped out at them again. Stitch was surprised and wondered if another one had really crawled out. He grabbed the sword again and quickly ran, shouting aggressively that was why he said that in a place like this you can't spend all your capsules and you have to save them. The monster swung its paw bloodthirstily. Stitch bared his teeth and dodged the lizard. He saw a vulnerable spot on the lizard's body and thought that this was a good moment. He looked tensely and decided that it was time to attack. The protagonist quickly swung his sword. The monster parried the blow with its tail. The lizard pushed Stitch away, who stubbornly tried to cover himself with his sword. He jumped to the side and knelt down, lowering his head in front of the monster. Stitch looked at him with alarm and decided that he was much stronger than the previous one. The protagonist looked at the lizard standing in front of him and thought that the tail alone was worth something. It was starting to get on his nerves. He remembered the lion's previous opponent and compared them. Stitch again tuned into the fight and frowned as he ran, thinking that this was just an ordinary lizard. He pounced on the monster and tried to cut its paw with his sword. Stitch watched as he could not cut through the monster's body and tensely thought that he was much harder. The lizard again hit Stitch with its tail right in the stomach. The protagonist flew back and, closing his eyes in pain, coughed. He looked at his hand. Mr. Ring called him stupid and said that he told him not to relax because something was wrong with him. Stitch sat on the ground in front of the lizard, rubbing his shoulder and saying that it was immediately obvious that he was strong, but even he must have weak points. The protagonist began to talk about how while he was alive, he suddenly became very scared of the monster's paw approaching his face. The lizard grabbed Stitch right by the face and he coughed. The spirit shouted the owner's name and said that even goblin cubs know that during a battle you can't get distracted, advising him to pull himself together, and the protagonist replied that he was angry in vain and everything was going according to plan. The lizard bloodthirstily held Stitch by the head while he presented his hands and asked Mr. Ring what would happen if he mixed the Flemon's powder from his left hand and the fireflies from his right. He opened his eyes through the lizard's hand, held out his hands with the ingredients in front of him and replied that an attack on his weak points would result. Stitch hit his fist with his palm in the direction of the monster, saying that it was a flashbang munition. The lizard was surprised when he was blinded by the light. Screaming, he opened his mouth, and Stitch had already pointed the blade at his mouth. He looked at the monster purposefully, striking and cried out that everything worked, and if he pierced his mouth with a sword, he would win. A warning appeared that 95% of the body's abnormal tissues were detected. Stitch, while in the air, pierced the lizard's mouth, and Mr. Ring called him and asked him to wait. There was a powerful explosion and the spirit again screamed the owner's name. Green magic digs into the wounded body of a guy with a torn white t-shirt. The main character sits in a gemstone cave, holding his head with his hand, listening to his magic lament that he told him to wait, to which the main character calls the voice inside a fool, and this should have been said before he touched him. The guy, removing his hand from his face, looks forward, asking what happened. He looks at the melted spot in the ground, to which his voice from inside says that his magic began to control the guy, to which the guy again asks about magic, but the voice says that this only means that the one who made his body annual is inside the dungeon. The guy, looking at his hand with a flaming skull ring, listens as it says that he does not yet know what he used for this, to which Stitch asks the ring that he should now be afraid that the next monsters will explode. The ominous green fiery skull from the ring tells the guy that he does not deny it, asking him if he is scared. Confidently looking forward, the red-haired guy answers negatively, saying that such nonsense will not scare him. He abruptly puts his hand on the floor, charging it with blue energy, sending his streams of energy through cracks in the ground. Sitting on one knee, he says the name of the skill pathfinding. The guy finds himself in a cave with glowing gems hanging over him in the stone, holding his hand with the light in front of him, asking what it is, adding that he used animal instinct, but there is no hint. Suddenly, the guy's eyes and mouth opened in surprise. He, releasing a magical skeleton head from his ring, stands in front of a human skeleton grown into gems, wanting to say something. The guy looks away, asking his ring if it is a monster. The ring's magic replies with displeasure, yes, that it is a monster. Looking at the bone hand with the sword inserted into it, Stitch says that it does not react if you do not approach it, and maybe it has just been lying there for a long time, so it froze in this pose. Pointing with his voice to another skeleton with gems sticking out of its chest, the ring says that this one too, adding that the hero should not even think about poking his nose into them. Otherwise I will do something else. The guy walks away from the diamond skeletons, turning his back to them, answering the magic that it is saying everything correctly, when suddenly sparks begin to come from the diamonds with the corpse. The main character turns around in shock. He sees a human skeleton covered in gems start sparkling with incredible force, illuminating the bones of the corpse. The guy screams and asks what is wrong with him, when suddenly the magic from the ring screams at Stitch to run. The main character falls forward against the backdrop of a huge explosion, clenching his teeth. Stones fly from above the hero, from which he tries to hide with his hands in flight. Leaning on the ground and opening one eye, the guy says that he didn't even touch it, and why did this happen, to which the ring orders him to get up. The red-haired guy's eyes widen at what he sees in front of him. He sits right in front of a cave with even more beautiful shining gems of pink and blue colors, asking what minerals these are and how much money he can get for them. The guy touches one of the blue gems, again saying how much money he can get for them. Suddenly, the stone in his hand also begins to spew lightning. The guy abruptly removes his hand from the sparkling stone, noticing it, to which his ring says that now the guy is convinced that the ring did not give him peace. But the guy again asks what it was. Spraying magic pollen on a dark background, it says that Stitch does not feel this country. Magical power that fills the entire dungeon. Scratching his face with his hand, the green magical skull with charfangs continues to tell that the deeper they go, the stronger it is, and this even irritates him. Remembering the monster in the cave and the skeleton covered in gems, the ring says that the further they go into the dungeon, the monsters that they have already met earlier begin to react faster to irritants and explode. Looking away, Stitch seriously suggests that apparently due to the continuous exposure to a strange magical force, they began to feel their surroundings better. The skull angrily answers yes, adding that judging by what happened, it only concerns monsters. Looking at the gems of different colors, he adds that it seems that this power affects all objects. Standing in the middle of the shining cave, pausing to look at the stones, the guy understands what it means. This passage is a real minefield, to which the skull interrupts him, adding that this is not all, and there is still bad news. Burning with a green flame, the ring listens to the protagonist's question about where the news can children go even worse, but he replies that because of this strong magic, he cannot even use a simple recovery skill. The protagonist looks at his battered hands, noting that this is true. His attention is drawn to the scroll standing near the gems, to which the skull suggests that in this non-standard situation, the escape scroll will not work either. The ring tells the boy standing against the stone cliff that if this magic continues to affect the scroll, which is supposed to find safe places and help them exit the dungeon, it may actually lead them even deeper, to which Stitch replies that escape is ultimately impossible. Skull continues to tell the boy walking through the gem cave that this does not mean they are trapped, and he has no idea who released this magic, but killing this creature may help them get out, to which Stitch says that it means he will have to go even further, and it is good that there is at least some hope. A hum walks along the stone passage. Stitch, resting his hands on his hips, looks up sighing, summing up that he was still unable to find the source of this magic. The protagonist stands in front of huge doors, telling himself that the only thing left to check is there. He puts his hand to the door, to which he tells the ring that they can just go in. An interesting sight opens up before the guy, with a stone glowing from the inside, splashing its energy onto other stones. The guy, opening his eyes and pressing his hand with the ring to himself, asks in shock what the hell is this, to which the skull replies that it is a genie. But the guy again asks what the spirit is doing here. Looking at the stone glowing from the inside, the ring tells the guy to take a good look at its core, asking if the guy feels anything, calling it an artifact. The hero's face froze in complete shock. The story, showing three lights, green, purple, and blue, tells that the spirit is born from the fusion of strength and magic, and it is simply a collection of elements that have no self-awareness, which seek to destroy everything in their path, and this is somewhat reminiscent of a natural disaster, and does his body really contain an artifact? The guy's eyes darted to the other side. A huge stone creature falls right on his previous location, forcing the guy to fly to the side. The flame-charged skull starts screaming at Stitch that this guardian is the cause of their troubles, and his body has merged with the artifact, and he is spraying magic in all directions. Looking at the heart of Genie, crumbling into pieces, the ring explains that this is why the dungeons have turned into a minefield. The protagonist, running forward, screams that then everything is simpler than ever, because if he destroys it, he can get out of here. Genie's heart releases magic from itself against the backdrop of crumbling stones. A creature with blue magic flies past Genie's stone. The stones, as if enchanted, fly straight into the back of the running Stitch. The guy, holding his dagger in his hand, fights off the rest of the stones with it. The enchanted gems, like meteorites, fly towards the hero. His eyes opened in shock, and he began to ask himself in his head that this was really happening again. Suddenly, the guy's body flies away from a huge explosion, to which his ring screams at him to be careful, because this place contains the most of that strange magic, and because of him it has become even more powerful. Covering his face with his hands, Stitch listens to the skull scream at him that it's time to run away, and soon everything will explode, to which the hero asks if it was possible to tell him about this earlier. The stones around Jin's heart continue to fall and explode from magic. The heart of the spirit again begins to exude a huge amount of magic, releasing light from it outward. The protagonist stands in front of Jin's heart in shock, holding his sword, asks what is there. He sees how the heart, like a funnel, sucks in all the energy. Stitch looks forward in shock, to which his magic tells him that if he wants to stay alive, then let him run. The guy continues to look forward, the skull screams at him to dodge to the side. Suddenly, Jin's heart begins to release a huge charge of energy from itself, destroying everything around. The guy covers himself with his hands from the strongest magic. The stone with magic subsided, leaving only a small smoke around itself. The guy, clenching his teeth even harder, opened his eyes and noticed that the stone stopped attacking, to which he thinks that it's time for him to act now. He abruptly breaks away from his place and jumps towards Jin's heart. He looks forward, thinking that even a body made entirely of stone has something. Jumping away from his place, he smashes the ground into splinters, swinging his sword at Jin's stones, thinking that there are probably weak spots in the joints. He hits the stone with his sword, from which one boulder flies off. The stone flies to the side. Opening his eyes, the protagonist asks himself in his head, "What is this?" The stone hits him from below right in the jaw, from which he throws his head back, thinking that the stone was just hanging in the air. The stone returns to Jin's heart, taking the guy's body down. Stitch, resting his hand on his knee, speaks to the ring, asking how he can do at least some kind of blow, not to mention a full-fledged attack, to which the skull says that he needs to aim for the middle, where the artifact is. Looking at the ball of magic coming out of the stone, the skull continues to say that the creature is created by merging with the artifact, and if you absorb magic by devouring curses, then it will become weak. Holding his hand with the ring, the guy looks at it, saying that it is easy to say, and until he gets close to it, then it is not beneficial. Stretching his hand with the ring forward, the guy wants to say something, that then it will be different. The magic from the stone begins to descend back, breaking the stone around itself. The ball of magic again releases the strongest charge of magic forward. The charge of magic hits the main character's body directly, and he says the name of the skill air bullet. Gritting his teeth, Stitch looks forward, wondering if she can get through. The ring on the guy's fist screams that this is impossible and he needs to move away. A huge force pushes the guy's body to the side, causing him to scream. Explosions of light blue light begin right above him, like fireworks, causing him to try to hide, covering his face with his hands. Suddenly, the guy looks up and sees a huge boulder flying from above right at him. Opening his eyes and taking his sword, Stitch curses in fear. He flies to the side in an instant, and a huge boulder falls on his previous location. Starting to run in the other direction, Stitch says that nothing works from either close or long range, and it's all useless. The guy, jumping over Jin's heart, swings his weapon at him, screaming that they will see if he can deflect this blow. The gap between the stones, from which the magic was coming, began to gradually close. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. His sword crashed right into the gap, without touching Jin's heart. With an angry face, leaning on his sword, the hero says that it's a pity, but at such a distance nothing will work. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand began to squeeze the handle of his knife even tighter, and he began to think about the blow. At that moment, the stone in which Jin's heart is located unexpectedly spits out steam. The guy, holding onto his sword, stuck in it, sighs heavily from fatigue. He sees how the tip of the sword pierced the depths of the stone. Unexpectedly for Stitch, sitting on the stone, from the other side, the same huge enchanted boulder begins to fly. The guy's body flies to the side again with a characteristic sound. He hits his head on the ground, biting his lips with his teeth and releasing blood from them. Lying on the ground, holding his eye, Stitch, coughing from the pain from the blow, asks the skull why the air bullet didn't work, because it should have destroyed everything here. Looking at the jars falling from his pocket, leaning on his sword, the guy listens to the ring's answer that it already said that magical skills cannot be used against him to the full extent due to the influence of his magic, which the protagonist asks again. Looking around, the hero again notices boulders flying at him. The guy covers his body with his sword, clenching his teeth from the weight of the blows. Again, Jin's heart explodes something in front of him. The guy sees how the heart came out of the stone again. The hero lowers his red hair down, to which the skull asks him if he is alive, and Stitch asks again that you can't tell that from him anymore, adding that he has a feeling like he is hitting ice. A huge boulder starts flying towards the guy again, and the skull starts screaming at him that there is something on the left, to which the guy calmly replies that, however, if he is useless even in such a situation, then what? Opening his gaze, Stitch asks with a cry if he had the right to take revenge at all. The boulder crashes into Stitch's previous location again, but he quickly rushes to the side, thinking that there is no choice since none of his attacks hit him. Then he can only hope for the Clyde's weapon, and if he hits one place deliberately, then sooner or later a crack will form in the protective layer. Inserting a vial of liquid into his sword, Stitch continues to think that, although small, he has a chance to win. Once again, a huge boulder starts flying towards the running hero. Opening his eyes in shock and holding his sword in front of him, the guy curses in surprise. Suddenly, right in front of him, that same boulder breaks into thousands of small stones. Jin's heart suspected something was wrong. Pulling a vial of liquid out of his sword, the guy thinks that if he uses it now, there will only be one capsule left in reserve, and if he misses, then he is finished. Looking at the flying stone with magic inside, he thinks that he needs to aim at the crack. Looking forward with open eyes and mouth, Stitch asks himself in his head what he is doing. He sees how the magic around itself begins to create a whirlwind of dust and stones. Standing on the ground, he looks up, noting out loud what kind of giant Jin is creating, and is he going to turn around? To which the skull asks the hero why he stood there and let him dodge. The guy, looking forward with fear, thinks about animal instinct. At that moment, the guy's body is still knocked down by a huge boulder. He starts coughing from the force of the blow, closing one eye and putting his cheek to the stone. Suddenly, the stone falls to the ground with all its force, creating a small explosion. A crippled Stitch lies unconscious, surrounded by stones. The ring on his hand asks him if he died there, and this will be set out of place, but he has to say it. Looking at the sparkling hand, the skull says that a reaction is starting to appear in his body, and it is changing. Breathing heavily, the wounded Stitch says that you can find out how much is left before the moment when it completely changes. The fiery skull says that there are a maximum of 3 minutes left, and this depends on the hero's condition because it can be less than a minute. The protagonist asks if this is true. Suddenly, the guy comes out of the killed state, confidently looking forward with glowing green eyes, saying that this is enough and more than enough for the final blow. Coming out of the cave, holding a sword in one hand and wiping his face with the other, Stitch says that the body and weapon have only enough strength for one more fool, which should be decisive, and in such a situation, 1 or 2 minutes is quite enough. The hero looks forward seriously. Jin's heart continues to create a vortex around itself. One of the stones flies off to the side from the protagonist's jump. The guy confidently flies forward, to which the skull asks the guy what he has in mind, and does he want to destroy himself. Jumping into the vortex of Jin's heart, the guy screams that this is not funny. Swinging his fist with a ring on it forward, Stitch screams that you shouldn't joke like that, shouting the name of the skill air bullet. The guy swings his leg forward with all his might, rising above Jin's heart. W+ magic ball comes out of the stone, noticing the guy's strange movements. Smiling at the ball, the boy shouts that he caught it, thinking about how while he was trying so hard to protect Min's heart, he himself slowed down. Stitch plunges his sword into the stone with all his might, thinking about how he himself left the top unprotected. Looking at the sword plunged into the stone at full length, the boy thinks that this is great, and it went in halfway, and that will definitely be enough. His gaze remains directed downwards. Grasping the hilt of his sword with both hands, the boy thinks about the blow again. In that moment, a huge explosion occurs again. Looking forward with an uncertain look, Stitch remains in shock from what he saw. Looking at the blade of his sword in the stone, he gradually pulls it out. The main character, like a pillar, froze at his sword plunged into the stone, around other stones, to which the ring asks him why he froze, and he needs to move. Gritting his teeth, the hero angrily looks at the sword, cursing. Remembering all the moments of the explosions and the boulders flying at the guy swears, saying that he tried so hard, almost did it alone, and he's going to die so stupidly, asking where he's ever seen anything like that. Opening his gaze, Stitch thinks that this simply can't be. Taking one gem in his hand, he tells himself that here it is, lapis lazuli. The protagonist, taking the gem in both hands, swings it at the floor, to which the skull screams at him to do something already, to which Stitch thinks that he'll grind Jin into dust. The gem in his hands quickly flies down, to which the guy, clenching his teeth, shouts at him, calling him names, that he's a stonehead. An explosion of enormous force forms around the guy's body. Jin's heart stone begins to crumble like the others. The burnt and even more crippled protagonist sits to the side. He opens his gaze and looks forward. Looking at the ball in front of him, Jin's heart, he thinks that it cracked, and finally it happened. The protagonist's hand rises above the light blue stone, and he calls the name of the skill, Curse Devouring. He, with his hand, touches Jin's heart again, causing all the stones around to go berserk and whirlwind. Holding a tied knife made of a gem, the guy bites the ropes from it with his teeth. In the moment, he screams to himself and his ring that they need to run. The protagonist, covering his face with his hands, lies on a path in the middle of the forest, thinking that he got out. Looking at his hands against the background of the starry sky, he thinks that now at least the body is without abrasions and bruises and no longer changes. Getting up from the ground, the guy opens the green notification system, looking at his body, thinking that his arms and legs are in place and his clothes always look like this after a fight, and he will leave the condition check for the morning. History notifications talk about animal instinct going from level 6 to 7, and increasing the sensitivity of fingers and toes and granting the ability to echolocation. Also talks about curse absorption going from level 2 to 4, and this skill gives the ability to absorb curses and the source of curses. Eyes wide open, mouth slightly open looking at the notifications, Stitch notes in his head that the level has increased, and that there is curse devouring, but he never expected that he would be able to improve the animal instinct. Looking at his hand, illuminated by the ring, the guy asks himself that he should have already left, so why then so quietly, asking the skull out loud why it is silent. Suddenly, notifications began to appear in front of the hero, which scared him, screaming, "What is this?" Notifications appear in front of him that the limit of the magic power of the artifact has increased from 100 to 159. The active skill of the air bullet is greater than the air explosion, and 2 new skills have been unlocked in the active skill, including a crossword. Looking at the notification system, the guy with a serious face asks himself in his head about the air explosion and the crossword, and did he really grow so much thanks to the artifact, and why did so many things become available? The notifications say that the process of opening additional abilities of the Memento Mortem artifact is underway, and unlocking is possible if the conditions are met. The next notification says that the current number of absorbed artifacts is 1, and the amount of stored magic is 8305. The notification then shows a list of blocked abilities. Clyde, wiping away tears with his hand, says that it can be repaired, and he will even try to strengthen it. Smiling, looking at the old man, Stitch tells him that if the master says so, then he should also help out a little. Putting various things on the master's table with his hand, the guy says that there are spare parts for traps from the dungeon, and there is also loot from monsters. Putting out another bag of scattered gold, Stitch tells the old man that this is an advance and there are about 3,000 crowns. Opening his eyes, Clyde stared at the money in silence, listening to the protagonist say that he hoped it would be enough to repair and strengthen the weapon, as well as a couple of capsules. Waving his hand at the old man in the green robe with a bag on his back, the boy tells him to keep working. The night sky illuminates a 2-story forest house, to which the story tells that this is Dalton's tavern, which the protagonist enters. A happy Dalton with a smile on his face looks at the hero, asking him if he has returned yet. Looking at Stitch scratching his head, he listens to his question about whether it was he who recently scolded him for destroying the dungeon, or someone just liked his prey, to which Dalton with a sly smile replies that the black market has already taken the bait, asking the guy if he knows about it. Waving his hand at the owner of the house, Stitch says that they will discuss it sometime later, adding that he wants to rest a little upstairs, to which the man laughs and answers positively, noting that if he needs anything, then let the guy just ask. Sighing and looking after the guy, Dalton admits that he did not think that Stitch would destroy the dungeon alone. The door of the protagonist's room slams shut. The guy in pants and a black t-shirt falls onto the bed, remaining silent. Looking at the ring, raising his hand in front of him, Stitch tells his ring to wake up. The disgruntled ring begins to ignite, asking the hero the word "what?" In a moment, he comes out of the ring fluttering fire over Stitch, saying that his head is as if in a daze. Stitch asks what is this, what happens, until I activate the abilities, nothing can really be found out. Mr. Ring replies that it looks like that. Dynamic picture with Mr. Ring, who says that when he encountered you, I rebooted and thanks to which most of the skills and abilities were sealed. Mr. Ring moves into Stitch's hand and continues that I also noticed something when you absorbed the artifact yesterday. Mr. Ring continues that to be honest, the air bullet is the simplest and most basic skill that does not evolve in any way. Help, active skill air bullet stronger than air blast. Comparison of 2 pictures with different abilities and continues that however it not only adapted to you, but also evolved into a new form air blast, in short, optimized and became your special skill. Stitch lies with his hand on his forehead and says that since you can't tell me anything new, there is no need to repeat the same thing and thinks that it is interesting, only the appearance has evolved or something else. Mr. Ring looks angrily at Stitch and says that when you master it, you will be able to use it freely and it is difficult for me to explain in words, but it feels like I am remembering something long forgotten. The sphere is surrounded by a green glow and Stitch asks what kind of skill or a curse that I chose. Mr. Ring frowned and said that I will tell you about it when we clear the next dungeon and thinks that now you will not remember anyway, after which Mr. Ring asks that when we leave. Stitch turns away and says not until we get the guns from Clyde. From outside his window, Stitch can be heard saying that he needs to sleep first because he's too tired. Stitch hears a strange sound. Someone is banging on the door and yelling that Stitch, we have a problem, get up, and Stitch sat down and asks if it was Dalton and what happened. Dalton panics and yells that the name is Clyde. Inside the tavern, Stitch yells to move aside and asks where he is. Stitch and Dalton look at the wounded man and try to call out to Clyde. Stitch looks on in horror. Clyde lies there beaten while Stitch asks what's wrong and what happened. Dalton shakes his head and asks that, hey Ash, did you bring what I asked for? And he hands it to him while Dalton says that one of the customers found him lying in the alley and brought him here. Dalton opens a flask with a red liquid. He pours the contents right on Clyde's face, and Stitch tries to stop him and shouts, wait, what are you doing? He's wounded and what the hell are you doing? Clyde's wounds are magically healed, and Stitch calms down and asks what happened and says that it's a good potion, but how much does it cost? Dalton replies in bewilderment that it's not cheap, when else to use it, if not in cases like this, and Stitch says that it seems to him that Clyde is coming to his senses. Clyde comes to his senses, and Stitch asks how are you feeling, while Clyde asks where I am, Stitch, Dalton, and Stitch asks who did it. Clyde holds his temple and says that he doesn't remember exactly, but it seems that it is connected with Derek Feggery. I saw one of the attackers among his minions. Everyone shouts that it's him again, and Stitch is perplexed and asks who Derek is. Dalton grabs his head and replies that he's just a jerk and continues that he has a nasty character. But I turned a blind eye to everything, because even though he caused trouble, he never crossed the line. Dalton shows Derek 2 fingers and continues that once the runt caused a disturbance in front of everyone and I taught him a lesson for it, and apparently that's why he was watching Clyde. Clyde looks at the test tube with disappointment and continues that but that's not all, because those guys took the money that Stitch gave me and said something. A memory of Derek with a coin, who continues that until I put that freak behind bars, I will not calm down. Stitch looks in horror. Dalton closes Clyde's eyes and says that Stitch, be careful, you never know what might happen, and he replies that he shouldn't worry, I'll deal with him, and you better fix my weapon and what's with the spare parts. Clyde replies that there is no problem, I paid the advance, and when I was returning, they attacked me. Stitch leaves and points his finger and says that Dalton, send someone to the workshop, Clyde, just in case, and I will also borrow your cloak for a while. I will be back soon, do not be bored. The night sky and Mr. Ring asks if Stitch is nervous or not. Mr. Ring gets out of the ring, and Stitch says that that is enough, I just want to stretch my bones for once, to which Mr. Ring asks if Stitch will deal with them. Mr. Ring flies next to an irritated Stitch, who says that if I kill everyone I don't like, then I will turn into an animal, to which Mr. Ring replies that this is a reasonable idea, but Stitch continues that they will not get off with a simple fight. Mr. Ring says that it looks like it will be interesting. Stitch reaches out to the village and uses animal instinct. A gate and 2 guards, a man is walking towards them. Derek says that it is true, he saw it with his own eyes, to which the guard replies, let's be quieter. He continues that Jarek, forgive me, of course, but Dalton is a respectable citizen, and it is inconvenient to barge in on him because of a complaint at such a late hour, or do you think otherwise? Derek looks on in horror. Derek's comrades ask how it all went, and he himself clutches his head and says that it didn't work out and they told him to come in the morning. The man with the square asks what and why you are going out of your way for some 400 crowns, because now you have something to live on. You need to quickly break into people. Derek gets angry and remembers Dalton and says that it is not about money, I know who this Stitch is and what he does, but first you need to catch him, and then you can teach this Dalton a lesson. The man with the square turns to the figure in the cloak and says that if that is the case, then. Stitch looks angrily and says that wait, it is the same. The 3 look at Stitch, and Derek says that it is you, hey look, it is the boy I was talking about, and thinks that Stitch looks exactly like on the leaflets. Comrade Derek continues that we were racking our brains here, how to find you, and you came yourself. Stitch looks into space and says, what are you saying? I should be the one thanking you, because I haven't hit people in a long time, and now, as they say, God himself ordered it. Comrade Derek grabs him by the collar and says, what an impudent fellow you are. Mr. Ring glows. Derek doesn't understand what's happening. Stitch hits Comrade Derek so hard that he flies into an alley. Stitch clenches his fist. Comrade and Derek prepare to attack Stitch. Stitch jumps up. Mr. Ring glows on his finger, and he kicks his comrade in the face. He bounces off his comrade so hard that he flies off. Derek gets angry and shouts that you're just a piece of meat worth 400 crowns. He hits Stitch, but Stitch dodges. Derek gets hit in the chin. Stitch angrily swings his arm and asks what's wrong with you and continues that I won't calm down until I put you behind bars. He hits Derek with his hand with Mr. Ring. Derek is stunned into thinking that this freak is the one worth 400 crowns for. Stitch angrily says that it is too early and asks who gave you permission to lie on the ground. He opens the flask and says that you are in this village. Mr. Ring sticks his head out and watches as Stitch pours the contents on Derek's face and continues that he dared to touch a man who should not be touched at all. Mr. Ring notes that you have balls of steel. Stitch orders Derek to get up and thinks that this will cost you dearly. Against the background of pancakes and soup, Dalton asks what he heard, what they are talking about in the village. He wipes a large mug and says that this morning Derek was wandering the streets like a bum and asks what you did last night. Stitch stretches and replies that nothing special, just a little warm-up. Clyde calls out to Stitch. Stitch looks at Clyde and says, look who's arrived, and asks if he's finally fixed it, and Clyde replies that he's not only fixed it, but also improved it. The blade is shining, and in the background Clyde says, look, I made a wedge-shaped process at the end, and attached a wire from the inside that you brought from the dungeon. Because the sword will be even stronger, because now it has a strong destructive force even without capsules. Stitch and Dalton are perplexed. The first asks if it can really be called a sword, to which the second replies that he doesn't even know, it's a little different from those worn by swordsmen. Clyde continues, what else about the capsules? Clyde shows a bag full of capsules and says that a special gas is needed to use them, and the gnomes who know how to use it can be counted on one hand, so in this village they managed to get only 4 pieces. He hands Stitch a piece of paper and says, "Stitch, you said you were leaving soon, so I made a table of ingredients and wrote an explanation. If you show this to a specialist, he will be able to create new ones." Dalton smiles and says, "Well, and I will also ask traders from other black markets, so there will be no problem with that." And Clyde continues, "By the way, this weapon suits you perfectly." Stitch confidently puts on the sheath and says that thank you both, because the sword will be very useful to me. Clyde frowned and said, "Wait, since you have a good weapon, you need to name it somehow, because there is no other like it in the world, so you need to come up with some unique name." Stitch thought about the name. Mr. Ring gives a hint to name the sword Penetrator. Stitch smirks. He holds the blade in his hands and says, "Let it be Penetrator." In the background of the castle, someone says that His Highness, you have returned and commands to open the gates. View of the Kingdom of Venice, Brandon Castle. Someone buttons the top button. He sits in a chair and frowns. Someone knocks on his door. He puts his hand to his head and asks who is there. A man in a monocle comes in, to whom the man in the chair says that it has been a long time since we last saw each other, brother, to which Alfred replies that he should hold back on the honors and asks if there are any successes. The man in the chair sighs with displeasure and says that everything was quite good. Alfred smirks and says that I don't think so. A man in armor and on a horse, and in the background a man says that we'll see an unauthorized departure from the northern front. The army marches on and the voice continues that the unauthorized exit of one company and the invasion of a Ranka dungeon without the king's permission. A squad of men near the mountains of gold, and Alfred continues that if father finds out about this, you will not be able to resist. He prepares to flick his brother. The brother holds his head and Alfred asks what happened to the artifact. Alfred stands proudly and continues that when we get an audience with the king, then do not say anything, to which the brother is perplexed. But Alfred continues that I will come up with an alibi for you and there may be problems if you mumble incoherently, so just agree. Alfred puts a bloody bag in front of him and says to take this with you when you go to the audience hall and that there is one more thing you should not forget. Someone calls out to Prince Gerald. Gerald walks down the hall and the knights say that the king's third son and loyal servant, Gerald. Gerald says that I have come to an audience with your majesty, to which the king replies that it is good, for they have not seen each other for a long time. Sin says that I heard that you have been very busy for the last 2 weeks, to which Gerald gave a positive answer. Alfred says that your majesty, immediately after Gerald heard about the Elven uprising and human resistance in the southwest, he immediately rushed to suppress the rebellion, so there was no opportunity to report to you and I do not think that he can be blamed for this. Idol says that you say that an armed uprising of the elves, even I hear about such a thing for the first time, and yet I am a general of the Western Front, and continues that besides, why did Prince Gerald, who guarded the northern border, need to suppress a rebellion on the completely opposite side of the front? Behind Alfred stands a man with an orb and he says that it is simply a question of efficiency and calls the man behind and continues that my servant Conrad has an artifact, the Orb of Predictions, with the help of which, the ball in his hands, and in the background Alfred continues that we have discovered the place of the rebellion and passed this information to Gerald, who arrived at the castle for a regular report. Against the background of the ruins, he continues that they rebelled for a reason, because their goal was to infiltrate the Ranka dungeon to seize the artifacts. Gerald bows, while Alfred continues that if not for Gerald's immediate reaction, then everything would have turned out differently. Idril looks at the king and asks again about the artifacts. Alfred looks coldly and continues that only for this reason he broke the rules and asks if you want to say that it was all in vain. The king gives a negative answer and asks how it all ended. Gerald answers that I lost an entire company, with the exception of Lieutenant Belstock, but I managed to destroy the artifact. The king asks again about the destruction of the artifact with displeasure. Gerald continues that he was infected and I decided that it was better to destroy him since he was in the hands of the enemy. Alfred looks at his brother and continues that as proof of the fulfillment of this mission, he brought the head of their leader. Serious Gerald shows the head of an elf. The king says that it is definitely an elf. Okay, it's good that you returned safely, and continues that you should go back to your place and rest. Gerald gets up and says that I obey. Alfred smiles slyly and thinks that there is one more thing that should not be forgotten. Gerald tensely leaves, and Alfred continues that now you are in my debt. The stream, and in the background Mr. Ring says that these are some kind of frog legs, it looks like, to which Stitch is perplexed. Fried fish, and Stitch says what other frog legs, look how well fried. Mr. Ring looks at Stitch eating and says that I can't shake the feeling that the further we go southwest, the less evidence of humans there are, and asks if it might have something to do with our destination. Stitch replies that it's because of the elves. Silhouettes of a group of elves appear and Stitch continues that there is a forest not far to the southwest that contains the last and largest settlement of elves and they can't stand humans, so they try not to let strangers in. Mr. Ring says discontentedly that at least you can safely use your abilities and no one will notice, a great place to go through a dungeon. Stitch gets some water and replies that you are celebrating too early. Stitch turns to Mr. Ring and says that there are rumors that the elves here are very dangerous. Someone is running. He runs in horror and thinks that he needs to run away because they are multiples of me if they catch him. Arrows are flying. Arrows knock the man off his feet. He lies shot and attackers are on the branches. The man looks in horror at the approaching legs. Two elves stand above him and look angrily while he asks them to wait. The elf says that we will take him alive. The southwestern forest of the Kingdom of Venice, the so-called Dark Forest. Stitch goes and asks what is so mysterious about it. A dungeon or not a dungeon, I don't know, but he can't find the way. He puts his hand on the tree trunk and continues that there is no data about this place and even the search engine is slow. Stitch goes further into the forest and continues that because of the thickets you can't see the sky, and the map is useless because there is no way to determine the cardinal direction and it is not for nothing that it is called a dark forest. Stitch looks ahead in surprise, while Mr. Ring says that he found something to admire, to which Stitch replies that how can it be that a wanderer gets lost and what is this at all? A man tied to a log. Stitch asks if this is a man. The name of the Manhwa artifacts absorbed by the dungeon. Stitch pours water into the man's mouth and says, "Boy, wake up." Mr. Ring watches from the side, and Stitch says, "Well, we can't leave him like this." While Mr. Ring continues, "Stitch, get out of here." Stitch wonders why he should leave. Water monsters surround Stitch and Mr. Ring continues that although if you want to splash in the water with wild spirits, then I will not interfere. Stitch looks ahead and thinks that interesting. These corpses are going to save this guy. Water fish gnaw at someone's forearm. Stitch thinks that if I do not think of something, then they will get me too. He points his fist with Mr. Ring straight and thinks that therefore an explosion of air. An explosion of air pierces the fish. The fish fly apart into drops. Stitch carries away the tied one. The fish are waiting for him ahead. Stitch looks ahead, puzzled, and says that it is clear that since they are made of water, an air attack is nothing to them. He touches his hand with Mr. Ring to the water and asks, "What do you think of this?" Help says that the active skill is arc. The skill description says that lightning strikes the target with a low probability of activating the stun effect. A chain reaction spreads to a maximum of 5 enemies. Mr. Ring emits lightning. The water around is electrified and glows green. Stitch stretches his green hand forward. He thinks that it is eating curses. Stitch sits next to the tied-up guy and says that I have wandered into a deep thicket. They won't be able to find me here. The man comes to his senses and asks where I am and what is happening. He finally came to his senses and in a panic asks what kind of place this is, because this is not a pond, and continues that you really saved me, thank you very much, to which Stitch replies that you are so excited. Stitch calmly looks at him and says that first of all, calm down and tell me what happened and why you were tied up there. The man stares at him in confusion and says that just don't tell me that you really don't know, and thinks that it seems that you have a lot of experience points, and continues that in the dark forest there are creatures that cannot just pass by people. Someone smirks. The two sit and talk while Stitch asks what elves mean and why did you come to such a dangerous place then. The man holds the reins in his hands and says that we were heading to the capital and we needed to deliver the goods on time, so there was nothing left to do but take a shortcut through the dark forest, but on the way we came across elves. Stitch remembers the hand and the fish and says that it turns out that those torn off body parts were once your companions. The man covered his face with his hands and says that I just stood and watched all this when the elves tied me up, and they were dragged into that damn pond, and they were the ones who came to help. Stitch points at him and thinks that I can't just leave him here and says that then let's do it this way. I'll take you to the road that will lead you out of the forest, and then you can return to the village on your own, and asks that you can handle this. The man with round eyes says that yes, for such a thing I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Stitch closes his eyes and listens and says great, then give me a minute, and uses animal instinct. Stitch thinks that I felt something was wrong as soon as I entered this forest, and the further you go deeper, the less often you hear the sounds of animals, but they are here, so the exit is where the sounds are loudest and I found it. Stitch opens his eyes and says go ahead. Stitch goes forward and says Mr. Peterson. Stitch stands on the side of a small cliff and says that continue to follow this road, it will lead you, to which Peterson replies that I understand and thank you for saving me. Stitch looks at the leaving Peterson, who says that I can finally get out, I'm alive. Mr. Ring asks Stitch if he noticed the same thing as him, to which Stitch answers yes. Stitch armed himself, to which Peterson asks what he is doing and why you need a weapon. Peterson looks at him in horror and says what's going on, why all of a sudden. The sun is shining brightly, a severed arrow is flying, and Peterson is lying on the ground. Stitch angrily commands his opponent to come out and fight. A hooded creature. The creature goes on the attack. A group of elves comes forward and asks to give the man to them. Stitch asks what will happen if he refuses. The elves are perplexed. The girl says I'm not going to tell you twice, give it to him. Stitch prepares to defend himself and says that it seems you don't understand. Don't think that I'm trying to be brave here. If you want to fight, then stop talking and attack already. Mr. Ring gets angry and adds that if I weren't here, you wouldn't even resist, to which Stitch replies to shut up. The elf in the cloak asks the girl what to do, whether they should kill him. The elf closes her eyes and replies that it looks like talking will work better than violence here. Stitch asks her what she means, confused. The two in cloaks say Mistress Alina, and she replies that we are not some kind of monsters who just hurt others. I am tired of being constantly misunderstood. She raises her palm and orders them to be quiet, an order they accept while Alina addresses Stitch. Approaching Alina, who says that you know why we demand that this man be given to us. Stitch replies that he does not know and says that maybe you can explain it to me. Peterson grabs Stitch by the shoulder in horror, thinking that this could be the end of his life, and says, "What are you doing? Are you going to listen to the nonsense of these elves?" To which Stitch replies that you should not interrupt. Alina continues that before I begin to explain, I would like to hear what he told you. Trees, and in the background someone says, "What nonsense." Peterson holds Stitch in horror as Alina asks if that's the story he made up. Alina calls them to follow him as Stitch holds Peterson by the collar as Alina continues, "Human, I'll show you something interesting." Alina stands in front of the barrel. Stitch looks around in confusion. Alina looks at the barrels and says that this is the cart and asks if anything bothers him, to which Stitch says that it's in a completely different direction. Stitch looks back and continues that if they were trying to hide in the dark forest from an attack, the tracks would lead into the depths, but these are directed outward. Alina looks seriously and says that this is the first. Peterson looks down as she continues talking. Alina comes down the hill and continues that she hasn't been here long. She approaches the pond and Stitch says that if you go down there, to which she replies that this is our territory. He looks down in bewilderment while she continues that there will be no problems. A bitten hand is thrown onto the shore and Alina continues that this is the second one and asks why he called them his companions. Alina looks at Stitch and says that all the people who were in this forest had the same labels, and if you know, then try to tell what it means. Stitch gets angry and says that Peterson, how cleverly you deceived me. Stitch grabs Peterson by the wrist and continues that you have no excuse and this is the sign of a slave trader. Peterson screams in rage that what difference does it make? Because you are a human, and why did you so easily believe these pointy-eared ones and not stand up for me? Stitch hits Peterson in the face. Stitch looks down and asks that maybe you will shut up. He clenched his fist and continued that if you were so smart, you shouldn't have hidden the truth, and what's the point of doing something you're ashamed of yourself for? Peterson listens in horror as Stitch continues that you're still yapping about me not standing up for you. Alina interrupts him and asks what you will do and what you will say now. Stitch clenches his fist. Alina watches carefully. Peterson gets up. He starts to run. Alina says, "I will do it myself." Peterson is shot in the shoulder and screams. Alina is standing with a bow in front of the shot Peterson. A couple of arrows in his legs. Stitch looks at her and thinks that she hit a moving target so easily. She stands with one foot on Peterson, and Stitch notes that she also hit the most painful place, while Peterson asks for forgiveness. He raises his hands in despair and screams that if you pity me, I promise to never run into you again and I will improve. Stitch closes his eyes, and Peterson continues, "Listen, I think you said that you are a wanderer. Save me. We are people after all. I will do whatever you ask." He still asks him to spare him. A bow is pressed to his forehead, and Peterson asks for help. The arrow plunges into the water, and someone notes that this happened unexpectedly. Alina wipes the tip of the arrow and says that you are of the same race after all. I thought that you would at least try to protect him. Stitch calmly replies that it is a pity. But first I want to say that I am one of those who cannot restrain their anger, so blocking your attack would be pretense or stupidity. Alina aims at Stitch and says that means, "Do you understand why I should destroy everyone who wanders here?" To which Stitch replies that of course, but I also know that the people of Venice consider elves very dangerous. She releases the arrow. Stitch smirks at the flying arrow and continues that I did not come here to count crows and I am not going to wait for a knife in my back. The arrow plunges into the ground. Alina jumps back and thinks what it was because he didn't even move. She looks at Stitch in shock. Stitch is half with Mr. Ring's face, while Alina thinks that he is a magician, but you can't tell by his appearance. The first tablet says that the active skill is recovery, physical strength and injuries are automatically healed. The second tablet says that the active skill is crosswind. The wind pushes away from the body and neutralizes the trajectory of the projectile. The longer the use time, the higher the power consumption. She looks in shock and thinks that this ring is a magic item. A squad of elves spoke in their native language and prepared to attack Stitch. Two in cloaks jumped. They are on the branches aiming at Stitch. The tablet says that the active skill is a level 5 explosive shot, and if you fight against 2 or more opponents, the fire hits one target and adds efficiency to the equipment. Stitch holds his fist in front of him and arrows are flying at him. He closes his eyes and uses the crosswind ability. Both elves look at Stitch in shock. The arrows hit the tree trunk behind him and Stitch says that, by the way, if you were counting on this outcome anyway, then why did you tell me the details? Alina shoots and replies that we wanted to show that we don't kill anyone without a reason. Mr. Ring says don't waste your magic power. Stitch, even if the limit has increased, you've already used 125 units out of a possible 150, to which Stitch says that I know without you. Stitch cuts the arrows with his blade and thinks, well, it wasn't hard to block her because she was always aiming for the head. Alina prepares to fire another shot, and Stitch continues that although it's stupid to defend herself all the time, she'll at least lose an arm or a leg if I attack, to which Mr. Ring asks if you're kidding and continues that there won't be a wet spot left of her. Mr. Ring glows in Stitch's fist and the latter thinks that nothing can be done and uses an explosion, to which Mr. Ring notes that Stitch is a strong guy. An explosion of air breaks the ground. The elves look around in confusion. The elf shouts something in his language. Stitch attacks him with his foot. The elf did not dodge. Alina looks at this from the side and thinks that with an ordinary magic item you can't use several types of magic. She stares seriously and says that maybe this ring is an artifact. Stitch looks at Mr. Ring and confirms her words because he got it himself. Alina is shocked. Something in Elvish. Stitch dodges the arrows. Alina swears in rage in Elvish. Stitch panics and asks Mr. Ring what she is muttering there, and it seems to me, or did she say something bad about us? To which Mr. Ring replies that she says that it is not a sin to throw a curse at such a face. Stitch is confused as Alina jumps to attack. Stitch turns around and Alina is right in front of him. Stitch looks at her and prepares to take the blow. The arrow flies. Stitch asks what and why me and gets an arrow in the chest. Stitch sits shot. The wound is bleeding. The sign says that the active skill is recovery, physical strength is restored, and wounds are automatically healed. Alina looks angrily. The wound is covered with a green glow and Alina is confused about its restoration. She shoots again. Stitch blocks with his hand. Stitch looked at her seriously and thinks that she is looking down on me, and I thought I could stand up to elves. He gives the arrow and Alina notes that the recovery skill is extremely useful. He points Mr. Ring at her and he thinks that even if he aims and shoots, there is still a risk of missing and uses an air burst. Alina is horrified. She shoots again. She redirects his attack to the arrow. Mr. Ring is indignant that this is even possible. Stitch looks at the arrow and thinks that what is it? An arrow? A single arrow interfered with my attack. Mr. Ring says that the air burst skill is a concentrated magical power that forms a projectile. Stitch points Mr. Ring at Alina, and he continues that if you hit an unformed projectile, then with the help of the skill of dispersing magical power you can destroy it, but this is only theoretical. Mr. Ring is aimed at Alina, and he continues that the core is like dust and has no color. It is almost impossible to understand the situation in 2 seconds with one movement. Shoot and hit. She aims again, and Mr. Ring notes that this elf is not so simple. Stitch blocks the arrows with his blade and says that I think so too. He goes for a frontal attack. She dodges. The handle of the blade clicks. The blade hits the ground. Alina blocks the pieces of dirt with her hands and thinks what an unusual weapon, because I didn't think he had anything left. He goes through the dust to attack the girl. She shoots straight at him. Stitch uses crosswind. Alina frowns and thinks that he changed the trajectory with the wind and then I'll blow his head off when I get closer. Stitch attacks with his fist with Mr. Ring, and she notices that she's attacking at such a distance. Mr. Ring glows. Alina frowns and thinks that I'll block his skill as soon as he shoots his ring and aims for his head. Mr. Ring looks angrily. She decides to attack now. Stitch's fist is right in front of her face. He hits her in the face. He smirks and thinks that no matter how maneuverable the elves are, he goes on the attack again and continues that they are unable to move in the air and there's nothing to be done about it. He grabs her by the collar. Stitch swings his head and says that even overdeveloped feelings. He is about to hit her with his forehead and continues that they can be a problem. Someone's voice. Alina opens her eyes and Stitch says that for the first time since fencing lessons I meet such a strong opponent. Alina is furious and asks what is the matter. Stitch responds. The tied-up Alina asks why did you come to this forest, or were you already going to kill your own kind? To which Stitch thinks that you will say the same. Kill answers that I did not come here for the elves. I did not even think of fighting anyone. Stitch gets up and says that however, you will pay for wanting to deal with me. She looks down, and Stitch tells her to get ready. Food, money, and a scroll. Stitch rummages through their bags and says that I was kind to you. At first I thought that I would not return from this battle alive. Alina cries out in surprise, to which Stitch looks at the map and replies that I think this is enough. Why are you so surprised? Stitch continues that I am warning you just in case. I only need a dungeon in this forest and thinks that it looks like there are 3 of them and continues that great, now I will not lose my way. He puts the map in his bag and says that he will lend him the map for a while. If we meet again, I will return it. Alina asks him to wait. Stitch waves his hand and replies that no need and I am going, but Alina continues to shout that she should wait. Human. She asks him to come back. Stitch looks ahead and holds the map and says that so that's what it is. In front of him is an entrance in the trunk of a tree, and he continues that without a map. I have walked around here so many times and did not think that the entrance would be under the tree, and Mr. Ring notes that it is strange to hear this from a person who travels and makes a living from this. Stitch enters and continues that if this was a normal dungeon, then because of magic, a tree would not have grown in this place. Stitch looks at something green and says that this is very unusual. He stands in the tree and Mr. Ring asks, "What are you so surprised about?" To which Stitch replies that this is the first time I have seen a plant grow in a dungeon. Stitch touches the wall and uses the pathfinding ability. The sign says that, "Warning, you are not qualified to use the pathfinding skill." Stitch thinks that as I thought, I do not have experience exploring such dungeons, so my skill does not work here. He draws his sword and continues that if so, then he uses animal instinct. He listens. He hits the floor with his hand, and Mr. Ring says that, "Oh, you are finding the path by the echoes of the sword strike, some kind of visualization of sound." Mr. Ring raises an eyebrow and says that you definitely won't starve to death and asks when you started going underground, to which Stitch replies that you started when you were 12. Stitch stands up and pokes the blade into the ground, saying that if you want to do what you love and not starve to death, you have to be inventive. He walks forward and continues that, by the way, we've already gone so deep, something should have appeared by now, but it's suspiciously quiet. Stitch's boots and he continues that we would have definitely heard the monster's heartbeat if it were here. Mr. Ring says that these people, the problem is always in their language, and Stitch looks ahead in horror and confirms his words. A monster has gathered from the branches of the tree in front of them, and Mr. Ring says that whoever said that excess is also a problem. Mr. Ring says that your enemy is the roots of Lygos. Stitch looks up and says that means all the roots nearby perceive me as an enemy. Mr. Ring says that it's better not to touch them. The roots attack Stitch, while he thinks that there are only plants around and there is no heart in them, so finding the enemy is still a hassle. He defends himself with a blade and continues that, however, I am one of the few who hunted exactly such creatures and noticed something. The roots attack from all sides. Stitch jumps back. He looks at the roots. Stitch swings and says that there are a lot of them. Stitch cuts the roots with a blade. They aim at him again and he continues that but the level is so-so. They grabbed him and Mr. Ring says that I think now is not the time to engage in empty chatter. The roots dig into his skin and he asks what is this, to which Mr. Ring replies that I told you not to touch them. Stitch looks at his hand in horror and replies that you will read the lectures later. Wait, it is sucking my blood, it really sucks. More and more roots grab him, and he continues that okay, I just wanted to know that these reddish roots are what the monster uses to suck blood from living creatures and grow due to this. The plant is strangling him, and Stitch notices that they are getting closer. Stitch clenches his teeth and uses crosswind. The wind passes along his hand. Pieces of the plant fly apart, which surprises Mr. Ring. Stitch stands with a hole in his hand, and Mr. Ring says that this skill is not actually designed for this and a little more and the beef would have dried. Stitch uses recovery and replies that who are you calling beef and I'll improve the moment when you are distracted and hit you once. Stitch holds out his palm and says that now, let's try something more serious. A fireball forms in his palm and he continues that a tree definitely won't stand up to that. The sign says that the active skill is fireball, launches a spherical fire projectile that sets fire to everything in its path, allows you to accumulate energy and shoot harder. It launches a huge fireball. Stitch looks ahead and is surprised, because no matter what anyone says, everything around is burning, and Stitch continues that the effect is simply amazing, to which Mr. Ring adds that he should absorb all the magical power. Stitch grins and says that's great and now, eat it. Smoke flies in different directions from the trunk of the tree. Stitch glows blue and flies out. He turns around and says that it's clear. The sign says that the magical powers of the Mortem Moment artifact have increased to 250 and you get 2 new skills, including the active skill Reactive Skin. Stitch reads this and says that's cool, and now we should figure out the abilities. The tablet says that the absorbed artifact answers that the amount of stored magical energy is 4563. He reads the list of closed abilities, the Curse of the Devourer, Synchro, Caesar, and so on, and asks that the magical power is not enough even so. Alina lands behind him while he says that nothing can be done. He is attacked. He defends himself with a blade in horror and asks what do you want? Alina hesitantly says that I did not come to fight. He puts the sword in its sheath and replies that I thought you wanted to fight again and almost hit you and asks why you came. Is it because of the map? But I said that I would return it when I finish my business. She sits on her knee and replies that it is not because of the map, you can take everything, but return only one thing. He asks in confusion what kind of thing, to which he receives the word medallion in response. Stitch thinks about the medallion and holds something similar in his hands with a question whether this is what she needs. Alina looks at him and says please give it back, but she is called out to. 2 come to her aid and one says how lucky you are to be alive, we asked you not to go alone. Stitch stands there discontentedly with the medallion, while the elves are surprised and ask where he got it from. Stitch hits the elf in the solar plexus, and the second one there too. The elf calls Alina mistress. Alina is perplexed. Stitch is also perplexed. Mr. Ring looks out and asks what is going on. Alina is kneeling in front of Stitch, who covers his face and listens to her pleas for him to give her the medallion back, because in return she is ready to do whatever he tells her. Stitch folds his arms over his chest and says, "What are you even thinking when you say such things, and how do you know what I will order you to do, and what if I turn out to be a villain?" Alina thought about it and replied that since you put it that way, I doubt you can be called bad. She remembers how she stepped on Peterson and continues that even more so since you left the person you had saved earlier alive after you found out that he was doing evil, and it seems to me that you are far from being a villain. Stitch holds up the medallion and says that okay, let's say that's true, but what kind of medallion is it, and is it really that important to you? Stitch looks at the medallion and continues that if you don't want to, you don't have to say it, because since you need it so much, I will return it. He shows her his finger and says that I have one condition. Alina closes her eyes and replies that you can say it, because I promise to do anything and I intend to keep my word. Stitch says that I will destroy all the dungeons in this forest. Alina agrees, but then is perplexed. Stitch says that you help me, and when I reach the end, I will return the medallion to you. Alina agrees. Stitch leaned towards Alina and, raising his finger, said that since she needed him so much, he would return him, but he had one condition. The girl asked fearfully what the conditions were, to which he replied that she would go with him. Looking into her eyes, he continued to tell her to help him avoid encounters with elves while he was looking for dungeons, and if they did come across him on the way, she would have to cover for him. She could say whatever came to mind, that he was her slave or that he was accompanying a criminal. It didn't matter how the interrogation took place, let her come up with any excuse. Alina looked ahead in fear for a few seconds, and Stitch continued to tell her to simply help avoid encounters with elves that they might come across on the way. After a few seconds, the girl answered well. Looking at her hand, in which lay a small piece of paper, it was written that she would be gone for a few days, and if the elder asked, let her say that she had gone on reconnaissance. The elf remembered how she looked at the tree with a smile as a child, and then thought that the forest had been her home since birth. She remembered how her grandmother stroked her head, and continued to think that the grandmother who raised her told her many different stories, including about people. According to her, people greedy for other people's goods are ready to commit any crime for their own benefit. She imagined the frightening faces of people around whom money was pouring out. She continued to think that in reality, among all those who passed into the forest, there was not a single selfless person. Looking ahead, she thought about this guy. Walking right behind him and holding a blue lantern in her hand, she wondered who, except for evil criminals, showed their good sides. Stitch, walking ahead, turned pale and then wondered what was happening. It became hard for him to breathe. The ring on his hand with the skull replied that two warring races were forcibly united into one team. How strange that they were trying to play at friendship. Then the protagonist turned around with a smile and raised his hand, then apologized for making her go with him. The elf interrupted and said that she did not know whether he was good or bad, but she definitely did not call him good. Calmly looking ahead, she continued to say why he wanted to conquer the dungeon. If it was all about items and artifacts, then why did a person choose the dungeon of this forest? Stitch scratched the back of his head for a few seconds and then heard the girl's voice, who said that there were many others outside the elf territory. The protagonist, exhaling, hit himself in the face with his hand and said that it would take him a long time to explain, maybe he could tell someone else. Alina raised her lantern and dedicated it to the road in front of her, and then said that she understood. We are transferred to 4 days later. The protagonist is descending down the dungeon on a rope, saying that it is not difficult to get in here. Although the passage is deep, the entrance is hidden so that any scoundrels do not stick their noses in. The abyss is too deep. Continuing to descend down the rope, he heard a rumble near the wall, and then added that there are all kinds of dungeons. He turned his eyebrows in the direction of the noise, and then, making a dash to the side, he stuck his sword into the wall. A huge ant ran out from another corner, cutting his rope. Stitch shouted that there are insects here. Swinging his sword, he thought that insect monsters are easy to defeat. Having stuck his sword right into the ant's mouth, that it is enough to simply break their joints. The insect carcass along with Stitch landed on the ground. He saw the elf in front of him, and then asked if she was okay. Alina, frowning, told him to be careful. She stood still and watched as a huge ant crawled out of the cave, then she said that it was a giant ant. The monster, opening its mouth wide, rushed to attack, making terrible sounds. At the last second, the girl managed to dash upward and dodge the blow. Then she swung her sickle several times. Streams of air rushed towards the enemy at great speed, causing him to flip over and fall to the ground. Alina rushed past him at great speed, cutting his body into pieces. Suddenly, she looked ahead in fear. She saw a huge beetle, which, opening its mouth, was approaching her. Then she thought that there was another one. The protagonist kicked with all his might, throwing it aside. The ant was able to stop and looked menacingly ahead. and then a second later, opening his mouth, he rushed into battle, making a loud sound. Red eyes appeared from the darkness behind him, quickly approaching the heroes. Stitch, gritting his teeth, put his left hand forward, an orange sphere appeared in it, and then he added that it should stay behind. The ant slammed his jaws, and the protagonist, putting his hand forward, released a fireball. His ring said that let everything burn to hell. A huge pillar of fire struck everything that was in front of him. The monster opened its mouth in fear, quickly burning in a strong flame. Alina watched all this in fear. She thought that these were abilities, which meant that his attacks when he fought her were just flowers. Stitch adjusted his hand. Looking at the creatures he struck, he said that they had an unusual smell. Alina stepped forward and, looking at the completely burnt cave, said how many skills can be used with this one artifact. Stitch replied that no less than 10. And then, looking at the corpses of monsters, he added that what is the point of them dying like this? They throw themselves into the fire so that it does not spread deep into the dungeon. Then the protagonist stepped on one ant with his foot, saying that if monsters are going to do such a thing, Alina, looking ahead, said that it is too late to say this, but the dungeon is called Small Bing. Here, as they managed to notice, mainly insects live, in particular ants. Watching how the protagonist gathered all the bodies in a pile, she added that most of them have strong armor. Stitch replied that it is noticeable. He put his hand forward and with the help of the ring absorbed the power from the ants. Alina, watching this, thought that it was eating curses and then said that all artifacts basically have such properties. Turning around, Stitch replied that no, perhaps she would not believe it. Did it really look so strange that she could not take her eyes off it? The girl looked ahead with displeasure and then replied that magic control was different from energy control. Stitch put his hand forward towards the green sphere and then heard the elf add that he was extracting a deeper essence. The protagonist, looking at his ring, said that this artifact was a monster capable of manifesting magic, and besides, it was a dead man, meaning it could not harm a person. Alina came closer and, frowning, asked that it could not harm a person. Without waiting for an answer, she followed deeper into the cave, adding that they needed to go further. The ring, looking at the protagonist, said that he was thinking about the same thing as she was. Stitch replied that it was not about that. Entering the dark cave after the elf, he said that it was too late, of course, to ask, but he could be trusted. The ring replied that he had a choice, to which he said that, of course, no. After a while, they came to a fork in the cave. In front of him, he said that they had already gone deep and everything was very confusing here. To which Alina replied that this was precisely why even elves did not poke their noses into this dungeon once again. The protagonist told her to wait a little. He would clean it up. Then he hit the walls of the dungeon with all his might with his sword and used animal instinct. After which he closed his eyes. Waves came from his mind. Opening his eyes in fear, he thought about how this was possible. He saw a huge number of red eyes and various ants crawling towards them, and then he wondered why there were so many of them. A picture of this dungeon appeared in front of him. They were at the very beginning, and there were many passages everywhere in which there was a huge number of ants. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that he would, of course, try to determine by sounds. But this dungeon has a complex structure. For the first time he encounters this, moreover, he hears that all the passages are completely filled with ants. A huge amount of noise entered his ears. He thought that he felt too much movement. They interfere with accurately constructing a diagram. Alina, looking at her comrade, said that this is a complex dungeon, which no one has yet managed to go to the end. It is impossible to track down the guard using conventional means. Hearing this, Stitch clenched his teeth and said out loud what they should do then. Suddenly they heard some noise and turned around in fear, and then told him to hide. The protagonist did not have time to answer anything. The girl grabbed him by the throat and dragged him to her. She covered herself and him with a cloak, and then whispered that he should not breathe and be quiet. Two huge paws hit the floor, and from the dark cave appeared a huge ant, which had a white larva in its teeth. Looking ahead, Stitch whispered that they do not see them. The elf activated the camouflage cloak skill, which merges with nearby objects and hides from the sight of others. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the ring, surrounded by a green aura, looked at the protagonist and said that such a simple way can be tracked. It seems they saw the ashes and went out to check whether it is worth moving their dolls. It was Stitch who asked what dolls. With their help it will be possible to track. To which the ring presented a huge queen and told him to think for himself that he was turning into a chrysalis. The protagonist replied that, of course, a caterpillar, to which he continued to say that this means that these caterpillars appear from the queen ant. If this is an ant cave and there is a dungeon, then it is the queen that will be in the most guarded place, and those who are near her are the guards of the dungeon. Isn't that natural? Hearing this, Stitch looked ahead in surprise and whispered that he was cooking again. He suggests finding the location of the queen with the help of ants that are laying eggs. The green skull, looking menacingly ahead, added that if he understood, then let him use it immediately after the ants appear. The huge ant holding a larva in its mouth disappeared. Sitting on the floor, she looked at her comrade and said that the idea was certainly good, but this dungeon had not appeared yesterday, and she did not think that no one had tried to do this before. If this method worked, the elves would have cleared this cave long ago. No. The flying skull nearby replied that it was easy to say. The narrow passages leading to the guard were clogged with ants. How could 10 elves deal with them? Then he looked menacingly in front of him and added that he should not worry. He had some thoughts about this. Let him act simply, and that's all. The entire cave was filled with fire in a second, and something exploded in the center. The protagonist stretched his hand forward and used a fireball. At this time, the elf covered him and herself from the explosions. Then Stitch looked at the ring and said that it was great. He was talking about this method, to which the ring replied that it was still far away, and let him go forward. The protagonist grabbed his sword, and then with one deft movement, the ant in 2 parts. Meanwhile, Alina pulled the bowstring, and with an accurate shot, she hit the tendons of the red ant. It fell to the ground. Stitch continued to use flame, which completely destroyed the ants that were in front of him. He looked menacingly ahead, and then released a strong flame at the newly arrived black ant. He looked at his ring, and then said that there were too many of them, and then thought that with the help of Alina's skill he would create a commotion, and then look for a quieter place. What kind of method is this? The ring asked that he was unhappy with something. The protagonist used animal instinct. Energy waves went in different directions from him. Looking into the dark cave, he thought that no, it seems he feels something nearby, as if someone's admiration. Meanwhile, Alina looked at the dark bracelet and asked what it was. Stitch turned to her and said that they had almost reached the very end. There was very little left. The girl continued to examine the bracelet, from which dark energy came. Suddenly, he hit her, and she dropped it on the floor. The protagonist, examining the fallen bracelet, said that it was made by the hands of elves. Most likely, these things belonged to those who died in this dungeon, and then their bodies were eaten by maggots, but even if he picked them up, he still could not give them to the families of the dead. Then a green skull appeared near him and said that if no one needed them, they could take them for themselves. They would be useful for the aura of the damned. Stitch closed his eyes and imagined a green sphere in his head, and then thought that such a strong skill requires cursed items, but would an elf allow a person to take elven items? He approached the girl and, pointing his finger towards the items, said that he could take them for himself since no one else needed them, to which she replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. She, looking ahead warily, replied that he was in his right mind. These were cursed items. If he was unlucky, he could die. The protagonist smiled and, looking at his ring, replied that it was guarded by artifacts, so she should not worry about them. Alina replied that she did not know what he was planning. Then she watched for a few seconds as Stitch approached the artifacts, and then said that if there were no problems, yes, let him do as he wanted. Meanwhile, the skull laughed and said that these trinkets would be very useful to them. Let them collect everything. Stitch smiled and put all the artifacts on his body and hit himself on the fist, then said that great, now they will move on. Suddenly, something stood in their way, and he added that the monster in the middle must be a guard. They saw a huge pink queen, next to which were 2 black ants. The queen looked menacingly in front of her and then made nasty sounds. Alina pulled the bowstring and then shouted that they should not hesitate. Several arrows hit the queen, and she, raising her head, screamed loudly. Suddenly, the larvae began to shake. The protagonist and the girl watched in fear as paws appeared from the larvae. They jumped back and watched this. A huge number of ants began to emerge from the eggs. Stitch, looking at this, said that it really looks disgusting. Alina, turning around, said that another whole flock was approaching from behind. Turning around, the protagonist saw many red eyes approaching from the cave. He clenched his teeth and thought about the ants in front, the ants behind, these stupid ants on all sides. Then he stretched out his hand and released a fireball, thinking about how he needed to stop chatting and finish off the queen. A black ant appeared jumped towards the queen on the fireball. Looking at this, Stitch frowned in displeasure and thought that they had already managed to grow and were now guarding the queen. Looking at the huge number of opponents, the green skull laughed and said that it was amazing. He knew what they could do. The protagonist replied that of course, the solution to all problems is the aura of the damned. Suddenly, Alina turned around sharply and shouted for him to listen. She would deal with those behind, and he for now. But the protagonist, without listening to her, turned towards the ants that were approaching from behind, and, putting his left hand forward, said that it was not necessary, let her step aside. He used an air blast, and a huge stream of wind was directed towards the entrance, bringing down a huge amount of stones. Looking at the blocked passage, Stitch said that great, they dealt with the soldier ants. Taking a few steps forward, he added that now. He looked at the huge number of opponents that hatched from eggs, and the queen, and then said that now he would proceed to the nasty goosebumps. He took out all the cursed items with a smile and adjusted them, and then said that he would make a sacrifice for the sake of a new ability. He imagined a cursed Kai dagger, and then thought that cursed items equipment that lies abandoned in the dungeon for a long time are exposed to cursed energy. Then an image of a man gritting his teeth, taking the dagger in his hands and covering himself in a dark aura appeared in his mind. He thought that the items that became cursed would eventually cause harm to their users, such as reducing physical abilities and creating anomalies, so no one but the researcher touched them. Smiling as he remembered how he had put them all on himself, he thought that the power of the Memento Mortem artifact suppressed the cursed items, and they could be carried around without any problems. Then an image of a green sphere appeared in his mind, and he thought that one groove, the aura of the curse, would cancel this suppression, which would debuff enemies nearby. As he approached the queen and the other ants, he thought that it was truly a double-edged sword. Then suddenly, he called out to the frightened Alina and told her to stay out of trouble and stand there. He looked at the cursed bracelet, and then he squeezed it and said the aura of the damned. A second later, purple energy spread from him in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The queen of the ants was completely filled with this energy. Her body began to shake. All the ants fell to the floor, unable to resist. The protagonist's entire face was sweating. He looked menacingly in front of him, and then said that what kind of power he released, he did everything right. The green skull answered him that the aura of the damned works exactly like that. Now let the elf finish the rest. Looking at the frightened girl, Stitch screamed. Unable to move, he continued to scream for Alina to finish off the queen, because he would not be able to hold her back for long. The elf, pulling 2 arrows on the bowstring, replied that these damn ant bastards were payment for the fact that they ate her brothers. Several arrows flew forward at great speed, and a second later they pierced the body of the queen ant. The rest of the bugs snorted in fear at the sight of the dying queen. Their pincers rushed towards the heroes. Suddenly Stitch grabbed his companion by the neck and, using the ring, told her to cover her ears and stand still. Then he used an electric arc. Green lightning spread throughout the room. He smiled and added, saying devouring the damned. Green particles rain down on the darkness. Then Alina appears in front of us. She holds her right hand on the arrows and says that for the first time she sees such a reckless and at the same time strange person like him. Smiling, he looks at his ring, holding his hand near his heart, saying that he cannot say anything in his defense. His ring lit up, and then a system message appeared that the limit of the magical powers of the artifact has increased, increasing the level of the skill of devouring the damned. Squeezing the map of himself in his hand, a blue glow appeared around him, and he added with a smile that so, the second dungeon is cleared, now they need to use the escape. We are transferred 3 days later. The protagonist, walking forward with his companion, says that the last dungeon will be called the Red Tree, to which Alina replied that it is. This is the oldest and most brutal dungeon in the forest. Stitch looked at the green skull with a smile and told her not to worry. He has become much stronger than he was in Small Bing. The girl turned back and told him to listen to the end. She means that the danger is posed by the elves. After taking a few steps, she stopped and added that the Red Tree dungeon is located near the place where the elves live. It will be difficult to slip past the elves without being noticed, as they have done so far. Now he must listen to her and do what she says. Then she extended her hand to him, and Stitch asked in surprise what was wrong with her. She reached down and placed her hand on the footprint on the path, saying that it was an old footprint and did he know who left it? The protagonist replied a deer, probably. Looking at the footprint, Alina said that it looked like, no, this footprint was from the peculiar boots of the Striders. Looking ahead, she continued to say that in the dark forest there are elf scouts, among whom only the most elite can receive a special position. Thanks to the hostile skill, the Striders are unrivaled in pursuit, and even the few who know about them tremble with fear. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his companion and, apologizing, said that he had never even heard such a word. If they are so outstanding, people must surely know about them, right? Alina, looking menacingly in front of her, replied that these guys do not leave alive those who learned about their existence. Stitch looked at her silently for a few seconds, and the girl, having gone further, answered that if they attacked openly, maybe he had the upper hand, but if they had sneaked up from behind when he did not expect it, he would have gone to his forefathers before he understood where the finger was coming from. If he understood everything, they needed to get going faster. Suddenly Alina stopped. The protagonist asked what this time, to which the girl answered that it was strange. She frowned and said that she did not hear the sounds of animals. The protagonist, having looked at her, answered that it was strange. The animals in the dark forest themselves were quiet, and then he used animal instinct. Huge waves spread throughout the forest, and then he wondered what it was. He did not feel anything around him at all. Alina looked in front of her and said that it seemed that someone was hunting them. She would try to determine his position. Then she thought about why they were openly hunting them, but did not try to come closer. She closed her eyes and activated the hostility detection skill, which allows her to detect hostility. The higher the skill level, the more information can be obtained about the enemy's location, attack time, and so on. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in fear, seeing red energy in front of her, and thought that this was not hostility. Looking at her companion's aura, she thought that it was killing intent. Then, opening her mouth wide, she shouted for him to listen because they were being pursued. Danger. A second later, a huge hole appeared in Stitch's body. He looked at his shoulder in fear, from which a fountain of blood spurted, and then they fell to the floor together. An arrow was stuck in a tree not far from them. Two elves watched them menacingly from the bushes. A few seconds later, Alina ran up to Stitch and examined his wound. And then an arrow fell near her, and she turned around in fear. Then two elves came out of the bushes, and one of them, smiling, raised his hand and, greeting Alina, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She, turning around, frowned and shouted what Chester was up to. The elf girl with green hair came forward and said menacingly that she was in no position to ask questions. Chester, who was standing next to her, smiled and told her to relax. Meanwhile, Alina, lowering her head, thought that even Ida was here. Then the elf pulled the bowstring and added that how dare she bring a person to their territory, apparently she is fearless. A second later, she looked ahead in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Alina fell to her knees and put her hands out to the sides, saying that no, they do not know. Ida asked what she understands what she is doing now. Alina, looking ahead, answered that this person simply needed to get to the red tree. There is a task that they must complete together. Then Chester leaned over to the bag and, taking out a sign column, said that, let's say that so, the keeper's relic was taken away and even threatened, and this, apparently, is not a simple person. Then he, looking at the frightened Alina, added that she, too, was once a strider. Ada, looking ahead, added that they will listen to her justification about this relic at the meeting. After a while, we are transferred to the elf village. Chester drags the protagonist on his shoulder. He looks with a smile at his old acquaintance and asks why she is not smiling. After all, she returned after so much time. She answers something so that he shuts up. The elf, walking forward, adds, asking what kind of person this is. He lost so much blood, but still has not died. Hearing this, Alina turned around, saying that if he knew how valuable this person was, he would not treat him like that. Then, looking displeasedly in front of himself, he replied that this was nonsense. Let him try talking like that in front of the elders, that is, in front of his grandmother. Meanwhile, Ada turned to them and told them to be quiet because the elder was here. A girl with white long hair and a large green cloak appeared in front of them. She folded her hands and said that they had worked hard. All three elves bowed before her, and then she turned to them, saying that they had not seen the keeper of the relic for a long time. Hearing this, Alina looked ahead silently for a few seconds, and then the elder looked at the protagonist lying on the floor and asked who this person was that Chester brought. He turned around and replied that it wasn't enough for him to steal the relic from the keeper. He also dared to threaten her. They caught him near the village, and they needed to determine his identity. The elder turned around and said that it was a relic, and he wasn't dead yet. Chester looked at the protagonist's restored right shoulder and said that, to be honest, they themselves didn't know. The torn flesh had healed, he had lost a lot of blood. An ordinary person would have died of shock long ago, but his heart was still beating. The elder, turning away abruptly, went to the tower, telling Testo to bleed and put him in prison. They would discuss his punishment later and let Alina follow her. Meanwhile, Stitch's companion lowered her head and replied that she obeyed. We were transferred to a spacious room to a table. The elder goes forward, saying that the dungeon, the red tree, has reached a level where it is difficult to contain. They are already at the limit of their capabilities, to which Alina asks how much it has grown. The elder continues to speak, imagining in her mind how the elf is being pulled in by red tentacles, that the spirit is about to go beyond the border of the dungeon. Just a few days ago, several villagers were kidnapped by the dungeon. Imagining the shrine in her mind, she added that it is more like a living creature that seeks to expand its territory at every opportunity. They are no longer able to suppress this aggressive nature with the help of striders and soldiers. They have less and less time to protect the village. Lowering her head and frowning, she added that despite such a difficult situation, she not only allowed the man to take the relic, but also became his guide. Sweat began to flow down Alina's face. She was about to say something, but at that moment the elder interrupted her and said that she and the other elders were not going to turn a blind eye to what had happened and leave this matter unpunished. Olivia would also give her consent. Meanwhile, the protagonist, lying on the ground, heard a voice from the ring telling him to get up. Rising, he grabbed his face with trembling hands, asking what was going on. Looking around, he saw a huge arena. Screams were heard everywhere that he needed to be killed, a bloody trial for a dirty man. The green skull, looking at him, said that he had finally woken up and he could heal, but he was not able to awaken. Now he must listen carefully. He would explain briefly. Skull remembered how Stitch was pierced by an arrow and said that he was hit by an arrow from the elves and he was about to leave for another world, but he barely managed to save her. He lay unconscious for 3 days. Looking around the arena, Skull added that now he ended up in a place that serves as both a meeting room and a public execution place where they are holding a trial over him. Suddenly, the elder stood up and shouted for everyone to be quiet. She will ask the man, after they entered the dark forest, the relic was stolen from the keeper Alina, is it true? Stitch looked ahead for a few seconds, and then wondered what happened to Alina. Suddenly the skull noticed her and said that she was the one on the far right. The protagonist thought that it seemed like she was being treated the same as him, maybe because she was an elf too. Meanwhile, the skull replied that if he knew the whole situation, he wouldn't feel that way. Stitch looked ahead for a few seconds, replied that yes, it was true, and then thought that it was a relic. What kind of medallion was that? Then he stood up and folded his arms. Many voices were heard in the arena. Everyone began to whisper. Frowning, looking around, he thought that this medallion was important not only for Alina. The elder, looking down haughtily, said that after that he used the relic as an excuse and threatened her so that she would lead him through the dark forest. This is also true. Lowering his head, Stitch answered in a whisper yes, to which the elder, continuing to look down, asked for what purpose he entered the dark forest and did so, wanted to enslave all his brothers, to which he replied that this was not his goal. Confidently looking ahead, he answered that to destroy all the dungeons that are in the forest. The other elves looked ahead, puzzled. Meanwhile, Alina, lowering her head, was silent, and the elder, frowning, replied that in that case, let him tell them the number of troops that participated in the search for artifacts in the dungeons and their current location. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and silence, hearing the elder's words that he should also report the expedition's supply plan. What is the level of his military forces? To which he, frowning, asked in one voice along with the skull, where did all this come from? The elder looked menacingly ahead and called Chester. Sounds of indignation were heard everywhere. The elf shouted that how dare this man deceive them. Chester landed on the arena a moment later. He, smiling, looked ahead and said that it is also necessary to lie depending on the situation. For a second his eyes turned pale, and he added that elves, of course, do not act like that. The protagonist, surprised, began to put his hands in front of himself. And then a moment later Chester hit him in the stomach with all his strength with his fist, adding that one must behave with people according to their rules. This is the only way to achieve the truth, if, of course, one manages to find out to the end. Stitch, holding his stomach, stepped back. His opponent came closer, and then added that now. Meanwhile, the elder turned to Alina and said that now they would begin interrogating the accomplice, and also listen to her version. First let her say why she did not ask for help from them when the relic was taken from her. Chester again hit the protagonist in the stomach with all his strength, and he winced in pain, and the elder continued asking questions, saying why he followed this man so unquestioningly. Alina, closing her eyes, bowed her head, and then thought that if it became known that the relic was taken from the keeper, then her entire tribe would be forced to answer for what happened. She said that she decided that his goal of destroying all the dungeons would help the elves. Then she remembered how he cleared the dungeon and said that she didn't know if he was bluffing or not, but it was true that he managed to destroy the dry roots and small bing. Hearing this, the elder turned around, frowning, and replied that they all knew very well that in order to destroy a dungeon, you need to have at least military-level training. Meanwhile, Chester kicked Stitch in the face with all his might, and Stitch, gritting his teeth, took the blow on himself, and the elder, looking at this, continued to say that if he was telling the truth, then she must have followed him everywhere, which means she can tell them something about the troops and supplies he prepared. The protagonist's eyes turned green, and Alina, confidently looking ahead, replied that he had neither troops nor supplies. They did all this together. The elder looked ahead with displeasure and replied that she couldn't understand what had happened to her, why she was covering for this man. Alina, looking at all the elders, stretched out her hand to the side, and then asked what was the point of covering for him. She was just saying it like it was. Suddenly, she looked at the arena in surprise. Meanwhile, Ada also looked down in fear and called out to the elder. The other elves watched what was happening in fear. Stitch was emitting a green aura. His face became demonic, and then he stood up and said that they wanted him to show them the human way. A system message appeared in front of him that the passive skill Reactive Skin was activated. With a low probability of reducing damage from a blow, the higher the skill level, the higher the probability of activation and reducing damage. Smiling widely, he looked ahead and then added that maybe they should try fighting for 2 days without stopping, and then see who would break faster, him or his opponent. Hearing this, Chester adjusted his fist and smiled, laughed, and then said that they should just look at him. Meanwhile, Alina, looking at the elder, added that she said that this was the limit, this was their way to solve the problem. Looking at how the protagonist could barely stand on his feet, she added that she brought someone who could absorb the monster and the fighting spirit of the dungeon. Stitch looked at the green skull when he said that no matter what skills he had, if he didn't take too many hits, he could have used an air blast a long time ago and finished the fight with the least amount of magic. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, replied that if he were to cause trouble here, it would cause problems for both them and him. Meanwhile, the elder turned to Alina and asked if she understood what she was talking about, that he could use magic. It sounded like she was making tea and now asked to separate it from the water. She was now saying something that contradicts the laws of this world. Ada, looking ahead in fear, turned to the elder and told her to release that monster. The elders looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about. Meanwhile, the elf girl with green hair, looking ahead, added that if Alina was telling the truth, she needed to check her words right here. Chester, smiling, put his hands in front of him and told Stitch to calm down, and he surrendered. The protagonist asked what he was up to here. Meanwhile, the elf approached him and began to untie his hands, saying that he was leaving. Before the protagonist could fix his hands, he felt a strong aura in front of him. The gates began to open, and a fierce roar was heard from them. A second later, a huge bear with eyes filled with rage appeared in front of the protagonist. Looking at him, Stitch wondered if it was an armored bear. His opponent, opening his mouth wide, immediately rushed to attack, and Stitch thought that he had never heard of anyone being able to tame him, how they were able to do it. The elder looked at Ida and asked if this was too much, to which she answered that not at all. If Alina was telling the truth, then, on the contrary, it would not be enough. The elder, frowning, shouted for the man to demonstrate his abilities. Stitch, raising his hand and lowering his eyes, answered that okay, if they still want to make him fight, but to release such a monster and not give him any weapons is too much. Looking at his hand, he added that, by the way, how does the skull talk? It is not on his hand, because the elves took it. It appeared on his finger and replied that he hid so as not to be seen by others. The protagonist asked what it can do, to which the skull replied that maybe they should try to make a strategy first. Stitch stretched his hand forward, and a fireball appeared in it, and then he said that even he does not know. The best method of fighting an armored bear is to run away. He was taught so, but apparently it needs to be tasted. He used the fireball spell. A large fire sphere flew forward at great speed. Meanwhile, the armored bear raised its paw up and reflected the attack to the side. The protagonist watched as the armored bear, without moving, looked at him with a menacing look. He thought that he was worth his name. The skull answered him. It's good that Stitch understood that. The protagonist stretched his hand forward, and a wind flow began to form in it. He, naturally, thought to himself, how could he do that, and then used an air blast. A huge wind flow rushed forward at great speed. The armored bear did not have time to react and took this blow to his face. He resisted this strong magic with all his might. The wind flow was only able to slightly push him aside. The other elves sitting in the arena looked down in fear, covering their faces, asking what it was, what he shot. Meanwhile, the armored bear shook his head in different directions. Seeing this, Stitch looked ahead in fear and wondered what he had endured. His opponent did not wait for the next attack and, swinging his sharp claws, rushed into battle. Striking with all his might in front of himself, he cut the ground that was under the protagonist. But he managed to dash upward and dodge the attack, and then he put his hand forward. Green lightning appeared around her, and he wondered how he could feel the arc. Green lightning began to pass through the armored bear's body. Ada, looking ahead, asked what was going on. Did Chester really give him magic items? To which he, frowning, asked what he could. After all, everything he had was taken from him. The armored bear was covered in ash, abrasions, and burns. The elder looked ahead in fear, and Alina smiled, watching what was happening. The bear was in a stupor for a few seconds and tried to catch his breath. The protagonist took a stance, and the skull told him that he had spent almost everything on healing. His magical power was already running out. If he continued to spend it like this, it could end badly, to which Stitch replied that he knew. It seemed that lightning was affecting him. After which he ran forward and added that if so, he would be able to destroy it. A second later, the armored bear attacked again, swinging his huge paw. But the protagonist jumped behind him and put his fist forward. He used streams of wind, which he directed at the legs of his enemy. The bear began to fall to the floor, and Stitch jumped on his back, after which the protagonist put his hand forward and used a fireball. His enemy turned around in fear. A huge flame burned the bear's head for a few seconds. Then he opened his mouth and growled in displeasure. His face was covered in burns. Seeing this, Stitch grabbed the bear's tongue and spread his mouth. Pulling the tongue up, he added with a smile that they would see now. Looking down haughtily, he added how healthy he was from the inside, and then used an arc. The bear's carcass disappeared for a few seconds. Stitch stretched his hand forward in it, used curse devouring. Green energy rushed to the skull. Ada, watching what was happening with Chester, could not believe what was happening. The other elves also looked down in shock and whispered that this was possible. One of the elders, frowning, shouted that he was a pagan or a monster. He had violated all the laws of the natural world. Meanwhile, the elder with white hair turned around and shouted for him to stop talking nonsense. She looked down at the protagonist and asked what choice they had. If they missed this chance again, there might not be a second chance. She then covered her face with her hand and apologized to Alina for not believing her. She, calmly looking ahead, asked what the elder was going to do now. The girl, looking ahead, answered that all she could do was trust him. Looking at Stitch, who was standing calmly, she asked what the man's name was, to which he replied Stitch. The white-haired elder frowned and said that he had risked his life to satisfy their request and prove that he had powers, and she naturally wondered why he took the relic from Alina. He, frowning, replied that at first he didn't even know it was a relic, and naturally, he had no intention of taking it for himself. The elder, looking ahead, replied that if he really intended to destroy the red tree, then they had no reason to stop him, but all they could give him was basic equipment. A green skull appeared in front of him and said that it seemed like they really didn't like him. Alina, looking ahead, replied that she would go with him. The elder turned to her and said with displeasure that she forbade it, to which her subordinate said that the red tree dungeon was definitely not his level. She, looking ahead in surprise, added that no matter how strong he was, sending him there alone, the elder with white hair closed her eyes and, lowering her head, replied that although she said that his goal could benefit their race, but as the keeper of the relic, she would have to suffer punishment and pay for her mistake, and she was sorry, but now they could not help her in any way. Stitch, looking ahead, put his hands on his hips and said that they could be understood too. The skull, looking ahead with displeasure, replied that in other words, they couldn't send their precious elf into a dangerous dungeon. Meanwhile, the elder continued to say that this time she wouldn't just stand and watch from the sidelines. Alina asked in surprise what that meant, and she replied that she should just be there. Then Alina came down and, looking at the protagonist, asked what he said, to which he, putting his hands on his hips, replied that she had already forgotten every time she cleared the dungeon. He put his finger forward and, smiling, added that his artifact was getting stronger, so he shouldn't worry, it wasn't as weak as the elves thought it was. The elder, looking ahead, told Chester to give him the things, and then asked if the man might need anything else. Looking ahead, he replied that he would not refuse a couple of potion bottles, and then they would leave right now. We are transported to the dungeon of the red tree. The elves, pulling the bowstring, shoot at the tentacles that are crawling out of the cave, shouting that it cannot go beyond the fence. One of them, frowning, pulls the bowstring and shouts for them to block. The arrows cut the huge red tentacles, and then several elves shout, looking ahead in fear, that where are the reinforcements and the general needs to retreat urgently. The red tentacles bind the general in an instant, and he, gritting his teeth, cannot move his arms. The tentacles slowly crawl across his face, capturing his body. Suddenly there is a fiery explosion, and the general falls to the ground. Several elves turn around with a smile and shout that reinforcements have finally arrived. The protagonist appears in front of them, holding a flame in his hands, and they ask in surprise that this is really a man. The general, turning around, asks what happened, what is a man doing in a dark forest, and even in such a deep thicket. Ada, coming forward to the elves, that she warns whoever touches him, she will personally cut off his arms and legs. The general, getting up, looks at Chester and asks what the Striders are now protecting people and what kind of magic was that, to which he, exhaling, replied that he does not know either. Looking ahead, he added that, according to the elder, this guy is their last hope. Stitch raises his hand and waves it, and then says that he is leaving. We are transferred to a spacious room. Alina walks along it, and then asks why they are leaving her. The elder frowned, looked down and asked if she was crazy enough to send her to such a dangerous dungeon. It was absurd. Then she remembered how an elf girl went into the dungeon and was destroyed by an ant. Remembering this, she said that her daughter-in-law, who was like a daughter to her, died because of monsters, and her son perished in the red tree, and that she was left, right, her only granddaughter. Alina, lowering her head, answered that yes, but her tribe was dying there. She remembered the elves desperately fighting against the red tree, and said that if the monsters destroyed those who guarded the entrance to the dungeon around the clock, the elves would not just be completely slaughtered, but the forest would be turned into a solid dungeon. Since they wanted to use humans to the maximum, wouldn't it be better to send reinforcements there? She turned to her granddaughter and replied with displeasure that she wanted to say that she was perfect for this role. Then she hit her face with her hand and, remembering Cain, said that he was already dead, and stopped fooling herself. Even if she went to the red tree right now, her father would not return. Alina, closing her eyes, whispered that they were saying that this was an obsession. A second later, an elder with white hair came up. She shouted for them to stop. Now was not the time to argue. They should always be prepared for the worst. This applies to the current situation. Imagining Stitch in her head, she added that no matter what unique abilities that person had, if he failed, they would all be in danger. They needed to prepare a backup plan. Alina's grandmother looked away in surprise and asked if this was another backup plan, to which the elder, walking around the room, replied that this time she would go personally. Lowering her head, she added that even if she didn't have the same skills as Cain, she would at least bring peace and quiet to the elves for a while. We are transported to Stitch. He goes forward, steps on numerous bones. The skull says that I am right at the entrance. It feels like the dungeon is very strong. The protagonist, walking inside, replies, looking at the huge number of bones, that yes, it is noticeable, it stinks here. Looking to the side at the red flowers, from which dark energy comes, he asked if his comrade knows anything about the plants in the dungeons. The skull replied that in his memory there are none. Then, narrowing his eyes, he continued to say that perhaps these were unique plants that only grew in the redwood, and that he should keep his little hands away from them and instead look for a way to get through this place. Looking at the bones, he added that if anything strange started to happen here, he would collapse unconscious and they would never get out of this dungeon. Stitch covered his face with his right hand and put his left hand forward. Blue energy appeared around it, and then he said that he agreed. He himself was not eager to stay here for long, and then he used the pathfinding spell. The guy looks up. The spirit was indignant. What is it? They have already arrived. He thought that he would have to overcome 9 circles of hell to go so far. Asked, this pathfinding skill did not work in the first dungeon. He looks down. Stitch answered that after passing the plant dungeon the conditions of use changed. They came to the right place. But he would not risk climbing here without preparation, although he is experienced, but not immortal. He takes out his sword. If the roots have grown so deep, then there is water underground. He hit the roots with the sword, asked, does he know what can happen if there are underground springs in such a god-forsaken place? Explosion, the guy fell down, answered, a funnel. Frowned, they have not reached it yet. He saw plants with leaves in the shape of jugs. He thought that he had seen such somewhere before. He covered his nose with his hand. Well, the stench. There was a dead elf inside the trap. Stitch asked if all the moisture had been sucked out of them. The skull replied that it did not feel the presence of life. Tentacles were reaching out to the hero from behind. He said that, judging by the smell, everything that was in these bags. He cuts the tentacles with a sword. Thanks to the skill of a conditioned reflex, he managed to react to the enemy's attack. There was a drop of sweat on his cheek. Apparently, the monster would not allow anyone to interfere with him absorbing nutrients, but he didn't care. Tentacles behind the guy's back. Stitch wakes up one of the elves lying on the roots. He was surprised. He came to his senses, asked if he knew what this place was. Tears in his eyes, he answered with horror that in the dungeon of the red tree, they would all die. He thought where this man came from. Stitch hit him on the cheek. He clenches his fingers. His face is stern. He told him to stop screaming and pull himself together. What is there to be so afraid of? He's not even dead yet. There's no need to panic over some plants. He took out a scroll. The elf rubs his cheek. Stitch told him to take the escape scroll. When the others wake up, he needs to use it to get out of here, and he has a lot to do, so he'll go. The elf grabbed him by the clothes, stopped him. He needs to save him. His hand is on his robe. He looked around, asked what he was talking about. He's already gotten everyone out. The elf said there was one more. He frowned, said that thanks to him they were still alive. He definitely needs to get out of here with them. The guy asked what? Who exactly? He replied that he was talking about Cain. The elf's eyes are closed. Tentacles have dug into his face. He opened his eyes and thought, these unbearable things, they have already absorbed a lot of magic, but they are still trying to suck it all out. The body is wrapped in tentacles, but he is at the limit. He has nothing left. The hero, together with the elf on his back, ended up at Cain. They are standing in front of him. The elf called the master. The guy winced. The elf exclaimed, how is that possible? Stitch said, wow, that must be painful. Asked him to get off. He jumped to Cain, said that it would hurt a little. He needed to clench his teeth harder. The elf threw up his hands, shouted, what a rude person, called on the guy to be more polite. The gentleman on the elf's back, Stitch points his finger, said that there is no need to teach him politeness. It is better for him to leave here when they come out. He needs to be cured with magic, not a potion. With such wounds it can do harm, and let him hurry. Those who were unconscious most likely already woke up. The elf runs away, waved his hand, thanked, and for the scroll too. Mr. Ring at the hero's head. The guy asked, he understands correctly that this is the same kind? The spirit answered, and what? There is some other. The running elf, he clarified, he can let him go alone, although with the scroll they are not afraid of anything. Stitch said that perhaps no one will attack him until he gets to the rest of the survivors. He asked, is he sure? The guy pointed his thumb at the wall behind him, said that he feels the owner of the dungeon is behind it. He does not take his eyes off him and drools. An explosion of air coming out of the cave, so that's why they call it red wood. There are shades of red everywhere. In front of the hero is a tree with a woman's head. He realized that it wasn't a smell similar to blood. It actually feeds on blood and grows due to it. He said that it was the first time he saw such a disgusting plant. The stems began to move. He bent down, his hand pulled back, asked if there was any information about this guardian. The spirit replied that it was a subspecies of the world tree, or a similar species to a huge tree that grows above a dungeon like this. The guy jumped to the side, the stem hit nearby. A green glowing skull said that it was so mired in magic that it was difficult to guess what it was originally. It just looks disgusting and that's all. Hand to head, Stitch said, so that's its name, Abomination. With an explosion of air, he hit the stems. Air currents at the monster's head. The stem at the guy's face, he thought it defends itself with the stems, which means it has intelligence. He fell to the ground, the parts of the plant collided. He pointed his hand forward, used a fireball, thought, let it wither already. A wall of blood appeared in front of him. The head of the plant, drops of blood in the air currents. The guy looks up, there is a skull next to him, asked if this is too much, no attack works on it. Since it is a tree, then electricity will not help. Mr. Ring asked, did he notice anything else suspicious? A slight smile on the woman's face explained that he is trying to confront a monster that has dominated this forest for several hundred years. It is not so easy to deal with it. Kane, captured by the monster, since it captured such a capable magician and sucked magical powers out of him. Most likely not the first time. On the contrary, it is necessary to inflict many blows, then something will come out. The guy strikes at the plant, asked if that person was a magician. Reflected the attack with a sword. It seems because it absorbed so much magical power, its tentacles are incredibly powerful. The monster attacks him from behind. Tentacles swept along both sides of his body. He thought that even with the help of passive skills it doesn't work. Looking down, the stem at the head, he thought, this is already dangerous. The hero's shadow and tentacles on a red background. One hand is wrapped in tentacles, the other behind the back. He thought that until now he had only fought with plants, but he had never managed to absorb normal magical power. He drank the potion from the flask. He thought that he would have to save his strength for recovery. He threw the flask at the plant's head. A purple glow near the face, he said, what a cunning bastard. Stitch was surprised. The monster bared his teeth, the guy thought. It was smiling. The hero remembered the skeletons of elves in the dungeon. The elf in the plant's bag, the monster's grin. If it was the keeper of the dungeon, then first of all he would have passed through the guard and crawled out. Since there were no other monsters here except plants, he would have saved his victims to collect them later. Does he really have consciousness and feelings? He thought, how disgusting it is. A whirlwind around his fist, tore the stems, using crosswind, asked, what kind of lousy monster dared to mock a man? He sank to the ground, said that the plant could even pierce him, but he would still defeat it. The monster is furious, strikes at the hero. Stitch dodges them, said that if you undermine these huge stems, there will be an excellent chance to take a good position in this narrow gap. He grinned, then he will have to crush his own stems to get to him, and this is not very pleasant. The monster is furious, shaking. The guy admitted that he wanted to try something back in the battle with the armored bear, but there were too many people and he didn't risk it. He pointed his hands forward, one clenched into a fist. It will definitely work here. A fireball is moving towards the plant. He activated the blazing storm skill. Fire at the monster's head. The guy covered his face with his hand, clenched his teeth, screamed, how hot it is. The spirit said that while there is a chance, they need to smash everything here. Stitch runs to the plant. Mr. Ring asked him not to stop. He crossed his arms. Green discharges hit the tentacles, used an arc. The spirit noted that only with this he cannot be completely neutralized. The guy jumped up, screamed that he knows this, he just needs to paralyze him for a while. Stitch jumps, hands behind his head. Mr. Ring said, he is so self-confident, it is immediately clear that he has planned something. The guy thought that if you look closely, the whole body is mostly rough and entwined with thick stems, except for one non-obvious place. He found himself at the head of the monster, swung his fist. A crazy look? Asked. She smiled. He punched the open mouth. He put his hand on the one in the mouth, said, what is the face for the monster in general, and everything else too, said goodbye to him. Purple whirlwind around the hero, applied the aura of the curse. One eye is closed, sweat is running down his face. The spirit noticed that this is not enough, asked if he can hold out. The guy replied that he will try. He clenched his teeth, raised his head, remembered Gerald, said that he will not allow a second time. A furious look, shouted, laugh right in his face, activated the devour curse. Light from the ring, purple waves around the fist. Information about the curse and active skill in the windows. Purple discharges hit the tree. Inferno was used. The royal family of elves in the forest. The elder asked what was happening in the dungeon now, whether that person was alive. The general and defenders were standing opposite. He said that at the moment they could not find out. The person went there alone and there was no news from him for a long time. She closed her eyes, seriously said that this was the limit for the red tree too. This time she would have to go inside and suppress the dungeon. Nazir stopped her. A drop of sweat on her cheek, worried, this is madness. The missing elves were in the forest, looking around. The general raised his hand, shouted to the archers not to shoot. Chester turned his head, shouted to him, these are the missing people. Velada and her daughter were amazed. Alina looks ahead, surprised. The elf shouted to take them to a safe place. The general is shocked, thought, so he is alive. Kane in a light robe, lying on the ground, he recognized the master. Alina runs to her father. Nazir and the elder are perplexed. He said, is it really the merit of that man? Thought that he really could. Alina touched Kane's face. He opened his eyes, recognized her and her mother. The elves are crying. He said that they are alive. What a relief. The elf who brought them excitedly turned to Nazir, said that he is crossing all boundaries, but he asks to send troops to the dungeon. The general was surprised that Stitch, with the elf on his back, kicked the plant. The guy said that some man single-handedly saved him and the master. He gave them the scroll, but no matter how strong he is, it is impossible for a person to get out of the red tree alive alone. Behind the elf's back is the entrance to the dungeon, asking for help. They looked around in fear. A tree trunk, smoke, shouted, "What's going on?" Thalada excitedly shouted to Nazir to listen. That man needs help. He looked back at Chester and Ede, shouted that they were entering the dungeon right now. Stitch's feet and boots are in a blue glow, asked what's the matter, his left leg still hasn't recovered. Explosions of air. The hero looks at the ring, said how long? The spirit said, what kind of condition must one be in for recovery to take so long? Nazir shouted that the man had returned. The spirit is at the guy's head. Stitch looked at them, asked what? The elves joyfully shouted that the red tree was broken. That man had saved them all, they were free. The castle, the area with fighting dummies and weapons, the northern borders had been unattended for too long. As soon as the troops arrived, they would immediately move out. Gerald stroked the horse's muzzle, asked Balstock to wait a bit. He would like him to stay and sort things out, asked if he remembered what he had talked about. Balstock was surprised that the prince gave him the letter, asked to look at it. The man reads the letter. Gerald said that his scout in the kingdom of Zeldia accidentally discovered a new dungeon and told him about it. Balstock thought, so he would need it. The prince in profile, a worried look, said that he should choose the best warriors from his guard and go for the artifacts as soon as possible. In fact, this dungeon is on the territory of Zeldia. You have to be careful, otherwise an international scandal could flare up. The man looks at the letter, said that it is for sure. Balstock bowed. Gerald on horseback goes to the northern borders, said to return immediately as soon as he finishes. The forest, Alina goes for Stitch. The guy smiled crookedly, expressed concerns that she would misunderstand him. He does not support racial discrimination, but still they are going to a human village. Alina was surprised. He asked if it was possible to walk around freely like that. She answered that he should not worry, others will see her as an ordinary person. This does not apply to those who already know her essence. He turned his head, a drop of sweat on his temple. He thought, this is some special magic of the elves. Although this is not surprising, they feel the dungeons. Kane is sitting on a chair, said that among the elves there are those like their kind, who are sensitive to magic. They can see visualized magical flows. A red vortex on a black background. But there are cases from which the head goes round, when the power in the atmosphere is concentrated in one point. Alina next to her father. The hero looks up. The elf said that at this very moment a dungeon is being born. Stitch said, in short, a new dungeon is being created somewhere nearby. The hero examines the map. The skull was glad. How good it is that no one will interfere. The guy noted that it will not last long. We need to quickly capture it before others run there. Alina asked with a smile, so when is he leaving? Said that she wants to go with him. He was surprised, because he thought that no one responds with gratitude for the good deed. They walk in the forest. Stitch brought his fingers to his temple. The spirit said that her abilities will be very useful. Alina hit a huge ant, shoots from a bow. He thought she was a strider, so in battle she has no equal. Dexterity of movements inherent in elves, and powerful attacks from a bow, plus the ability to explore dungeons. The elf in profile asked what was ahead. Stitch looked back, said that soon there would be a small village, they would rest there, and then another week of travel. They were looking at the city from the mountain. He said that she should try not to interfere in anything. Although she looked like a human, any oddity in her behavior and they could be suspected. He raised an eyebrow, looked at the skull. The spirit noted that he would think better of himself. He was wanted. The guy objected. Let him tell the truth. He himself would recognize him. Now even the clothes are completely different. The skull is at the wanted poster, said that he was impressed by the human ability to copy appearance. The guard looks at the document, asked the heroes what their names are. The guy answered that it was Ryan Gosling. The elf was confused. The man asked this woman with him what her name is. She answered that it was Serena Grace. The guard looked at them suspiciously, told them not to lose the board. He hands over a wooden board with permission, wished them a good rest. They are walking down the street. The guy looks back at Alina. She did well. She said that she had one question. Stitch with a questioning face. She asked why they should hide their names. Hand to forehead, closed eyes, completely out of his head. The spirit asked. Now it dawned on him. He did not tell her that he was wanted. Two-story building made of white brick. The guy suggested that they go somewhere first and talk there. He will tell everything. They are sitting at the bar. There is noise around, loud conversations. Eyes closed, dissatisfied faces. Stitch said that it is noisy here compared to the forest, but she will soon get used to it. He moved a mug of beer with his hand, added that this will continue day after day, offered to try. Elf with a frightened face. She drank from the mug. She spat out the beer. The guy thought, and this is also not tasty. She said that it is bitter and also burns her throat. It feels like she is drinking water in which a rag was rinsed. He leaned over, sighed tiredly. Mr. Ring once again noted that their tastes are incomprehensible. Stitch offered to talk. A mug, a plate with an unfinished dish on the table, finished his story with the words, "That's why he was here." Alina looks down, so because of revenge they are now wanted. The guy lowered his eyes, said something like that. This is personal revenge. If she wants to return to the forest, she can do it at any time. The elf in the background of Stitch said that she understands where this thirst for revenge came from. She remembered his words during their first meeting, thought, so that's what they meant. The elves at the dungeon rejoice at being saved. She said that he had saved the entire elven nation, so on behalf of their family she decided to repay him in full for his help. The guy pursed his lips. In the background were the elf's father and grandmother. She said that they approved of this decision. He thought that he could not refuse her. The hero's hand with a ring on the table, Alina said thoughtfully. But this is not a simple matter, because it is connected with the king himself. Although someone like him can handle it, she asked what kind of ring he had. Stitch brought his index finger to his lips, told her to wait and be silent. The hero sits with his back to him, the man asked. He heard that troops were stationed along all the roads deep into the country. Two at the table, the defendant pointed his finger at the Arab. He was talking about this. Too many people suffered, that's why they were stationed. There is definitely a person involved, only personal belongings are missing. An overturned carriage. A man said how elusive one must be to go so long without being caught. Another was surprised. What can happen? Advised him to be careful too. The heroes are sitting nearby. Alina said that things have become complicated. There are troops on all the roads, and unknown individuals are operating in the forest. A guy is drinking from a mug. She asked what he will do. Houses on piles in the mountains. They are gathering everyone who wants to go to the feeding trough. A guard in a helmet with a document in his hand said that, as they know, there are riots on the so-called feeding trough, the road along which traders travel. The heroes in the crowd in front of the three guards, the man in the center continued, they plan to place troops there. But it will take time. So those who do not have escorts should unite with others and move together. You need to create groups of merchants with a similar movement schedule. That's all for him. Stitch grinned. They will not give up so easily, decided to look for someone who will suit them. The guy is packing things in the cart. The hero asked where he is going. He replied that he is going to go along this road, and then turn to the kingdom of Zeldia. They are also going that way. Alina looks at Stitch. He offered to go together. The guy scratched the back of his head, admitted that he had already found a company for himself, advised him to ask that man. A short, plump man in a red kaftan with two guards. The guy said that his name is Farquaad. He is a fairly well-known merchant. A look from under his brows. Stitch thought with annoyance, luxury is pouring out of every crack. Farquaad said indignantly. He clearly said that he would take only him as a travel companion. The merchants group opposite the heroes with their new acquaintance. He laughed, answered that there were too many extra eyes, did not want to attract attention. Farquaad asked if this was an adventurer. Stitch said yes, but first. The merchant leaves, hands behind his back, reason, then he can probably at least protect himself, so let him not create problems for him on the road. The guy said that he will go in his cart. The hero thought how easily everything was resolved. Trees with green crowns. The guy asked what exactly he does, if it is not a secret. The heroes in the cart. Stitch answered that he is a dungeon explorer, goes there and gets trophies. He answered, it is clear, how can you not help guys with such an appearance as theirs? He also used to want to become an adventurer or an explorer. Hand on the back of his head, laughed, saying that as a child goblins shot him in the knee, so he could not. Stitch said that goblins can also be dangerous if they gather together. The hero raised his index finger. Alina remembered that he asked her to look around and be on the alert, because she was the first among them to sense danger. The elf nodded her head, said that she would take it upon herself. Hips suspended on threads over a fire. The group stopped in the forest, the heroes by the fire. Alina said that for now everything is quiet in the area. The guy confirmed he would like it to be like this all the way. A man in a light robe fell in front of them. Magic effect at the hero's head. He shouted, what is it? Stitch's back of the head, falls, managed to say what he is doing. Alina looked back, thought, the particles of magic have already managed to spread. Jumped to the side, now they will all fall under their influence. Shadows of people, looking at them, hiding behind the branches of a tree, thought, these are those strange creatures. The robbers approach a group of merchants lying on the ground. One of them asked where so many soldiers came from. Another noticed a trinket in his hands. It can probably be sold for a lot. A scarf hides the lower part of his face. The bald man looked back, asked the boss if he should loot everyone. He said no. Sleeping Farquaad, drooling from his mouth. Their only goal is this pig, and that's it. He takes the thigh, the rest need to be slightly cleaned out so as not to look suspicious. Brian eats meat, especially since he always said so. Military equipment must be taken anyway, even if it is difficult, they can't just leave it here. The robbers looked back, the man told the boss that they have a problem. Brian was surprised why he was moving. The hero tries to get up, he ordered to put him down, but not too hard. The robbers run at the hero. Stitch frowned, clenched his teeth. He defended himself with his hand from a punch, got indignant. It wasn't enough for them to use magic for robbery, they were attacking with the whole crowd. He punched a robber in a hat in the face. A bald man jumps on the guy from behind. Stitch turned around, narrowed his eyes. He punched him in the head, shouted, "Let them try to beat him." The robber threw his head back, blood splashed. The opponents are lying on the ground. Stitch bent down, asked what was going on. They didn't want to fight. The guys are scared. One of them asked what was going on. The magic was still active. Green glow around the hero, sweat running down his face. The passive skill magic resistance is used. After the red tree, information about new skills and abilities began to appear in his head, perhaps a new function after the upgrade. The guy looks at the glowing skull above him. The spirit explained that their connection has become stronger. He is superior to an ordinary person. These words only spoiled his mood. Brian froze in surprise. They were shouting at him to do something to him. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. He held on. Shale was tense, raised his hands. The boss asked him how this could happen. He replied that there were no deviations in his magic skill. This guy was special. Brian pointed a bone at the hero, angrily asked who he was, a mercenary. They only plan to loot people and get out of here, and he ruined the whole thing. This can't be done. Stitch lowered his head. A stern look said that there were robbers right under his nose. Shale recoiled in fear. The boss was nearby. The hero shouted. In his place, he would have just stood and watched. Brian closed his eyes, suggested finishing this thing quietly. Scared Shale, the boss disappears. Stitch appeared behind him, his foot at the guy's head. The hero fell. He got up, clenched his teeth. Brian disappears again. Stitch thought that he suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared. A boot in the hero's face. He shouted, "Who is he himself?" A blow. Stitch falls to the ground. Brian looks up, said that there really is something in him. He is able to not only withstand magic but also steadfastly endure attacks. This is no longer a joke. Shale said with resentment, "It would be better to help than to rant off topic." The boss looks at the magician, laughed, asked for forgiveness. Who knew that he would be so strong? They still need to grab something. The magician was surprised at. Smoke around the hero lying on the ground. The boss offered to take him with them. They will need him. Alina watches the robbers from the tree. The magician with difficulty said that the position of their lair. The boss hurried everyone, otherwise their magician will soon collapse. Brian looks away. She thought that they disappeared in a second. Frowned. Are these really ordinary robbers? It is not clear why they took Stitch. The elf sits on a tree branch, looks down on the boss and the robber, on whose shoulder the hero is. She can only watch them. Night, trees in the forest. The skull is in green light, indignant. Hasn't he been losing consciousness too often lately? Even with his help he remained a weakling. His opponent is a man, and for some reason he relaxed. Stitch lowered his head, his eyes closed, asked what he was supposed to do if he suddenly took and disappeared. It was like a stab in the back, especially since they used magic. Nothing can be done. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes. The spirit said that he watched him. It seems he doesn't know what it means to fight together. The guy replied that it would be better not to grumble, but to intervene during the battle and help him. On the table is a white cup with a hot drink, asked what he was muttering there. Tense. The hero is sitting at the table, asked with irritation. This is their lair. They settled in well. The stranger answered, "Why is he so nervous?" He held out his hand, asked for forgiveness. Of course, this is not what he wanted to hear. He was late with the introduction. Brian smiled, said his name, told him to join them. His face became serious, said that he was a patriot who truly loved this kingdom and a noble robber who helped people. Stitch looked forward, his arms folded on his chest, thought, a patriot of a terrible country, said that his name was Ryan. An outstretched hand. The boss of the robbers laughed, judging by his expression. He got it all wrong, then he would say it straight. He smiled, asked to join. The boss was called out. The hero in profile bowed his head down, angrily replied that he was not crazy to join a gang of robbers. Did he decide to become the king of the forest robbers? Brian said nervously, "What forest bandits?" He didn't understand him. They are noble bandits, especially since they don't rob every merchant, but only those who have a snout in the gun, so that they can then pass it on to the poor. The guy was indignant. Nowadays it is fashionable to be a noble bandit. The man leaned towards the boss. They look at the hero, noticed that he was not particularly inspired by their offer, asked why they needed him at all. He answered that his intuition was not deceiving him. Bernard was embarrassed. Brian told him that he was some kind of homeless person, and now he became a member of their precious intelligence. The shadow from the hood falls on the magician's face, and the timid Shale himself mastered magic, didn't he? He slammed his palm on the table, shouted, "And thanks to whom is all this?" They answered that it was him. Something flew past his head when he said that he had a nose for real diamonds. He looks away, his ear was hurt. They shoot at the torches. The bandit in the hat looks back, shouts that they are under attack. Stitch is at the table. The bandits look up. The boss is indignant. They are completely blind. What are the guards doing? Who is this? They don't know. Arrows are flying from who knows where. The guy smiles evilly. Great moment. The bandit runs away. Brian is at the table, shouting to check the wounded first. He He turns his head, asking Stitch he had other partners, but he is gone. Alina is in a tree, shouting to the running guy that she is here. She jumped down to him. The guy asked, "There must be a lot of bandits in the area. Did she really kill them all?" She answered that she sorted them out to the extent so as not to cause panic. They run past the trees where the bandits are lying. She had to tie them up. They will not bother them for some time. Brian bent down, one hand on his knee, the other holding his side, stopped them, indignant that they are so fast. The heroes are perplexed. Stitch noted that in fact he should be far behind them, Alina added. After all, they got here by the shortest route. Sweat running down his face, trying to catch his breath, Brian answered, although he couldn't persuade him, but he didn't allow him to leave like that. He knows what will happen next. Stitch said angrily, so annoying. The robber jumped from his place. The guy clenched his fist, the elf swung her bow, Brian in front of them in a jump. They attacked at the same time. The hero, with his hand raised, looked in her direction, thought, this time too. Alina looks in Stitch's direction, thought, it worked. The glowing skull sternly shouted at him to be careful. He aims at the stomach. Stitch grabbed Brian's knee before he hit it. The conditioned reflex worked. The guy jumped back. The robber thought, did he really dodge it? He tilted his head down. It seems he sees something. The skull looks at Brian's shoulder, said that he has an artifact on his shoulder that allows him to move freely between the spiritual and material worlds, so for the hero he looks like a ghost. Stitch, in the background of the scene with the disappearance of the boss, asked what the spiritual and material worlds are. This is clearly a scam. Mr. Ring frowned. It is difficult for the human eye to catch. You need to act as he says. The boss of the bandits in front of the heroes disappears. Bernard ran up to him with the magician, shouting that he found it. Stitch turned half-turn, the spirit said, to the right. He dodged the direct punch, used crosswind. He punched the bandit in the side, as the spirit suggested. Ryan clenched his teeth. Wide open mouth, the hero called Alina. The elf threw knives at the boss of the bandits. Ryan turned his head, disappears. Shale and Bernard watched the fight with excitement. The magician thought how he notices the boss's movements and blocks them. Stitch hit the guy with his fist. The magician thought, does he really have the ability to see this? Brian leaned back, avoiding a blow to the head. Shale's tense face, moreover, it seems as if he is not lagging behind the boss in skills. The magician pointed his hand forward. There was a glow around it. No matter how strong their boss was, they had to help him. A flying stone hits the magician's face. Alina leaned over, threw the stone in her hand. She could not stay away from such a mess. A group of robbers, one of them points a finger at the elf, shouted that they would also help. She crossed her arms in front of her, an air whirlwind around, used the skill gust of wind. The robbers cover themselves from the wind with their hands. They did not expect that she also has magical skills. Brian gritted his teeth, looking towards Alina, who was fighting his guys. Farquaad angrily shouted that this was the same gang of forest robbers who attacked them. Stitch looked around happily. Great allies. The merchant clenched his fists, his legs spread wide, shouted to the group running ahead to destroy everyone who was here. The hero was in a stupor, did not understand why everyone. The guards with weapons jumped. The guy raised his hands. He was their fellow traveler, but they blindly followed the order. One of them swung an axe, the other with brass knuckles. Farquaad frowned, clenched his teeth. Stitch thought that it was very dark here, and this man also got it all wrong. But if he ran away now, they would start looking for him and, perhaps, even tracking him down. He takes the sword out of its sheath. He swung the sword, making a dash forward, a counterattack. This is a forced defense. The guy grabbed the base of his weapon. He swung it. Since the situation turned out this way, there was nothing left to do but counterattack. It was night. Strange sounds were heard in the darkness. The two partners did not understand what was happening. Shale was sitting on the ground, holding his head. Brian turned to look at him. They both didn't understand what was happening. Memories of the battle were running through their heads. They didn't understand how the guys they robbed during the day found them. One of the enemies was Selenium. He was clearly neutral to physical attacks. The guys tried everything on him except magic. Brian, that his partner would be able to suppress the enemy. Shale concentrated on his magic and decided to try. He used an active skill that slows down all the enemy's movements. But the effect of this skill depends on the enemy's abilities. The guy in the helmet began to be covered by magical hands. He clenched his jaw, trying to resist the magic. Suddenly, the magic began to dissolve. The guys stood in bewilderment. They did not understand why magic did not work on the enemy. Who did they take them for if they came with such high-class equipment? Brian took his weapon in his hands and wanted to intervene. He fearlessly went to his enemy, and Shale had to stand still and support the others with magic. The enemy saw him and opened his mouth in surprise. The guy jumped on him, sat on his shoulders, crossed his legs as if strangling him, and swung his weapon. The enemy began to scream in fear. Brian ran his knife along his helmet. This bothered him and he decided to try again. Swinging, he tried to calculate where he needed to inflict damage. He did not have time to hit as he was punched in the face. The enemy threw him to the ground with all his might and he hit his head. He swung. Suddenly, fire appeared from somewhere. It was Stitch. Brian opened his mouth, looking at what was happening. He did not understand what kind of magic it was. The enemy began to scream because he was hot. Mr. Ring was in the mood. He was talking to Stitch. He did not understand why their enemy thought that some helmet would protect him from his skills. The guy in the helmet writhed in pain brought by the fire. Rising to his feet, he swung his huge sword. Stitch stood in front of him. The enemy missed him. He hit the ground, and the guy stepped aside a little. From the impact with the ground, stones flew apart. He looked at his enemy and understood all his skills. Having gone around him, he kicked him in the joint. Alina was flying from above. She grabbed his neck with her hand. Her teeth clenched from how hard she was squeezing her hand. The enemy fell, and the girl with a calm face hit the ground harder. He was lying on the ground. Blood was flowing from his head, and his mouth was open from not understanding what had just happened. Brian approached Stitch. He was annoyed because he was mistaken for one of them. He couldn't even run away calmly. Stitch stood up and stretched out his hand. Green lightning began to appear. He used this magic against the remaining opponents. They were struck by magic. There was incredible shock on the guys' faces. The enemies fell to the ground from the pain caused by magic. Stitch ordered them to be tied up. A pink dawn was already visible. The first guy who was tied to the tree was screaming. Stitch leaned his hand on the tree, looking him in the eye and pointing. He wanted to know who started all this. Brian looked at them with bewilderment. He wondered how Stitch knew where they were because they covered all their tracks. He was annoyed, and the guy looked at him like he was stupid. Shale looked at them and wanted to guess how he found them. The guy who was tied to the tree was already tired and wanted to be released. Brian stuck his hand under the cloth that covered his shoulder. His partner looked at him carefully. He took out an object. It turns out that people still use a tag for tracking. It is an expensive item and difficult to use. The guys sat down opposite their enemy. He did not understand what they were talking about. Shale used some magic and drool began to flow from the enemy's mouth. Stitch found a bottle of water. He began to drink it. Brian looked at him. He didn't understand. The guy said that he was fed up with all this. Maybe he was also dependent on the royal family. After finishing drinking, the guy exhaled. Looking at him, he asked about the goal. Their goal was to overthrow the king. While the guys tied up the remaining enemies, he told them what was wrong. The royal family had been rotten for a long time. They accumulated untold wealth for themselves, oppressing not only neighboring states, but also their own people under the pretext of containing the empire and preserving the northern front. Brian's face changed. His face showed that he would do what he had planned. How could one calmly watch the country go downhill? While the guys were talking, the man tied to the tree fell asleep. He was a lobbyist for Venice, of which you can count on your fingers. Stitch put his fingers to his lips and thought. Although their goals intersected, it would take much more time. These were his thoughts out loud. He looked at Brian and asked if he could go or was he going to keep him there. The boys looked at each other. Brian smiled a little. His eyes looked crazy. Stitch looked at him with indifference. He was released. The boys turned around and walked out of the forest. Brian gathered his assistants, as there was nothing more for them to do there. They thought that they would stay there for a long time. The guy extended his hand to Stitch and introduced himself. Stitch smiled a little. He did not want to get involved with him anymore, but if they were destined, they would meet again. They shook hands. The sun had already risen into the sky. This day was especially sunny. Alina and Stitch walked together through the forest. They had a skill for searching dungeons. The guys were much more comfortable with it. Opposite them was a cave. Pink light emanated from it. It looked untouched. Stitch went ahead and Alina followed him. The girl opened her mouth. There was some fear in her eyes. She saw a monster. Stitch saw this monster and calmed her down. It was a goblin. The guy turned to her and asked if she had ever fought goblins. Her answer was yes. Whole packs of goblins sometimes enter the forest. Stitch looked at the enemy. He warned that they should be careful with goblins in the dungeons. The guy put out his hand, stopping Alina. She did not understand why he did this and looked at him in bewilderment. It turned out that they had stumbled upon a trap. This was the work of goblins. The guy decided to examine it. He applied his weapon to the thread that was tied to the stones. Cutting the thread in one motion, he showed what could happen if they fell into this trap. He turned to the girl to say what would happen and the goblins flew at him. Opening their mouths, they swung their weapons. The guy grinned and used his magic against them. Fireball. The goblins were immediately absorbed by the fire. The power of the fire was amplified by the ring. The guy asked the girl to remember that the dungeon goblins are very dangerous. She was confused and did not answer. The yellow pendant on the chain swung. It stopped abruptly and began to glow blue. Mill lowered her head to the pendant and noticed that there were few monsters in the newly created dungeon, and the guards were quite low level. It was time to use the artifact. Emeric and Raymond stood next to each other. They realized that they did not know how to use the pathfinding skill. They did not need a simple guide in this building. Mill led them. She realized that something was wrong here. Crouching down, she saw a torn tripwire. Maybe some intelligent monster, like a goblin, tore it. Taking both ends in her hands and examining them carefully, she realized that it was neatly cut, and goblins would have torn it. Raymond also found this suspicious. They had not encountered any monsters on their way so far. Emeric thought about it. It seemed to him that there was someone here. The boys saw corpses. They were goblin corpses. Emeric suggested that perhaps a troll had come here, but the corpses were burnt. Mill frowned. She realized that there was someone else here besides them. Stitch and Alina ran ahead. They didn't want anyone to get to their goal before them. They came to a door. Putting his hand on the door, he wondered what could be behind this door. It seemed that this was the dungeon's guardian. This monster was called the monkfish. They entered the room. A nine-eyed monster stood in front of them. It wasn't that easy to defeat it. Stitch was a little scared. This monster started attacking him. He managed to jump on its hand. Putting his hand on the surface, he used his magic. The monster started making strange sounds. The other boys heard it. Mill was shocked by the sound she heard. Raymond turned his head to the side where the sound was coming from. Emeric realized that the dungeon keeper was already under attack. They ran to the place and noticed the others. Mill's face quickly changed. She was irritated. Alina jumped and shot 2 arrows from her bow at the monster. She hit it right in the eyes. From below, Stitch was crippling him with his magic. Mill lowered her head and ordered Raymond to get ready to shoot. He opened the cloth that held his bow. Mill pointed at Stitch. He had to shoot him in the back of the head while he was concentrating on killing the monster. Raymond concentrated. He loaded the bow and the arrow glowed blue. Looking at the guy at the back of his head, he wished him a safe journey. The arrow flew a few centimeters from Stitch's face. Raymond was surprised and confused. He did not understand how the guy dodged. While he was thinking, the guy noticed him out of the corner of his eye, after which he directed his magic towards him, and Emeric quickly grabbed him and tried to take him aside. They fell together. Stitch looked in their direction. He wondered who they were. He immediately realized that the arrow was clearly fired with the aim of killing him. Raymond could not believe that Stitch used magic. He pieced together the puzzle that those burnt goblins were his doing. Stitch's face showed obvious indignation. He pointed his hand towards them and was going to use magic again. Green lightning surrounded the guys. Emeric tried to cover himself with his shield, but still took damage. Mr. Ring suggested that the shield in his hands was a magical item. It is a form of storage shield that absorbs and sends out magical energy. The guy realized that his magic would probably not work on him, but his attack exceeded the absorption limits and now works as it should. Emeric was bleeding from the mouth from the damage. While the boys were talking, Alina dealt a lot of damage to that monster. They landed on the ground. Approaching Stitch, she asked who those guys were. His face showed that he was annoyed. He didn't know those guys, but he assumed that they were their allies. Looking at those guys, the girl wanted to help him deal with them. He swung his leg and was glad that he would get help. He kicked the shield with all his strength and ordered the girl to shoot. She quickly loaded her bow with an arrow and began to aim. She began to shoot. Mill destroyed her arrows and warned that they would destroy them individually. Alina was scared, and Stitch noticed an unusual weapon the girl had, a sword whip. The girl swung her weapon. In a matter of seconds, she tied Stitch with her weapon. He did not understand how it happened. After that, Emeric hit him with his shield. After his blow, Raymond fired his bow and was glad that this time they were finished. But it was not so. Stitch used the crosswind skill and was able to free himself. Alina's arrows were flying at Raymond from above. He managed to jump aside and turn to the girl, realizing that all attempts were in vain. The guys were standing nearby. Stitch did not understand why they were hunting him. They did not respond to this, but simply prepared to attack. Mr. Ring realized that it seemed that they were specially trained guys, since they would not give their enemy even a small hint. Stitch thought that Gerald had sent them, but he was hiding carefully. Even with the help of magic, they would hardly find him in such a place. Or were they hunting not for him, but for the artifact? Or did they want to destroy the guard and take trophies for themselves? Stitch reasoned carefully. Mill's face changed. Their plans had changed. Raymond and Emeric were to take on the boy, and Mill would take care of the girl. The boys were a little confused. The nine-eyed monster had recovered. Alina turned to face him, and Stitch turned his head slightly towards the sound. What a madhouse. Their allies were ready to fight. Mill swung her sword. Alina covered herself with her bow from the blow. At the same time, the monster was walking towards the girl. He started screaming. A magic ball appeared in his mouth. The monster shot at her. While Stitch was dealing with the boys, he heard a distinctive sound. Emeric swung at Stitch. The boy clenched his teeth in irritation. He couldn't help Alina. He couldn't be distracted by others. Emeric stepped back a little from him. Stitch extended his fist forward. He was going to use air blast magic. Emeric managed to cover himself with his shield. He couldn't fight him alone. Raymond pulled his arrow onto his bow and focused on his target. Stitch dodged, but the arrow left a scar. They were slowly getting used to his magic. The boys were annoyed. Raymond was preparing to load another arrow. Stitch's face became angry. He wanted to quickly deal with these two and then think about Alina. Alina and Mill looked at each other with anger. There was also a nine-eyed monster next to them, so it was harder for them to fight. The monster charged its attack again. It was standing right behind Mill. Its blow hit the ground, and Alina managed to jump away. Mill covered her face with her hand. She thought that the girl wanted to increase the distance between them to open fire. Alina landed behind her, and Mill did not notice it. The girl kicked her in the side. She looked at her as if she were a true enemy. Just because she had a bow in her hands, it did not mean that she was a complete amateur in close combat. Mill looked at her in complete shock. She got back to her feet. She was not one to lose in close combat either. The girls swung at each other. The blow hit both of them in the cheek. They both flew back. The teeth of the sword touched the wall. Mill jumped and found herself above Alina. The girl turned around and struck the elf. Alina grabbed the stick with both hands. Mill held the sword in front of her while she was in the air above the elf. The girl gritted her teeth. She caught the monster's mouth with her sword. The blue-eyed elf looked forward and pursed her lips. Mill landed on the monster's head. The girl looked away. There was a man in a cloak standing on the stone floor when she thought that he used the electric discharge technique again, and that this time the magic power was much higher than before. Mill opened her mouth wide and called Emeric, and then told him that the guy was planning something, so he needed to block it. The man closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, and the girl cursed. She directed the monster towards the guy with lightning in his hand, thinking that he needed to be stopped by any means necessary. The monster's mouth began to glow. The guy gritted his teeth when he thought about why she was bothering him again. He used the skills Airburst and Crosswind. A shining wall rose around the protagonist. Mill crossed her arms in front of her face. The man closed his eyes. Stitch opened his mouth wide, called Alina and told her to do it now. An arrow appeared in front of the dark-haired man's face. It pierced the floor. A voice shouted Raymond's name. Someone cursed. Blood was running down the guy's forehead when Emeric called and asked him to save Mill. The man put a shield in front of him and began to ask the girl lying next to her to come to her senses. Emeric pursed his lips. The guy turned around and looked at the blue aura. Stitch put his sword in front of him, standing in front of the monster, and said that he had been waiting for his experience points for a long time. He pushed off the floor. The protagonist jumped into the monster's mouth. The voice exclaimed with an explosion. The monster's head flew apart. A green glow surrounded his hand. The guy used the curse devouring technique. Stitch was enveloped in a shining aura. His leg landed near Alina. The two men sat in front of the lying girl when the protagonist told the elf to go to the room with the artifact and wait for him there while he dealt with these guys. Alina looked away and replied that there was no need for that because after they got the artifact, they would bury them along with the dungeon anyway. The girl stood behind Stitch when he asked her if she had heard the story of how he had survived. He remembered himself falling and added that Gerald had been too careless, so he had survived, and that he did not want to do the same and suffer later. The guy asked them not to be offended by him. Stitch swung his sword and said that it was their own fault. The man closed his eyes. His hand clenched two balls. Smoke appeared everywhere. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he realized that it was a smoke screen. The man with blood on his face shouted the name Emeric and told him to run and not let the guy get there first. The man clenched his fists and ran. Stitch looked at the running man and shouted at Alina to guard the artifact because they needed it. Raymond took aim to shoot his bow when he thought he had a chance. He looked at the protagonist while thinking that he was not in the best condition, but at this distance he could handle it. The man wished him death. The arrow hit his head. Blood ran down the guy's face when he thought about the smoke screen. Alina's eyes widened. The protagonist turned to the side and ordered the elf to run, wondering if she was going to tell him that even his partner's life was worthless for the sake of the goal. Alina ran after Emeric. She looked ahead resolutely, thinking that she would not let him take their loot. A system notification about the active Strider skill appeared, which increases the stride length and allows you to quickly move over long distances. The elf overtook the man. Sweat appeared on Emeric's face. Alina turned around and threw her weapon. The man's hand was stabbed with knives as Stitch ran past him, yelling for the girl to grab the artifact. The item was enveloped in a golden aura as the protagonist added that they were leaving right after that. The man opened his eye and cursed. Emeric loomed over the boy, thinking that he would not let him go so easily. The protagonist turned around, and when he realized that it was the same man again, he told him to stop. The boy's open palm glowed as he used the fireball skill. The blinding flash caused Emeric to fall. The man opened his mouth wide and cursed. Alina extended her hand to Stitch as Emeric apologized to everyone, including Mr. Balstock. The man opened his eyes as he mentally apologized for not being able to complete the task. Rocks fell on his face. Stars shone in the night sky. The protagonist and Alina stood near a pile of rocks. Stitch turned his head and asked who these guys were, who they were and why they attacked right away. The elf remembered the man's bloody face and told the guy to calm down. Then she asked if he remembered what the one who shot the bow said. And then she explained that it was easy to guess that they were originally hunting for artifacts, and that's why they went to get closer. The hand was holding a shining object when the guy said that the artifacts were their goal after all. A skull appeared next to the protagonist. When the guy asked him what this thing was for, he wondered why he was asking him this, and why he had a head on his shoulders, and then he asked how good an item from the newly made dungeon could be, and offered to eat it quickly. Stitch looked at the artifact with empty eyes and thought. The protagonist put it on his wrist when Mr. Ring asked him what he was doing. The guy replied that it was just like that. Stitch remembered something shining in a heart and explained that all the artifacts that he had gotten so far, he simply couldn't even see because he immediately absorbed them. The bracelet on his hand sparkled. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. He looked at the object on his hand with interest and said that as soon as he put it on, information began to appear in his head that it was called Barak. Skull opened his jaws when he called the guy names and said that he had become completely fearless if he dared to stare at others in his presence. The object on his hand was surrounded by a golden aura when Mr. Ring asked the protagonist if he knew that if he subjugated the magic and spirit of the artifact, the skull would no longer be able to absorb him. Stitch grinned and replied that he just wanted to consider all the options, because it was too dangerous to always rely only on Mr. Ring, and then asked him if he understood what he was talking about. Then the skull replied that this was too much. A system notification appeared that the Barak artifact had become Stitch's property. The elf standing behind the protagonist asked him about the fact that he decided not to absorb it this time, and the guy replied that he wanted to keep it for himself. Stitch clutched the stone in his hand. It glowed in his hand when the guy applied the enchantment. Energy appeared around the stone when Alina asked if it could enchant, and Stitch replied that she was right and that it would be a shame to just absorb it. Then he asked the girl about how she seemed to understand a little about skills. The elf presented an enchanted dagger and replied that she knew that this ability could temporarily grant magical energy and turn even a simple iron sword into a magical item, and that she heard that it was an unusual skill, although he did it so easily. Stitch touched Barak with his hand and said that he was useful, and that if he could become stronger and collect even more artifacts, then it would be better for him. Mr. Ring's jaws widened when the protagonist added that, moreover, the most powerful artifact he had was the skull, and that he was not going to change anything, so he should stop being offended. Mr. Ring snorted. A small stream flowed among the bushes. The mustachioed man looked away, said that he was glad to meet him, and asked about the fact that there were only two of them. Stitch smiled and answered that he was asking for his help, and Alina asked the guy who it was and if he knew him. The protagonist replied that he was a kind of guide. The guy was holding a map in his hands when he said that if they went north from here, there would be Mount Raksha, and that next to it was one of the few mining towns called Sentigma, where they would go. Alina was looking at the boy's back when she told him that the mining town he was talking about was in the other direction, and Stitch asked her to wait because he needed to find something first. The girl and the boy looked down when he explained that Sentigma had very strict border control and that it was not so easy to get there, so they needed another way. The hand put 2 stones in the box, then the elf asked why he put all this there, and Stitch told her that it was a fair. The mustachioed man pulled the rope while talking about how they were just lucky, as was he, because there were fewer visitors lately, and that this route was not easy to walk. Stitch and Alina were standing in front of a cart with barrels when the man told them to climb in and not think about how cramped it was, because there was definitely enough room for 2. Then the elf said words about how human culture is very amazing. The foot stepped into the cart when the guy thought that he would need to make at least new equipment later. The wooden cart started moving. A voice asked what they were carrying, and another answered that there was a list of goods. The voice listed the goods, among which were explosives for D-rank mines, a stick for lighting tunnels, a pickaxe, and then added that they should fill out the paperwork and they would be able to travel. In response, he received a thank you. The voice said that they had already arrived, so they could get out. Stitch and Alina were covered with a cloth when the elf said that they had succeeded, and the guy suggested that they get out quickly. People were walking around the wooden buildings when the man said that this was Sentigma and advised them to stop at some tavern first. Jug stood under the deer's head when someone said that he was the very Stitch he had heard a lot about from Dalton. The man handed over a pint of drink and said his name was Balthazar. He offered to drink to their acquaintance and added that if they had come on a normal day, he would have thrown a feast, but now were not the best of times. The protagonist looked ahead and asked the man again. Balthazar remembered the limbs of monsters lying on the rails and explained that there had been an increase in monster attacks in the vicinity of the mine, and that it was good that at least troops from the surrounding settlements and those who were in the city began to gather for raids. The mustachioed man looked at the sign with Stitch's face and said that if the guy was not stupid, he would not appear on the surface or interfere in this matter. Then the protagonist replied that Balthazar should not worry, because he did not plan to linger here. Stitch brought the pint to his mouth and asked about when approximately the black market blacksmiths or alchemists would appear. Balthazar stuck his pipe in his mouth and told the guy that he apparently did not understand everything. There were other customers sitting at the table behind the boys when the man explained that with the appearance of monsters, all the blacksmiths and alchemists were now having a hard time due to numerous orders for equipment repair or making potions, and that there were also troops hanging around there, so most likely no one would be able to take his order. Stitch opened his mouth wide and asked what he could buy there then, and what all the people hanging around here were selling. Then he was told that it was equipment for exploring caves or stolen potions. Balthazar closed his eyes and explained that the Rusnits were also more interested in making regular equipment than taking mass orders, but these are the times when it is better to sit quietly and do as they are told. Stitch put his hands on the counter and replied that he understood everything, but he also had certain circumstances, and that he would pay any amount, and then asked the man if he could tell him the right people. Then Balthazar called him a stubborn boy. Near the chairs lay a sword, when he added that he would try to find it, but warned him not to expect much, because it was quite possible that in such a situation they would ask him for more than just money. A few days later, Stitch cried a puddle on the table while talking about having money, but no people, and wondering what would happen to his expedition and his revenge. The voice asked about the fact that there was still no news. Alina stood in front of him in a black top, then the guy replied that the clothes suited her, and the elf replied that human clothes were a little uncomfortable, but she would wear them with gratitude. Someone called the protagonist. Balthazar pointed to the side and exclaimed that he had good news. Stitch looked at the men in cloaks as the bearded man explained that despite being busy, two had promised to help him, and suggested that he buy them a beer later. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked about the blacksmith and the alchemist. A hand touched the hood as the man asked the guy about how he was surprised to see a dwarf for the first time, and then said that although people think that dwarves are only good for blacksmiths, the dwarf with a purple beard said that he was pleased to meet him, and that he was the alchemist Casper, and the girl next to him was the blacksmith Latira. The protagonist shook the alchemist's hand and introduced himself. Then Casper told him that he must have heard that the situation was not the best right now, and Latira added that many were working day and night trying to fulfill orders, and because of the military, the situation on the black market was difficult. Balthazar raised his finger when the dwarf added that someone had to do the rest, because that was how the market economy worked. Casper looked ahead and said that the guy should first tell him what he needed, and they would figure out the rest as they worked. The protagonist held out the sword in its sheath and asked to look at it, saying that his friend had made it. The alchemist and blacksmith looked down, and Latira noticed that she had never seen such a structure before. Her hand tightened on the hilt of the sword when the voice added that such a weapon could not be touched without reason. Stitch folded his hands in front of him and said the words monster skin. The blacksmith touched the sword when she said that despite such a finish, the guy had been able to use it for so long, and that he also wanted to add explosive gas power to it, and that with ordinary experience points she would not dare to touch such a weapon. Latira presented flasks with blue contents and explained that the gas formula he was offering was not easy to obtain. The voice asked if he could give her some advice about this. She presented a blue container and suggested changing the fuel they would use in this weapon to gunpowder. Casper looked at the piece of paper as he explained that it was more powerful than the gas that was originally there and that it would be easier to reload and safer to move, but it would increase the cost. Stitch showed the dwarf a bag of money and told him not to worry about it because he would pay whatever it took, then asked if they could order armor from the leather as well. Casper's eyes widened and he began to talk about the current market conditions. He suddenly turned to Latira and asked her if they could do it, to which she replied that if it was custom equipment, it would be even easier, but there was one condition. The girl smiled and added that the customer must personally obtain the leather material, and that if he obtains it, she is even willing to sacrifice her sleep for the sake of making the equipment. The protagonist was gloomy, sitting in front of Balthazar, when he asked about where he could get this leather if there were only mines around, to which the bearded man replied that if there were monsters around the mines, then they were all of rock. Stitch opened his eyes wide and asked if the monster that appeared near that gang yesterday was of rock. Balthazar remembered the man's wounded back and replied that, judging by how they barely escaped, it seemed like they were attacked by a beast monster, because their entire body was slashed, but he himself did not see the monster, so he could not say for sure. The protagonist was enveloped in a dark aura when the man in front of him asked him about how he wasn't going to catch him because he might not have skin, and then added that the problem was that you definitely couldn't defeat the monsters with regular weapons, because there was a reason why other areas were recruiting soldiers. Stitch closed his eyes and smiled when he told Balthazar not to worry because he was going to make himself some cool gear in order to survive, so he wouldn't do anything stupid. And then the guy added that the chainmail's effectiveness also depended on its quality, and asked the dwarf about how he probably knew about it. Balthazar looked in front of him and advised him to ask him. He pointed at the man who crossed his arms and explained that he was a guard in Sentigma and a very important link in the black market, so he knew everything about what was going on in the city. Then he advised him to go and ask once, because he was the one who started talking about the monsters. The man's face turned red when someone offered to buy him a drink. The protagonist put the pint on the table, then the man asked what he wanted, and the guy replied that he was interested in the incident with the monster near the mine. The bearded man got angry when he said that this was not just some topic for idle talk, and that everyone who was here constantly asked about him. The protagonist looked forward and seriously replied that he was not asking out of idle curiosity, and then asked him if he personally saw when the workers were attacked. The man with the beard gritted his teeth. He looked at Stitch and slammed his fist on the table when he exclaimed that he stood and watched as unarmed workers were torn to pieces, and that he did not fight, but simply ran away like a coward, and then the man asked the guy if he had any more questions. Balthazar hit the man and reminded him that he cannot die because he is their valuable informant. The voice exhaled and replied that it was Manticore. The protagonist imagined the silhouette of the monster and his eyes widened when he asked about the Manticore that could only be seen in the Cadal Desert and that it had appeared on Mount Raksha. The man remembered how one of the walls had fallen with a crash while he was dealing with the bandits and said that a monster with a torn wing had suddenly appeared from there. He then remembered how the man in front of him had been torn in half and added that the guards had no time to react. The man imagined the silhouette of the monster. Stitch's eyes widened in joy, thinking about the Manticore being a huge beast monster with bat wings and a poisonous scorpion tail, and that it would be perfect as a material. The bearded man caught the bag with both hands when the guy thanked him and said that it was payment. Then the man asked if he was going to catch the monster. The protagonist smiled and replied that he just needed the monster's skin. The bearded man looked ahead and advised him to leave the idea because some incompetent adventurer or any army rabble would not be able to cope with him, because he was capable of tearing apart even steel chain mail in one fell swoop. Stitch put his open palms in front of him and said that he was wrong when the man added that he should take his money back, because it was not for the sake of money that he told him how others were torn to pieces before his eyes. The protagonist grinned and said that this man was stronger than he thought, and then asked about whether he would just say that he would go to Manticore. Light energy appeared on the tip of his finger when the man asked him about what nonsense he was talking about, because this was Manticore itself, which was not inferior in strength to a dragon, and about what kind of youth there are who only know how to brag. Stitch stretched out his hand in front of him and snapped his fingers. The men turned their heads to the sides and looked at the lit candle, then they asked what it was. Balthazar and his friend looked at the guy when they asked if he was a magician, to which the protagonist replied that he was not a magician, but at least he could protect himself, and then asked if there were any objections. The voice said that now they needed to figure out how to move secretly from the bandits. The man with the beard replied that if the guy fulfilled his request, he would help. Green liquid was running down their boots when someone said that it stunk. The guy and the girl were walking down the corridor when the protagonist said that the drain was the secret path, and that he had just bought new clothes, and Alina noted that at least they managed to avoid a clash with the troops. The voice said the name of the protagonist. He added that this was his trail. Stitch and the elf in front of the bloody bones, thinking that since there was such devastation at the entrance, it turned out that he had galloped here enough. A glow enveloped his hand when the guy used the skill animal instinct. The protagonist covered his nose and mouth with his hand, thinking that the smell of rotten flesh and entrails was corroding his skin. Then the voice told him to endure. He looked at the rails with bloody remains when he noticed that on the hardened soil there were footprints that went in one direction. Alina was standing behind the guy when he said that it was most likely safe here. There was a ring on the blackened severed hand. Stitch looked to the side and wondered if this was really his comrade. He remembered the bearded man who said that he had one request, which was for the guy to bring the things of his deceased comrades. The girl put the ring in her bag and said that it was good that at least one thing was found. Then the main character agreed and replied that they needed to find something else. Stitch and Alina were walking with their backs down the corridor when the guy added that after that they would be able to go up. In the darkness, the beast bared its fangs. The guy asked if he knew anything. Skull opened his eye sockets wide and asked again, and Stitch asked about the Manticore. The main character looked away and explained that he had heard of it, but did not know what this monster was. Then he asked about maybe some kind of attack tactic. Mr. Ring touched his jaw with his hand and replied that the Manticore's skin was strong and elastic, so ordinary cutting weapons were useless, and that there was resistance to magic, although incomplete. Then Stitch asked if it was possible to defeat it at all if physical techniques and magic did not work. Skull presented the monster's wing and replied that they all had weaknesses and that the Manticore's wings had a leathery membrane that was more vulnerable to physical attacks than other parts. The boy replied that he would keep that in mind. There were remains and stakes in front of the boy and girl when Alina said that this was where the chaos started, and the protagonist assumed that the Manticore did it. Mr. Ring behind Stitch said that there were no other monsters nearby that could do something like that. Then the protagonist asked why there was a need to create such chaos. A loud roar was heard and Alina and Stitch turned around. Skull next to the boy replied that he had guessed and was waiting for the protagonist to enter his domain, and that although it was not a dragon, it was also a strong monster, so it was no wonder Stitch was scared before the battle. The elf looked ahead and stated that there was no need to worry because she did not feel like this even when her grandmother made her go through 8 hours of terror. Mr. Ring and the main character looked at Alina and asked what this elf made her do. The voice answered okay. Stitch slapped himself on the cheeks and said that you can't retreat from the battle for the whole kingdom. Then the skull answered that he was right, because even if the guy's arms and legs were torn off, he would still save him, so there was no need to be afraid. Stitch pulled a thread in front of him and told him not to worry, because he didn't plan to die here. Alina looked at the main character and asked him what was in his plans then. Then she added that she heard that this would not be able to destroy the monster. Then the guy answered that it was steel wire, which at least could be used to tie his legs, and that he needed to prepare everything he had the strength and time for, because his life depended on it. Stitch turned his head and looked at Alina when he explained that he would get as close to him as possible and lure him here, and the girl should be nearby and cover him. The elf agreed and told him to be careful. The protagonist looked forward and asked if it was time to see what he was. The dagger in his hand was enveloped in a green aura when he used the enchant skill. Stitch stopped in front of a pile of dirt and said that it should have appeared by now. Then the skull asked what it was. On top of it was an egg. When the protagonist asked if it was that, and Mr. Ring replied that it looked like it, and added that a manticore must be over 50 years old to be able to lay an egg, so they were lucky to see it in person. A wing appeared on top of the guy's head when he said that if he took the egg for himself, then he would not have to worry about money for a long time. The monster's eyes flashed at the protagonist as he exhaled and said that it was already an occupational disease. A roar was heard. The manticore attacked Stitch with its mouth open. Mr. Ring used the conditioned reflex technique. The protagonist jumped away from the monster. The guy gritted his teeth and began to thank the skull, but it interrupted him and said that the monster was behind him. Stitch slashed the monster's tail with a dagger. Liquid was dripping down the blade when Mr. Ring explained that it was acid. The guy brushed the acid off the weapon and asked about her using the egg as bait to lure them, to which the skull replied that the monster's egg was strong, and that the manticore herself knew that it was difficult to even scratch it with a regular weapon. The monster positioned its tail above itself and growled. Stitch looked ahead warily and realized that they had a problem because it had a poisonous tail, acid, a mouth, and deadly claws, and that it would be too difficult to deal with everything at once. The protagonist turned around and ran away from the monster. The manticore opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. The monster put its paw in front of itself. The guy opened his palms in front of himself and used the arc and fireball skills. A blinding flame appeared in front of Stitch. The protagonist's eyes widened as Mr. Ring exclaimed for him to be careful. The monster's tail appeared from the fire, then the guy cursed. Something shot into the ground, then Stitch asked if the stinger also shot. The guy put his hand in front of himself with energy when Mr. Ring told him to keep pouring out magic because it would be more useful than a knife attack. The monster's muzzle appeared from the flames when the skull summed up that after a while, the accumulated damage would become noticeable. Something shot out of the stinger on the tail. The protagonist turned his head and gritted his teeth when Mr. Ring said that if he touched parts of his body that were not enchanted, the guy could simply melt, so he had to be careful. Stitch opened his mouth wide, called the elf and told her to shoot. Alina looked forward menacingly. An arrow flew at the monster's head. The manticore closed her eyes when the arrow bounced off her skin. The elf continued shooting her bow and the protagonist thought that he knew that he had an unusual skin. Arrows flew off the wings and body of the monster. The manticore closed her eyes. The voice told her to stop and move away. The monster fell in front of the girl. Flames appeared in the guy's palm when he used the fireball skill. An explosion occurred. Alina pulled the bowstring. Stitch held his hand out in front of him and told her to continue shooting. Arrows flew off the monster, engulfed in flames. The manticore gritted its teeth. The monster loomed over the boy and girl, growling menacingly. Alina's eyes widened. Stitch looked askance and said that he would take on the close combat, and that the girl should stay a little further away. The elf positioned herself behind the boy, and he ran forward. The manticore covered its muzzle with its paw, and then the protagonist decided that this was his chance. Stitch plunged the dagger into the monster when he thought about aiming for the place where the wings connected to the body. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. Its eyes flashed. The manticore pressed the boy against the wall. The protagonist coughed up blood. Alina opened her mouth and screamed Stitch's name. Mr. Ring used the recovery skill. The boy crouched on the ground and exclaimed that she should not be afraid because he was still alive. The skull spread his jaws and advised the protagonist not to rely too much on recovery because this skill does not heal, but only helps to restore strength, and then added that if suddenly there is a rupture of internal organs or internal bleeding, then he will die. Stitch raised his head and replied that they broke through, and then asked to look there. There was a dagger in the monster's body when the guy exclaimed that it entered under the wing so well. Stitch gritted his teeth and decided that now he needs to aim at this place, Then Mr. Ring replied that it was commendable that he stuck it there. Then the skull asked the guy what he will fight with now. The protagonist opened his palm in front of him and replied that it was not the first time he had to use a critical moment as a chance to win. Lightning flashed when he used the arc skill. The discharge hit the dagger, then the manticore roared loudly. The guy smiled and exclaimed that it worked. Skull spread his jaws and said that the attack power penetrated through the sword, so he finally managed to strike him. The monster was enveloped in bright energy. Stitch gritted his teeth when he thought that he did not expect an easy victory, but there was no point in dragging out the fight. The manticore bared its fangs and roared. The monster spread its wings, then the guy and the elf covered their ears with their hands. The stinger on the tail began to move. The contents flew out of it. Skull and the protagonist looked forward and used the skills crosswind and air burst. A whirlwind formed in front of the guy, which reflected the monster's attack. Stitch was enveloped in streams of wind. When Mr. Ring exclaimed that acid is from all sides, so we need to use the technique again, then the guy used the skill crosswind. The manticore swung its paw at Stitch and roared loudly. Alina pulled the bowstring. She aimed at the head of the monster. The monster missed when it swiped with its paw because an arrow flew at it. The manticore turned its head. The monster's tail hung over the elf while she thought about what would happen if the battle dragged on, because she was running out of arrows. Stitch looked forward determinedly. He hugged the girl and they dodged the attack and the flying debris. They landed, then the main character cursed and thought that he was tired of this tale. Stitch opened his mouth and said that Alina should try to move towards cover and that they were just lucky that they were able to dodge just now, then the elf agreed. The guy closed his mouth and thought that the damage was probably accumulating. The manticore was heading towards him when he wondered why the monster was still alive. Mr. Ring appeared next to the protagonist and told the guy not to doubt and that he had dealt him damage, but it just hadn't been a fatal blow yet, and Stitch replied that he wished he had brought a penetrator with him. The protagonist remembered how the blue monster's head had been torn apart and said that if he had, the guy would have easily pierced the monster's skin. Then the skull told him to stop talking. The monster was approaching the guy when Mr. Ring told him to look ahead. Lightning flashed in the protagonist's hand when he decided that he would try to hold out this time and use the arc skill. The discharge attacked the monster when the guy hit with maximum power. Energy flashed in front of the guy's face. The manticore spread its wings and roared. Stitch looked forward in fear and cursed. The monster froze in place. Its head staggered. The manticore fell to the ground in front of the protagonist. Then he decided that this was a great chance for him. The tail of the monster appeared from the side of the protagonist's back. Skull warned the guy about it. An arrow hit the tail. Alina looked ahead and exclaimed that not this time. Then Mr. Ring said that she was a good elf. Stitch swung the shovel and said that since there is no weapon, they will have to use improvised means. The guy grabbed the wing and stuck the shovel into the monster, thinking that he would take its wings for himself. Stitch tore out the monster's wing. The manticore opened its mouth and roared. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands because it was loud. He opened his eyes when he realized that this was not the end. The guy hit the monster in the wound, from which blood spurted. Skull spread his jaws. Alina opened her eyes wide. Stitch looked down and used the fireball skill. The manticore opened its mouth wide, and the guy continued to use the fireball technique. The manticore fell to the ground. The protagonist used the fireball skill again. There was an explosion. There were splashes of blood on the guy's face. A hole appeared in the monster's body. Alina ran to the guy, asking if he was alive, to which Stitch replied that he was still alive. She handed him a flask of potion and told him to smear it on the wound and drink the rest. Mr. Ring appeared next to the protagonist, who said that it was not bad and that the last part was even impressive. Alina looked down. She could not believe that they managed to defeat the manticore and said that it was amazing. Stitch drank the potion and asked if they won. The elf answered in the affirmative and added that she did not believe it. The monster's tail flashed in front of the protagonist's face when he said that all that was left was to skin it and they could leave. The sting almost pierced his eye. The skin on the animal was burning. Stitch looked at it, saying that now it was necessary to skin it and they could leave. The guy began to look at the beast in surprise. Stella, surprised, began to ask the guy what happened. Skull looked at Stitch, asking what happened. The guy looked into the beast's body, saying that it was empty and that there were no bodies of its victims in the beast. Skull began to tell Stitch that everything was correct, and if you imagine how many people suffered, then at least something should have remained. Stitch began to remember the remains of the dead that were scattered throughout the dungeon, an empty stomach, the eggs that he guarded. Stella looked at the guy in surprise, thinking about the egg. Skull did not understand what was happening. Surprised, Stitch began to look into the distance. The guy's eyes were full of surprise. The beast began to quickly head towards the girl. Stitch screamed loudly, opening his mouth. Alina looked back, not understanding what was happening. The tentacles of the monster began to strangle the girl. Alina, lacking air, began to close her eyes. The guy ran towards the heroine with a fist, including the force of an air explosion. The tentacles began to quickly move away. Stitch started getting angry and saying that he should have guessed that there were 2 monsters here now, since there was a second egg. The huge monster looked at them. The guy realized that it was a female since she was larger than the male. The monster's paw quickly touched the ground, breaking it. Stitch quickly began to head towards the monster. Blood began to flow from the hero's mouth. Stitch flew towards the beast's tail. It quickly hit the guy, causing Stitch to grit his teeth in pain. The guy looked down, closing his eyes. The hero's body began to lie motionless. Alina, frightened, began to call the guy, screaming his name. Stitch quickly began to get up from the pain, screaming at the girl not to climb since it was very dangerous. One of the monster's wing was damaged. The guy began to say that it was a manticore with torn wings. A fireball began to appear in Stitch's hand. The hero quickly began to throw it at the monster, who was crying in pain. The skull began to fit into the guy, telling him to get up since he can't lose consciousness, otherwise something irreparable could happen. The skull said that this skill does not heal but restores strength and Stitch will not cope with the acid. The guy began to watch as Alina took the weapon, telling the hero to pull himself together. The girl looked out of the corner of her eye at the guy, who told her to leave before it was too late. Alina turned around at someone's rustle. A huge monster was standing next to the girl. Stitch was coughing up blood, and the skull began to tell him to use a potion to cleanse the acid. The guy wiped his mouth, asking everyone what happened to Alina. The girl was lying on the ground unconscious. The skull said that she was alive, but the monster needed to be killed as soon as possible. Stitch began to hold a knife, telling everyone that if they did not kill the monster, they would come to an end and it was important how many of them needed to be killed. The monster looked at the guy, angrily growling at him. The monster's tentacles wanted to touch each other. Stitch began to hold the weapon, saying that he would make a crosswind. Skull began to look at the guy, telling him that he could block small attacks himself. The hero's knife began to fill with enchantment. Stitch began to run at the flying monster, saying that no matter how weak she was also a creature that had weak spots, which were sensory organs. Stitch began to scream loudly so that an explosion of air would occur. The guy's hand began to direct magic into the sand. The female began to cover her muzzle with her paw from the dust. Stitch began to watch the female with anger. The hero jumped with quick movements and inserted the knife into the monster's wing. The monster looked at the guy with anger, saying that this was not the end. Stitch stabbed the monster in the eye with all his might, who began to scream loudly in pain. The monster's gaze began to radiate danger. Stitch began to hold the monster's mouth, not letting it open. The monster's face began to burn from the poison. The skull began to say that it was a restoration. A smile began to appear on Stitch's face. The monster, growling, looked at the guy. The monster began to open its mouth wide. Steel looked at the beast, simply observing. The skull fell for a while. The monster's face began to look forward in surprise, hearing how someone from behind asked the beast what was the matter. Stitch began to smile slyly, saying that only recently she rushed at him without any fear, and now she looked with a pitiful look. The guy began to tell the beast to growl at him even more. Alina began to slowly open her eyes. The guy looked at the girl, who was rubbing her eyes, and asked her if she could get up. Alina began to answer that she had briefly lost consciousness, and then the girl asked what was wrong with the manticore. The heroine looked forward in fear. The monster looked at the guy and the girl as if they were his opponents. Strong Stitch began to tell the girl to go with a smile on his face since their prey was still alive and moving. Skull looked at the guy, telling him that he was in a good mood, but it was necessary to keep in mind that the magic was at its limit and it could be enough for a maximum of 1 skill. The guy began to pull a knife to the frightened girl. Stitch looked forward, asking the girl to cover him. The monster calmly looked up, not afraid of anything. Magic began to fly into the muzzle. Stitch clenched his teeth, telling himself that while the monster had his sword in his eye, there was a high probability of hitting the brain when attacking. The monster began to slowly fall. The hero looked from the side at the monster, realizing that he had succeeded. Stitch began to swing his weapon, running at the monster. The guy ran right into the open mouth. Stitch began to open his mouth wide, shouting at the girl to chop off the monster's tail. The girl began to quickly run to the monster. Alina was rapidly moving, began to cut the monster's tail. The monster broke all the boards with its body. Stitch tiredly held the monster's tail in both hands. The guy looked at the floor, thinking that he was the best predator in this dungeon, so the guy decided to make a hole with the best spear. Stitch began to pierce the monster's body with quick movements. The spear penetrated the monster's body. The guy stood next to the monster, looking at it. The skull with anger and a smile said that it finally happened. Voices came from the bar about who was carrying what in their hands and who he was at all. People looked ahead in surprise, surprised that the guy was carrying a real manticore from Mount Raksha. Stitch and Alina were working on the monster, listening to everyone asking if these were her remains. The guy looked at the monster, saying that this was her and there was a male and a female, and it looked like the female, who was hatching the egg, wanted to settle there for a while because of her damaged wing. The bartender looked at Stitch with the egg in surprise. The hero replied that he had never seen it before. The guy held a bag of money, telling the bartender that it was money for the information provided. The man smiled, saying that it could be considered that Stitch had paid when he imagined such a sight with his eyes, and now there would be something to discuss. The man looked at his assistants, shouting at them not to touch anything without asking. Stitch looked at the knight, giving him something. The man looked in surprise at the bag, which contained someone's shards. Stitch smiled, watching the man touch all these things. The guy replied that this was all he could carry. The knight answered the hero that he was worthy of praise. The man cried, holding something in his hands. The knight was glad that now he had something that could be returned to the relatives of his dead comrades. Stitch looked at the man with a smile. It was deep night outside. Voices were heard saying that in this place you can personally see a manticore egg. One of the men touched the egg in surprise, not believing his eyes. People touched the monster's skin with admiration, saying that it was very durable and of a completely different level of quality. The bartender angrily began to call people, telling them that they could touch everything, but in no case should they talk about this in some kind of dacha place, and if someone told about it, the man would rip their throats out with his own hands. Stitch looked askance at the guy, surprised that he was so formidable. The girl held the skin in her hands and told the hero that she did not know how the guy caught the manticore, but her skin was damaged. The girl was surprised that the guy was able to return at all. Stitch looked at the girl with incomprehension, telling her that he fought for the skin, but with all this he could die 10 times. The man sat near the egg and told the guy not to forget about the pouch, since this is what was left after upgrading his weapon. The girl smiled, telling the guy that she gave the weapon to a friend, so tomorrow it will be ready, and if you start the armor, it will take 3 minutes 4 days. Stitch was surprised that tanning and compaction would take more time. The girl smiled and told the guy that you should not underestimate the Sentigma merchants. Alina looked sadly at her bow, and the guy began to ask the girl if they could fix it. The heroine looked at this and said no. The bow was completely broken. The girl said that only splinters remained from this bow and it was easier to make a new one. The girl said that this bow was made using special Elven technology, but no one can tell that they will be able to make a similar one. Stitch remembered Alina's angry face and with a sad look asked her for forgiveness, saying that it was all because of him. The girl looked sadly at the floor, saying that there was nothing to worry about and that he was already battered and had gotten it from his grandfather. Alina replied that sooner or later this would have happened to him anyway. Stitch began to worry, thinking about the word grandfather. The skull laughed, saying that everything was true. The guy began to stretch out his hand, telling Alina that in the morning they would find a forge and Stitch would make the girl better than he was. The girl lowered her ears, thanking the guy. Stitch did not understand why she lowered her ears and why this happened. The girl began to slowly move away from the guys. The skull thoughtfully began to ask the guy about whether the guy really thought he could find something similar. The guy sighed, asking the skull if he could shut up. The building, decorated with a fence, was Venice, the northern front. One of the main knights looked at the assistants, telling them to quickly build a palisade, and they also needed to strengthen the defense before new monsters came. The man's legs were standing on the boards, indicating that monsters were advancing from all sides and they were short of supplies and people. The knight sat at the table, realizing that he was not doing well. His assistants began to say that they wanted to meet him from Brandon's castle. The knight shouted that he decided he wanted to listen to all sorts of nonsense and excuses, so he had to say that he was busy. The knight held a magic ball in his hands and with an excited look began to say that he had to take the call this time. The man asked the knight who he was. A voice began to be heard from the magic ball, which the knight recognized. It began to tell the magic ball that he had called just in time. Balstock held the ball, saying that he had problems. The man asked the knight if he remembered that several weeks ago detachments were sent to obtain artifacts. Gerald lowered his head, asking Balstock that they had failed and returned. But the man began to say that in fact everything was even worse. A large number of knights were looking at the dungeon, which had already been destroyed. Gerald angrily began to shout and say that this meant that someone else had taken the artifacts. The guy did not believe that a traitor could have sneaked in among the warriors. Balstock thoughtfully began to say that this was impossible and he chose orphans as members of the squad, who had nowhere to go and if they wanted to betray the king, they would say goodbye to life. The guy answered that he had made a magical blood contract with them. Gerald looked at the guy, telling him that if he was confident in the squad, then the guy himself would not doubt. The guy was angry that he had missed some artifact. His authority was under threat. The hero held his forehead, realizing that if Alfred found out about this, he could do anything, so it was necessary to find those who did this as quickly as possible. There was food on the table. Stitch asked the bartender how many people approximately ran weapon shops in this area. The man, surprised, began to ask Stitch if he wanted to buy a new bow for the girl. The hero asked the bartender if he knew anything in mind. The man answered that the bow could be found, but it would not be easy to replace the girl's weapon with an equally good one. The bartender angrily folded his arms across his chest and said that he had heard that this weapon had a very long history, since elves hate everything that appears from the dungeons, so they strictly select materials. Stitch wiped his mouth, telling the man that first they need to go and check all the shops and weapon shops. Maybe the guy will pick something up. The bartender began to tell the hero that he was late, since his girlfriend had already left. The man touched his beard, saying that Alina got up before him and asked how to get outside. The bartender didn't think that something could have happened to her, but there were a lot of weird guys hanging around the place, so if Stitch was worried, he'd better hurry. The guy quickly threw a napkin at the guy, asking him why he couldn't stop her. The bartender looked at Stitch with a smile on his face, who ran away and said that the girl was much more reasonable and resourceful. The guy's voice was heard throughout the city, wondering where the girl had gone. Stitch looked at the skulls, telling him that he hoped she wouldn't be fooled. Since the guy hadn't even really explained how to use money, the skull began to tell the guy with a smile on his face that the girl would be more careful than him. The hero began to look to the side in surprise, where the men began to say that they knew a place where they could have a drink. The guy noticed Alina in the crowd of guys. The skull started shouting at the guy to follow her. Stitch was looking around the corner, wondering if everything would be okay with the girl. The guy started looking at something in surprise. Stitch and the skull were looking at the guys, realizing that even the three of them couldn't hurt the girl. One of the bandits started looking at the hero with anger, asking him who he was. Stitch answered that they shouldn't worry. The bandit was holding a knife and angrily running at the guy, asked him what he had come to look at. The hero started flying quickly at the man, sticking out his fist. The bandit fell sharply to the floor. The man's face was completely covered in blood. One of the men in the crowd started looking at Stitch in fear. Alina walked up to the man and started kicking him in the face. The bandit fell to the ground. Stitch started asking the girl with a smile on his face if she was okay. Alina asked the guy in surprise if he was worried about her. The girl remembered the last fight and said that she had not handled it. Stitch looked at the bandits, realizing that they looked trained, and then the guy suggested leaving. Alina and the guy were walking down the street. The girl began to ask Stitch what he was doing in such a place. The guy angrily asked the girl what she was doing there. The guy looked askance at the girl, telling her that he was looking for her. Alina looked at the floor and said that elves believe that old and precious objects contain the soul of their ancestors, so before dawn the girl came to see off her grandfather's bow on its last journey to pay tribute to him. Stitch looked at the girl in fear. Skull looked at the guy, telling Stitch that it seemed that these words hurt him. The guy answered the girl that it took her a long time. Alina walked down the street and said that everything was not so bad, since it just needed to be burned and that's it. But it was difficult for the girl to find a deserted place, and after Alina began to return to the tavern, she walked around the shops in search of a new bow. Stitch was surprised by this, since when he asked, everyone answered that no one came to them. Alina looked at the guy with fear, saying that she did not want to reveal her identity, blurting out too much in conversation. The girl stood outside the shop and said that it was a precaution, but the girl did not find anything, so she was going to go back when she met those guys. Stitch began to smile at Alina, telling her to wait a little and the girl will be able to find a suitable bow that she likes. Skull yelled at the guy, asking how many empty promises can you give, and is it so easy to find a weapon that can replace that amazing bow? The guy stood with the skull, calling him a chatterbox. The guy started looking askance at the girl, offering her to go into a shop. Stitch stood with the girl in the building, saying that it was a mining town, so you could see rare items. Alina looked closely at the bows. Stitch started holding a bow in his hands, saying that it looked pretty strong, but Alina started saying that the wood was not looked after and that the texture of the wood used for the core of the bow literally squealed. Stitch angrily asked the girl that she could hear it. Alina answered the hero that you could find a bow in another city. The craftsman started running up to the people, saying that he was hammering and did not hear. The guy asked the guys if they needed anything. Stitch tried to say something to the craftsman, but the skull interrupted the guy and told him that there were a lot of second-rate goods here, but at the same time there were a lot of rare items. Stitch began to look askance at his friend, offering him to say something, since he differs from people in insight. Skull thrust an item into the hero's hand, saying that Alina would simply go crazy about it. Stitch did not understand what it was. Stitch and Alina are sitting at the bar. There are many different drinks in the cabinet, and a trophy deer head hangs above them. Alina twists and examines in her hands what they picked for her with MC, and he says that it is a great relief that they still managed to find something that will suit the elf's taste, to which she responds with agreement. Mr. Ring is visualized near the hero's shoulder, who looks at him with a squint. MC says that their purchase is not bad and that it is a magical item that, with the help of the owner's magical powers, acquires the most optimal form for him, to which the ring replies that it is him. A close-up of the heroine holding a magical item in her hand that looks like a spool of thread. She thanks Stitch again and says that she will call her new weapon Recordatio, to which MC asks in bewilderment if the elf has already come up with a name for her new purchase. The hero's face has a displeased expression. It is illuminated by purple light. He notes that after he started using it. The frame moves away. The hero holds his hands in front of him, on which the cursed items are flaunted. He notes that he began to feel strange, as if he became heavier, and says that he certainly chose the least flashy items, but does not have time to finish when he is interrupted by Mr. Ring, who notes that the items of the strong have a fighting spirit and the smell of death. The ring strokes the hero's head, which makes him look clearly annoyed, and says that he likes it and that there is something in it, to which the hero mumbles that he doesn't like it, but the artifact doesn't hear and continues its speech, saying that he now has more or less some feeling that they are partners. The hero turns to the elf, who is talking to him while the cursed aura hovers around him. Alina asks when they are leaving, to which Stitch says that he just asked Letty to go and get equipment, and finishes his thought by saying that as soon as everything is ready, they will immediately set out. A view of a forest clearing. Someone screams loudly. It turns out to be a goblin, who was just cut into two halves with one blow. Stitch kicks another goblin, swinging his hand to make another blow. Close up of MC's fierce gaze. He looks at the large goblin covered in scars standing in front of him with an axe and thinks that since the goblin leader is in the vicinity of the village of Gerald, it means that the local ruler does not watch his territory at all. Alina's Recordatio begins to fill with magical power. MC stands in front of her, holding his sword at the ready. He says that he will take on the largest one, and the girl should take care of the rest. From the coil appear magical bow handles, and the coil itself takes the role of the handle. The elf agrees with the hero's orders, saying that there will be no problems with this. An arrow flies into the face of the goblin standing next to their leader, which causes a reaction of surprise in the leader himself. He grabs his spear with both hands with an angry face and begins to run towards the heroes. Stitch looks at the spear, which is almost in front of his nose, and understands that the leader is approaching. The spear hits MC in the chest, the force of the blow causing a small explosion. The hero intercepts the spear with his hand, smiles happily and says that the result is obvious and probably that it's all about the manticore skin, and that he is now wearing real armor. MC's evil grin. He begins to fill with bright green light from the particles that come from his ring, and the goblin looks at him in confusion. MC asks if it's time for them to try to stretch their bones. Several goblin bodies lie in their own blood, pierced by arrows. The elf asks if Stitch is okay. He in turn holds the goblin leader in his green magic, and replies that he is fine and the goblin is light. Recordatio takes on its original form in Alina's hands, who looks at it with interest, and asks if her partner said that their goal is to punish the village chief for being too greedy, to which he answers in agreement, saying that he meant something like that. MC clenches his fist, finishing devouring the goblin leader's magical energy with the artifact, and says that in addition to this, he wants to stop the draining of funds from the precious royal treasury, and notes that in addition to this, Dalton shared something interesting with him. The bearded bartender, in the hero's memories, stands against the backdrop of falling gold coins, behind which stands a man in a robe, and asks if Stitch has heard that a ruler named Borden is said to have begun to appropriate vast amounts of money for himself. The hero, surprised, looks towards the bartender, asking Borden if that is the head of Gerald and why he does this, to which Dalton replies that rumors are circulating that with their help he has begun to furiously collect artifacts. The heroes stand on a slope, looking out over the village spread out below them. Dalton, in the hero's memories, finishes by saying that Borden keeps all his artifacts somewhere in Gerald's territory. Stitch, having finished with the memories, says that they have finally arrived, but first they need to go down to the village and find themselves an inn. The street is lit by magical lanterns. Someone objects, saying that this is not right. A soldier takes a pig from a bearded man. He screams that if they take this pig too, they will have nothing left, and begs them to at least leave this. A soldier with a bushy mustache, standing behind the one taking the pig, tells the man to shut up and that all their property belongs to the ruler of the village, and tells him to stop being stubborn and just give the pig. Alina looks at what is happening with anger in her eyes, but the hero stops her with his hand, not letting her go further, which raises questions. Stitch stands, blocking Alina's path. She asks if they should not stop the soldiers and says that it is immediately obvious that he is doing the wrong thing. But MC objects, saying that they need to wait and first understand the whole situation before doing anything. They approach the man, who has already taken the pig, and next to him stands his young son, calming his father. MC takes a gold coin out of his bag, apologizes and says that they need a place to stay for the night, holding out the coin to the sitting man and asks if they can rent a room. There is a stew with various vegetables on the table, One of the heroes says that they should not be treated so generously, to which the man replies that it is nothing and that otherwise they themselves will be uncomfortable. They sit opposite each other at a table on which 2 candles are burning. The man says that soldiers have been coming for several years in a row and taking everything like this. That first they raised the fee for using all sorts of devices, like a water mill, and then they began to find fault with everything and introduced fines and even a fee for travel. Weed approaches the man, he sighs, and a drop of sweat sadly runs down his cheek. He notes that they cannot move anywhere now and they can either run away from there and hide all their lives, or constantly live in fear. MC sits with a spoon in his hands and chews. The man continues to say that it is already difficult for them to collect money, and they also have to pay for freedom. Stitch thinks that their situation is even worse than his, although he grew up an orphan, and that this is a terrible situation. Alina leans her shoulder on the table, and with a displeased face asks why the soldiers needed to take away the farm property and adds that if they collect so much money, they probably get a decent salary. The man folded his arms and leaned on them. He said that before the introduction of extortions everything was fine, but now they do not pay salaries even to soldiers. Stitch guesses to himself that why will they pay them money if it all flows away to artifacts. Close up of the hero with a silly expression on his face, he thinks about what to do with his plan to capture. Because such a large amount of jewelry is probably hidden in a place that ordinary people don't know about, then he opens his mouth and wants to ask the man who sheltered them. The man with a surprised expression on his face and his mouth wide open. The hero asks how he knows so much about the situation with the soldiers' salaries, to which he replies that in the local tavern you can hear the soldiers talking. The hero grins evilly and understands that the most important information comes at night. In the tavern, he says that he will leave for a while. View of the night city, someone laughs and says that some guy is not bad and that he is strong as a bull. 3 soldiers, one of whom had previously taken away a pig, and a short blonde man with a bushy mustache are sitting at a table. The latter's face is pulsating red from the blow, as if his arm had just been extremely tense. He says that he hasn't seen Stitch here before and asks if he does hard work that requires strength, and is surprised at how quickly he overpowered him. MC, happily clenching his fist, replies that he works as a mercenary and that he doesn't have to go hungry, to which they ask him again if he is a mercenary, and say that you can tell by him that he is somehow unusual. The blonde man smiles and, laughing, says that MC looks strong and that it is not easy to meet such people in their village, and offers the hero a treat, to which Stitch agrees and thanks, saying that he was just exhausted by a monster. The blonde man is surprised and asks again if he heard correctly that the hero is talking about a monster, and notes that such scary monsters are not found in their area. The hero, smiling, remembering the goblin chieftain, says that he met the goblin chieftain not far from the village, although he thought that there would be a few goblins at most. A side view of those sitting at the table, the man crossed his arms and said that nothing can be done with the chieftain, and it happens that they appear and asks if the hero destroyed him. In response, he scratches his head and smiles, says that he is not up to such a thing and that all he had time to do was run away, and asks if he can hear any tricks from such capable soldiers as them. The man, laughing, waves his hand, showing that the hero seems to be joking, and says that he says strange things, that he, such a strong man, could not catch a goblin. The view moves away, a view of the people from the chandelier. The man grinned and said that when he was a recruit, all he had to do was take a spear in his hands. Time passes, the glasses are empty, some are lying around. The man says that if MC has equipment, he will be able to put down any monster leader with ease. With a blush from drunkenness, the man slams his hand on the table, angrily saying that in their country all the money goes to buying artifacts, although it would be better if they just raised their salaries, and whether this is not the most important thing. The hero, smiling cheekily, looks at the reader. He thinks that the guard has finally started to get drunk a little, and asks if their ruler really has so much money, and says that this is a great coincidence, after which he thinks that he can shake him up a little. He shows the assembled soldiers his bracelet and says that he just has one artifact. The soldiers look at his bracelet predatorily and asks if he can sell it for a lot of money. Stitch sighs, and sweat runs nervously down his cheek. He thinks whether the guard is honest or stupid, but it is easy to guess by his reaction. The man smiles and laughingly replies that the hero doesn't need to worry and that their ruler is such a spendthrift that as soon as he is told about the artifact, he will buy trash. Close up of the blonde soldier's mouth, he says that if he wants to sell, he needs to go to the fortress, and Lord Chelsea, the head of the knights, is responsible for such matters, in response to which the hero thanks the guard. Holding his forehead and sighing, he leaves the tavern, where he is already met by an elf, who notes that all this took MC a very long time. She calmly asks if he got the information he needed, to which the hero, scratching his head and smiling, apologizes and replies that he thought everything was going swimmingly, but he just got drunk. They walk between the lanterns, leaving the tavern, and Stitch wonders out loud how he managed to fit so much in, and the elf replies, surprised that people drink this bitter water so well. Looking at the lantern, the elf turns to the hero, saying that something is bothering her. Some silhouette is hiding behind the house, and the hero yawns, covering his mouth with his hand. Alina says that it seems to her that someone is watching them, which does not cause any reaction from MC, who says that this is true and that they are doing it very ineptly. The hero takes a stone in his hands and enchants it, asking why those who are watching them are so noisy, after which he throws the stone with force. He flies into the wall next to the head of the follower, which surprises him. The heroes turn around and MC says that the ones following them should come out and asks who they are. It turns out that there is a whole bunch of followers. They are armed, and their faces are hidden. The one standing in front of everyone says that they will not talk for long and the hero should put the artifact down and get out of there. He tries to say what will happen if he does not fulfill their demands, but Alina, with a powerful blow to the knee, smashes his face, after which she jumps back. Everything happened in such a short time that everyone present did not have time to realize what happened. The hero, with a sad face, looks towards the reader. Mr. Ring was visualized next to him. Stitch says that he does not understand how one can attack so abruptly, because the man did not even have time to finish speaking, to which the Ring replies that she is becoming similar to the hero himself, to which the latter replies that he was ready to intervene even without the Ring, and is surprised that he himself does not understand how he managed to defeat the elf, to which the Ring replies that it is all thanks to him, and does not think MC think that he could stay alive if he were alone. While MC was talking to the Ring, the heroine did not stop fighting the extortionists. Stitch replies to the Ring that he understands everything and that it is time for them to do their part, and begins to warm up. A view of the moon, MC says that in principle, he knew that everything would be exactly like this. Soldiers appear under the hoods. Stitch asks what their goal is, to which the blonde replies that it is his artifact, but the hero kicks him in the face. The soldier flies away from the force of the blow, and the hero says that he is not asking about this. MC, with anger in his eyes, squats opposite the tied-up soldiers and says that as soon as he entered the tavern, a gang immediately gathered, and notes that these black robes were clearly prepared in advance and asks if they had planned everything from the beginning. He almost closely approached the soldier, the sick pig, and says that it seems to him that such a plan could not have been born in their stupid heads, and orders the soldier to give him his hand. The soldier's finger is squeezed in Stitch's hand. The latter says that he has something in mind, but replies that, alas, he is a kind person and therefore gives the soldiers a chance to tell everything in a good way. The hero tightly squeezes the soldier's finger in his hand and threateningly says that if he does not tell, then from tomorrow he will eat with his other hand. The man, sweating profusely, says Lord Chelsea's name. The hero, not understanding, asks again what the soldier means. The soldier, trying to catch his breath, begins to explain that Lord Chelsea ordered them to do this because Count Borden spends too much money on these artifacts. So Chelsea ordered them to take some of the artifacts by force when they are brought into the country. The hero, with a face full of disappointment, thinks that it is surprising that the soldiers did not even think of appropriating the artifacts for themselves and running away, and asks where they collect all these artifacts and orders the soldier to tell everything he knows. The blonde man, coughing up blood, trying to slowly get up, declares that they do not know everything either. The man frantically justifies himself, saying that Chelsea is too careful to ensure that there is no information leakage and therefore does not open her mouth in front of ordinary soldiers, and states that Stitch can torture them as much as he wants because they have nothing more to say anyway. The hero, thinking, brings his hand to his chin and, chuckling, says that if the soldiers do not know anything else, then there is no point in leaving them alive. The dark-haired man, sharply, states that there is something suspicious, and MC asks again if it is suspicious. A well standing somewhere in the middle of houses, the soldier explains that not far from the ruler's residence there is a military base, in the middle of which there is a well and that it is not used for its intended purpose, but he once saw how large pieces of meat were lowered into it. The hero, with obvious disgust on his face, close up, asks if the soldier is offering him to go down there to be mixed with food waste and asks if he should hope that MC, like a fool, will fall for his strange information. The soldier, kneeling in front of the hero, explains that the matter is different and that there were no wastes there, and that not only good meat was sent there, but even the soldier personally caught wild animals to lower into the well. The hero, realizing the soldier's words, stands with a surprised face. He thinks that it is unlikely that they would dump waste near the ruler's house, and thinks if this is food, and understands that with the help of the monster the ruler protects his artifacts. Skit thinks that only a person unburdened by intelligence could come up with such a thing. Borden stands with his back to the interior door, on which someone is knocking. He pays attention to the noise and says that the knocker can come in. A man in shining purple armor enters the room and bows to the ruler, who comments on his hard work, to which Chelsea replies that it is not worth thanking. The knight's face becomes serious. He asks if there is a response from the first prince yet. Borden looks back, and with a smile on his face, says that the knight should not worry, and that the prince said that it is worthy of entering his own collection of artifacts and hopes for a positive outcome. 3 artifacts, a helmet that glows gold, a sword that glows blue, and a pink potion. Borden goes on to say that the prince expressed a special interest in the last artifact and that he mentioned in a letter that he would like to see it in person and that he should pay a good price for it and that this artifact is worth more than the other 2 combined. Borden goes to the window and looks at the bright light that fills the room, saying that they only have to send the goods to the capital in a few days and that their future will be secured, and orders the knight that he must be on guard so that nothing unexpected happens, and he replies that he is ready for such a task. A view of the building where the heroes are staying. One of them says that tonight, Stitch stands looking at the tied-up soldiers who attacked them at night and says that if that man is really as impeccable as his subordinates said about him, then he probably already suspected something was wrong after the disappearance of his people. The hero stirs some purple liquid in a vat and says that they only have 1 day left to get into the vault and it is today. To which Alina asks how he plans to do this, and clarifies if it is through the same well. MC squeezes the shovel in his hand, looks at it and says, thinking out loud, that the artifact freak most likely set up a bunch of different traps in the well for protection. Some kind of open cave with spikes and skeletons. He continues, saying that he doesn't know what's at the bottom of the well and that at the moment this is the fastest and safest way to get there. The elf folded her arms under her chest and said that there are most likely more than 1 or 2 traps, and that he said that he doesn't know what's there and asks how he will then prepare a capture plan and equipment. MC has already poured the liquid into a bottle and, shaking it, looks at the contents, saying that judging by the fact that they threw food in there, it is definitely a living monster, and since it feeds on meat, it means it is aggressive, and if he prepares food for it, it will definitely react. A close-up of the hero examining the contents of the bottle, saying that he only has to solve the problem of getting out of the well. The surprised elf in profile, Stitch says that he will need her help to get out of the well, which surprises Alina. The hero in profile, he continues, saying that he only needs an hour to get into the fortress and that she will have to distract the soldiers, and that she can use any method to do this. Alina is shocked by his phrase. A drop of sweat begins to run down her cheek. She asks if the hero wants to go in there alone and notes that if there is a giant monster inside, it will be difficult for one, and quietly asks if the hero does not think that she will only interfere. Stitch scratches the back of his head and replies that his friend should not worry, because her help from the outside, in the form of a distraction, will be very useful to him, and asks if the elf can handle it. To which she takes out her magic weapon and looks at him smiling, saying that she will not have any problems. Full moon. Stitch stands, hiding in the bushes. Someone behind, groaning, throws the body of some animal, to which MC looks back. Alina sits, holding the side of the boar. The hero tells her that she chose an excellent boar because it is very well fed and praises her. MC's belt, he pulls out a knife and says that an appetizing boar, which smells of fresh blood, will definitely hide the smell of sleeping pills. Sitting in the bushes, with a knife in his teeth, Stitch pours sleeping pills on the boar, while Alina looks at what is happening outside. Through the bushes, he asks what's with the boarders. The elf looks out of the bushes and looks at the walls of the castle, which are guarded by dozens of guards, and says that the boarders are strictly controlled, but there are the fewest people on the fortress wall. The hero throws the boar carcass, which he wrapped in a sack, onto his back and says, thinking, repeating after Alina, that there are the fewest people on the fortress wall, and declares, in the end, that this is excellent, after which he calmly says that he will return soon. The hero climbs the wall and clings to the passage, sighing heavily. He complains about how hard it is to climb the wall with a load on his back. He, hanging on the wall, looks around what is happening inside the fortress and thinks that there are many sentries, but inside the fortress wall there are comparatively few of them. He lowers his gaze and sees a well that stands below him, and thinks that it seems that this is the well that he needs. He jumps down and thinks that if he waits for the right moment, it will not be so difficult for him to get in there. Stitch approaches the well and opens it, after which a terrible smell and dark light energy bursts out, which disgusts him and he thinks that it is a terrible stench. The view from the well on Stitch and Mr. Ring, the former says that it is the smell of monster excrement and not small, to which the Ring calmly tells him to go down and also notes the terrible smell, but the hero says that he suddenly regrets his decision. Stitch shoves the bag with the carcass into the well under the comments of the Ring, who says that he needs to stop talking and do things faster before he is noticed, to which the hero responds in agreement. The stunned look of the hero, someone asks if there was anything strange on patrol. Chelsea stands in front of a group of guards, and they tell him that he can rest assured and that today they are quiet, as always, to which he thoughtfully replies, repeating their words, saying that they say that everything is as always. The knight frowns and says that peace and quiet. Then, looking at the closed well, he asks how the soldiers haven't lost their jobs with such an attitude. Stitch hid behind the well, and the soldiers salute Chelsea, who is leaving back where he came from, who tells them that they must increase the number of guards around the fortress from tomorrow and that nothing can happen in these 3 days until they leave for the capital, to which the soldiers answer yes. The hero breathes heavily, Relaxing, realizing that he got away with it, the skill window reports that an automatic reflex was used. That is, the reflection reflex temporarily increased, and the higher the mastery, the greater the likelihood of the skills working. MC says that this is a great time for skills, to which the ring replies that this skill is not for such cases. Chelsea's back is cut to the ring, saying that it's not even a military regime right now, but the situation is so tense and that guy is sent on patrol in armor. He goes on to say that it's a wonder there hasn't been a riot yet and asks if MC is planning a sabotage. The hero, cowering in a corner, says that he doesn't even know and asks what the reason is for such a frantic collection of artifacts, especially considering that he's just storing them in storage. The hero, standing in the middle of the well, leaning on the walls to keep from falling down, and the ring asks how long they'll be stuck there, to which the hero replies that the food has already fallen down but they need to wait for it to take effect. Darkness, Mr. Ring says that he thinks enough time has passed, and Stitch asks if it's time for them to slowly descend. He lands abruptly in the cave below the well, leaning on his knee and hand. Sweat runs down his face and he covers the area under his nose with his finger, saying that it doesn't stink so much there and he doesn't have to cover his nose. Suddenly, he notices something and is surprised, asking what it is. In front of the hero lie two monsters of enormous size, who have no eyes. Mr. Ring notes that it is a bunyip and asks how they managed to drag the monster that lives in the swamp there, to which the hero calmly replies that they are, however, capable guys, and that when there is money, then nothing is impossible, and notes that they should find a way. They pass by sleeping monsters and the ring lingers its gaze on one of them. Stitch says that he made a strong sleeping potion and therefore they have a few minutes, and that if it were not for the prophet, he would have torn him alive. And the ring asks, wondering how ordinary people get in there, if there is such a guard, to which the hero replies that there is probably an object to control the monster or a secret passage, and jokes that they will not enter with another monster, and the ring replies that the main thing is that the monster does not crush them. A close-up of the hero's face with a hand glowing blue. He asks what they have there. In front of him hangs a small flimsy lock. Closing the door, the ring notes that it looks too flimsy for the last defense device, and MC replies that it is almost impossible for an ordinary person to get to this place and get past such a monster. He picks the lock and asks what treasures the greedy Count Borden has collected there. They enter the treasury, which glows with the amount of gold in it, and the hero says how full it is, but the ring interrupts him from looking around, telling him to look ahead. Ahead, something hangs under a covering in the form of a golden blanket, and Stitch asks again if he should look ahead. He is amazed at what he sees. He clutches a dagger in his hands, glowing blue, and Mr. Ring looks at him as well. He says that he was wondering where this thing is, and Borden hid it there, and notes that the dagger and helmet are no match for the barracks, and the ring says that he, in this case, needs to be faster. Stitch devours artifacts, and the system windows show that with the devouring of curses, the magical powers of the Mr. Ring artifact have increased from 850 to 3,250. Another system window shows that the active skill of Arc has been changed to Flow, and the next that two new skills have been unlocked, which include the active skill of Tesla. Stitch thoughtfully looks at the windows, surprised at how dramatically the abilities have improved, and says that now he will not whine about the lack of magical powers. The system windows notify that the number of absorbed artifacts is currently 5, and the amount of stored magical power is 9,760. He looks through the list of closed abilities and thinks that the very first abilities to be unlocked are Synchronization and Caesar, each of which has a magical power of 45,000. He, exhaling, hides the system window, saying that the update will need to be postponed for later, but the ring notes to him that there is something else left, which raises a question in the hero. The potion, which emits golden energy, the ring says that it is an artifact, which makes Stitch ask again that the potion is also an artifact. Close-up visualized Mr. Ring, he says that there is no doubt about it and that it is not necessary that all artifacts have to take some specific form, they can even be in the form of a gas or liquid. Stitch, convulsively, tries to open the potion. He shakes off his hand, which he overstrained trying to open the bottle, and says that it does not open at all and that he cannot break it, and notes that they first need to get out of there, and then he will think of something. Stitch, opening the door, goes out, dragging a bag behind him. MC runs into the monster, who has already awakened from sleep, and, not yet really understanding what happened, is surprised at the hero, who is standing in front of him with a bag in his hands. Abruptly coming to his senses, the hero takes out the blade and begins to enchant it, worrying about what will happen now. He jumps off the ground and into the air towards the monster. He lands on the monster's head, plunging his sword into it, causing the monster to scream and draw blood. He begins to use the explosion, hoping for a quick end to the battle. But before he can, the second monster arrives and pushes MC off his fellow with a powerful blow of his paw. From the blow, MC lands on the ground and slides, by inertia, a couple more meters until he hits a wall. He sighs, spits out blood, and curses at the situation he's gotten himself into, thinking that the monster's attacks are too strong and that he can't handle it with just a sword. At the end of the hero's fist, a beam of green energy begins to curl up, preparing for a volley. He thinks that 2-on-1 is too much and that first he needs to try to cope with at least one and begins to cast an air blast. But the magic dissipates, and the hero, amazed, looks at this, wondering what happened. The monster attacks Stitch, but he manages to jump back from the blow. Close up of his surprised face, sweat running down from nerves, he screams, asking why it didn't work and says that the ring is responsible for magic. Close up of Mr. Skeleton. He is nervous and says that he just realized that the walls of the storage passage consist of several layers and that, it seemed, the layers contain pieces of dyspelium, and if you don't look closely, they are not noticeable, but the effect of them is immediately felt. A blue piece of stone from which the energy is built. Stitch asks again, dyspelium, is this not the material from which handcuffs for magicians are made? MC's face is in close-up, grinning and nervous. Mr. Ring confirms his guess, and MC notes that this material is insanely expensive and reproaches Borden for spending all the money on this metal, which is why the country is impoverished. The lower part of the elf's face is in close-up. She sighs. Recordacio takes the form of a bow in her hands. She begins to aim her bow, using the spell shooting assistance, and the system window shows that she is also using the third level of maintaining speed, the essence of which is that the skill bypasses gravity and maintains the speed of a projectile of a small arms at a certain distance. She remembers another elf named Ada, thinking that the bow, the form of which her item takes, was Ada's property, and is surprised at how this happened. She quickly releases the projectile, sitting on a branch. The projectile flies out of the forest and hits the fortress wall, breaking off parts of it, which frightens the soldiers who were standing guard. She looks at the soldiers bustling around the hole in the wall and wonders if they have figured it out yet, and mentally notes that they are about 400-500 meters apart. She starts aiming again and smiles with joy in her eyes, thinking that it is a great weapon. A view of the training ground. The ground is shaking and someone is shouting that they are under attack. Chelsea shouts nervously and sweat is running down his cheeks, asking why everyone is standing, and orders that the soldiers must quickly locate the enemy. The soldiers frantically run around the parade ground while Chelsea stands and watches them from the hill. They shout that it is too dark and difficult to find the enemy. Someone shouts, asking where the arrows are coming from, and Chesley curses and says that they must hold the line and watch the surrounding area. The soldier stands, shaking, holding the shield in his hands. An arrow flies into his shield and bounces inside the fortress. Someone shouts that the arrow flew from the forest and that such a direction indicates that the enemy is definitely attacking from the forest. Chelsea, with despair in her eyes, screams that they need to leave a minimum number of forces in the fortress, and the rest go outside and catch the enemies, and that if they resist, the soldiers can kill them. Borden, out of breath, runs up to Chelsea and shouts, asking what is happening, to which the knight, frightened by the arrival of the ruler, says that it is too dangerous to go out and says that he should quickly return inside. The bridge is lowered, opening a passage into the fortress. Someone shouts, asking why the soldiers are not moving, and orders that as soon as the soldiers leave the fortress, the bridge must be raised immediately and that no one can be allowed to penetrate inside. Alina loads another arrow and says that this will not do. The skill window shows that she is using the level 5 piercing shot skill, which increases the ability to pierce dense objects or armor. She releases an arrow, shooting. The arrow pierces the chain that is used to raise the bridge. The bridge falls between the moat with a thud, and someone shouts that they are in trouble because the bridge has collapsed. The elf coils her bow. It is clear that she is tired and says that it is not so easy to use skills and maintain the magical power of the bow, and finishes her speech by saying that she has provided the road, and the rest is up to Stitch. In the cave under the well, 2 attacks of some kind are made. The hero jumps on the stones, asking the ring to do something and asking if there is another way, to which it replies that the hero does not think that something can be thought of in this situation. The paw of the monster quickly hits the place where MC was just now, breaking the stones. Close up of Mr. Ring, frowning and saying that magic is limited and that even he can't use his powers, asking where the hero would get another chance like this. Stitch asks angrily and irritatedly that he calls Ring a great chance. Isn't Ring talking about a great chance of not helping him in any way? Stitch runs into the monster and Ring asks how else to say it so that MC gets it, and asks if he has his gear ready for situations like this. The monster hits itself in the back, where MC was just running, shouting that he was thinking about it. He jumps on the monster from behind. Close up of the hero's face with a sword in his hands. He lands hard on the monster, driving his sword firmly into its back. MC is holding the sword's hilt. The monster explodes from the inside, splashing a lot of blood. Stitch mentally wishes for it to die. The hero, himself frightened by what happened, stands with a stream of sweat running down his cheek. Mr. Skeleton hangs near him. Stitch asks if this is the gunpowder called salamander dust and notes its power, and Ring mentions the gnome, is silent for a couple of seconds and says that he has improved MC's sword quite well. The remaining monster runs at high speed towards the hero, while he takes the bloody sword out of the defeated monster, saying that one careless move and from such power you can lose your hand, and the monster begins to scream. The monster hits the rocks with its paws. Stitch jumps back and thinks that he is lucky that the monster is stupid, otherwise it could have just clicked its teeth once and it would have been gone. He throws away the empty bottle of gunpowder and begins to insert a new one into his sword. The monster ran past him, but Stitch, turning around, began his attack on him from behind. The beast, having just turned around, looks at the hero with confusion. He also turns around and starts running at him. Close up of the beast's gaping mouth ready to bite. Stitch, grinning, curses. He makes a tackle and rolls under the monster, which snaps its mouth, wanting to bite him. Close up of MC's right eye. He plunges his sword into the area under the monster's neck, drawing blood. He chops its insides, cutting its neck, and sits down on the ground. The monster's dust, its arteries and veins fall down. Close up of the lower part of the hero's face. He sighs until blood flows and dust falls on him. He, with a dissatisfied face, rubs his hand over his face, complaining about the smell and noting that in the end he screwed up. Ring covers his nose with his hand while the hero wipes his face with both hands. Mr. Ring says that the hero looks like this and stinks so bad that he can't breathe, and he replies that there was no other way. There are 5 tied gray bags and 1 red one. Stitch says that he has collected everything and they need to get out of there quickly. He points his hand and uses curse eating, but nothing happens. Mr. Ring looms over the sighing hero with a huge load on his back. The latter says that curse eating doesn't work either and that's unfortunate, and Ring asks if he was going to take everything, because they still need to get through security. MC, with an evil grin, puts his hand to his chin, saying that he cleared the last trap, and does the skeleton think that some guards will do it to him, and notes that one thought came to his mind: how to punish this ruler. The hero, covered in blood, goes towards the exit, and Ring asks again if he wants to punish the ruler, to which Stitch replies that first he needs to find an exit, and says that he wonders how Alina is doing there. A cave, a pile of rubble. Stitch says that he promised that nothing would happen. Mr. Ring replies that Stitch has become skilled at hunting in dungeons. Stitch pulls the switch and says that it is all innate abilities. Stitch adds that everything here was obviously built by amateurs, only an inept person could place such a device here. Stitch says that the most surprising thing is how much was spent on making the device, and all the money invested was taken from taxes paid by citizens. Stitch opens the door and is surprised that you can immediately get inside the room. They shout that the bridge has collapsed. The guards shout, not understanding what kind of idiots dared to attack a fortress in the center of Venice. Stitch wonders who could have collapsed the bridge. Could it have been Alina? Stitch activates the spell Animal Instinct. Notification: Animal Instinct, an active skill, sharpens the senses, enhances hearing, and gives the ability to echolocation. Stitch hears a shout. All soldiers comb every meter of the forest thicket. The enemy's main weapon is a bow and arrow. The shout continues: we don't know how many of them there are, but judging by their power, they are not simple guys. As soon as you find them, report immediately. Arrows are stuck into the bridge. Stitch thinks that Alina is not a slouch. Stitch does not know how Alina did it, but he sees that almost all the soldiers are dispersed and now he can calmly leave. Stitch notices an equipped horse. Stitch thinks that he hasn't ridden a horse for a long time. Stitch gallops past a soldier who does not understand what happened. Shouts are heard. The enemy just galloped past. He has a huge bag. He just left the fortress behind him. Stitch thinks that now he will calmly ride to the village. Alina notices Stitch. Stitch praises Alina and says that she distracted the soldiers well. Alina asks if it is over now. Stitch says that this is not all and that there is one last event left. Alina is perplexed and says that no matter what Stitch is planning, the soldiers will pursue them. Alina asks Stitch if he is going to fight. Stitch says no and they will ride all the way to the village. Stitch asks Alina to hold the load. Stitch says that as soon as he gives the sign, Alina must do as they agreed. Stitch throws a fireball into the air. Stitch shouts loudly for the villagers to come out of their houses. Stitch adds that this is the villagers' chance to get rid of the despotism of the ruler. Stitch says that there will not be another chance. Stitch shouts that if the villagers want to start a new life somewhere else, they should leave the village. Stitch gives Alina the sign. Alina throws the bag of loot high into the air. Stitch uses the air bullet spell on the bag. The coins and gems fall to the ground. The villagers do not understand what is happening. The soldiers who run up from the fortress shout at Stitch, asking what he is doing. The soldier realizes that these are treasures from the fortress. The soldier asks who Stitch is and why he did this. Stitch tells the soldiers that he is simply returning money to its rightful owners and that there can be no claims against him. The soldier shouts for Stitch to be captured, no, killed. Stitch says that he thought that this would happen, that it will be much easier for him to cope now. Stitch uses the ice wave spell. The soldiers are frozen in ice and scream, "It is witchcraft." Stitch says that while the villagers are running away, none of the soldiers will move. Stitch adds that if he wants, he can kill the soldiers right here, but why? Stitch says that the soldiers have one more thing to do. Stitch asks the soldiers to return to their master when the ice melts and pass on a few words. Stitch says that if their master continues to live as he does now, next time he can say goodbye to life. The forest in the daytime. Stitch complains that he can't get rid of the bunyip smell. Stitch says that he's rubbed himself with herbs a few times and the smell doesn't seem to be that strong. Alina asks if Stitch is sure that the smell isn't strong. Stitch resigns himself to the smell and says that it's not the first time. Stitch says that he's cleared out almost all the dungeons around the kingdom and now they need to go to the center of Venice. Stitch remembers that he found one interesting thing. Alina asks if Stitch gave away all the jewelry in the village. Stitch continues that he took this thing with him. Alina looks at the pink bottle that Stitch got. Stitch says that he couldn't open it, so he doesn't know what's inside. Alina easily opens the bottle. Stitch asks how she did it. Alina replies that there was a small lever on the cap. Stitch checks what kind of artifact they got. Stitch understands that he doesn't need the skill from this artifact. Stitch offers the artifact to Alina. Alina is suspicious of the artifact. Stitch thinks that this artifact increases physical stats and he says that he was just about to give Alina something suitable. Stitch asks Alina again, she didn't like it. Stitch says that there is certainly nothing bad in the artifact, although the taste may be so-so. Stitch offers Alina to drink the contents of the bottle. Mr. Ring asks Stitch if he doesn't understand anything. It was clear from the first meeting that Alina can't stand talk about artifacts. Mother of all things, it's so terrible. Mr. Ring asks Stitch again if he forgot. Stitch chuckles, remembering. Mr. Ring says that this is a common reaction of elves to artifacts, especially since her relatives almost died in the dungeon, so it is unlikely that she can use the artifact of her own free will. Stitch apologizes to Alina and says that he just didn't think, he didn't want to remind Alina of bad things. Alina thinks that her skills are still not enough compared to Stitch. Alina thinks that despite her innate abilities for magic, she can't use as many magic techniques. Alina remembers that she wasn't much stronger than the people they met in the dungeon. Alina remembers that when they fought the Manticore, she broke her bow, but she went with him to help. Alina thinks that if she can't fight at the most crucial moments, then what kind of help is that? Alina turns to Stitch. Alina takes the bottle of liquid in her hands. Alina says she'll drink it. Stitch says that he understands what sense it all makes, and that there's no point in forcing her to drink. Stitch says that the other elves might start to hate Alina after this. Alina interrupts Stitch and says that since she volunteered to help, she shouldn't become a burden. Stitch says that he never considered her a burden. Alina asks for something in return. Alina asks Stitch to take responsibility if she gets kicked out. Stitch and Mr. Ring are confused. Alina drank the liquid from the bottle. Stitch asks Alina how she feels. Alina says that the artifact spreads throughout the body and sharpens the senses and also cleanses toxins. The artifact is called Amrita. Stitch says that the artifact's reaction will come soon. Are there any other changes? Alina coughs. Alina feels pain in her arm. The pain spreads throughout her body. Stitch screams for Alina to calm down and breathe deeply. Stitch explains that this is the process of the artifact getting used to the body and there is no need to be afraid. Alina loses her creation. Alina calls Stitch. Alina wonders what the strange sounds are coming from all sides. Alina hears the sound of breathing. Alina smells the forest with her nose. Alina feels the smallest particles of the earth with her fingers. Alina realizes that her senses have sharpened dramatically. Alina sits up abruptly and says that she feels like she's going to throw up. Stitch asks how Alina is feeling. Stitch says that until Alina gets used to the artifact's influence, she will most likely feel a little tired and that he has been through this too. Stitch asks Alina to tell him if she needs anything. Alina says that Stitch smells strongly of bunyip. Stitch realizes that this is logical since Alina's senses have sharpened dramatically. Prince Raptor tells his servant to tell him that the next time the author writes a letter, he should turn on his brain, otherwise. Raptor continues that otherwise he will come to the author himself and twist his head off. Mark asks Raptor what happened. Raptor suggests that Mark look at the letter himself. Mark reads the letter and says that Borden seems to be the same aristocrat who was bothering Raptor. Raptor says that Borden promised to send some good artifacts, so he played along. Raptor says why else would he mess with Borden? Mark reads on and realizes that someone stole all of Borden's collected artifacts. Raptor says that he thought so, that's what these types always do. Raptor gets angry and says that what pisses him off most is that some scoundrel dared to touch things that were supposed to be part of Raptor's collection. Raptor says that he was insulted. Mark suggests tracking down the robber. Raptor says that he has already disgraced himself in the palace. Of course it is necessary to track down and punish the robber, whoever he is. Raptor tells Mark that he trusts him to find and capture the robber alive, but if he resists, he can be killed. Raptor adds that Mark is obliged to deal with this matter. Mark promises that he will bring the robber back alive if possible. Stitch shouts at the horse to listen, that if she is not careful, she risks falling. Alina asks the horse to be quiet. The horse agrees. Stitch says, "Just look, this is species discrimination." The horse is outraged. Alina says that she hasn't been in the hills for a long time, how nice it is here. Stitch says that they will talk about good things later and asks that even though her senses have become more acute, can she see anything through the blindfold? Alina replies that she sees nothing, but she feels everything perfectly well and it is even more convenient this way. Stitch is surprised. Stitch says that if there is surveillance, it will even be useful. Before the bridge, Stitch says that it looks like the horse will have to be left on this side. Alina asks to wait a little. Alina lifts the blindfold and says that she hears some sounds, it seems like the sound of wings. Stitch asks again, the sound of wings. Stitch activates the skill animal instinct. Stitch thinks that even with the skill, he can't hear anything. But if Alina can even hear such sounds, then her senses must be so heightened. Alina says that she can hear the roar of a monster and vague cries of people, perhaps they are being attacked. Alina asks if Stitch is going to save the warriors, because if they are warriors from another village, interference could complicate things. Stitch says that they need to help, and that warriors from another village would not go off the good path to such a remote place, and they would not just stand there when they are attacked. Stitch looks across the bridge and says that the problem is how to fight an enemy if you can't see it. Stitch adds that if the bridge collapses, they will also be in danger. Alina asks Stitch to stay still and adds that the monster has already sensed their presence. Stitch says that she does not mind Alina's methods. Alina searches for the monster. Alina shoots. Stitch asks if Alina got there. Alina says yes. Alina breathes heavily and says that the people have also guessed about their presence. Alina says that the people's movements are not hostile. Stitch asks if they are warriors. Alina replies that she doesn't think so and coughs. Stitch is worried about her. Alina says that everything is fine, she just hasn't gotten used to it yet. Alina says that as soon as the magical influence calms down, they will continue on their way. Stitch and Alina cross the bridge on foot. Carcasses of feathered monsters with arrows stuck in them. Shout, "First, check the condition of the wounded." Shout, "Here, bring more bandages, we need a restorative potion." A man looks at the monster's wound and asks if there is anyone among us who is a good shot. Another man replies that they are alone here, who could it be? Stitch says that they are travelers, passing by, but they might need help. A familiar voice addresses Stitch, "What are you doing here?" Stitch thinks, that annoying voice again. Brian says that they met faster than he expected. Stitch asks Brian what he has planned this time and how he ended up here. Brian says with a laugh that Stitch still does not want to join his team and seems to have gotten much stronger. Brian says that he likes Stitch's stubbornness. Brian says that since they haven't seen each other for a long time, why stand here, it's better to go to the lair. Brian says that he will discuss cooperation with Stitch again. Stitch thinks that this idiot has started his own again. Brian asks if everything is okay with the girl. He can't even see her face. Alina removes the mask from her eyes. Stitch asks what's the matter. She said that she can't get used to it, and she is already using her skills with all her might. The Master Ring answers that the difference in intellectual abilities has a strong effect when using artifacts. Stitch asks the Master Ring. He said this especially for him. The Master Ring evades a direct answer. Stitch and Brian look down on the camp. Brian asks, a little animatedly, yes. Brian explains that the boys are rebuilding the suspension bridge and that this is the best place for shelter, but first they need to figure out the roads. Stitch replies that it's not bad and asks if those monsters were killed to make the roads safe. Brian says that yes, there are a lot of monsters here, and they replenish their food supplies. Brian asks what brought Stitch to these parts. The last time they saw each other, Stitch was heading in a different direction. Stitch suspiciously asks why Brian is doing this, what is he trying to sniff out? Brian replies that he understands that Stitch is not particularly happy to see him, but offers to listen first. Brian says that he does not know where they are going, but in order to move freely in the area, they should first come to an agreement with him. Stitch asks why. Brian replies that the only way to move around here is through suspension bridges or abandoned mining tunnels. Brian adds that several bridges are dilapidated and the tunnels are closed because of monsters. Stitch asks what it means that they need to rebuild the bridges in order to move around. Brian replies that there is no need to worry. Brian says that not all bridges are completely destroyed, and if their shape is preserved, they quickly repair them. Brian says that he proposes another cooperation. Stitch replies that he seems to understand where Brian is going with this and he agrees. Stitch uses the spell Wave. Notice, Wave, an active skill, sends out a long-range lightning bolt with a low probability of stunning and paralyzing. An effective attack can be directed at multiple targets according to the specified range. Bird-like monsters, Humango. Lightning from the ground hits the bird. Birds are enveloped in lightning. Feathers fall from the sky onto Stitch. Brian thinks that Stitch has become even stronger since their last meeting. Stitch thinks that this skill is no match for Arc. It requires a fifth of mana to use, and if you do not watch the consumption, he will fall. Alina asks Stitch if he is tired and does not want to rest. Stitch replies that no, this is a good time to test the skill. Stitch says that he will also kill all the monsters. Stitch asks to find them. Alina says that the monster is right in front of Stitch, 400 meters away, and is flying straight at him. Stitch is pleased. Stitch fires a magic shot. The monster is defeated. Alina says that there is something else there. The monster growls. Alina coughs. Stitch asks what is wrong with Alina. Alina screams that it is the harpies. Brian's soldiers say that they will help too, they can't stand aside. Stitch screams for everyone to step back, take Alina with them and go back. Stitch says that he is going to fire a big shot. Brian screams for everyone to hide and cover, something is about to happen. Stitch says that now he will see how impenetrable the harpies are. Stitch uses the wave spell. The harpies writhe in pain. Brian's soldiers are stunned. Brian says that it is simply impossible to remain calm here. Brian yells to check the area for any remaining monsters and for the others to check for any injuries. Brian asks if Stitch is okay. It looks like he overdid it a bit. Stitch says it's nothing, he's just dizzy. Brian says that Alina can help Shale. It looks like she doesn't handle loud noises well. Stitch thanks Brian. Brian yells that if the check is over, they need to hurry, they need to resume rebuilding the bridge. 2 days later, Brian says that the monsters aren't bothering them, so they've been working faster, all thanks to Stitch and Alina. Stitch says that they built the bridge so quickly, it only needs a little polishing and it's ready to use. Brian hands Stitch some bread and says that they've destroyed the monsters and they've been able to focus on the construction work. Brian says that they had to run away every time the monsters appeared, sometimes they'd sit around doing nothing all day. Stitch says they can hold out for a day or two, but what about after that? The monsters could come back at any moment and then the bridge would be unusable again. Brian says the humongous need about 10 years to grow up. They don't hunt until then, that's plenty of time. Stitch says the humongous aren't the only problem. There have been a ton of different creatures in 2 days, how did they even survive here? Brian says they have a shelter, so the rest is just a matter of time and patience. Brian says a few months of work to rebuild the trade route and they'll be able to charge for passage. Shale yells that they're in trouble. Brian says trouble is worse than a lookout leaving his post. Shale says the pursuers are back again. Brian yells for them to grab their weapons. Stitch and Alina sit by the fire and chew. Stitch says things are taking a nasty turn. Alina asks if they're going to follow Brian. Stitch says that it's not a good idea to gather together when dealing with pursuers. Stitch says he'll go himself and asks Alina to keep an eye on the situation here. Alina agrees. Stitch asks if these are your pursuers. Brian confirms. Brian says that since the last time Stitch and he saw them, there have been countless times when they've been fought off, run away, fought, and started over again. Brian says that this time, it looks like they've brought some strong friends. Brian suspects that could cause problems. Brian says that it happened. Brian continues, thanks to the lookout, we found our pursuers who have been trying to track us for weeks. It seems we've really pissed these guys off. Brian says that our pursuers have decided to turn to mercenaries, and not just any mercenaries, but the Drake squad, so it's time to say goodbye to the happy days of laughing at stupid soldiers. Stitch asks, the Drake squad of mercenaries. Brian asks if Stitch has heard of them. Stitch says he hasn't, but they seem pretty confident if they call themselves by a dragon's name. Brian says that they are very famous, especially their leader, Gerald. Brian says that he has a whole bunch of different pompous nicknames: Dragon Hunter, Dragon Slayer. Alina asks if a man who killed a dragon works as a regular mercenary. Stitch tells Alina not to fall for it and that the man called himself that. Brian says that it is unlikely that anyone in their right mind would use such nicknames without having ever killed a dragon. Brian adds that in any case, Gerald owns a dangerous artifact. Alina asks again, an artifact. Brian says yes, the artifact Spiratus, it absorbs matter and substances around it and creates projectiles for shooting. Alina asks if the artifact is really that powerful. Brian says that it is even too powerful, although can the power of projectiles fired one after another exceed the power of a regular cannon? Brian says that the advantage of such an artifact is that the owner does not need to worry about the supply of projectiles, and also, depending on the owner's abilities, it allows you to shoot on the run. There are rumors that Gerald once helped besiege a fortress. The Master Ring says that no one can do such a thing. Stitch asks how Brian knows about this. Brian replies that he gets information by eavesdropping and asking other people. Brian thinks that there is only one reason why Gerald and his friends have not attacked yet. The thing is that they still have not determined our exact location, and if they make a mistake, we can slip away again. Stitch thinks that if Gerald sits here for too long, the bridge, which could not be repaired, will be destroyed forever. Stitch asks if he can participate if the pursuers attack. Brian agrees and says that Stitch is their main strength, why keep him in reserve? Stitch replies that he was going to fight anyway, but sometimes it is useful to clarify. Stitch says that if they take out Gerald, the rest will be easier to deal with, so why not sneak up on him and attack? Stitch says that his plan is much better. Brian replies that if everything was that easy, they would not run away from pursuers every time. The Master Ring says that everything is as Brian says, the peculiarity of his artifact phase change. Master Ring continues that the very fact of a living person's body moving into the astral domain violates the laws of the world, so the longer you are in this state, the more pain you feel. Stitch asks Master Ring to explain it more simply. Master Ring says that the longer a person is in the spiritual world, the harder it is for him. Now Stitch understands. Alina asks if Brian has a weapon that can attack from here. Brian says that they have very few, and although they have a lot of arrows, but if the attack fails, it will become clear where they are hiding. Stitch asks Alina if it will be difficult to shoot from a long distance. Alina answers that the distance is large and there are many obstacles. If the plan fails, everything will degenerate into a bloodbath, and this is absolutely disadvantageous for them. Stitch asks if they should just put Gerald to sleep like they did last time. Brian answers that it will not work since Gerald's defense is resistant to magic. Stitch says that then the answer is obvious. Brian asks what Stitch is going to do. Stitch says he has a good weapon and a great shield. Stitch says all he needs is a strong cage. Brian doesn't understand what kind of cage he is and asks what Stitch is planning. Stitch says he has an idea. The pursuer tells the other one that every time when the bandits were almost in our hands, they somehow managed to escape. Drake says that the pursuers shouldn't worry, this time the bandits won't get away. Drake says that tomorrow they will deal with the bandits, after which they will do the postponed business, and in the meantime they can drink as much as they want. The pursuers rejoice. The pursuer on guard says that Drake is just a mercenary, and is the plan really going to work? The other guard says that there is no choice, it certainly can't get any worse, the enemies must not notice this side, so be careful when you light the fire. Drake talks to his weapon, asks if it is hungry. Drake says it is time for the weapon to have dinner. Drake hits the weapon on the ground. The guard says it is the same artifact, it bites into the ground. The guard says the weapon is as gluttonous as its owner. One of the pursuers asks where Jamie went, because alcohol always tastes better when you share it with a friend. An arrow hits Drake's weapon. Drake asks if this is an ambush. The pursuers ask if Drake is okay. Drake shouts that it is just an arrow, and now they know where the bandits are hiding. Drake sees steam coming from the weapon. The pursuers shout that it is icing magic. The ice freezes the pursuers. Drake thinks that the attack is very daring. Alina says that she was aiming for the head and Drake has excellent reflexes. Brian replies that this mercenary should not be underestimated. Brian asks if it is time to go. Stitch says that since the first attack failed, hiding is useless. He did not plan to fight from a distance anyway, let's go. Brian says that Drake is being insolent. Drake turns to Stitch and Brian and says that the bandits have finally shown themselves. Drake says that he is glad to meet the bandits. Drake asks if they are the bandits who escaped to the Regia Valley. Drake is surprised that there are only 2 of them. Brian replies that there are so many. Brian adds that they are not bandits, but rather noble bandits. Stitch says that he was just helping out here, but it does not matter. Drake replies that he does not care what is happening here and is not going to talk, but he will definitely crush them into dust. Stitch puts a spell on his sword. Stitch strikes Drake. Drake blocks the blow with his artifact. Drake tries to strike with his fist. Stitch dodges the blow. Drake curses. Brian tries to strike Drake with his sword, but the sword cannot penetrate Drake's defense. Drake tries to smash Brian with a downward blow. Brian disappears from the place of the blow and appears nearby. Drake thinks that Brian also has an artifact. Drake understands that Stitch and Brian are not so simple. Arrows sent by Alina fly at Drake. Drake thinks that there is another person with the attackers. Drake does not understand how Stitch got so close. Stitch strikes Drake with his sword and simultaneously casts the explosion spell. Drake is thrown up by the explosion. The pursuers are terrified. Drake is out of breath. Stitch thinks that he should have pierced Drake through and through. Did Drake really manage to jump back and soften the blow? Drake says that Stitch has an interesting weapon. Drake offers to show them something interesting. The pursuer asks Drake not to shoot. Drake says that it looks like the bandits are well prepared for him, but he is not just a mercenary who can shoot well. Drake yells to duck and raises his fist. Drake punches Stitch. Stitch throws him aside, but he is still standing. Drake rushes at Stitch. Stitch curses. Alina thinks that they are too close to each other, they can hit the wrong one. Brian thinks that now is the time to intervene. The Master Ring admires Drake and says that the guy has enough skills to become a captain of mercenaries. Not only is he able to minimize the damage from such a powerful weapon that cuts through and through, but he also has excellent hand-to-hand combat techniques. Stitch says that the Master Ring will have time to express his admiration, but only after they are finished. Stitch points the sword at Drake's artifact. Stitch says if the weapon does not work, then what about magic? Stitch uses the arc spell. Drake blocks the spell with an artifact. Stitch says that Drake is stronger than he thought. Drake replies that he never imagined that Stitch could have several artifacts, one of which is magical. Drake continues that he has beaten 100 like Stitch. Stitch flies away cursing. The pursuers encourage Drake. Stitch says that this is what a mercenary's combat experience is all about. Drake asks, "That magic again? Do you want to see how many times I can block it?" Drake says that he is impressed that the bandit scum has enough courage and willpower, so as a tribute to him, allow me to give you a proper send-off on your final journey. Drake says, but first, Drake cancels the freezing spell. Drake asks his pursuers if they can move. The pursuers thank Drake and promise to be his human shield. Drake says the show is over and if the pursuers don't want to die, they should leave. Drake turns around with Stitch and says he's ready to continue. Drake hits Stitch with a cannon. Stitch tries to block the blow with his sword. Drake laughs that Stitch couldn't think of anything smarter than stopping the cannon in close combat. Drake says that the longer the fight goes on, the further the assistants who wanted to be his shield run, caring about their subordinates even in such a situation. Stitch asks what Drake is going to do, because very soon they will all end up in his trap. Drake doesn't understand what Stitch is talking about. Drake thinks that magic is involved. The pursuers scream, "There's someone there, we go the other way." Drake thinks that since they used another speed spell, they have more than one mage. Stitch replies that Drake doesn't have to look back, the bandits won't let anyone leave here alive. Drake doesn't understand how Stitch did it all, how ordinary bandits could have such a strong army. Stitch says that anyone who steps outside the camp will be burned alive. Notification: Tesla, an active skill, forms magical spheres that intercept the enemy within range. The pursuers shout that the magical spheres are cutting off their escape routes. Drake gets angry at the pursuers. Drake shouts that the only way to escape is to destroy the one who cast the spell. The pursuers shout for Drake to hold Stitch and that they will deal with him now. Brian meets the pursuers and tells Stitch that there is nothing to worry about. Brian slams the pursuers' faces into the ground. Brian grumbles that the leader of the bandits has to deal with the riffraff personally. The pursuer pounces on Brian, screaming for him to die. Alina shoots the pursuer. Brian is surprised that Alina was able to hit the pursuer in the joints from such a distance. Brian thinks that Alina is definitely not to be trifled with. Brian tells Stitch that he already told Stitch that there is no need to worry about the pursuers. Stitch thanks Brian. Drake says that Stitch and Brian are dirty bandits. Drake screams that he has lost the desire to fight them fairly. Stitch screams that fighting for life and thinking about maintaining manners is tantamount to death. Stitch asks if Drake thinks otherwise. Drake screams that all of Stitch's skills are worthless. Drake thinks that after using the skill, a small gap appears in his strength. He should take advantage of the chance and pounce on Stitch. Stitch uses the air bullet skill. Drake is surprised that Stitch has another ability that Drake has never heard of. Drake does not understand why he is so knocked down by the air bullet. Drake wonders if Stitch deliberately suppressed his power from the beginning so that he could give such a powerful fight. Drake admires Stitch's cunning. Stitch shouts to Brian that the moment has come. Brian kicks Drake. Drake falls, cursing. Stitch is about to fire another air bullet. The air bullet hits Drake. Drake does not understand who this Stitch is, where he got a strange weapon that destroys armor, how he mastered magic that only experienced mages can control, and where he got the skill to shoot without bullets. Drake thinks that the guy is right about one thing: it is not the time to relax. Drake shouts that now he will show Stitch the power of Spiritus. A Tesla magic sphere is approaching Drake. Drake recognizes the magic sphere. Green lightning fries Drake. Burnt Drake kneels. Stitch brings the sword to Drake's face. Drake wonders if he is going to die now. Drake thinks that he had a great weapon in his hands and he will die with his head bowed at the feet of the enemy, like a defeated criminal or slave. Drake is against it. The Master Ring tells Stitch to be careful. Stitch dodges the shot. Stitch thinks, what is this? Is a hand cannon capable of this? Drake shoots without stopping. Brian asks how Drake does it at all. Stitch says that something is wrong. Drake continues shooting. Suddenly, a crunching sound is heard from the barrel of the artifact. Drake looks into the barrel and sees that something has gotten inside. An arrow is sticking out of the barrel. Harold began to look at something in surprise. A huge explosion occurred in one of their territories. One of the people ran and said that warriors with ranged weapons often lose their temper during battle. Alina looked away and said that in other words, they all give their lives. The head of a monster lay on the ground. The trio walked to everyone else, saying that they needed to finish what they started. People began to shout at them to hurry up, since they had very little repair left to do. Stitch pulled himself up and was glad that he had finally finished. Alina began to ask the guy in surprise that it was too much to go on guard duty right after the battle. Stitch answered the girl that it was hard work and only the guys doing repairs worked much harder. The man began to look at the hero, saying that the boss asked him to come after Stitch had rested and that he needed to come in with the girl. Alina and the hero looked at the man in surprise, not knowing what to answer. Stitch began to slowly enter the tent, asking the hero what he wanted. Brian began to smile slyly, telling the guy that he must be tired after the guard duty and that he had an important matter to tell them, so they needed to wait a minute. Stitch looked at the guy with incomprehension, telling him that he would talk some nonsense again, so he needed to tell him what he did to the guy who was captured yesterday. Brian took something from the shelf and said that his weapon was taken and sent into the forest. The hero began to understand why the monsters were not heard. The monster's head was lying on the ground. Brian began to tell Stitch that it was for him. The guy folded his arms across his chest and said that he had given in to him. Brian laughed, saying that he also had a conscience and that he couldn't live knowing that he owed someone. The hero looked at the head with a smile, telling Stitch that if it weren't for him, they would have had to leave this place and hide from pursuit again. That's why Brian wanted to thank the hero so much. The guy said that they didn't have anyone worthy who could use the weapon. Stitch looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding what was meant by worthy. The hero's hand began to hold the monster's head. Brian looked at the head, saying that apparently, this artifact could change the size of the projectile according to the user's preferences. Gerald held the head in his hands. He preferred to use cannon-class sizes, since the man could easily handle the recoil. That's why the artifact itself was so huge. Stitch looked at Brian in surprise, not understanding why waste time on bullets if you can throw cannonballs. The guy began to ask if they would have the same problem. Skull began to tell the guy that maybe he would give it to Alina. Stitch looked at his comrade in surprise, saying that if you think about it, it was the same with Amarada. The hero asked Skull why he brought up this topic. Skull looked at Alina and her battles, saying that he made conclusions when they fought the Manticore. Skull said that the guy himself is strong and it would be good to raise Alina to such a level that in an emergency she would be at least a little useful. You can call the girl an investment in the future. Stitch began to look away, asking Skull whether to give Alina the artifact or not. Comrade began to say that the girl should first take the Spiratus and then they will talk. The hero began to look at the girl, asking her if she can give him a bow for a minute. The guy started to attach something to the girl's bow. Stitch ordered Alina to try to take the bow. The girl began to look at the structure in her hand in surprise. Stitch began to ask the girl if there was a difference. Alina began to say that it looked much lighter than it looked. Stitch looked at the girl's bow and said that if you use it like this, then in case of danger it will serve as a shield and you won't need to carry arrows with you since you can make shells with it, and anything the girl sees will do as materials. Brian began to look at the girl's bow with a smile on his face, telling Alina that he was sure that the artifact would be put to better use in the lady's hands than if it remained with them. The guy began to ask if they would take it. Stitch began to look at some papers in surprise, asking the hero that he had also prepared them for him. There were different cards on the paper. The hero asked Brian if these weren't assignments that were given out in guilds. The guy began to tell Stio that this wasn't for him and he just pulled everything out of Harold's backpack and put it in one place. Brian decided that Gerald was quite experienced and carefully chose assignments. Stitch began to look at something in surprise. Two men looked at the task received by the royal family of Venice itself in surprise. The customer was the second Prince Alfred Messer. It was written that an escort was required to transport supplies to the northern front, and if after their departure they were not at the appointed place, this would be considered a refusal. Stitch looked seriously at the sheet and said that he heard that in the northern front for the main herald. The guy became interested in when they were leaving and what route they wanted to move. Brian looked at the sheet in fear and said that they were moving from Kridlovka in the south and then going through the capital. The hero decided that this was an old question and it seemed that the transport bandages had already been sent. The guy calmly, thinking that this was a large shipment, including 34 carts that needed to be intercepted halfway so that they could put significant pressure on the herald on the northern front. Stitch looked at the sheet in surprise, asking the guy how long he planned to complete the task. The hero began to say that the scale was quite small and they probably went along a safe route so there should be no discrepancies. Brian said that if you take into account, you can find out that the task was scheduled for 20 minutes 25 days. The hero began to point his finger at the map, saying that they probably want and plan to reach the valley of the Regia and join them in the capital. Stitch began to clearly say that they will intercept. Brian looked at the man in surprise, not understanding what he was saying. Stitch looked at the guy and smiling at him said that you can't live on debt alone and this time he will need help. The guy began to ask Brian if he was going to catch up with the carts that had already set off on their way. On the map, the guy began to show that first they will cross the valley of the Regia diagonally and then get to the transport route to their capital and set up an ambush. Stitch started laughing, saying that this was the perfect opportunity to take all their supplies. Brian pointed to the sheet of paper, saying that on the map the road might seem quite short and that to follow the route that Stitch had chosen, they would have to cross a valley with a huge number of monsters, but if they went around, they would never make it in time. Stitch didn't understand why there were so many monsters there. Brian remembered that in the Valley of Regia there was one of the most ancient dungeons, and the creatures living there were no comparison even with harpies. In one of the caves there were monsters that they had fought and which were exhausted by the struggle for survival and territory. In terms of danger, they could barely be classified as level S. Stitch started smiling at the guy and saying that if the problem was only in the monsters, he would figure it out. Stitch started asking Brian to lend him one person from the room. Brian started to ask the guy in fear if he could worry already and whether he would go into the dungeon. There was a terrible thunderstorm with lightning outside. Stitch asked his assistant if he saw anything unusual. The man from the team looked through binoculars and told Stitch that he would not say that he noticed anything particularly incredible. But the closer they get to the dungeon, the more clearly the rumble of the earth and screams are heard. Stitch began to ask the guy what else he is besides this. The assistant began to look at the weather, saying that besides thunderclouds, there are no anomalies in this place that distinguish this place from any other. Stitch touched the assistant on the back, thanking him for his excellent work. The hero began to tell Stitch that if he has problems, he just needs to let him know. The hero began to quickly rush, realizing that the cause of earthquakes is known if they are caused by a monster. Skull looked at the guy, telling him that it must be a creature of the level of Deathworm. The guy looked at the cave, thinking that it could be a stone eater. Stitch looked at the mountains, realizing that the Valley of Regia has a lot of minerals that these monsters love so much, and also in these places landslides often occur as a result of earthquakes. Stitch lowered his head and said that the outer armor of stone eaters is not susceptible to any type of magic or metal, so they will have something to do. To the side, the guy began to hear someone's sounds. Stitch began to see Alina, who was very deftly breaking stones. Skull looked at the girl, telling the guy that a worthy weapon is capable of this. The guy understood that ordinary archers cannot split stone with arrows. Alina looked forward, holding her hand. Everyone saw that it looked like the girl would shoot again. Skull began to look at the guy, telling him to watch to know how it works. Stitch was very surprised that the girl did not use arrows. Alina confidently looked forward. Skull saw how the girl had arrows due to small particles and impurities of the atmosphere, which looked quite durable. Stitch wondered if it was even possible to shoot with such heavy arrows. Alina began to look forward with confidence. The girl quickly threw the arrow back. Stitch watched as the arrow flew high and far. The guy was surprised that it could fly so accurately. The guy began to smile at the girl, asking if it was hard for her. Alina angrily answered that if you do 3 things at once, it would be hard for anyone. The girl looked askance at the guy, saying that she needed time to get used to it. Stitch smiled at the girl and said that he needed to collect materials for tomorrow. The guy asked the girl if she would join him. Alina replied that she was already ready. Crowds of people stood near the huge door. One of the men did not believe that such a place could appear naturally. Brian looked askance at Stitch and asked if he was okay, since he could barely stand on his feet. The guy replied that he was collecting materials and needed to wake up. The guy looked at the dungeon with a smile on his face. Brian began to smile, saying that they would be able to pass here and easily overtake the carts, if possible. Stitch looked at the guy, telling him that he could wait outside. Brian smiled and told the hero not to worry, since in case of real danger he would run away faster than everyone else. All the people began to shout good luck to Brian, and Stitch's face changed and said that they had to go. The hero's door began to hold the door. The 3 began to enter the dungeon. Brian replied that he could not see further than his nose. Something was happening in the darkness. Stitch and Alina held the light, walking forward. The guy walked through the dungeon, realizing that there was a completely different energy here. Brian and Alina began to look ahead in surprise, where it showed 65%. Stitch looked into the distance and said that the survival rate of dungeon explorers from Class A to Class D is about 65%. But this place is not like all the others, since it was much more difficult. Ryan was curious about the survival rate of those who explore S-level dungeons. Alina and the guy looked at Stitch in surprise, who said that it was usually 15%, but if you encounter the dungeon keeper. The guy looked at the others in fear, saying that it would be 1%. Skull looked at the guy, listening to Stitch tell him to keep his ears open. Skull began to say that he was always on the lookout. The guys carefully walked through the dungeon. Skull began to quickly call the guy, telling him to look up. The assistant shouted menacingly and said that there was an automatic reflex upstairs. The guy began to look in fear. The system window began to show that the sensitivity of reflexes had temporarily increased, so the higher the mastery of possession, the higher the probability of its activation. The guy quickly grabbed Brian and Alina and rushed forward. Stitch covered the girl with himself and said that he thought that no surprises were prepared for them. The guys squatted down and began to understand that this was a magic trap. Alina looked ahead, saying that she was still under the influence of the Amorate and she did not even have a chance to dodge, not to mention feeling all this. Stitch looked at Alina, saying that this was a magic trap and it was impossible to feel it with the help of senses or magical power. Skull began to look at the guy, saying that they were able to notice it thanks to the special smoothness that Stitch's body has. Brian began to ask Stitch in fear if they would definitely be able to go further since the path was blocked. This is one thing, but traps are even scarier. Stitch began to create a menacing face, saying that they would definitely pass. The guy's hands began to create an air explosion. A huge flow of power began to be directed forward. Everything began to explode. Brian was happy and understood that all that was needed was to clear the passage with the help of magic. Stitch began to tell everyone to go further. Skull followed the boy, saying that he had chosen an effective method, but using skills at such distances, there was a high probability that the boy would quickly use up his magic power or cause a collapse. Stitch began to ask Skull what he was suggesting and if he had another option. Skull began to look at the guy, showing him his plan and saying that the main principle of magic traps is that they are activated when they detect the energy of a living being, so if you hide the energy, the trap simply will not work. Stitch looked at his fingers, saying that the equipment is always on him. The guy began to look at his hands in fear and gritting his teeth. The system window began to show that the active skill cursed aura was turned on. Brian, with incomprehension and fear, began to ask Stitch if everything was okay with him. The guy looked forward, saying that he would block his life energy with the help of the cursed aura in order to balance the expenditure of magical energy. The guy began to shout for everyone to hold on. Behind him, Skull began to tell the guy to look up and see that a giant magic trap was installed there, which must be walked under him. Stitch looked forward with disdain, telling the Skull that it was easy for him to say. The guy's legs began to enter the trap. Stitch closed his eyes. The guy moved his hands to the sides and asked the Skull if it worked. Brian began to shout to Stitch about what he wanted to check. The hero began to smile, telling everyone that he had found a solution to the problem. Voices were heard from the dungeon saying that they needed to get there safe and sound. Brian held his stomach and told Stitch that they would get there without any problems. Since they were talking about it, Stitch began to tell the guy that he had started complaining too early and that he needed to take a look. The trio looked at the huge trail left by a group of stone eaters. Stitch told everyone that everything was just beginning. The protagonist jumped down, after which Alina and Brian jumped after him, and the protagonist noted that he was leading them to the very center of the dungeon. The protagonist poured it on his comrade's weapon, heard what the extract of the Manhwa flower was, and replied that, simply put, it was a liquid that dissolved metals and minerals. Brian looked at him in surprise and asked if it was possible to pour it on a steel blade, and Stitch replied that it was possible. It did not affect the weapon, so he should not worry. The protagonist remembered the flower and said that in order for the Manhwa to receive nutrients, its roots contain a special component that can dissolve the soil in which the plant is located, and this component is of value. Stitch looked at the sword and added that it uses the extract of the Manhwa, characteristic of the Regia Valley, so it should be deadly for stone eaters accustomed to the local rare earth resources. The protagonist took out a bottle and said that if he poured it into the Spiritus, her arrows would also have a dissolving effect. The protagonist's hand lit up and he added that it should be enough to penetrate the Devourer's outer armor, but the more often they use the weapon, the weaker the effect will be, so let them think only about getting to their destination as quickly as possible. The protagonist put his hand to the ground and used pathfinding. The squad moved forward. The ground shook suddenly. Brian opened his mouth and asked what it was. Alina jerked and shouted that someone was approaching. Stitch smiled and noted that now they at least had no problem determining its location. A huge worm suddenly appeared from the ground. The protagonist folded his arms. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that they remembered what he said earlier. Let them go, he will stop it. The protagonist put his hand out and used an ice wave. Ice appeared around the worm. The monster broke it. Then it headed for the protagonist. Stitch gritted his teeth. The monster opened its mouth. Alina put out her bow. Then she shot near the protagonist. The arrow tore the monster's head off. The protagonist smiled and remarked that it was a great shot. The worm suddenly turned over. Then he hit the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he was about to go underground. Stitch put his sword in front of him. The monster pointed a tentacle at him. The protagonist cut it. The protagonist cut half of the monster. Then the remaining tentacles stood up. Blue energy appeared. Brian put out his hand and used it. Then he turned around and remarked that it was somehow bad that he would get all the fun alone. Maybe they would split it between the three of them. Stitch and Brian ran forward. The tentacles moved after them. Alina released the arrow. Then she cut the monster's limb. The squad ran into the tunnel and Brian shouted that they were not far behind. Stitch saw the door and shouted that here was the central cave. Brian and Stitch pounced on the door. A moment later, the door slammed shut. Brian opened his eyes and asked that it seemed like it was all over, and the protagonist noted that it was too early to relax. The protagonist turned and asked if they could see that creature. The Guardian was looking closely at the squad. Brian opened his mouth and asked that this was the Guardian of the dungeon, why wasn't he moving? The protagonist took a stone and noted that he would try to get his attention. The protagonist threw the stone. The stone hit the Guardian's head. The silhouette froze. Then he smiled. Stitch opened his eyes. A moment later, an ice cube hit him. The protagonist doubled over in pain. Then he used a fireball. Stitch wiped the blood and noted that now they would see what the level 5 guardian was capable of. The protagonist landed. Then he raised his head and thought that he was able to reflect his attack without straining himself. The protagonist looked at the guardian and thought that he was playing with him. Stitch approached the squad and noted that Alina should climb higher and cover them from behind. The girl jumped and noted that she understood, and Stitch added that he and Brian should look for a gap in his defense, and the guy asked that they would finally fight the dungeon boss. Brian gritted his teeth and noted that he was even scared. Alina took aim with her bow. The guardian slowly rose. Stitch ran forward and shouted that they had started. Then he launched a fireball. The guardian looked straight at him. Then he blocked it with ice. There was an explosion. The guardian straightened up. Stitch went to the side. Then he swung his sword. The protagonist turned his head and thought that there was another ice attack. The protagonist's sword glowed brightly. The arrow flew straight at the guardian. The protagonist held the sword in front of the guardian, after which the boss dodged. Then he grabbed the sword. Stitch gritted his teeth, after which the sword began to be covered with ice. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he was planning to freeze him. Brian swung the sword, after which spikes appeared on the guardian's back. A moment later, they shot out of his back. Stitch gritted his teeth and noticed that it was just in time. The protagonist jumped back and shouted that it was a good hit. The guardian flew forward. Brian hit him in the neck, after which he gritted his teeth and thought that it was too much. The guardian sat down on the ground, after which he exploded and created an ice flow. The protagonist looked at this carefully and thought that despite the fact that the blow was aimed right at his head, he did not think to dodge, but simply took the attack head on. The protagonist put out his sword and added that, however, when he attacked him with the penetrator, he still dodged. Stitch put out his hand, used Tesla, and thought that since it came to that, they would see how he could handle it. The protagonist put out his hands and shouted for Brian to go back. Alina fired arrows. The guardian blocked them. Then he ran forward. The ball approached the boss. Then an electric shock was heard. Stitch ran forward and noted that right now, it must be. The protagonist opened his eyes. The guardian spread his hands in lightning and called ice flows to himself. An ice flow caught the protagonist and he thought that he could not believe that he was still able to attack. The protagonist lowered his head and added that he needed a chance to strike. The protagonist went forward and thought that if he could strike one precise blow. Stitch jumped back. The guardian stood right in front of him. The protagonist crashed into him and used the explosion. Stitch tried to catch his breath. Alina looked straight ahead. Brian opened his eyes in surprise. The guardian stood with his head cut open. A moment later, fire appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes. Brian was also surprised. A moment later, a fire tornado appeared. The guardian threw off the ice and straightened up, and Stitch asked what the hell was that. The protagonist pulled his hand away and shouted for them to take cover. Stitch touched his comrade and thought that the fire was spreading too fast. They wouldn't have time. A huge tornado filled the room. Alina covered herself with her hand and thought how it was possible to splash out so much fire. The guardian threw off the ice shackles, and the girl thought that they were the same guardian. Alina jumped off and thought that now was not the time to think about this. It was more important to find out what happened to them. The girl looked at Brian and asked if he was here, then where was Stitch? Brian gritted his teeth and replied that in that fiery whirlwind, he used a wind skill to push him out of the flames. Brian remembered how the protagonist touched him, after which he flew away. The guy opened his mouth and added that when he woke up, he was already here. Alina looked at the guardian and heard that he was thinking that they should not worry. Brian smiled and added that knowing him, he was more than sure that he had a way to survive in that flame. Brian opened his eyes. Then he saw the crippled protagonist and wondered if he had really sacrificed himself for him. Alina opened her eyes. The girl froze in the void and thought about different things. Then he lowered his eyes with tears and wondered if she had really remained weak as she was. Let Stitch forgive her. Brian opened his mouth and shouted for Alina to come to her senses. Now is not the time to despair. The guy took out a dagger and thought that she had lost the will to fight, and since they failed to clear the dungeon, now the main priority is to get out of here alive. Brian looked at the fire guardian and added that if they managed to escape from him, then with his strength. The guardian put out his hand, and the guy thought that and outside they were most likely waiting for stone eaters. Now is not the time to think about it, he needs to act. Stitch knelt down. Alina opened her eyes. Brian froze in horror. Stitch began to decompose, after which a notification appeared. Stitch wiped the blood and said that he hoped that he would not have to go through this shit again. The guardian smiled, after which he ran forward. The protagonist put out his hand and used the headwind. The airflow surrounded him. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted that even though he almost died a second time, the desire to kill him only increased. The guardian gritted his teeth from the wind. Then he flew up. A powerful stream of wind hit the boss against the wall. The protagonist reached for his sword. Then he approached the squad and noticed that he had burned all his clothes. Brian hunched over and asked what he was he even human? Alina blushed. The protagonist darkened. Then he looked at the walls and answered that he hid this ability for several reasons. Alina wiped away her tears and noted that she would explain everything later. Then she looked at the Guardian and added that first of all, they need to deal with the Guardian. Brian gritted his teeth and said that she was right, but the question was which one. A moment later, the Ice Guardian appeared, and Brian added that it was abnormal when there were two Guardians in the dungeon at once. The protagonist opened his mouth, wondered how this was possible, and said that he was encountering something like this for the first time, but he could definitely say that they were at a disadvantage. The protagonist pulled out his ammo belt and said that the two of them would take on the Ice one, and he would take on the Fire one, but before that they needed to be separated. Stitch jumped back, and Brian shouted that it was dangerous to fight him alone. The protagonist ran at the Fire Guardian, after which he released an ice wave. The Fire Guardian covered himself with fire. Stitch gritted his teeth and said that they were even perfect for each other, let him not disappoint him. The protagonist clenched his hand and used the Curse Eater. A notification appeared and Stitch thought that he had already used 2, now he had 5 artifacts left. After which another notification appeared. The protagonist summoned a huge avalanche. The Guardian was covered in bright fire. The protagonist turned and shouted to his comrades to separate them. Stitch touched the Guardian's chest, after which he looked furiously and shouted that now they were one-on-one with him. Stitch hit the Guardian on the ground and shouted that they needed to be separated. Alina took aim, after which she shot at the Ice Guardian. The protagonist was holding the Guardian, after which he looked furiously and shouted that now they were one-on-one with him. The Guardian straightened up, after which he gritted his teeth. Brian began to chop him with a series of blows. The Guardian was covered with an icy crust. Brian jumped back and noticed that he was not so easy to pierce. A moment later, the spikes flew at him. The Guardian gritted his teeth, after which the arrow hit him in the head. The arrow got stuck in his head. Alina opened her mouth and shouted to attack now. Brian ran, after which he pierced his head with an arrow. The Guardian moved back. Then he looked forward furiously, after which he powerfully hit Brian. The guy turned and shouted that the Guardian was under Alina. Alina turned sharply, then she jumped to the side. Brian gritted his teeth and noticed that he was more stubborn than before. A moment later, an ice avalanche appeared. The Guardian made a mace out of his hand. Alina jumped back. Then she pulled out a shield. The Guardian powerfully hit the ground. The girl swung her leg. Then she delivered a powerful blow to the boss. The girl jumped back. Alina jumped on the Guardian and swung. The girl turned to the frozen shield and thought, what else? Pins appeared around her and she thought that her hand was frozen, she could not move it. Brian grabbed it abruptly. Then there was an explosion. Smoke rose up. The Stone Eater suddenly appeared in the arena. The Guardian gritted his teeth. Then he released ice at the monster. Brian opened his mouth and noticed that she calmed down and focused on breathing. Since she was here for the first time, she might feel unwell. The Fire Guardian looked at the monster. Stitch swung his hand and shouted that it was rude to get distracted during a fight. His opponent was him. Mr. Ring opened his mouth and shouted that with the current enhancements, he could trample him into the dirt. The protagonist hit the enemy hard and shouted in his head that he knew without him. The Guardian gritted his teeth. Then Stitch swung the next blow. The protagonist knocked the Guardian down. Then he opened his mouth and thought that the Manticore's skin was starting to melt. The protagonist saw steam and thought that it was increasing the temperature. The Guardian released a flame from his hand. The protagonist injured his hand on it and screamed, and Mr. Ring noted that he should not lose his vigilance, this would only give him a chance to counterattack. The protagonist released an ice wave. The Guardian moved back. Skull opened his mouth and noted that something was wrong, and Stitch noted that he himself seemed not to understand. The Guardian smiled, and Mr. Ring noted that whoever this Guardian was, it was simply impossible to reflect the attacks of the opposite element, 100%, and instead of becoming weaker with each attack, he, on the contrary, only became stronger. Stitch opened his mouth and said that maybe they were doing something wrong, they needed to attack him again, but this time to the maximum. A moment later, the protagonist released a fireball. The Guardian looked closely, after which there was a powerful explosion. Stitch opened his eyes. Skull opened his mouth. The protagonist remembered how the Guardian threw off the ice shackles and wondered what the reason was for the Fire Guardian to come out of the ice one. The protagonist remembered the ice avalanche and added that it was somehow connected with temperature and the measure of how far they move away from each other. The protagonist remembered how the Guardian smiled, after which Stitch remembered how the Guardian released the pincers and wondered that the ice one acts as a cooling agent. The protagonist swung his hand and thought that he needed to test the theory. There was no point in a large fireball, a small but fast one would do. The protagonist quickly threw the ball at the enemy, after which the Guardian hunched over. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that it worked. If he overheated it, then there was a chance that it would self-destruct. The protagonist put his hand out, thought that it was time to act, and used the curse eater. A moment later, a purple typhoon appeared. The guardian opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist put his hand out with a black hole, after which the guardian raised his hands. Stitch opened his eyes. A moment later, the guardian dealt a powerful blow. Fire hit the protagonist. The guardian began to run to his comrade and Mr. Ring screamed that he was heading for the ice one. Stitch opened his mouth and screamed that the ice one was his shell. Let them get close. Brian gritted his teeth and screamed that he would not have time. The guy turned to the girl and asked to borrow a bow. Brian took the weapon in his hands. Then he fired and shouted that he had to stop. The bullet hit the ice one. The guardian turned sharply. Brian gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't dodge. Alina abruptly put her hands out, shouted for him to rely on her, and thought that she could block the attack. The girl's hands were covered with tattoos. A notification appeared. A strong wind rose around. Alina opened her eyes and thought that this was another one of Amrita's abilities. The guardian flew to the side. Then he fell to the ground. The protagonist jumped on him. Then he pressed him to the ground. Stitch grabbed his head tightly. Then he summoned Inferno. The protagonist's hand began to burn. The guardian opened his mouth and began to scream. The protagonist gritted his teeth. A moment later, the fiery typhoon disappeared. The ice spike approached the protagonist, after which he melted. The main character stood up, after which he exhaled. Alina looked at him. Brian smiled and noted that he didn't want to jinx it, but this time they definitely won. There was silence in the arena and someone asked, "What now? Will they go for the artifact?" The protagonist turned around and answered that he didn't see any paths that would open, and so he was thinking. Stitch looked at the pedestal and added that the ball in that thing was the dungeon artifact. Brian turned his head and said that they were sweating for some ball, although first they needed to get out of here. The last thing they needed was to run into something. The protagonist picked up the ball and said that he agreed. The ball began to emit energy. The protagonist hunched over and noted that he felt something. The skull lit up brightly, and the protagonist asked what he was doing. Alina opened her mouth. Brian was also surprised. Mr. Ring began to burn brighter. The protagonist was all hunched over and wondered why he had suddenly started eating the curse. Stitch fell to the ground. The bridge hung over the cliff. Brian leaned back in his chair. Then he tilted the flask, after which he left the tent. There was bread on the table. Alina opened her eyes after hearing that this was where she was. The girl turned around and allowed him to enter. Brian handed over the flask and noted that it was good to take care of him, of course, but he should not forget about himself. Let him eat at least a little. The protagonist was lying on the bed, and Brian asked how long he had been in this state. About 5 days. Alina smiled and replied that he was getting better every day. The girl looked at him through the X-ray and thought that no, compared to the first day, he was much better now. However, the dark red mana in his body continued to function. The girl remembered the ball in his hand and thought that the problem itself probably arose from the inability to properly digest the unusual mana in that artifact. Brian sighed and pointed out that she probably already guessed that they couldn't wait any longer. It had been so long already, and if they lagged any longer, they would miss their chance to loot the wagons. Alina lowered her head and pointed out that in truth, there was one way to speed up the recovery, although she wasn't sure if it would work on him. Brian opened his eyes and asked if she was serious now, in which case, what were they waiting for? Alina leaned back on her feet and replied that she had never done anything like this before, and if she did it too quickly, it could lead to terrible consequences. The girl put out her hand and added that she wanted him to recover on his own, but as he said, they couldn't wait any longer. They needed to see if she could cure him in her own way. Brian put his hands on his hips and noted that he should start. He hoped that after her method, he would wake up, then he would go and prepare everything. If they left in the next few days, they would have time to do a lot. Brian waved his hand and wished her luck. The girl covered herself in drawings and thought that she needed to suppress this black mana as soon as possible, but for this she needed a sufficiently dense and pure mana in order to tame it. The girl remembered how she used the ability. Then she put her hands on the protagonist's chest. Alina clenched her teeth. Light curls of mana went around the room, and the girl thought that she had everything under control. The protagonist remembered the past and thought about important questions. The protagonist remembered how Mr. Ring opened his teeth. Then he remembered training with the girl. Then he remembered how blood flowed from his eyes. Stitch remembered the blonde man. Then he remembered the room with runes on the floor. Then other moments from the past appeared. Again I remembered the blonde man with the team. The man opened his mouth. Then the whole squad looked at him. The blue-haired girl opened her mouth. Then the bearded man opened his mouth. The boy spoke last. The whole squad knelt in front of the man. There were folded papers on the floor. The man was lying on the table. The man put his hand to his head and asked when he had managed to fall asleep. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Then he saw 3 silhouettes in the passage. The man flew up and laughed. The red-haired guy stood motionless. The bearded man stood straight. The girl stood with empty eyes. The man clenched his fists and shouted that he had managed to create life. Why weren't they reacting? Then he smiled and added that it must be him. He hadn't named them yet, and they also had no self-awareness. The man stuck out his finger. Then he wrote the name in the air and said that she would be Estra. For everyone, she was a kind and compassionate elf. Estra inhaled sharply. Then he pointed at the dwarf and noted that he would be Eston. For everyone, he was a stubborn but fair dwarf. Eston took a deep breath. Then the man pointed at the boy and noted that he would be Cain. For everyone, he was an unyielding and determined person. Cain inhaled sharply. The man put his hand to his chest and, having greeted the world, noted that he was their master and creator. Cain closed his eyes and asked if the master would tell his name. The man opened his mouth and asked that they were interested in his name. 500 years later, Cain stepped onto the grass. Then he took up his sword and noted that it had been a long time since he had been here. Eston clenched his fist and asked how much water had flowed under the bridge. Cain opened his mouth and shouted, "What kind of nervous person is this? Didn't their master say that it was bad to swear?" Eston opened his mouth and said that he should watch his language. After which the dwarf charged and added that he was already impatient to check who would make whom. Cain pulled out his sword and replied that it was definitely not him. He would drop it before they went home. Eston gritted his teeth. Then Cain. Estra looked down and asked what they were doing here, especially on their master's territory. If they wanted to fight, they should choose another place for it. Cain rubbed the back of his head and replied that they were not really going to fight, and Eston added that he was right. Why did she always think of them that way? A moment later, the three warriors came to the master's house. The master looked closely at the door. Then he smiled and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The house stood on stones and from it came the sound that they should have visited him earlier. The creator folded his hands behind his back and noted that he knew better than anyone how busy they were. Let them sit down somewhere and not pay attention to a little disorder. Estra raised her hand and asked what it cost them to clean up. Had he really lived like this since they moved out? Things began to levitate and the creator replied that since he lived alone, there was no point in cleaning. The books fell into place. Eston sat down on the table and shouted that they had not seen each other for many years, but the first thing she decided to do was clean up. What was wrong with her? The elf turned and asked what was wrong or if he wanted her to throw him out of here. A scream was heard from the house. Why was everyone so impudent today? Eston, Estra and Cain put out their hands with magic and the plot told that 500 years had passed since one man created three beings of different races. Having almost omnipotent power and also possessing the traits of their creator, they also inherited the power of creation. Eston stood on the balcony, and the plot added that the three were no different from their creator because they also had a strong attachment to the creation, and therefore they created life forms in their own image. Estra flew over the city, and the plot said that their creations soon began to flourish until they completely filled the empty world. Cain looked at the human city, and the plot said that not much time passed when their creations began to worship them as their gods. The creator smiled and asked how they were doing, because decades had passed since their last meeting. Cain leaned on the back of his chair and replied that humanity was doing as usual, sowing fields, building houses, but the monsters from the area, they were quite annoying, and the creator clarified about the monsters. Aston raised his mug and replied that they had been appearing for about 50 years or so, evil creatures that attacked everything in their path. No one knew where they came from, but every year the number of victims at their hands was growing. The creator looked at the armor of his children and noted that this was why they were all so equipped, but he did not remember such creatures existing 100 years ago. Cain smiled and noted that in truth, they did not need equipment, they just kept up appearances among their followers. The guy turned sharply and added that by the way, the master had not changed at all, he was still working on something. The dwarf took the scroll and asked if it was not a secret what he was doing. A moment later, the creator hit the dwarf and noted that it was impossible. The master stuck out a finger and noted that they would find out about everything as soon as he finished, and until then, it was a secret. They needed to change the subject and talk about their races. It was getting dark. The empty mug stood on the table. The elf smiled and noted that she did not want to leave him, but people were waiting for her. Eston put on his armor and noted that he had a great time. By the way, why shouldn't they visit them? And the creator replied that he would think about it as soon as he finished his business. Cain smiled, heard the question that he was leaving too, and replied that he was leaving. The master watched his children go. The master trembled. Then he sat down on the ground. He lowered his head, all sweaty, and said that he could do with just a little more. Night had fallen. Brian was riding in a cart. Then he turned around abruptly. Alina was healing the protagonist. The girl was all sweaty, after which the ring began to emit red mana. The girl covered herself with her hands. A moment later, black energy approached her. Alina abruptly put her hands on the guy's chest. The girl exhaled and thought that usually mana is like water or wind. But as mana moves as if it has self-awareness, you don't need to think about that. Brain looked at the girl and asked what she had there. In his opinion, he would be able to wake up soon, and Alina replied that it was delicate work. Let him not rush her. Brain scratched his cheek and noticed that he was silent. The carts were driving through a dark forest. Brain handed over the reins and noted that he was leaving everything to him. The guy climbed into the cart and asked how she was. The girl wiped her sweat and said that everything was fine. Brain sat down on a box and noted that 8 days had passed, that he should not strain himself too much, and Alina noted that it was a small problem. Brian lowered his head and noted that she knew better. Stitch was lying on a pillow. Shale turned to Brian, shouted that strange sounds were coming from the forest, and heard what the sounds were. The cart suddenly rushed through the trees. Brian pulled out his blade and shouted that something was moving on them. A moment later, a ghostly cart appeared. Brian opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to get ready. It was the enemy. The cart abruptly turned towards the main cart, and Shale shouted that he was heading towards them. The girl smiled and noted that in life he was cuter than in the wanted poster, and the guy noted that he seemed to be right. Brian gritted his teeth and asked that they were here for his soul. The girl smiled wider and replied that they were here to find the missing mercenaries of the city. There was a dragon emblem on the cart, and the girl added that even such a famous group would not disappear without a reason. Brian gritted his teeth and wondered how they knew about their location. The girl looked straight at him and noted that even if he lost 2 legs or 2 arms, he would not die for nothing because they needed them alive. A crowd of warriors suddenly jumped out of the cart. Brian swung his dagger. A knife flew at one of the warriors. The warrior jumped up and shouted to the boss that they would cover. Brian's warriors suddenly lined up and shouted that they needed to cover him. The guy put out his hand and noted that it was useless. A moment later, a raven appeared, after which the bird cut one of the warriors. Brian opened his mouth and shouted that they should forget about him, that they should concentrate on the cart, that they should not let them get close to it. The girl smiled and remarked that it was cute. The magician moved his fingers. Brian paid attention to it, after which the bird killed another one and Brian thought that they found them by it. The bird put out its paws. The magician looked at the warrior and remarked that his skill annoyed him. Asha, summoning 2 familiars will take a lot of mana, let them deal with him personally. Asha smiled and said that first, they need to watch him. Brain looked up sharply, then he climbed onto the roof. The warriors took out their weapons. Brain sharply attacked one. Then he inserted his hand into the enemy's head. The warrior opened his eyes. Brain brought the knife behind his back. Brain killed 2 with a sharp movement. The warriors shook and remarked that plan B, they attack at once. Brain pointed his weapon and shouted that if they captured him alive, they should try. Asha smiled and remarked that they should think a little, that they should aim not at him, but at what was beneath them. Alina bit her lip and heard that they hadn't realized yet that he was trying to protect those who were there. Brain gritted his teeth. The warriors smiled maliciously, after which one of them jumped off the roof. Then he opened his eyes furiously. He saw how Alina was healing the protagonist. Brain suddenly attacked him. The warrior gritted his teeth. Brain threw up a knife and remarked that it didn't matter how many of them there were. The spear pierced the roof. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted, "Now." Brain abruptly cut the spear. Alina looked at the corpse next to her. Brain looked and apologized for distracting her. Alina abruptly pulled the knife out of her back. Then she threw it at the enemy. The corpse fell off the cart. Brain smiled and remarked that she had done a good job. Alina stretched out her hand in front of her. Asha took out her axe and shouted that it was a pleasure to watch them, but it was time to end. Shale turned and shouted that she was ready to attack. The axe spun sharply. The axe sharply chopped off the roof of the cart. Alina and Brian covered their heads. Then Brian gritted his teeth and remarked that it was time to take care of her. Let her try to do her best for now. Alina firmly placed her hands on her chest and heard "Why now?" Blood flowed from her mouth and she thought that she could not lose control. Asha took the axe away and asked what he was thinking of resisting. However, he forgot. Asha wounded the axe and added that she would not mind taking his head. Brian opened his eyes and thought about what to do. If he blocked the attack, then he was clearly a corpse. Brian looked at the girl and noted in his head that if he could dodge, they would die. Brian put his hand to his shoulder, after which the stone went out. The axe approached Brian's face. A moment later, a column of air appeared. Brian opened his eyes. Alina opened her eyes. The protagonist let off steam and apologized for oversleeping a little. Camp Brian. Brian did not think that they would be able to get to the goal so quickly. After all, this is the most opportune moment. Brian is surprised that Stitch scattered all the pursuers with one blow. Stitch replies that, in addition, he also blew everyone up. Stitch does not understand who these people were. Brian says that they seem to be tracking him. Brian says that among the mercenaries there are groups that professionally track down people on the wanted list. Brian assumes that this was such a group. Brian offers Stitch to take care of Alina. Brian says that Alina was ready to give her life even if Stitch did not wake up. Stitch says that it seems he owes Alina. Brian says if Stitch understood everything, then good. Stitch says that they will find out what plans the pursuers have left when the carriage with supplies arrives, but for now they need to rest since they have the opportunity. Brian says that if everything works out, They can save many people from starvation and suggests that Stitch rest. Stitch thanks Brian. Stitch calls the Master Ring. Stitch tells the Master Ring to answer. Stitch asks what that was. Stitch says that he is asking not only about the dream, but also about the black artifact. Stitch says that what they saw was clearly not in the order of things. Why did the Master Ring absorb it? Stitch gets angry and shouts for the Master Ring to answer. The Master Ring says that the time for this information has not yet come. Stitch growls that the Master Ring speaks as if he knows what is happening. Stitch asks how he can trust the Master Ring if he acts like this. Stitch thinks, that hill and house are not in my memory either, and those characters. This can't be true. Stitch thinks that it is because of God. Stitch thinks that the races that still believe in deity are the elves and the dwarves. The goddess of the elves is Distra, and the god of the dwarves is Ixtan. If they both exist, then the one that remains is the god of humans. So Stitch has seen the gods and the absolute being that created them. Alina wakes up. Stitch is happy. Stitch says that he is glad that she woke up and asks if Alina is okay. Alina says that she is fine, there are no problems. Stitch thanks Alina and says that thanks to her, he was able to wake up. Alina says that there is no need for thanks. Brian calls Stitch and Alina to his place if they have both come to their senses already. Stitch is surprised that Brian called him and Alina a couple. Stitch asks Brian what happened. Brian says that he does not know how much time they have left, but while they are not too busy, should they make a plan? Brian suggests that Stitch look where he points. Stitch asks if this is the wagon they are hunting. Brian says yes, it is still far away, but considering the delay, there is not much time. Brian says that the scouts have probably arrived by now and it is time to make a plan. Stitch scoffs at Brian's plan and asks if he is sure that his plan will be understood. Brian replies that you can't tell from their appearance, but they are professionals and if they take on a job. The scout calls Brian. Brian praises his scouts and asks how the situation is. The scout says that everything is bad. Brian says that he assumed that it would not be easy because the wagon is going to the front lines and asks for more details. The scout says that it is impossible to get close to the wagon within the radius of the circle. Brian asks why. The scout says that in the center of the column is an Accuratus trainer and if they come closer than 300 meters, they will be immediately discovered. Stitch does not understand who the trainer tamed. Alina explains that Accuratus are monsters with a high level of intelligence. They have excellent vision, almost like elves. Alina did not know that Accuratus can be trained. Brian says that it is possible if you train Accuratus from birth, but they will not listen to anyone except the trainer. Brian adds that they are very rare, so their detection radius is incredibly wide. Stitch asks what other interference there is. Scout says that Accuratus are very expensive. Stitch asks what that has to do with it. Scout explains that if we are talking about a regular barrier, it would be more effective to hire a large number of mages and use their magical reconnaissance skill. Stitch agrees. Scout says that this is just his opinion, but it is worth considering the equipment of the soldiers, as well as the likelihood that they have Dispelium. Brian begins to understand. Brian says that mages are of no use if they have Dispelium, so there is only one thing left. Alina says that she will deal with the enemies. 300 meters will be enough for her. Stitch says that she needs to rest and if she strains herself. Alina says that she is not so weak that she cannot handle one bird. Alina suggests that if Stitch is so worried, they should fire one arrow and retreat. Stitch says that Alina is still stubborn. Brian is surprised at how determined Alina is. Brian says that to be honest, without Stitch and Alina's abilities, it will be difficult for them to get to the wagon. Stitch says that in that case, okay, but only one shot. Brian says that if the guards cannot detect them, it will give them an advantage in the fight. Brian asks what they will do about the Dispellum. Stitch says that it does not matter. Stitch says that even if they have Dispellum, he has a method that will catch them. The caravan with the wagon with supplies moves along the road. Benedict asks Tall if he is tired. Tall says that they rode without rest from the southern lands to the northern ones. Everyone is probably tired. Benedict asks Tall to be patient a little longer. They only need to unload what they are carrying in the carts. Tall agrees. Accuratus sits on the tamer's glove. Tall says that no matter how much he looks at Accuratus, he seems so noble. Benedict asks Tall if he thinks so too. Tall replies that it is of course difficult to breed such, but his loyalty and ability to hunt are simply excellent. Tall says that Accuratus is elegant and quite useful. Tall continues that anyone would want such a pet. Accuratus falls to the ground. Tall is perplexed by what happened. Accuratus lies pierced by an arrow, shouts, "This is an attack, everyone raise your weapons and take up combat positions." Benedict does not understand what is going on. What other attack? What idiots decided to attack the royal carts? Benedict thinks, "We are all armed and well trained. Our equipment is covered with Dispelium. It will be difficult to defeat such people even in the great battle of magicians." Benedict does not understand how this is possible. Benedict thinks, is it possible that this is a user of the artifact? Benedict thinks that if it is an artifact, then it is activated not by magic, but by the spirit. Dispelium can resist magic, but it is not omnipotent. Benedict shouts at the soldiers to follow him and help those in front, and also to strengthen their positions in the back rows. The guard shouts that they have problems and someone is approaching the back rows too, presumably a magician. The Master of the Ring says that there are only idiots around and that they can shoot at Stitch for 100 years, they will still not hit. The fighter thinks that if Stitch is a magician, they need to try to force him into close combat. The fighter shouts that there is no need to be afraid. As soon as they get close to Stitch, they will block the magic with Dispelium. Stitch asks the Master Ring. It said that the skill lasts for 1 hour. The Master Ring replies that 5 minutes will be enough. Stitch shoots a beam from the Master Ring into the warrior's forehead. The warrior loses consciousness. Another warrior asks what's wrong with him. Suddenly, the other warrior starts coughing up blood. The guard does not understand what is happening. Stitch is surprised at how the skill works. The Master Ring mask merges with the face of another warrior. The Master Ring says, if you have already decided, try to attack vile creatures. The Master Ring uses the warrior's hands to thrust a sword into his throat. The guard does not understand what kind of nonsense is going on here and why the warriors are killing each other. A new ability of the Master Ring artifact appeared after absorbing the black sphere and fulfilling the conditions, capture. The ability allows the Master Ring entity to separate from the ring, transfer itself to another body and control it. Such a skill. The scariest thing about it is that you can use it for an entire hour, and there are no restrictions on controlling ordinary people. The guard yells at Stitch, what is he doing? Stitch replies that it is nothing special. He is just returning what he stole. Stitch uses the enchantment. Stitch cuts off the guard's head with his sword. The Master Ring in the warrior's body says that it feels good at all. The Master Ring says that he never thought that having flesh could be so convenient. Stitch asks if the Master Ring has never thought about it. The Master Ring replies that sometimes, when Stitch was slow, he thought about taking control of the body. Stitch asks if the Master Ring thinks he would let him. The Master Ring says that if Stitch is afraid, he can just watch. He wants to enjoy the feeling longer. The warrior in which the Master Ring was located falls dead. Stitch says that he feels a strange feeling. Benedict thinks, what nonsense. They are carrying precious supplies to the front lines. There's a ghost-like warrior in front. The soldiers in the back are fighting among themselves. Tall shouts at him to give the order quickly, because at this rate they'll lose all the wagons. Benedict says that they need to deal with the front lines first. Benedict rushes at Brian. Benedict strikes Brian with his sword. Brian is surprised at how fast Benedict is. Benedict thinks that Brian is going to increase the distance and use the artifact again. Benedict thinks that he won't let that happen. Benedict kicks Brian. Brian thinks that even the smallest thing can't be overlooked before Benedict disappears. Benedict says that Brian doesn't care that the country is falling apart, the main thing is to steal. Brian says that's nonsense. Any goblin knows that the kings of Venice have squeezed every last penny out of their people for centuries. They are ready to sacrifice even the riches of the kingdom to maintain the front lines. Brian asks Benedict if he thinks that hunger doesn't exist just because he isn't hungry. Benedict says that Brian is talking nonsense. Brian yells at Tall to kill Brian. Tall attacks Benedict, and Benedict asks what he is doing. The Master Ring is surprised that Benedict was able to defend himself. Tall says in the Master Ring's voice, hello. Benedict does not realize that Tall is under the Master Ring's control. The Master Ring stabs Benedict with his sword. Benedict says that this can't be true. Stitch stands by a tree and pukes. Stitch thinks that his ability allowed him to do it in 10 minutes, but if he had relaxed, who knows how it would have ended. Brian turns to Stitch and says that he was wondering where he went, and here he is, vomiting, which is not good at all. Stitch says that this is nonsense and asks if Brian is finished. Brian says that the guys have almost done everything, and Stitch is a good man, he did a good job, thanks to him, almost no one died on our side. Stitch asks, then that's it with this mission. Brian replies that yes, we both achieved our goals. Does Stitch want to join Brian's team? Stitch says that he does not need it. Brian says that then they part ways and he returns to the Ledger Gorge. Brian says that they have spent a lot of time and now they need to hurry. Stitch asks what Brian will do now. Brian replies that he will send carts with supplies to where they are needed. There are many weak people in the kingdom who are not able to defend themselves. Brian says that the road is long, so they need to act quickly. Brian says that he asked Bernard to accompany Stitch and Alina. He can deliver them to any place inside the kingdom. Brian says that Alina does not look very well, so it would be better if Stitch does not refuse help. Brian asks if Stitch has decided where they are going. Stitch begins to say where he will go. The Royal Palace. Prince Raptor leans back in his chair. Alfred asks Raptor where he went again. Raptor says, wow, who do we have here? Come here and rest for a while. Raptor says he is drinking 95 art wine. It smells amazing. Alfred says that is not why he came. He asks how many artifacts Raptor has collected. Raptor replies that about 3, the harvest was meager this time. Raptor says that 2 artifacts looked good, so he gave them to his bodyguards, and this one caught his eye, so he kept it for himself. Alfred asks Raptor not to give away artifacts left and right. Alfred says that he is worried about the power struggle between members of the royal family because there are restrictions on property in the country. Alfred asks how anyone can take the initiative and deliberately break the rules. Raptor says that Alfred is always worrying. He kept the really valuable artifacts for himself and Alfred shouldn't worry about it. Raptor asks if Alfred wants an artifact for himself too. Alfred replies that he can't take an artifact for himself and he doesn't need one. Alfred says that he only needs one artifact to take care of himself. Raptor says that Alfred is boring and asks if there is any interesting news about what his younger brother is doing. Alfred replies that nothing special happened. He lived a quiet and peaceful life, recovered on the front lines, without spreading unnecessary rumors. Raptor says that Idol told him something completely different. Raptor asks Alfred again if anything happened. Alfred replies that of course nothing happened. Alfred thinks Idol is a sly fox. The 3 princes of Venice. It is known that they were quite good-natured in nature, but due to disagreements, the relationship between them deteriorated, even smelled of bloodshed. However, in this Cold War, Raptor had an advantage compared to the other brothers. He was first in line to the throne. He had capable assistants, Idril and Mark, as well as a huge support of the kingdom. Therefore, the other brothers were more like his subordinates than competitors. However, they thought highly of themselves enough to humbly bow their heads before their brother, and they began to act each in their own way. Gerald openly rejected Raptor. Naturally, the first brother only hated him for this. Gerald was the 3rd son, therefore the furthest from the throne, so despite his young age, he was forced to go to the northern front as he had a bad reputation, but Alfred acted wisely. He pretended to help Raptor for his own safety. He took responsibility for the financial part of the kingdom, and as the first advisor to the next king, he could use his talents and status, although he himself had no desire to sacrifice anything for Raptor. Raptor asks, just in case, if Alfred was planning anything strange behind his back. Alfred outwardly denies any possibility of such plans. Alfred and Gerald, although they were competitors, but their common goal was the succession to the throne, so the most important task was to overthrow Raptor. There was no reason why they should not become allies. Alfred says that it seems that he took too much of Raptor's time and now he will go. Alfred says that next time he will open a bottle of wine for his brother. The outskirts of the forest in the northwest of Venice. Alina smells herbs. Bernard says that they will soon arrive in Kyldent, and there they can find funds for restoration. Stitch thinks that Kyldent has recently increased its trade in medicines and herbs and that they have to get such information as well. Alina says that she really is fine. The ringmaster says that this is complete nonsense. The flow of her magic is far from normal. Stitch asks Alina to create a bow. Alina realizes that her strength is not even enough for that. Stitch says, Alina, you see, if you are stubborn, you can completely lose the ability to use magic. Stitch says that he does not want to hear anything until Alina regains her strength, so he should sit and rest. Stitch asks Bernard how much longer they have to go. Bernard replies that he does not understand what is going on, because the city should have appeared by now. Bernard sees the city and says over there, Kyldent. Stitch thanks Bernard for the delivery and says that the journey was not easy. Bernard says that it was not difficult, because Stitch helped them so much. Stitch thinks that next time he should tell him that my name is not Brian. Bernard says that they have arrived. Stitch says that if there is anything else they can call him. Bernard says that the boss ordered him to do everything properly. Alina falls to the floor of the cart with a groan. Stitch wonders if she is really that bad. The ringmaster says that he did not understand how she could move with such a state of magical power. The ringmaster suggests that she has been enduring it all this time, and Stitch has not noticed anything all this time, how thick-skinned they are. Humans. Stitch shouts for Bernard to stop the cart and wait, and Stitch will get medicine or herbs and come back. Stitch thinks that Alina's magic cannot be restored with a simple remedy. She needs a medicine that helps restore skills. Stitch thinks that such a medicine can be found in Kyldent. Stitch demands a magic restorer from the seller immediately. The seller does not understand what Stitch needs and says that he does not have it. Stitch says that he does not understand how this is possible, because Kyldent is known for growing rare medicinal herbs here and you say that you do not have a magic restorer. The shopkeeper swears that this is true. He sells basic medicine, but there are no magic restorers in the whole town. Stitch says what nonsense. Granny turns to Stitch and says that his behavior in broad daylight in a peaceful town is tantamount to rioting. Granny says that it is really strange that in a place where medicinal herbs are grown there is no magic restorer, but this old man is really right. The old woman continues that the magic restorer, that is, the dawnlight flower, grows on top of the cliff, but now no one can get there. The old woman says that a few months ago, everyone who went there, to the flower field, lost their memories there and returned back. Stitch asks if he can get the flower, will they be able to make the medicine? The shopkeeper replies that it is possible, but how will Stitch do it? The old woman says that it is better for him not to go there, and even if Stitch goes, nothing good will come of it. Stitch asks the shopkeeper to wait, and he will go find the flower and come back. Stitch walks through the forest and asks Master Ring who the bastard is who is going around erasing people's memories. Master Ring says that he won't be able to find out because the memories have already been erased. Stitch thinks that even in the vicinity of Caldent there are many rare plants, it's just an ideal place for scientists studying herbs. Stitch thinks that there is something else that haunts him. Stitch draws his sword. Stitch thinks that the attacker is quite fast, but very noisy. Stitch hears the attacker approaching. Stitch jumps out of the line of attack. Stitch says that it is strange that the people of the town did not say anything about this. A Grozakni spider is approaching Stitch. Stitch does not understand why the Grozakni spider is in such a place. Stitch dodges the spider's attack and shouts at Master Ring to use a skill. Master Ring uses the air burst skill. Stitch uses the curse eater spell. Master Ring does not understand where the spider came from. Something strange is happening here. Stitch says that usually the ThunderClan live in packs of 200-300. Where did the rest go? Stitch says that the Dawnlight flower is nothing. If the monsters come, then there will be nothing left of the town. Stitch says, has no one noticed anything yet? Stitch catches the arrow. Notification, automatic reflex, level was 1 became 2, active skill, with a low probability increases the sensitivity of reflexes. Stitch tells the stranger in the cloak that it would be better to answer the question before he blows Stitch to pieces. Who he is. The stranger sees that Stitch caught the arrow with his bare hand and realizes that he is dangerous. Stitch asks if the stranger is going to answer. Stitch uses the air bullet spell. The stranger falls to the ground and coughs. The stranger says, "How dare you?" Stitch tells the stranger to look up. Stitch is surprised by what he saw. Stitch asks if he is an elf. The elf asks, "Little human, how did you do this?" Stitch says that he hasn't seen anything like this in a long time. That characteristic, cautious look when the iris turns white, although caution has nothing to do with it, it's disgust for humans. Stitch tells the elf, "First get up, I forgive you for trying to kill me, better tell me what's going on in this forest." Stitch tells the elf to listen carefully. His only elf friend is very unwell right now. Stitch says that in order to find a cure, he needs to climb to the top of the mountain. As the inhabitants of the town said, everyone who tried to get there lost their memory. Stitch asks whose handiwork this is. The elf runs away. Stitch shouts at him to wait. The Master Ring asks Stitch why he is standing there and watching. The Master Ring adds that if Stitch had frozen the elf's legs, they could have caught him. Stitch replies that he can't scare everyone since he doesn't know what's going on in the forest. Stitch thinks that elves are fast after all. In the castle room, Myriad asks Sid what he just did. Sid says he was watching and found a man in the forest. Myriad asks him if he couldn't think of anything smarter than shooting the man. Sid says that if Myriad had seen the man, she wouldn't have said anything to Sid. Sid says that the man single-handedly tore Thundercrack apart with a sword and magic. What did he need in the forest? Myriad says, "So what? Sid killed a man." Sid says no, and to be honest, Myriad slaps Sid. Myriad screams, "It would have been better if he had killed him, but no, you let him escape because you couldn't kill him. What a guy, all my months of effort wasted." The elf guard says that's a problem. The second one says that now everything is just confused. Myriad continues screaming, "Why did I spend all this time erasing people's memories? What will happen if this man finds the elves and comes here?" Stitch enters. Stitch asks her to ignore him and tell him why she erased people's memories in the first place. Stitch doesn't understand why the elves have such confused faces. Notification, Wind Cutter, an active skill that allows you to release razor-sharp jets of air using the edge of your palm. Stitch says that the elves really do act as one. The girl glared. She extended her hand and used her Wind Cutter skill. It allows you to release sharp, blade-like airstreams using the edge of your palm. She jumped towards Stitch and swung. He stood there, not understanding what was happening. He grabbed the girl's hand and stopped her. She ordered the other elves to shoot. 2 of them fired arrows from their bow. The guy closed his eyes and used crosswind. This sent the arrows flying in different directions. The elves did not understand what was happening. They covered their faces with their hands to avoid injury. Looking at the guy, they were shocked by him. The girl who was fighting him looked at him and did not understand how a person could do such a thing. Looking at her, Stitch warned that they would not catch him anyway, even if they all attacked together. He looked at her with irritation and pointed at the guys who were standing behind him. He did not come there to attack them. He wanted them to answer his questions. Myriad was worried. She extended her hand to him, and he pushed it away from himself, looking at her angrily. Rubbing her wrist, she thought, so he was telling the truth. He didn't come to kill them. The guy raised his hands and shook them. If he wanted to kill them, he would destroy the entire building at once. He realized that now she was ready to listen to him and decided to try again. The building was quite large. There was a beautiful, bright chandelier hanging in it. They sat at the table. Stitch was sitting, and everyone else was standing. The girl found it hard to believe that a human and an elf could become friends. The guy looked at her and exhaled, thinking that she did not believe him. She looked at him and became curious about the name of the elf he was talking about. Her name burst from his lips. Alina Drainer, a charming girl with beautiful blonde hair. She screamed her name and looking at him could not believe it. The boys standing behind him were also shocked when they heard her name. He turned to them, hearing their whispers. They didn't understand how he recognized her. Myriad started yelling at him. Her main question was how he met her. The boy felt hot. He couldn't say that they met because of him, so he said that she was just overdoing it. But he had a question too. Just in case, he put his hand on the base of his weapon. He wondered if she really erased people's memories. If so, what was the reason? She started waving her arms and stuttering in confusion. She didn't want him to get the wrong idea. They don't hurt those who don't try to hurt them first. At first, it was just a measure against invaders. Leaning her hands on the table, she exhaled. Stitch turned back to the boys standing behind him. Her voice was getting calmer. There was a monster in the mountain cave, so they couldn't let people in there. Stitch started to reason. He decided he would believe her. He got up from his chair and walked away. He didn't have time to sit there. The girl stood and watched him leave. After asking the last question, she realized he had gone crazy. Opening the window, he turned around and listened to the last question with a small smile. After that, he jumped. All the elves who had gathered there, they followed him with their eyes. The girl lowered her head and thought that maybe this was their chance. One of the elves turned to her. He was worried that their plans could collapse if one of the people entered this cave. Bowing her head a little, she didn't want what was supposed to happen one day to happen. She grabbed her weapon. If they didn't deal with the flock of thunderclaps now, the problem would affect not only the village, but them, the elves, as well. She grabbed Sid by the collar and pulled him along. They ran to the exit. The others were supposed to keep an eye on the place where they were now. Stitch was walking through the forest. Some large creature was watching him in the trees behind the leaves. He began to look around. Since he had gone quite far, the monsters should have already shown up, or maybe only that first monster was special. Suddenly, a huge spider jumped out at him from above. He heard a characteristic sound and became wary. The spider did not have time to do anything as Stitch used his magic. He pierced its head. After that, this spider was completely torn apart. The pieces flew in different directions. With his crosswind skill, he scattered them even further. A second, equally huge enemy appeared in front of him. He looked at it and did not understand why they separated from the pack and were alone. Why did they make an exception this time? The spider released a yellow beam from its mouth. A huge lizard was flying at Stitch from behind. The guy clearly didn't expect that. He realized that the spider had released acid. Stitch jumped up. A cloud of dust formed under him. He managed to jump away from where the spider was aiming its acid and flew at the spider. Turning around, he noticed that something was glowing there. His gaze moved back to the spider, which was about to strike. The guy landed on the ground. He was already tired of this. He took hold of his sword. The wind cut through the air. He pulled the sword forward and saw that it was that elf and that little boy. They were looking at him worriedly. The elf was wary. They wanted to help him. Stitch didn't need their help. He could handle it himself. His magic began to appear in his hand. Without looking in the direction of the spider, he pointed his hand at it and it tore him apart. He didn't want the elves flickering before his eyes. They were just getting in the way. Myriad was surprised that the spider was torn to pieces only because of magic. Turning away from them, he repeated that he did not want any help from them. They did not know each other well, and there was no time to adjust to each other, so it was better for them to return. Only Alina could help him, but she was not around now. Myriad bowed her head. It is rare to meet such good assistants in battle who quickly adapt to the situation, like Alina. She reminded him of the past, how they used to fight together a lot. The guy began to scroll through the memory in his head. The mountain, with a waterfall flowing down it, was beautiful. There was a garden on it. In this garden there is a nest of thunderclaps. Stitch is going there. He was cleaning up the remains of the spider. The girl accepted his abilities, but even he will not be able to fight all the monsters at the same time and not touch the twilight of the garden. He thought about it and did not understand how the elves were going to help him. They wanted to give him the opportunity to fight as he wants. Meanwhile, they would take care of the twilight. They were surprised that it had absorbed the monster. With the curse-eating effect, Stitch's magic powers had increased. There was no hostility between them. Myriad wondered how he had met Alina. He looked at her. It was too long a story, so if she wanted to hear it, she should ask Alina herself when she woke up. He wondered why she wanted to help him. He assumed it was because of Alina. She bowed her head. It wasn't just him. She began to tell the story of the past. Even before the settlement was founded, the elves guarded the forest. But then a flock of thunderclan came there and their lives began to fall apart. They surrounded them and killed everyone. They were also very strong and outnumbered them. They decided to starve them to death. But the villagers did not want to leave this area, so the elves began to protect them so that they would not become prey for the monsters. After listening to the story, The guy exhaled and realized that the monsters he met then came out because of hunger. The girl continued to look down. She was sad because of the memory and the story she told. Stitch stood and listened attentively further. The only way out of the situation appeared. Stitch. The cave was quite large. There were cobwebs everywhere. The guy swung his weapon. Concentrating, he removed the cobwebs in front of him. Myriad swung her hand and also began to remove the cobwebs. The guy tensed up, but continued. The girl did not lag behind. It seemed to them that this was some kind of vicious circle. Stitch was already starting to get irritated. No matter how much you cut it, the cobwebs never end. From his diligent strength to cut the cobwebs, he fell back as it broke. Myriad saw where he was. She realized that he was in an unsafe place. She had to use her magic to help him. A stone spike came out and cut the monster into pieces. The guy turned around and saw a spider and a spike that Myriad had created. The girl sat down on the ground and exhaled, and he was surprised. He didn't know she was a mage. Looking at him, she explained that this skill required too much mana, so she only used this skill in critical situations. He looked to the side, listening to her. A spider appeared behind the girl. Fear was visible in her eyes. She turned around. Lightning bolts suddenly flew towards the enemy. They completely absorbed him. Stitch flew next to him. Jumping away from him, he landed opposite him and used an air blast. This skill threw him back. He turned around. Sid looked at Stitch in confusion, thinking that he had interfered with him. On the contrary, he praised him. The guys were standing next to the cliff. He punched his fist and suggested speeding up a bit. Thin flames started appearing around him. He used fireball. Everyone was responsible for themselves. The rock started shaking. A few seconds later, fire started pouring out of it. The animals that were in that little forest flew up from the explosion. They jumped out of the cave. Stitch flew ahead, and Sid and Myriad followed him. He looked down, hoping that they had arrived. They landed on a web. A spider started approaching them. The guy grinned. A huge swarm of spiders started approaching the guys. Sid was scared and wanted to retreat. Myriad looked at him and threatened that if he said any more stupid things, she would give him hell. Stitch smiled. Spiders disgusted him. Turning to the guys, he told them to look away. He asked about the twilight light that the spider was so carefully guarding. The girl didn't understand, so that's why he was there. Starting his magic, the guy said that they would need to get the twilight light, and he would take care of the rest. From the magic, he began to glow purple. This was the ability of the cursed aura. Taking the sword in his hand, his cape began to develop. He combined the ability with another, the cursed clock. It surrounds the body with an aura of fighting spirit, weakening the enemy. Images of Brian and Alina appeared in his head. Mr. Ring developed the ability in a suitable form for Stitch. His body began to be covered in dark matter. He stood on his toes. Jumping up, the web sprang from him. Myriad did not understand what he was going to do. She was shocked by the boy's fighting power. Two spiders looked up at him. Flying in the air, his body was completely covered in black and purple matter. Instead of arms, he had wings on his back, only they were connected together. The spiders raised their eyes to him. The first spider to meet his fate was very scared. He did not understand what was happening. Stitch landed on the surface, and the enemies began to shake. The guy looked like a madman. He smiled, showing his teeth. A black dome covered the area. The spiders were shaking with fear. Shouting a command to the guys, Myriad did not understand at first. Then, she realized what the guy meant. Quickly tugging her brother, they ran after the twilight light. A spider stood in front of them, many times larger than the others. The girl just ran forward, not thinking about anything bad. The spider swung one of her legs. Suddenly, she was struck by a spell. It turned out that Sid used his active skill on the enemy. The girl quickly ran forward. An electric whip appeared in her hand, with which she could tie up the enemy. She tied it around a tower made of web. Having jumped on it, Sid was left alone with the spider. In his hands was a bow. He quickly loaded it and pointed it towards his opponent. The spider was walking towards him with an angry look. With the help of her skin, she could shoot needles. The young man was surprised by this. He tried to cover his face with his hands. He knelt down, and needles continued to fly at him. The spider was surprised. Stitch quickly reacted and came to Sid's aid. He used crosswind. The spider jumped. She flew towards the guys. Myriad was flying towards her from above. She decided to use her magic. The stone spike pierced the spider, but the girl began to fall down from powerlessness. No one was guarding the twilight light anymore, and it could be safely taken. Myriad approached the flowers and ordered the guys to go into the forest until the main spider came down. Stitch decided that they would rather finish him off on the spot. An irritated Sid stood behind him. He used an air blast. The spider was thrown back. Victory was written on the guy's face. He smirked and decided to add a fireball. It turned out to be a combined spell, an explosion of air and a fireball. It turned out to be a blazing storm. The spider flew upward with great force. The rest of the spiders were covered in flames and began to burn. Myriad looked at all this and did not understand how a person could use magic of this level. She wondered who he was. One of them looked menacingly forward. He made a loud sound. Two people were running along the ground. The girl turned around and wondered if she could feel the heat from the ground even here. Then what had happened to Alina? They continued running along the tunnel. There was a blinding flash. The flames hit the ground. The monster's paws stuck into the ground. The huge spider opened its mouth and screamed. Stitch looked away and said that it was great and that it left no traces. Skull opened his jaws and asked how he lasted so long, since he wasn't even a guardian, and then added that there was something in him. There was a monster in the fire. It was enveloped in a shimmer when Mr. Ring used the curse-eating skill. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him and asked if his destructive power was too much, since the guy almost burned himself, and Skull replied that it wasn't the main thing. Mr. Ring appeared next to the protagonist when he explained that the important thing was that his magic didn't work, and Stitch replied that now is not the time to think about that, and not about the fact that he almost burned. The guy put his hand in his bag and said that in battles with monsters, unforeseen circumstances often arise, so there is no point in dwelling on such things. Stitch smiled, holding a red bottle in his hands, and added that if magical power does not help, then you need to use physical force. Then Mr. Ring asked if this is really that salamander dust. The item in the guy's hand glowed. Skull remembered one of the protagonist's battles and replied that this can work on monsters like the bunyip, and that this one even reflected the flaming storm. There were bullets and a piece of paper on the table, when Stitch told him not to worry because he checked when he took apart the bullets, and said that this is an analog that he made similar to that salamander dust, and that this is a sample for trial use before using the real item. The protagonist squeezed the hilt of the sword when Mr. Ring added that this is as unusual as dwarven technology. The guy jumped up and rushed to the monster when he said that it was time to begin. The monster spat something out of its mouth. The protagonist was surrounded by wind currents when he used the crosswind skill. The monster's red eye flashed. Stitch hovered in the air above the spider. The blade of the sword rushed forward. The monster's paws stopped the blade. The boy froze in the air in front of the monster. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he thought about getting at least under its shell to strike. His fist rushed forward when the boy used the air bullet skill. The shockwave was directed towards the spider. Stitch stood with one foot on the ground when Mr. Ring asked him if his physical strength would be enough to tear him into pieces. Then the boy asked him if he had any other suggestions. Skull looked ahead ominously and answered that he needed ice, and then advised him to quickly prepare. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he used the ice wave technique. Skull's eyes flashed when he used the air bullet skill. They realized the combination spell. It was called Ice Bullet. The protagonist was surrounded by ice crystals. A system notification about this skill appeared, saying that it shoots ice shards of different sizes, and that it has a medium chance of causing bleeding. Ice bullets rushed forward when the skull told the guy to shoot. Ice crystals pierced the monster, which screamed hysterically. Stitch ran towards the spider. He thought that now he needed to act. The blade of the sword almost touched the monster. The guy used the explosion technique. A beam of light attacked the spider's head. The protagonist's eyes widened when he remembered the gnome alchemist. Smoke came out of the decapitated body of the spider when Stitch wondered how it was possible to hand out such dangerous items to just anyone. The body collapsed on the ground in front of the guy when Mr. Ring told him to take a good look at what was inside the monster. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. A bunch of artifacts fell out of the monster's belly as the skull added that it was not for nothing that he seemed too strong for a normal monster and asked how he had not realized it right away. Stitch squeezed the glowing object in his hand and suggested that perhaps it had swallowed an adventurer who had many artifacts. The guy grinned. There was a tree near a small house. The guy was sitting in front of the bed where the girl was and telling her to drink because there was flemons, antlers, ginseng, and nightlight, and that he himself had collected the ingredients and made this magical restorative potion, so she should drink every last drop. Alina looked closely at the mug. The elf brought it to her mouth and drank the contents. Then she closed her eyes and exhaled. The protagonist looked ahead with satisfaction. Stitch opened the door slightly as he told Alina to rest because she needed time to recover and he would leave for now. The boy looked at the masked man who asked how she was feeling and if there were any problems. Then he told him that everything was fine and asked if anything happened. The masked man looked ahead and told the boy that their friends were looking for him. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he asked again. Two elves with green hair approached the door when Stitch thought about who could be looking for him in such a place. A room with a wooden ceiling. The elf silently looked ahead. The protagonist closed his eyes and was surprised at how they dared to come to a human settlement. Then he sarcastically said that for those who had magical drawings all over their faces, they were too arrogant. They surrounded the bed where Alina was lying when Myriad turned to the protagonist with words about how he turned out to be a sincere person who did not say a word of lies. Stitch crossed his arms over his chest and asked why she doubted his words all this time. Then Myriad answered that it was not quite so, and that doubts will always exist until you are convinced and see with your own eyes. Alina was sleeping peacefully when the guy asked how they knew Alina. Myriad looked down and answered that they were like close sisters, although not blood relatives. She remembered other elves and added that the elves from Kyldent and the elves from the Dark Forest had a rather close relationship for a long time. Then she introduced a smiling blonde elf and said that Alina was the daughter of the deputy head of the tribe, and that she was able to quickly establish relationships with others, so she was popular among the leaders. Myriad remembered the thick tree roots that surrounded several elves, and added that at some point in the Dark Forest, a dungeon appeared, which began to grow and gain strength every day, and that eventually it grew so much that they could no longer solve the problem themselves. Myriad imagined the elf who clenched his teeth and said that after that, Alina lost her father, so the situation became even worse and that all their connections were broken, and they did not hear from her anymore either. Stitch remembered the two elves and thought that if she was talking about Mr. Kane, then he saved him a long time ago, and that she should not tell them anything so that Alina would tell everything herself. The elf's ear moved. Alina opened her eyes. Myriad's eyes widened when she was called Miri's sister. The objects fell to the floor. The girls hugged. Alina looked ahead in surprise and asked where she was from. Stitch grinned and exhaled. The protagonist and the boy headed towards the door. The sun was shining through the window when the voice said that there was a settlement nearby. Alina looked down and said that she thought that she had left the forest a long time ago because the connection was broken, so she had no information about her. Myriad smiled and replied that unnecessary travel on the contrary attracts people's attention, so she lived near a village where many medicinal plants grow, and that she also controlled the people who entered the forest. The green-haired elf looked at Alina and asked her to tell her about herself and how it happened that she got in touch with a human. Light was shining into the room through the window. Myriad's eyes widened and she said in surprise that he saved Kane, and that he was much better than she imagined since he went into that dungeon alone. Glowing symbols appeared on the elf's hand when Myriad suggested that this is why she accompanies him to pay off the debt, and that she also owns an artifact. Alina looked away and replied that in a sense it was because of that. Myriad jumped up and looked at the girl in fear. Stitch turned around when he heard laughter from the room. The elf wiped tears from her face when she said that this matter only concerned Alina, and that she generally trusted him, and then added that if Sid found out about this, he would be very angry. At this time, Stitch was sitting opposite the elf boy. Myriad was sitting next to the elf's bed when she said the words that it was good that they met, and then asked if Alina was going to stay here for a long time, to which she answered that most likely yes, and that she herself did not know where they would go next. Myriad pulled up her hood while talking about how if it worked out, they could see each other next time, and asked the girl to come to the forest when she had the opportunity. Alina looked ahead with excitement and agreed. The door closed. The elf came out to the guys when Stitch asked about Alina, then Myriad answered that she was in great condition, and that by the end of the conversation she felt much better. She turned to Stitch. The elf put her hand on her belt and smiled when she told him that of all people she could trust only him, so he must promise her that he would not let anything bad happen while Alina worked off her debt to him. The main character closed his eyes and answered that she did not owe him anything, and that if she wanted to leave, he would not hold her back. Myriad looked forward seriously and thought that he was very slow-witted, and that one could wait forever for the denouement of their relationship, and then thought that he could be acting like this on purpose. The elf came up behind the guy and asked where they were going now, to which Stitch replied that he didn't know because they hadn't even decided yet, and that they had enough other things to do while they were getting here, and he didn't have any special plans besides healing Alina. Myriad opened her mouth and said decisively that she would have wanted to stop him if he said he was going north, and that many people were now traveling east. Stitch looked ahead and asked her about the north. In the middle of the forest, 2 days later, the girl and the guy turned around and thanked the man standing behind them. Then the protagonist wished him luck and asked him to say hello to Gareth. Alina opened her mouth and asked where they were going now, and whether to defend the dungeon. Stitch grinned and replied that the dungeons were postponed for now, and that this time they were going to Bordenburg. The travelers went on when the elf said that this was a port, and that if their real names were found out there, they would have problems. The protagonist looked askance, agreed with her words, and replied that he definitely needed to go there. There were ships in the water. People were walking along the pier. Sounds were coming from one of the buildings. The man with the scar on his face was looking at a piece of paper when Stitch thought that there was a person in Bordenburg who was very important for his plan. The leaflet had the protagonist's face on it, and they were offering 400 crowns for him. The blade nailed the leaflet to the surface. The guy squeezed the handle of the blade. His eyes flashed when he called the protagonist a traitor. Stitch thought that he definitely needed to meet him, even if it was dangerous. Myriad said that they shouldn't go north. Stitch asked the elf again. The area on the northern front was in smoke. The man in armor ordered to shoot. The soldier touched the cannon when a man standing next to him shouted that they needed to be destroyed before they broke through the front lines. The shell pierced the flesh. The monster with horns opened its mouth and screamed. Warriors stood in front of it, shouting that one shot would not stop them. The monster raised its arm and bared its teeth. The man in armor looked up in fear. Someone started to run. The monster struck the ground. A beam of light appeared near its limb. The monster opened its mouth and howled. A voice said that they had all done a great job. The guy with the shoulder on his shoulder said that he would deal with the rest himself. He lowered the stove when the warriors began shouting that the prince had arrived. The soldier in the helmet asked about the magic he had just used, and the warrior standing next to him replied that such a thing was rare. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as he advised him to look carefully, while he could, at the prince's artifact, which was called Golmara. The monster opened its mouth and roared as the prince advanced towards it. The boy looked ahead menacingly. A red aura enveloped his blade. He swung his sword and struck the monster. The monster opened its mouth in pain. A guy with a sword appeared in front of him. The prince opened his mouth and screamed. He struck a powerful blow. The man in armor landed on the sand. The blonde guy looked ahead carefully. In front of him in the air was a blue crystal when he said that it was his core. The prince swung. He cut the core of the monster. The blade began to absorb blue energy. The prince lowered his sword when the warriors began to shout enthusiastically that he destroyed the monster. One warrior looked ahead in fear and asked about the fact that he absorbed the core of the monster. The prince squeezed the hilt of the sword when the soldier added that, it turns out, such artifacts exist. Clouds floated across the sky. The warriors ran after the prince, telling him that he had done well and offering to rest in a hut while they brought him something to drink, to which the man replied that it was not necessary because he would be resting, and asked that they make sure that no one came to him. The wooden gates of the outpost of the northern front were open. A man in armor was sitting in the room. He clenched his teeth. His hand clenched his sword, from which a black aura emanated. Sweat appeared on the prince's face. He was breathing heavily. A ship was moored at the pier in Bordenburg. Two people in cloaks were walking down the street when the elf asked if they had an exact destination. Alina looked at the notice board and said that if they lingered here, they would sooner or later be identified and caught. Something sparkled on the protagonist's hand when he replied that there was no need to worry, and that according to experience, he shined brighter in big cities. They stopped by the water. Something shone in the distance. The hooded man thought it was a light signal. The protagonist sat down on the steps when Alina asked what he had done, to which he replied that everything was ready and that he would be there soon. The voice asked who it was. The man with the beard held an oar in both hands when he asked if it was Stitch. The boat pulled up to the guy when the hooded man asked if the protagonist hadn't said that he would never come back here again. Then Stitch replied that the man still talked too much. The guy looked ahead and told the man that he would have to give them a ride, and if he didn't want to, they would take the boat away from him. Under the night sky, the voice asked if the reception was too indifferent after such a long separation. The protagonist and Alina were sitting in a boat when a man with a beard asked how many years had passed and guessed 13 or 14. Then he asked the guy about the reason for his return here again, because he had not left here in the best shape. Stitch looked forward seriously and remained silent. Alina turned around and looked at the man when he asked her about how she managed to persuade this unsociable guy to let her go with him. A ball of fire appeared in front of the man with a beard. An angry Stitch stood in front of him when the man told him that his skill had increased, to which the protagonist replied that he should stop talking and row quietly, and that if he wanted, the guy himself would make him shut up. The man grabbed Stitch by the hand and asked that he really thought that he would be joyfully welcomed here. The man with a beard looked menacingly forward and added that Stitch was mean and heartless because he abandoned them all and left. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked where Sky was and where he could meet him. The hooded man told him to search well. People were walking around the city at night when the man added that absolutely everyone in this city was just waiting for Stitch's head to roll, and that he couldn't wait to see it, and that maybe then he would be able to meet him. Two people in cloaks were watching the boat sail when the protagonist apologized to the elf and said that since they were in Bordenburg, this would happen here often. Alina looked ahead and said that it was not a problem. Then Stitch asked if she really thought so. People were wandering along the street when the guy thought about the fact that 10 years had passed and that a lot had changed here. The guy looked away when Alina turned to him and said that she had found something. Stitch looked at the girl in the cloak, who asked if this was the person he was looking for. The ad showed a guy named Sky. The main character looked at the ad and replied that this was Sky, and then thought about the scar on his face and what he had done. The elf asked that maybe it was time to tell. Alina looked at Stitch and asked who he was and why the guy was looking for him. Then the main character replied that it was a rather unpleasant topic to tell just like that. The elf got angry and told him to talk, because she still didn't know anything and obediently followed him. Stitch opened his mouth and said that as a child, when he ran away from the orphanage, he had to wander in search of money, trying to earn money in any way. The main character looked at the ad with the portrait and added that he met him by chance then. Stitch repeated that his name was Sky. He remembered two boys standing opposite each other and talking about how they both had no one to rely on in this life, so they quickly became friends and began to gather all sorts of vagrants around them. Stitch remembered running away with a bag of food from a man with a knife and added that they had to unite into one team so that they, who had nothing, would not be looked down upon. Then he explained that they were all from different places, but they had one goal, and it connected them. The protagonist imagined how they shook hands. He remembered himself smiling and said the words about how they wanted to make it so that no one would dare to look down on them anymore. Stitch imagined a guy with long hair and repeated that this was exactly the goal, but their paths to achieve it were different. The protagonist remembered standing in the middle of the settlement with a sword in his hands and explained that he wanted to achieve his goal through success, so he collected money to join a team heading into the dungeon. He imagined the guy sitting in the armory and added that Sky, who had the power to protect all the offended and insulted, researched and developed military power day and night. Stitch remembered how they stood in front of the barrels with black contents and said that one day Sky finally finished the development and showed him several hundred kilograms of gunpowder. Then sweat appeared on the face of the protagonist, because he realized that while he was saving money to leave the city, his friend was inventing a wide area bomb and making plans on how to blow up the warehouses that were everywhere. Stitch remembered Sky, who was smiling. He imagined how his fist approached his friend's face and added that after that he had a big fight with him and left the city. The protagonist remembered how he left the settlement at night with wounds. Stitch concluded that he did not hear anything about Sky anymore. He looked down and said that it annoyed him that the man who gave them a ride was right, because no matter if Sky was right or not, the protagonist wasn't there when he needed him the most. Alina looked away when Stitch added that everyone in this town despised him for that very reason. The guy looked ahead sadly. They continued down the street when the protagonist suggested going somewhere because they would only waste time here if they stayed late. A wooden staircase led to the houses when the guy warned that it would probably stink a little. The elf walked next to the guy when she asked if he knew this route, to which Stitch answered affirmatively and explained that he knew it well and that almost nothing had changed, because such roads usually don't change. Alina covered her mouth with her hand and said that it turned out that this was where he lived. The two cloaked men continued walking down the street as the protagonist said that Sky was very skilled and that they were always looking for safe places for children to live. But the city was full of human corpses. Stitch touched the wall with his hand. There were symbols on one brick as the guy added that this was why Sky made a shelter. A door appeared in front of them. Alina's eyes widened. The cloaked men approached the door as the elf asked if there really was someone there and said that she heard some sounds. The door opened slightly. They entered a room where people were sitting. The guy with a ponytail and the man with a beard looked forward and recognized Stitch. Then everyone began to say that the man was right. The protagonist raised his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy's eyes widened in anger and ordered to attack Stitch. The men rushed to the cloaked men, then the protagonist said that they could do without such greetings. The guy pursed his lips and swung. He hit the man and he flew back. The man with the beard opened his mouth wide and thought that he couldn't breathe. He landed on the floor with a thud. The guy in the bandage thought in horror about what happened. The man with the tail couldn't believe that he threw him up. Stitch opened his mouth wide and clenched his fist. He cursed and suggested that they all attack him at the same time. At that moment, the protagonist used the enchantment skill. He struck one of the guys. His face crumpled. Stitch looked away angrily. His fist hit another guy in the face. Someone thought about how he was just a porter in the dungeon. The protagonist kicked another man. Sweat appeared on the man's face when he thought about how he became so strong. The guy with the scar clenched his teeth in anger and cursed. The door opened. The man opened his mouth wide and asked how many times he told them not to make noise while he was working. The guy fell silent, looked away and turned to Stitch. The protagonist looked up and replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He said Sky's name. The guy in the black cloak is Sky. He had a not very successful past, for which he was given a price of 1,200,000 crowns. He was born in a large southern city called Gridrock in a poor area. Things were hanging on a rope between the houses on the street. The girl with a tail was illuminated by the sun. It was his mother, Laja, who had such a beautiful appearance that it was hard to believe in her poor origin. However, in this poverty, her life went awry because of one aristocrat. The stern man with a rose was a rich man who knew no shortage and was tired of life. One day he wanted to have fun and stopped by the poor area. The crying girl he met was Laja, so his fate began with the entertainment of this rich man. Sky grew up in unfavorable conditions, surrounded by motherly love. The fair-haired guy smiled. His tragedy began the year he turned 10. He froze on the threshold of the house when he saw a bloody sword over the body of his mother. She looked at him with empty eyes. The last word that Sky heard from his mother was run. The boy, with wide eyes, ran. He listened to her and ran as fast as he could, ran without stopping, ran and ran. He did not even look back. The boy ran forward, even though it was raining. Only many years later did he tell that after he left that poor street, all the people who lived there were killed. A boy in a raincoat was sitting on the street. The boy angrily looked ahead, so his life was reduced to continuous thoughts of revenge. After that, he became friends with a boy from Bordenburg. The two boys stood opposite each other. They began to gather company, accumulating strength. The boy with the bandage on his head said something to Sky. Thus, with the help of information obtained in the back alleys, he was able to learn about the killers who once broke into their home. The man with a beard and a fur collar, Duke Marcus, turned out to be his own grandfather. The little boy clenched his fists because when his grandfather discovered that his descendant lived among the poor, he tried to hide his son's shame. The incredible tyranny that the aristocrats committed caused anger in Sky. He clenched his fist while shaking with rage. Since then, he became more and more aggressive every day. There were ships in the port. After he learned that the Duke was going to Bordenburg, he began to plan to kill his grandfather with explosives, which became the reason for parting with Stitch. But he failed to kill the Duke, as a result of which his power weakened, and he lost his influence in the gang. Sky looked ahead indifferently. In front of the people in cloaks stood a blonde guy who addressed the main character by name. Sky looked away with displeasure and asked if it was really him. Stitch looked askance and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which he called his name. The man with the tail turned to his boss and asked him to do something and not just stand there. Then Sky asked him what he should do. The other guy opened his mouth wide and asked if he was really going to just let him go since the traitor Stitch had come to them himself. The guy with the scar twirled a strand of hair around his finger and thought about it. The main character gritted his teeth, thinking about what they were planning. Sky said that he had decided. A firearm appeared in his hand. Stitch looked forward menacingly and used the crosswind skill. The main character dodged the attack. The guy with the scar looked at him arrogantly and said that he had fired the pellets on purpose so that he couldn't dodge, and then suggested that he had mastered some unusual techniques. Stitch spread his arms out to the sides and was indignant that they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and Sky fired a gun at him instead of greeting him. The guy put his finger on the trigger when he replied that he was pleased to see an old friend, but he remembered memories from the past, so he seemed happy, but on the other hand, he was kind of irritated. Sky held the gun out in front of him and added that he decided to teach him a lesson once first, and then advised him not to move anymore because as soon as he made a hole in it, he would throw a dinner party. Stitch gritted his teeth when Mortem told him that it was a complicated weapon, and that one hole would not do. Then the main character asked the guy what he had made again. Sky fired at the floor. Stitch was hovering over him in the air, calling him crazy and insane. The man with the tail opened his mouth wide and screamed that he needed backup and that everyone needed to protect the boss because he didn't know what that traitor was planning again. His face contorted as he was hit with something. The men fell to the floor. A bow was pointed at them and they were told not to move. Alina pulled the bowstring and told them to stand still if they wanted to stay alive. Two guys were lying on the floor when one of them said that the girl was really hot. Then his comrade told him to stop staring at her and was outraged that he could still think about women in such a situation. The protagonist folded his arms and used the ice wave technique. Stitch hovered in the air in front of Sky, who wondered what he was planning this time. The guy with the scar pointed his gun in front of him and fired. The protagonist calmly looked ahead and used the crosswind skill. Sky looked away in annoyance as he thought about how he couldn't hit the target. Ice appeared on his shoes. Stitch landed in front of him as he thought about how his former friend had learned all sorts of moves over the years. Sky turned around and gritted his teeth, wondering when he had time. The protagonist stabbed the guy in the torso. He fell to the floor and dropped his weapon. The tip of a sword appeared in front of his face, then he was told to give up. Stitch looked down and said that Sky had never been able to defeat him with force before and that he wouldn't be able to do it again. Then he was told that he was talking too much. The guy with the scar opened his mouth and asked if it seemed like a little to him to half kill him 14 years ago, so he came to finish him off today. Stitch stood in front of Sky with a sword in his hand when he told him that if he had time for small talk, he should finish him off quickly, to which the protagonist replied that it was exactly the opposite. Stitch put his sword away and added that he came here to help him do what he failed to do last time, so he needed to calm down and listen to him. Sky opened his mouth and asked if he was really going to start terrorizing with a bomb again, to which he was told no. The protagonist stood on the stairs when he said that he would kill the prince. Stitch looked forward seriously. The guy with the scar looked up in confusion and asked if he had gone crazy. The guy standing next to the man with the beard said that Stitch had grown up during the time they had not seen each other, and he was told that he was not that crazy. Sitting on the floor, Sky asked his friend if he was having auditory hallucinations or if Stitch had gone completely crazy and returned here. The protagonist extended his hand and replied that he thought he shouldn't hear him say he was crazy. Sky looked up and asked if he was serious. They shook hands and he offered to listen to his story. Stitch remembered the fair-haired third prince and said that it all started because of Gerald. The protagonist imagined himself walking with people in armor and explained that he hired him to guide him to the dungeon, where he took advantage of the guy's gullibility. Stitch remembered his skin peeling off. He imagined him crying when only muscles remained on his face and said that he almost died there, but managed to get out alive. The protagonist remembered lying with his arms outstretched. Sky touched his head and quipped that he was very fast, since he had wasted more than 10 years and had seen the light after being in his place. Stitch was sitting on a chair in front of him when the guy asked him about whether he had really set such a goal for himself, and that was why he now goes everywhere together with this elf. Then the main character told him to answer whether he would help or not. Sky touched his hair and asked what was needed. The protagonist looked ahead confidently and answered that his abilities and all his men were needed. The guy with the scar narrowed his eyes and suspiciously assumed that he was either completely shameless or too self-confident. Sky was sitting at the table when he said that, let's say, he would give in to him and help him with his men, and then asked what he had in mind, because it was only revenge in words, but such a chance does not just happen every day. Stitch opened his mouth and answered that they would join forces and capture the Gambini fortress on the western end of the northern front. This fortress had high towers. Sky's eyes widened. Everyone looked towards the door on the second floor. The guy with the scar raised his hand to his face and said that it was impossible to see a greater fool in life, and that it had been a long time since he had been so surprised, and also that it was still necessary to make a hole in him so that he would come to his senses. Stitch looked ahead with displeasure and replied that the guy was talking nonsense, because he had never been more normal in his entire life than now. Sky shook his head and said that the fortress was on top of a cliff. He imagined the fortress walls and added that there was only one entrance, but in the basement there was a dungeon. Then Sky imagined a hole in the ground with a dark aura and concluded that the fortress was considered impregnable because the security there was stronger than in any other fortress. Then he asked how Stitch was going to capture it. The protagonist looked ahead seriously and replied that he would enter from the main entrance under the pretext of delivering provisions. The guy with the scar crossed his arms over his chest and told him to stop talking nonsense, because the number and level of troops in Gambini were not childish jokes in the alleys. Then he added that even if they managed to get inside, they would still be surrounded and captured. Stitch remembered Myriad's words about the unrest in the northern dungeon, and said that he had recently received information from an elf who had explored the dungeon in the north. Then Sky asked him if he really communicated with elves. The protagonist imagined a black hole in the ground near the fortress and added that, according to the elf, monsters would soon rebel in the dungeon near Gambini, so an army would probably be sent there to deal with them, which meant that there would be much less military forces. Stitch concluded that that was when they would get into the fortress. The guy put his hands on the chair and said that he did not think that they would refuse to deliver provisions, so there would be no problems with entering. Sky crossed his arms and replied that he was very self-confident. The protagonist remembered the men in cloaks and added that he had recently robbed a wagon that was heading to the northern front, so the guys in Gambini were probably hungry by now. Stitch remembered the bald man in the mask and asked if there was a better time to attack. The guy with the scar widened his eyes and asked if he was the one who had stopped all the wagons with provisions and what he would do after he captured the fortress. The protagonist introduced the warriors in armor and said that the people who were closer to the fortress and who would be able to clear the dungeon were the army under the command of Gerald, and that if the dungeon was shaken up a little as bait, they would come running themselves. Sky, full of skepticism, looked ahead and answered that it was possible that he would choose the option of simply running away. Stitch gritted his teeth and clenched his fist as he said that once Gerald saw his face in person, he would lose that desire. The scarred boy frowned and replied that he had something to hope for from that reaction, although he was the type to run away first unless he was confident in his abilities, and then added that he trusted him with his life and the lives of his boys. Sky imagined a city with a clear sky and concluded that if he could just shake up this rotten country once, he would agree to anything. The two boys stood in front of the men sitting at the tables when they shouted that it was time to strike them, and that if Sky said so, they had every chance of success, and the blonde man replied that it was good, since they were so inspired. The scarred guy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that since they had finished their discussion, everyone should go to their places, before Stitch asked about whether this was blind trust in the leader. The two men were standing on the stairs when the protagonist asked about when they were moving out. Sky looked away and told him not to rush, because no matter how much they rushed, it would be too much to start acting right now. After that, he asked the guy if he knew who the ruler was here. He introduced the girl with the tie and added that it was Idril, who was the assistant of the first prince, and that if all the movement started from Bordenburg, they could be quickly identified. Sky imagined the city at night when he said that it was especially unacceptable for the carriage to be noticed leaving the city during the day, so the earliest date was tomorrow evening. The guy put on his cloak when Stitch asked him about where he was going. Sky turned around and replied that he was going to the workshop because there was explosives there that needed to be finished and that he needed to use them since he had the chance, because if he felt sorry for them, then what was the point? His hand grabbed the hilt of his sword and the protagonist asked what was going on. The guy with the scar smiled as he looked at the sword and replied that he wanted to take a closer look at it as soon as he saw it. Stitch looked at his sword in Sky's hands when he asked who had thought of improving it enough to use gunpowder in such an unusual way. The protagonist replied that he probably hadn't even heard of a dwarf named Clyde. The guy with the scar looked away. The door slammed shut and Sky told the screaming protagonist to sit there quietly while he did a good deed. In front of the closed door, Stitch warned the boy that if he broke the sword, he would strangle him with his own hands. Then Sky asked him to be quiet for a while if he didn't want to blow up the weapon. The protagonist stood in an empty room when he wondered what he should do since his comrade was gone, and decided that he looked like he was the only one messing around. The door opened slightly. Stitch turned his head and looked at Alina. He asked if anyone had bothered her. The elf replied that he shouldn't worry about it and asked him to tell her something else. Alina looked forward seriously and asked since when he started planning this. Then she added that she had been wondering what he could have heard from Myriad that made him want to come to Borden, and that she would never have thought that he was planning to attack the fortress. Stitch raised his hands and replied that he had no other choice, because if Sky had not agreed to help, then all plans to capture the fortress would have been futile. Then he added that he thought it would be better to remain silent until everything was decided for sure, and that he probably should have told her right away. Alina opened her mouth and asked about the fact that if his plan succeeds and he deals with the prince, then everything will end. Stitch, hesitantly, holding his hand to his chin, answers that most likely, which causes a prolonged silence from Alina. She turns her head away and answers that she understands, and the hero, remembering, says that he wanted to tell her something else. She raises her eyes to MC, and her cheeks are filled with a slight blush, and she asks what he wanted to say. Stitch, still standing in a thoughtful pose, a drop of sweat appears on his cheek. He says that since his plans are coming to an end, then he no longer needs to pay the debt, and asks if Alina thinks the same, and notes that most likely the elf's uncle is worried about her. The heroine's face distorts, either in irritation or anger. She turns around and quickly leaves, angrily slamming the door behind her, causing Stitch to be confused. Mr. Ring is visualized and hangs over MC, who sighs irritably. Ring asks if it is true that when this is over, he and the elf will become completely free, to which he asks if his companion has read too many fairy tales, and what in his opinion means completely free. Close up of MC's tense face, he says that no matter the outcome, if he starts to put his plan into action, he will turn the whole kingdom against him, but notes that it does not matter to him that much because he has nothing to lose. Close up of the ring, he says that he does not think that the elf does not know. Alina, with her hood over her head, walks through the fortress. The ring continues, saying that, however, you cannot tell from her that she is going to stop, in response to which the hero sighs. A view of the deserted gorge along which the caravan is moving. Stitch, in a hood, sits at the head of the cart with the reins in his hands. He turns to Sky, asking him to check again and asks if there will definitely be no problems. Sky pulls back the cover of the carriage and looks at the hero, who is sitting with a dissatisfied face. He asks if it bothers him that everything is too smooth and asks if he thinks that he has never done such a thing. To which MC says that he knows that he has and says that he does not doubt him, but just does not want unnecessary problems. Stitch's sword is inserted into Sky's belt and the owner asks what he did with his penetrator. The view zooms out. The hero looks at Sky with dissatisfaction. The latter asks if this is the name of his sword and says that Stitch needs to stop nagging and that he did not break it. And he responds by calling the man with the scar a psycho and asking what he did with his sword then. A close-up of Sky's face, he replies that he put his secret weapon into the hero's sword, which causes the hero to question it, and the scarred man replies that it's a last resort and a backup plan that can only be used once, to which Stitch, already screaming, asks that he wants to know what it is. Sky, sighing, closes himself in the cart and says that he put all his knowledge accumulated over 14 years into it, and therefore the hero will only need to use it in a critical situation, after which he says that it's stuffy and if Stitch wants to suffer, then let him do it alone, which irritates MC and he quietly says that his companion hasn't changed at all. Ring hangs over the sword, thoughtfully holding his hand to his chin. MC asks if Ring knows what Sky did with his weapon, to which he replies that he kind of does. He put magical fire inside, that he engraved an invisibility spell on the outside of the case, and notes that it turns out the man with the scar also has magic, and says that because of the invisibility, it is impossible to verify what exactly the functions of this fire are. MC, with a close-up of his tired face, asks why he even installed such a dubious thing, to which the ring replies that if the hero said that they were friends, then it is unlikely that Sky would install something that is dangerous to his life. A rear view of the moving caravan. The ring warns the hero, saying that he needs to be careful because he does not know how this thing will work, but notes that from the barely noticeable traces of fire, it is quite a powerful thing, to which MC clarifies if the ring does not mean that it is still dangerous to his life, to which the ring replies that the hero needs to calm down, because he will not die from this. The gray-haired man in the hood is sweating profusely and says that he doesn't care about the central front, but asks what the people in the capital are doing. The view moves away. You can see that the man is standing with his head bowed, leaning against the fortress wall. Behind him sits another guard, who is sitting, leaning against the wall. The first one asks irritably if the people in the capital don't care that they are dying of hunger and irritably notes that it's been 2 weeks, to which the one sitting by the wall says that he shouldn't be angry and that this is only wasting his strength. The one sitting by the wall raises his head and looks beyond the fortress walls, noticing something. A dove is flying in the sky. Someone says that it is a carrier pigeon and asks who sent it. A dove flies, circling in the sky. Guards stand up and look at it, and one of them answers that the problem is not that it is not clear who sent it, but that the message arrived just when the food supply stopped and that this is probably some kind of bad sign. The dove lands on someone's hand. A man frowns at the bird. The view moves away and he is standing next to a man with a bandage on his forehead. A crowd of soldiers runs in the direction of the man. The man standing in front of the crowd of soldiers addresses his comrade in the bandage, calling him adjutant, and the latter begins to read the message, in which they write that the forces of monsters in the Gambini dungeon are gradually weakening. A close-up of the adjutant's face, he says that for this reason, they will make a selection of warriors for punitive detachment number 426, and in addition to this, but he falls silent. He looks nervously at the letter and sweat starts to run down his face. He sees that it says that absolutely all the carts with provisions have disappeared. The commander stops him from reading, making a gesture with his hand, and says that they will make a selection a little later and that the soldiers should wait for further instructions. 3 soldiers exchange glances and whisper. One says, complaining that they are again being gathered into a punitive detachment. Another asks how long they will do this, and the third asks if they have brought more provisions. The commander takes the adjutant by the shoulder and turns around, whispering to him that everyone is exhausted from hunger and that not everyone will be able to accept the bad news. A close-up of the face of the commander Angel, he asks how long, in the adjutant's opinion, they can hold out on the remaining supplies. The embarrassed face of the adjutant Nicholas, he understood why Angel stopped him, and he confirms his thoughts that he understood him correctly. Close-up of Angel's eyes, he says that urgent matters need to be completed first, that he will gather a team and head to the dungeon. A hole in the dungeon, from which ominous energy flows, inside the fortress walls, he continues his thought, saying that Nicholas will be in charge of the fortress and will remain to watch it. The bottom of the cart, Sky says that he thinks that's where it is. The hero sitting on the cart with a serious face, he says that his friend noticed everything correctly and said that if they act suspiciously in such an open area, they will immediately be turned into a sieve. The caravan approaches the fortress walls. Sky opens the cover of the cart and says that the hero should not worry and should just act according to the plan, and Stitch, irritated, answers, asking which of them is afraid and notes that he better hide his head back. The soldiers peek over the walls at the cart and shout for it to stop, stating that this is the Gambini fortress on the front lines and that they must stop, state their name and purpose of arrival. The adjutant looks back at the shouting soldiers, looking up from the weapons table. Stitch, raising his hand to his mouth to shout louder, states that he is a merchant and has come by order of the guild, and that he has brought the necessary food and supplies. Nicholas jumps onto the ramparts and asks what the merchant is talking about, and the soldiers respond that their food has finally arrived. He is in close-up, with a nervous expression, wondering in confusion how the merchant could have known about their food situation. Stitch shouts at him that they have goods that were urgently requested from the royal palace in Venice. Stitch sits on the cart holding the reins, shouting. Nicholas thinks he's seen him somewhere before, and MC shouts, explaining that he's already been paid and that they just need to accept the goods. Distant shot, view of the adjutant standing on the wall and the cart at the gate. He asks if there is proof that he is a merchant, and the hero says that he has a contract with the guild and an ID, and if they want, they can check everything themselves. Close-up of Nicholas, standing, thinking hard. The gate opens. Close-up of Stitch with a slight grin. The soldiers crowd around the carts as they enter, shouting that food has finally arrived, that they can finally eat, and rejoicing that they will no longer die of hunger. The adjutant, smiling, approaches the hero, walking around the cart, and says, praising the hero, that thanks to him they will finally be able to breathe easy, to which he replies that he is also glad that he was able to fulfill the contract. Smiling, MC taps the cart and tells the smiling adjutant that it was surprisingly hot on the road today and that they have all worked hard, and says that the adjutant, first, needs to check the goods. Close-up of MC's evil grin, the adjutant says that it is good that he will check the goods. He approaches the cover of the cart and it rises. The muzzle of a gun is aimed at the bewildered adjutant. A shot is fired and Nicholas's bloody forehead bandage with a hole from the shot flies through the air. One soldier, frightened by what has happened, screams that they are under attack. The adjutant falls to the ground, shot in the forehead. The hero's companions are sitting in the cart, preparing for action and noting that this was a sign. Sky, sitting with a serious face, moving the gun away from the recoil. Alina with a serious face, Stitch with an evil grin. Stitch's companions jump out of the cart, standing around it, and Alina jumps onto the roof. Someone shouts that everyone needs to raise their weapons. Stitch stands, charging his Tesla skill, summoning 5 green, sparkling spheres. Several projectiles fly from him in different directions. A soldier, confused, looks up at the sphere, asking what it is. Lightning strikes from the hero's skill go through the crowd of soldiers. 2 soldiers stand next to each other, covering themselves with their hands. One of them, who is standing closer to the reader, asks what is going on and who they are. A projectile flies at him and he falls, covered in blood, and the second, confused, looks at this. Sky stands, pointing the gun that was just fired at the reader, saying that he has had this feeling all his life. A soldier draws his bowstring and prepares to shoot. A close-up of Sky. The soldier fires 2 arrows at once and they fly towards the reader. Sky covers herself with her hands, shuddering, and the arrows fired by the soldier cut something in the air into 2 parts. An arrow charged with energy flies at the soldier who fired. Alina stands next to Sky, releasing the bowstring of her bow and says that he should not let his emotions get the better of him, and he, in response, laughs and thanks her. Sky, raising his gun to his face, says that he hasn't felt this in a long time. The sky, filled with sparks from Stitch's spell. Many soldiers, who are still emanating the effect of the hero's spell, lie on the ground, while MC calmly walks towards them. 3 soldiers try to get up, one of them begins to tear away, and the other stretches out towards the hero. The view gets closer to his face, he angrily shouts that they need to deal with the mage first. Many arrows fly towards MC, and 1 soldier, raising a spear, is about to attack him. Stitch uses the crosswind skill to fight off the arrows, and looks towards the soldier, who is running towards him with a spear. A close-up of Stitch's angry eyes. The soldier pierces him through and Stitch is carried away, along with the soldier's movement. Stitch stops, resting his feet on the ground and asks why the soldier is standing. The soldier looks at him with obvious fear and confusion in his eyes. Blood starts coming out of MC's mouth. He grabs the spear with his hand and asks the attacker if he thinks he can handle it and says that if he has already decided, then he should not do it alone. The wound around the spear begins to heal from the recovery skill used by MC. The soldier tries to get the spear out of the hero and screams in horror, asking who the hero even is. The hero's fist is raised to the soldier's face and he calmly uses the skill air bullet, saying its name. The soldier quickly flies away from the force of the hero's ability. He flies past his comrades and crashes into the wall with force, screaming heart-rendingly. He lies dead, pressed into the wall, his armor broken, and his hands nailed to the wall by spikes stuck in the flight. Stitch, holding the spell in his hand at the ready, with a smirk on his face, says that he will say this only once and says that everyone who surrenders now, he will leave alive, so the soldiers better surrender and not get on his nerves. The soldiers grunt and tremble, standing with grins. Many weapons are thrown to the ground. The soldiers sit on the ground, folding their weapons under the scorching sun, while Stitch coolly stands to the side, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He smirks and looks around asking if the plan worked. Sky, standing behind the hero, scratches his side and says that everything turned out to be much easier than he thought and asks what now. Stitch turns his head and points his finger at Alina, who is standing next to him, and says that they will go down to the dungeon and deal with the rest and Sky at this time, but does not have time to finish, as he is interrupted. Sky close up. He smiles and asks if the hero wants him to scatter the bait and says that he himself knows everything and that he can trust him, and notes that he can go. Sky leaves the heroes, going to the rest of his comrades, who at this time tie up the surrendered and collect weapons. He shouts that they need to collect all the weapons and armor and tie up the living and drive them into one place, noting that they need to squeeze out a lot of information. A view of the dungeon, from which energy flows. Myriad is in close-up in Stitch's memories, where she says that it is possible that in the dungeon to the north, monsters appear faster than in normal dungeons. Stitch stands in the dungeon with a serious face, thinking that this means that the main artifact of the dungeon is stronger than the others. He and Alina walk through the dungeon, the walls of which are sprinkled with blood. Mr. Ring notes that there seems to have been a heated fight there. MC covers his nose, and his face is disgusted. He notices the stagnant smell of corpses and blood, and thinks that a monster that can last in such a place. But his thoughts are interrupted by Alina, who calls out to him. The elf notices something to the left and says that there is a sound coming from behind the door. They look at the door, which is in a neatly decorated passage, and she adds that most likely the warriors who arrived there earlier are there, to which the hero replies, offering to go in there. Stitch stands with the door slightly open and peeks out. He stares at the scene inside. A bone monster looms over a group of soldiers and MC wonders if it could be that kind of skeleton and thinks that there's nothing special about this dungeon. The soldiers grip their weapons tighter and hold them close. Someone orders them to back up. Angela screams, sweat dripping down her face, that it's not a skeleton. The monster attacks with its arm, bones raining down as it flies. Angela screams, explaining to the soldiers that it's a golem. The golem hits the ground, causing the bones it's made of to fly off in all directions. The soldiers groan as they lay on the ground, some of them with bones stuck in them. The golem raises its arm, preparing to attack the soldiers below it. A projectile flies at the monster, disturbing it. Some energy flies into his legs, cutting off parts of them. The golem falls to the ground, causing a small blast wave, and one of the soldiers screams that it happened and that he fell. Angela stands with his hand outstretched, which he just used the ability with, and screams that the soldiers need to stay away so as not to get hit. He strains his hand to use the ability again, and his face shows strong tension. A crack begins to appear on the golem's muzzle. Sharply, parts begin to fly off from it, and it itself contracts under the force of Angela's ability. A glowing pink stone is visible from the monster's split skull. Angela, charging the ability again, clenches her fist, preparing to strike, realizes that he sees the golem's core. The core breaks into small pieces. Joyful, relieved, the soldiers smile and shout that this is the end and that they can return to the top, and note that Angela is the best after all. He, in turn, stands with his head bowed and says that the soldiers cannot relax yet and need to take care of the wounded. But suddenly, Angela looks around, noticing something bright orange behind her back. Sharply turning around, with a slight movement of her hand, Angela cuts the projectile flying at him, using her ability. Close up of his tense face, he screams, asking who the hell this is. MC walks towards the knight with a smug grin, charging a fireball. Ring notices that what Angela used does not look like wind magic and that perhaps he is using an artifact. Angela, visibly nervous, clenches her teeth and thinks if there is an invader in front of him, but notes that the fortress is carefully guarded from the outside and thinks how he got in there, but then stops, thinking, really? But his thought is interrupted. Stitch, bringing his hand with a spell closer to his face, close up. He says that they need to act quickly since he doesn't want to waste time, so one blow will be enough for him. But the knight uses his spell, which abruptly throws Stitch back to the doors, which causes surprise to Alina. With a displeased face, the knight stands, stretching out his hand, from which the spell just broke, in front of him, and asks where the hero is climbing, and saying that it is immediately obvious to him that he is some kind of impudent brave man who dared to attack the Venetian soldiers. Alina, nervously, looks back to where Stitch flew off, and Angela turns to her, saying that she will have to explain what happened upstairs. But the elf just sighs lightly in response and smiles. Angela notices some kind of green glow that suddenly appeared, which is directed at him. Stitch uses an air bullet. Angel is hit by the hero's ability at high speed, knocking him into the wall, and almost hitting another soldier, who managed to jump back. Blood spurts out of the knight's mouth. He does not understand what happened. Stitch approaches Alina, who gently looks back at him and says that not only does the knight attack without preparation, but the attacks themselves are not really visible, and the heroine calmly says that it looks like Stitch is safe. MC wipes the blood from his mouth and says that he can handle it. It looks like it will not be easy, and the ring tells him that it seems that Angela is using the power of telekinesis. Angela, sitting by the wall, holds her lip with her fingers, while one of the soldiers holds out his hand to him and asks if their commander is okay, to which he says that they cannot touch the intruder, and thinks to himself that the hero's blows are still just as strong, even though he was pinned, and wonders what kind of spell he is using. He stands up and begins to prepare for the attack again, with a grin on his face, thinking that he shouldn't think about it and that for sure it won't be so easy for the hero to dodge his attack. And that no matter how strong he is only a man, and asks himself the question, will his opponent be able to withstand the incessant blows in that case? Stitch, from the power of telekinesis, flies into the air while a surprised Alina looks at him. She abruptly takes out her bow and releases 2 arrows. Angela, noticing the projectiles flying at him, suddenly becomes more tense. He deflects the arrows with one movement of his hand and covers his face with the other. MC, who is no longer under the spell, lands on the ground and says that the elf made an amazing blow. The soldiers quickly begin to surround the heroes and shout to each other, distributing tasks, that someone will take on the girl and someone should cover the boss. Alina's hands, who begins to use the skill Gusty Wind, swirling the air in one point. She abruptly hits the floor with her hands, raising a cloud of dust. The soldiers begin to cover their faces with their hands, shouting that they can't see anything. Alina looks back at MC, who is sitting on the floor, and says that it was good. He uses the skill Animal Instinct and a light blue glow begins to come from his left eye, after which, with a sharp movement, he jumps, tearing himself off the ground upward. The soldiers stand covering their noses and coughing, shouting that they need to be careful, because the intruder may be nearby. One of the soldiers, nervously clenching his teeth, notices something. Stitch rushes past the soldiers with his sword, smoothly chopping everyone who is in his way. The commander stands, looking at the cloud of dust, and, nervously, shouts that his subordinates need to get out of the sand cloud right now. Suddenly, he looks down, and his breath noticeably gets colder. His legs begin to cover with ice, which surprises him. His face becomes much more severe, and the right side of his face, brutally, is covered in shadow. He wonders if the attacker plans to use magic this time too. Stitch, flying out of a cloud of dust, prepares to attack, swinging his sword. Angela thinks that if only the enemy comes close to him, he will show him. Close up of the sword in the hero's hand, Angela, noticing it, abruptly stops, realizing that it is a sword and realizes that the attacker is not a mage. The place where the blade of the sword flies is covered with blue energy. The hero hits Angela, drawing blood, and he recoils. The commander's foot rests on the floor with such force that cracks begin to appear on it. The hero, realizing that he did not cut the enemy, begins to get nervous, and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek, and he wonders if he really hit weakly. The knight swings his hand with concentrated energy on it towards the hero, an evil grin on his face. He hits Stitch, but he manages to jump away from the blow in time. Stitch, by inertia, rolls a couple of meters away from the commander of the soldiers. He, holding the wound on his chest, concentrates energy, creating a large fist from it, and shouts that the soldiers must avoid direct clashes, and decides that, but pauses for a couple of seconds. He notices the elf, who is sitting, leaning her hands on the ground, creating a dusty curtain. She also notices Angela's unkind look at herself. Blue raging energy. The energy fist flies into Alina, nailing her to the ground. Blood splashes from her, and the commander adds that it is better to kill their opponents from a long distance. View from Alina's perspective, a large energy fist flies at her. She notices it, and sweat appears on her cheek. Stitch, seeing what happened, shouts that Angela is a freak. He abruptly jumps back and flies towards him. He, in turn, again raises his hand to use telekinesis. MC grabs the energy fist in midair, and he grins angrily in pain. The ring appears on the hero's hand, purple energy emanates from it. Mr. Ring uses the Devourer's curse, and the ability window reminds that this ability absorbs the spirit of cursed objects, increases skills and physical abilities. Grunting, Stitch destroys the energy fist and is freed from its bonds. He lands on the ground, after which he quickly bounces back again, continuing his attack on the knight. His angry face is in close-up. Angel's face is in close-up, with an evil grin on it. He thinks that the hero has decided to use force to resist. MC hits Angel, but he blocks his blow with his ability, and from the collision of such forces there is a blast wave. Angel thinks that the hero has gone beyond the boundaries of human capabilities. The soldiers look at the resulting explosion, from which the air around them shakes. Stitch again swings for a blow, his face distorted with anger. Angela blocks his blows with her power, but cracks are already appearing on it, and fear is showing on his face. The hero hits the telekinesis again, and then strikes again. MC brings down a hail of blows on Angela, pushing him back, and he thinks that Stitch is just a monster. Mr. Ring appears and enthusiastically declares that the knight is inferior to them in strength and that MC should not stop and he needs to continue to attack. The angry faces of Stitch and Angela. The soldiers standing at a distance are nervous. One of them, who has no hair on his head, is surprised, saying what kind of battle is this at all, and the other replies that they have no time to relax there. Alina, looking around, passes by the talking soldiers. One of the archers shoots an arrow. Alina also shoots an arrow, and their arrows fly perpendicular to each other. Angela abruptly notices that an arrow is flying rapidly towards him. Stitch turns around and sees an arrow flying at him as well. He arches his back and uses crosswind, avoiding the arrow. Angela tries to use the shield ability, but doesn't have time and the arrow pierces his shoulder, causing him to noticeably recoil. Stitch's eye is in close-up. He notices this opening. He quickly hits his opponent's stomach with his hand, causing blood to fly in all directions. MC exhales, putting more strength into his blow and summons wind with his power. Angela flies away from the hero at great speed, breaking through the wall, which flies apart. His stomach area is pierced through by the armor, his pupils roll up, and blood spurts out of all the cracks. The remains of green energy hover around the soldiers. They tensely look at their defeated commander, calling his name out of concern for his life. His face is swollen and covered in blood. He lies lifeless against the wall. MC, with a satisfied grin, shows that he is ready to fight further, preparing the ability, and says that the soldiers must drop their weapons and surrender, and that otherwise. But he is interrupted by someone's sudden scream. Some incomprehensible clod of stones and flesh hangs on the wall. The soldiers scream, asking what it is, and screaming that something is moving there. Some part of the clot's body landed on one of the soldiers and began to cover him. He screams in pain. His face is melting, devoured by this monster, and he screams, asking for help. Stitch, with a tense face, looks at what is happening. He thinks if the monster melted the soldier, and says, asking if it absorbed him, and asks what it is. A huge monster of flesh and stone emerges from the passage, steam coming out of its mouth. Mr. Ring says that it is the Guardian, that from the outside it looks like a piece of muscle, but he can feel its core, which means it is a golem. Stitch asks, saying that they just entered the dungeon, why has the Guardian already appeared? Ring, looming over the hero, who is visibly tense, explains to him that this dungeon has been hungry for a long time because the people in the fortress have been circling around the entrance, not daring to go inside. A close-up of the golem's face, which screams, spewing purple slime. Ring continues, saying that this is why the guardian came out himself, to catch prey. Alina, with determination in her eyes, shouts that the golem is about to rush into attack and asks what their plan of action is, to which Stitch replies that it is the same as always. He raises his hand, charging a fireball, and replies that they will fight. He uses fireball and a huge stream of fire flies out of his hands. The fire flies into the golem, burning its flesh. Steam comes out of the golem's flesh, but the ring says that the golem is immediately restored and that the hero needs to find its core. The golem attacks the heroes, but they manage to dodge in time, jumping away. They land next to each other, and Stitch asks if she can determine the location of the core in the golem's body. Alina uses her skill and her eyes begin to glow red. Alina's POV, the golem is surrounded by dark energy. She says that his spirit is too strong and the core is not visible, and that the guardian also has a liquid body, so even her arrows will not help them. Stitch close up, he purses his lips and thinks that in this case he will have to pick around in it himself, and that means the problem is in the liquid body. MC places his hands on the floor and warns his companion that she should prepare for a strong blow, because the golem is not a human, so there is no point in pitying him. Ice starts to flow across the floor from MC because he uses his skill Ice Wave. The lower part of the golem freezes, and his face clearly expresses displeasure. Stitch, with determination on his face, shouts that Alina needs to shoot. The elf, pulling the bowstring, prepares to shoot. Alina aims her bow. Alina shoots. The monster roars. The monster approaches Alina and Stitch. Stitch asks if the monster is angry. Stitch comes up with an idea. Stitch screams for Alina to go away. The monster explodes and the floor of the dungeon collapses. Alina holds onto the edge of the cliff. Stitch says that any more and they would have fallen. Suddenly, the monster grabs Stitch by the leg with a tentacle. Stitch resists. Alina screams his name. Stitch roars in pain. Stitch thinks that it seems to be poison. The Master Ring says that even bones can melt like that. Stitch says that it seems nothing can be done about it. Stitch falls and screams at Alina not to go down. He will deal with the monster himself and come back. Stitch asks Alina to prepare the escape scroll. Alina thinks that Stitch is acting alone again. Stitch says that the monster pisses him off. Stitch hits the tentacle with his sword. The Master Ring says that the monster's cave is below and it doesn't matter that it's dark below. The monster is so huge that you can shoot without aiming. Stitch says that even if it's not below, he'll still try to hit it once with all his might. Stitch uses the air burst spell. Stitch says that even this spell doesn't work on the monster. Stitch senses that the monster is using poison gas this time. Stitch yells at the monster to defend itself as best it can. Stitch uses the fireball spell. The Master Ring uses the crosswind spell. A barrage of fire hits the monster. Alina sees a stream of fire erupting from the hole. Alina asks what's going on down there. Stitch walks along the floor of the cave. Stitch asks the Master Ring why it's so dark and if he can see anything. The Master Ring points over there. Stitch finds an artifact and says yes, that's it. Stitch says that he needs golems because he should fight them once or twice. Stitch uses the Ice Wave spell on the attackers. Stitch uses Air Blast. Stitch combines the two spells. Notification: a snowstorm causes an icy wind and freezes large areas. The monster's tentacles freeze. Stitch says that you understand that all golems are the same. Stitch breaks the monster's core. Stitch says that everything is ready. An explosion in the palace courtyard. The two adventurers ask each other, what is this trembling? It seems to be coming from the dungeon. Stitch and Alina appear. The adventurers recognize them. Sky says what happened, why did they use the escape scroll? Stitch says that the obvious happened, he destroyed everyone and left. Stitch says that the entrance to the dungeon is now destroyed, and it will be restless for some time, so do not hang around near it without reason. The adventurers realize that Stitch did not just escape from the dungeon. The adventurer tells Stitch that he was a little doubtful, but it seems that Stitch really has become stronger. Sky says that not only did Stitch destroy the Guardian, but he also got out alive and not alone, but with two. Stitch says that if he had not dealt with the dungeon, he would not have even mentioned killing the prince. Stitch asks what Sky was doing here all this time. Sky says that there is no need to worry and that he has already thrown bait to that scoundrel you wanted to meet so much. Sky says that Stitch will see him soon. There are barrels hanging under the arch of the gate. Stitch asks Sky if he hung gunpowder there. Sky says that Stitch is insulting him. It can't be gunpowder because this is a high-class event for a respected person of royal blood. Stitch doesn't understand the difference. Sky says that they dealt with the Gambini squad and now they are distributing equipment to people. Sky says that they also buried explosives in several places. Stitch says that preparation deserves respect. Sky thinks that this will be enough. Sky asks Stitch to give him something. Sky says, this artifact, did you really think to pocket it? Stitch says, "And when did you even notice?" Sky replies, "How can you not notice that you have an object, and a sparkling one at that?" Sky doesn't understand what the artifact is made of, leather or metal. Sky says that he wanted to see and study a lot, but Stitch needs to rest. Stitch asks why Sky is suddenly so caring. Sky replies that by the look of Stitch, it is clear that he is about to drop dead. Sky says that he has freed 2 shelters. Stitch and Alina can rest there, the prince may not appear soon. Sky asks the assistants to see Stitch and Alina off. Stitch grumbles that Sky notices everything. Stitch says that now there is only one problem left. Stitch asks the Master Ring what is wrong with his leg and why it is purple. The Master Ring replies that restoration helps to heal the wound, but does not remove the poison. The Master Ring says that unfortunately, he cannot help Stitch with this problem. Stitch says that the potion is of no use either, it will never heal at all. The Master Ring replies that a regular potion will not cope with the Guardian's poison, it is something like a combination of the curse and corpse poison. The Master Ring continues that the source of the curse is dead, so the wound should heal over time, but does not know how long it will take. Stitch is unhappy, because an important battle is coming soon and he is not in the best condition. Stitch shouts that come what may, because he has already been through a lot. The Master Ring says that unnecessary tension will only hinder his movements, and we must not forget that as long as the Master Ring exists, Stitch will never die. 3 days have passed. Prince Gerald turns to the adjutant and says that he finds it hard to believe that the Gambini squad was completely destroyed in the dungeon. Gerald asks what the approximate losses might be, assuming that they are already too late with reinforcements. The adjutant says that Gambini is not only part of the northern front, allowing them to hold the line, but also this fortress has a unique geographical location, advantageous for controlling the dungeon. The adjutant says that if the fortress is taken, most likely this will be the largest breach in the northern front. Gerald chuckles. The adjutant continues that if the fortress loses its strength, a huge number of monsters will flood into Venice and in the worst case, they can even capture the capital. The adjutant says that the most serious problem will be the fact of a breakthrough of the northern front. The adjutant says that this could cause scandals with the southern states. Gerald says that the adjutant thought the same way. The adjutant asks for forgiveness because he allowed unflattering expressions addressed to the royal family. Gerald replies that everything is fine and he did not start the conversation in order to look for someone to blame. A cry announces that the Gambini fortress is ahead. Gerald asks how the situation in the fortress is. A cry replies that the problems are not noticeable from the outside. Gerald hopes that they arrived on time. A cry from the wall, "You have arrived, Your Highness, we will open the gates for you." Another cry, "His Highness has arrived, open the gates." Gerald shouts that he received a letter and came to help. Gerald asks where the commander of the fortress is. They answer from the wall that the commander is fighting monsters in the dungeon, but it is unknown how much longer he will hold out. Gerald says that in that case they go inside. The running man shouts that Gerald barely made it in time and he doesn't know if. Gerald doesn't understand where the other soldiers went and why there's only one running man. The running man finishes, "They should have arrived a day later." Notification, ignition, an active skill, allows you to light a small flame aimed at a specific target. Gerald dodges the fire and shouts, "What the hell?" The fire hits the hanging barrels. There's a loud explosion. Oh shit, what is this? The fortress wall has collapsed. Most of the soldiers are outside. Is this a rebellion or a trap? But most importantly, who did all this? Sky shouts that it's amazing, a real masterpiece. Sky says that the explosion was pretty good, but that look on his face, now he feels like he didn't come here for nothing. Gerald coughs and asks Sky who he is. Sky says yes, he would like to introduce himself first, but first, there is one more person who has business with the prince. Sky asks Gerald to say hello to Stitch. Gerald does not recognize Stitch. Stitch says that he has not seen Gerald in a long time. Stitch asks Gerald how his employer has been all this time. Gerald grabs his sword and tries to cut Stitch down. Stitch asks why Gerald is so angry, because Stitch should be angry. Gerald says that it is his ring and he did not suffer so that Stitch would take the ring for himself. Stitch says that Gerald is an unpleasant guy and to stop talking nonsense. Sky looked at Alina and said that the prince was the main character's task and they would deal with the warriors outside. Turning around, he looked at Stitch's battle. There was blood on Gerald's forehead. The main character asked if he was saying that he was suffering. He began to shout that Gerald was simply afraid of difficulties, and now he wanted to blame everything on others. Frowning, the prince mentally noted that if he used Goldmura too often in an isolated space, it could ricochet back at him. He noted that he would have to deal with Stitch on his own. The protagonist, covered in dark energy, asked him to fight with all his might, noting that he would show him what he had to go through for this moment. Stunned, Gerald mentally asked what kind of power this was. His hand was covered in dark streams of mana. Stitch extended his fist and used an air bullet. A powerful vortex flow flew at Gerald. It hit him. The furious protagonist cried out that this fool would put someone else's life on the line so easily. Clouds of dust rose. Gerald suddenly jumped up. He struck the protagonist. Furious, Stitch mentally asked what this was in his power suddenly. Gerald asked with a serious expression if the protagonist thought he was an ordinary person, noting that he should not deceive himself. He delivered a powerful blow and cried out that among the monsters on the northern front, he had met many like him. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He flew back from the powerful blow. Drops of blood were running down his face. The prince swung his sword in front of him. Holding the blade in front of him, Stitch used explosion. A powerful magical explosion was heard. The protagonist flew away from Gerald. The dumbfounded prince wondered if Stitch had managed to deflect the artifact with a steel sword. He looked at the protagonist, who bounced off him. He rushed at him. The prince delivered a powerful blow. Skull reported that it was dangerous. The protagonist closely watched the prince's attacks. Stitch suddenly used air bullet. The streams of energy collided. Holding the sword with a trembling hand, Gerald noted that the protagonist had grown noticeably. After firing 2 magical blasts, Stitch asked what kind of sword it was that cuts through the wind. He remarked that he hoped that the current would be to his liking. 2 green clots of energy appeared next to the prince. Green mana was coming from the protagonist's hand. Skull said that it was a Tesla. Green electricity hit Gerald. He began to scream loudly in pain. The prince frowned deeply in pain. Stitch remembered how the ring had struck his body and asked if it was hitting him hard. He asked him to feel on his own skin what the protagonist had experienced then. Gerald was furious. He began to concentrate red energy in the blade and noted that he needed more power. The embittered prince began to loudly call the protagonist. Frowning, Stitch declared that he was a mad fool. Pulling out the blade, the prince declared that he would kill him and get the ring back. Skull appeared next to the protagonist, asking what kind of nonsense this fool was talking. Stitch said that it was never his. Gerald suddenly jumped up. Squinting, the protagonist noticed that he was very fast. The prince knocked him to the ground. He threw Stitch into the wall. Concentrating mana in his fingers, the protagonist used a wave. Gerald frowned at this. A green beam hit his body. The angry prince asked him to think about the fact that if it weren't for this ring, he would have already finished off the protagonist. Clenching his fist, Stitch asked him to think for himself with a smirk on his face. The protagonist used the Devourer's curse. A blue aura enveloped Stitch's hand. He thought about how his body had become stronger and needed a little more. He prepared to dash. Dumbfounded, Gerald mentally asked if Stitch had any more techniques left in reserve. The protagonist was moving towards him. They clashed with their blades. Stitch's face was furious. A message appeared that the Pondus artifact imposes a mass increase effect. The protagonist grabbed the blade with both hands, causing its bone to crack. Stunned, Gerald noted that it was very hard for him. Stitch used an air bullet. Green mana surrounded the protagonist. The prince flew up. Blood sprayed from Gerald. He fell to the ground. Smiling, Stitch said that the Venetian prince was nothing special. He asked if he was talking about protecting the northern front. Raising the sword, the protagonist asked to try to reflect this too. The plot takes us back a few minutes. The man concentrated energy in his hands and ordered to use all physical and magical powers. A crowd of magicians began to prepare for battle. They began to hit the fortress with magic. The guys standing in the fortress with a grin said that despite everything, the fortress is a fortress and they still have plenty of gunpowder. A green stream of energy struck the warriors. Looking at the tower, the guy thought that thanks to such powerful arrows, it is impossible to lose. Alina held the magic bow in her hands. Sky looked at them with a serious expression and said that they were fools and if they were distracted during the battle, a hole would immediately appear in their heads. The guy held his hand in front of his eyes and said that something was approaching. Sky asked for more gunpowder. Looking into the distance, he asked about what could be approaching. He saw the warrior's face. Sky was taken aback by what he saw. He began to shout to all the warriors in the fortress that they should not relax and that the enemy had reinforcements. He looked at the guy on the horse and said that this was Mark McDowell, a general from the east. Taken aback, the guy clarified whether this was the same Iron Mark. The guys were dumbfounded. Sky bit his finger and said that he had not taken this into account. He thought about the fact that it seemed to him that everything was going too smoothly and no one knew that the right hand of the first prince would appear on the northern front. The dumbfounded boy asked Sky what they were going to do. He gave the order for everyone to take up battle positions and be ready for a confrontation. He asked to tell everyone without exception not to do anything without his order. Mark dismounted from his horse and was called out to. The dumbfounded man asked what brought him there. Mark asked if Prince Gerald was inside. The stranger replied that he was and that he had entered the fortress in the first ranks and that as he could see, the roads were blocked, which was why he was trapped there. Looking at the cloud of dust, the man noted that the enemy attack had created a difficult situation, which was why. Mark asked seriously if this was true, noting that he would look around and that they should prepare for battle formation. The people looked at Mark and wondered if they should attack him. Frowning, Sky asked not to think about him. Alina was suddenly surprised. She jumped down to Sky, who said that if the situation worsened, they should follow his orders and fire a volley at the soldiers, but Mark should not be touched. He turned around and saw Alina, who noted that the enemy general was already close. She asked if Sky had any special reason not to attack him. Sky asked if she had heard what artifact was behind him. He looked at the shield behind him and told him that Mark's invincibility was legendary, so everyone knew about the power of the artifact. He noted that the shield not only charged through physical attacks, but also had an incredible recoil. He looked at Mark, who approached the fortress, and noted that he was deliberately provoking them to hit him, but they would not respond and would only attack the soldiers. Frowning, Mark thought about how not a single arrow had flown so far. He guessed that their leader was not so stupid. Turning around, he saw a soldier who shouted that everything was ready and they were waiting for the order. Mark replied that they were responding. Frowning, Sky wondered if he was going to attack the fortress wall with artillery. The soldiers put out many cannons. Sky noticed that they were aiming too low. He, looking dumbfounded, began to shout loudly for everyone to start attacking those cannons. His army was surprised. Sky noticed that they couldn't let them fire. Many arrows flew out of the fortress. Mark started to shout for the mage warriors to hurry up. The mages began to build a blue wall. A message appeared that the active skill force shield forms a shield from physical attacks. The barrier reflected many arrows. Sky watched this with a dumbfounded look. Mark had a smirk on his face. Holding the shield in front of him, he ordered to fire. The soldiers fired their cannons at him. There was a smirk on his face. His shield was enveloped in fire. It was holding back the magical flows. He put the shield in front of him. Sky watched it with a frightened look. Blue energy was concentrated in his shield. Stitch said with a smirk that the Venetian prince was nothing. He raised his sword and asked to try to block it. He swung the blade and used the enchantment. He sent a green flow of mana. Sky screamed loudly for the protagonist to leave the gate. Stitch asked again, taken aback. Mark was concentrating blue energy in the shield. He destroyed the wall with a powerful attack. The man screamed that the wall was destroyed and needed to push. Sky, dumbfounded, ordered everyone to raise their weapons and hold them back as best they could. A crowd of warriors ran into the fortress. Mark jumped into the air. Stitch watched him. He landed next to him. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what this time. Mark looked at him with a serious expression. He began to gather energy in the shield. Stitch was surprised. Mark rushed at him. The protagonist screamed in pain. Stitch flew out of the fortress. Gerald stood up, wounded, and asked where MacDowell was coming from. Mark, holding the potion in his hand, asked him to drink it, noting that he looked very ill. The prince began to drink the potion. Mark stood over him and informed him that it would heal his wounds, although it would not restore his energy, adding that he needed to rest. Gerald asked him to stop telling him what to do. Kneeling, MacDowell said that he was told to deliver a message from his brother. Mark relayed Raptor's words that he would receive payment for this debt later. Gerald frowned and imagined his brother's face. He asked with an angry look in his mind if he had been biding his time on purpose, and now he was suddenly appearing and calling it a debt. Mark seriously told the prince that it was his mistake. He looked at the blade and said that if he had used the power of the Goldmara to escape, everything would have been simple, but he had not. As he walked away, MacDowell stated that he had lost his mind and was only focused on the battle, which was why this had happened. Gerald cried out that this was absurd. Mark replied that he would take on his opponent and he would take care of his condition. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face. Walking towards Mark, he mentally asked where such reinforcements had come from and whether there had been an information leak. Sky suddenly cried out for Stitch not to even think about fighting and to retreat. Turning around, the protagonist asked what was going on outside and who the hell that was. Sky replied that he had probably heard about the invincible general from the east. Stitch asked what the general, who was supposed to be in the east, had forgotten there. Frowning, Sky stated that he understood him, but they also did not understand how he had ended up there. He asked them to avoid physical attacks. The protagonist asked if he meant for him to use magic. Folding his fists, Mark asked if they were done chatting. His shield began to gather blue energy. He rushed at them. Taken aback, Sky noticed that he had tremendous speed. Frowning, Stitch thought about how Sky wouldn't be able to dodge something like that. The protagonist's leg was injured. He asked what now. MacDowell knocked them down with his dash. They flew in different directions. Mark looked at the injured Sky and said that the first one was ready. He calmly asked what was the point of wasting time and wasting energy. He suggested that they surrender right away. Concentrating fire energy, Stitch cried out that he would not surrender. He thought that in that case, he would have to use magic. Mark reflected a powerful fireball with his shield. He mentally noted that Stitch had a sword in his hands. The protagonist used a wave and sent a green beam at him. McDowell blocked the attack and asked if he was a magician. He put his hand in his bosom. He pulled out 2 balls that emitted blue energy. The surprised Skull ordered him to stop so he wouldn't have time to throw those things. Dark smoke enveloped the arena. Frowning, Stitch asked if it was a smoke screen. The Skull presented a dark stone and replied that it was a dispelium. He assumed that the protagonist wasn't that stupid. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Mark seriously noted that he was smart, but it was too late and his particles had probably already seeped into his lungs. The Skull next to Stitch said that it would be difficult to deal with him due to his health, combat strength, and simply physically not being able to defeat him now. The protagonist asked what he was talking about now and asked him to come up with some way. The puzzled Skull began to think of a way. He looked at the wounded Sky and noted that there was nothing left to do but use all the cards, but if Stitch didn't win, then not only would he not be able to deal with the prince, but all his plans for life would collapse. The protagonist looked at the serious Mark. Skull said that he was using a grab. Mark flew furiously, preparing to strike. He hit Sky and he coughed and flew away. The guy stopped on his knees and bowed his head, leaning on the ground. A sword appeared from the ground. Mark jumped up and swung at Stitch, who was sitting in front of him with a sword. Sky activated the grab. He grinned, and Mark looked in surprise. A line appeared that cut through the guy's ear. Mark tensed up from severe pain and clicked his tongue. Sky said that it turned out that he still had aces up his sleeve. His eyes were burning, stretching out his hand with a revolver. He said that he was fast, although not as powerful as he would like. Stitch walked ahead and turned around and replied that he was somehow unusual to see him with such a skill, to which Sky, holding a gun, replied that there was no time for reviews and impressions. He bowed his head, his eyes lit up and frowning, he said not to relax. We see a fortress from which screams in an order are heard, not to let them inside the fortress. A loud sound was coming from it. Sky aggressively stretched his hand forward and fired projectiles at the opponent. Mark tensed up and covered his face with his hand. He purposefully ran straight at Sky, who stood in front of him with his legs spread. Mark hit Sky with all his might on his cloak and tore off a piece of fabric. The guy with scars was angry and stretched out both hands with revolvers and was surprised that he had such equipment that he couldn't even penetrate it. Mark frowned in surprise. He put a shield in front of himself, covering himself from many bullets. He grinned and said that the opponent was celebrating too early with such damage. They stood at a distance. Sky continued to attack, and Mark deflected the bullets. Sky aggressively shouted Stitch's name and asked to tear him apart. The main character quickly ran and activated the Devourer's curse. The scarred guy looked at the gun and noticed that the bullets were apparently gone. While Mark was covering himself with the shield, Stitch jumped up behind him, swinging his sword at him. The guy turned around anxiously and noticed the enemy. He looked at the protagonist's sword and thought that this weapon did not seem to have any unusual cutting or penetrating power. Stitch was furiously preparing for the blow and asked if he could block it if it pierced the metal. He activated the enchantment. Having struck with the sword, Mark parried it with the shield. The guy stubbornly held the sword with the shield, coughing slightly. He squatted, covered himself with the shield. The protagonist disappeared and only a green flash remained. Mark frowned and grinned, saying that he was using annoying techniques. He looked in shock at Stitch, who stubbornly ran straight at him. The protagonist touched the shield and cast upon his spell. The shield stuck into the ground, beads of sweat were running down Mark's face, and he was aggressively surprised that it suddenly became heavy. He turned around and noticed Sky flying up to him from behind, holding pistols in his hands. Mark tried to hold the shield with one hand and raise the other. Suddenly, Stitch stepped on his hand. He jumped back, and Mark looked at him in surprise and rage and thought about his kick. The protagonist grabbed the shield from above and activated the increase in mass. Mark grabbed the tip of Stitch's sword and sparks appeared. He bowed his head and coughed, and the protagonist, sitting on his back, held the shield and sword using enchantment. The shield began to emit blue light. In the middle of the fortress, a huge stream of energy emanating from the shield appeared. Stitch flew back and stopped on one leg. Tired Mark looked at him with a smile and said that although he was an enemy, he fought excellently and he could not even imagine such a thing. They stood opposite each other and turned around and noticed a man screaming at the entrance to the fortress. The man with glowing eyes was surrounded by dark energy and he called Stitch. Mark called him Prince in surprise. He said Stitch's name, and the protagonist looked at him tensely, thinking what kind of fool he was. The prince stretched out his hand, trying to grab Stitch by the throat, which surprised him very much. The protagonist plunged the sword into his hand. He looked at the bloody blade and frowned, thinking that there was no way to pull it out and what would happen if he was reborn right with it. The prince smiled evilly and screamed that he caught it. Mr. Ring appeared and called Stitch and told him to pay attention to the center of the tip of the sword. Sky raised his head and said that he put his secret weapon in it, which can only be used once, to which the protagonist replied that he asked not to install anything terrible. He screamed that it was time to act. Stitch grinned and said that he would destroy this fool. Running his hand over the blade, he added that he would show how great a thing Sky had created. The base of the sword began to emit energy. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the fortress. Stitch came to his senses and saw Sky screaming at him to open his eyes. The guy looked at the main character and nervously screamed at him to wake up and thought about hitting him in the cheeks properly. Stitch opened his eyes slightly. Blood was running down his face. He choked. Sitting on his knees, he threw up, and Sky stood next to him and fearfully asked what was wrong with him and what he had done this time. The main character said that while he was not himself, he used a secret weapon at this time. Sky looked at the powerful fire and replied that it was a pity that he did not see it personally, but it looked powerful, and he also remembered how he was hit. The guy fell to the ground and lay with his legs and arms spread. Stitch, sitting on the ground, replied that it was just a masterpiece. A scream was heard. Someone called the main character. The girl ran to the guys and asked if Stitch was alive, to which he turned around, and his friend continued to lie. Sky laughed and said that there were actually two of them, and she didn't even look at him. He became sad, but added that he was happy for Stitch. The main character turned around and calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He was safe, he just didn't have the strength to move his lips. Alina looked at him, put her hand on his chest and said that it was a relief. Stitch was sitting with Sky on the ground and looking at the fire. The main character asked what happened to those guys, if they were dead, to which the guy replied that perhaps this was the best explosive of all that he created. Besides, he added wind magic to it. Alina looked ahead in surprise. The foot was stepping, breaking the ground. A furious Mark appeared through the smoke, holding a man on his shoulder. He looked at the guys anxiously. Stitch looked at him in shock, and Sky said in fear that he was just a monster. Alina was scared. Sweat was running down her face. She pulled the bow and thought that the magic was of course at its limit, but she thought that it would be enough for the final blow. The girl quickly released the arrow. The entire fortress began to explode. Alina turned around and was scared, thinking that they had dealt with the enemy's weapons. The guys were squatting. The girl was standing next to them. A man was running towards them, shouting that they had problems. Jake shouted in fear that these were long-range magical cannons of reinforcements, and they were firing at them from the outside. The entire fortress continued to explode. Sky covered his head with his hand and tensely said that the only thing left to do was to run. Alina turned around and said that their target was right in front of their noses, to which the frightened guy replied that he was sorry too, but he should think sensibly. He looked at Mark, who was covering himself with a shield, and said that this fool, even in such a situation, raised his shield again to protect the prince. He continued to say that both sides were already exhausted. If they continued to drag out time, then reinforcements would arrive. He looked at Mark, who was carrying the unconscious prince, and said that everything would end. Alina was embarrassed and turned to Sky, to which he interrupted her, raised his hand and said that there was one way and asked to tell everyone to prepare to escape. He took a round projectile in both hands. The entire fortress was filled with smoke. Alina, closing her eyes, walked through the smoke and thought in surprise about the smoke screens. Sky said that this was a special smoke bomb, and it would be difficult to track them down even with good technology. The guy took the leash of the horse, holding it, and ordered Alina to run to the stable, which was nearby, and take care of Stitch. Jake harnessed the horse and shouted that everything was ready and he was waiting for the signal. Sky jumped on his horse and shouted that he hoped none of them would fall into the clutches of these fools. The guy gave the order forward, and a crowd of men on horses galloped, leaving smoke bombs behind them. Voices were heard from afar that someone had spotted the enemy. An angry man furiously shouted that they were running away and it was time to give chase. Jake looked at Sky and said with a smile that he would split up with him, asking him to wish them luck, to which the guy happily replied that they would see each other at the lair. Sky shouted for everyone to come there without exception. We see a fortress with tents, from where a voice is heard saying that Mark needs rest. His face was bandaged. The guy raised his hand and asked what was wrong with the prince, and the subordinate in the cloak fearfully answered that they did not see any particular improvement. Mark frowned angrily. He imagined the prince lying unconscious in bandages without an arm, and the subordinate said that they never found one limb. Judging by the scars, most likely it was blown away by the explosion. Mark folded his arms and exhaled, asking if this was true. He heard a sound and turned around and asked what was going on. A dark monster with a sword appeared in front of him, who said about the prince's artifact. Mark looked at him in fear and thought that it was too dangerous. The monster was approaching him, and the guy put up a shield. He held the monster's blow with his shield with all his might. Mark strained, bared his teeth, and did not understand what was happening. The monster looked at him and jumped into the sky. It approached the unconscious prince. Mark furiously thought about how he dared, and energy appeared from the shield. A blue stream went straight to the monster, causing an explosion. The guy swung his shield at the prince's sword. He hit the ground with his shield with all his might, piercing the monster, and two people watched this. Splashes flew everywhere. The two men looked on in surprise and wondered if blood was pouring out of the artifact. The bandages on Mark's face were splattered with blood. He looked tensely at the cracked sword. He swung his shield again. Stitch, Sky, and Alina in black cloaks were by the river. The two guys with spears looked at the fortress and decided to post guards all over the territory and not to let down their guard. The guys anxiously eavesdropped from around the corner, and Sky tensely said that he assumed, but did not think that everything would go so far, to which Stitch replied that guards are on every corner. The guy touched the wall with symbols and said that after all, they got there safe. Opening the door, he said that there is nothing better than home. The main character got angry and raised his fist and said that now is not the time for smiles, and he hid a bomb in his gun and blew it to smithereens. Sky looked at him with displeasure and replied that it was enough to grumble. He survived thanks to him. Dalton and Jake looked at them happily, and the guy screamed that they were alive. Sky, smiling, asked if he thought that he had died and why were they the only ones here, had the others not come yet. Dalton, the man, and Jake approached the guys. He said that the situation around was not very good now, so he thought it would take longer. There were only them and a few more guys outside. Sky remembered the screaming man and said upset that he had not seen the rag face near the canal, after which he asked if there was any information on where they were going. Jake frowned and put his hand to his chin and asked if they remembered Python and added that in the Bordenborough underworld it was quite a famous name. He was caught a few days ago. Sky was surprised and in shock shouted if it was true and continued that after all, those guys were not the kind of people who could be caught easily. He imagined a serious girl with her hand raised and said that Idril, a general of the Western Front, intervened. Putting his hand on his head and closing his eyes, Sky imagined Mark and Idril and said that it meant that the shield and spear of the first prince had a hand. It seemed that these fools had simply gone crazy. The guy turned to Stitch and tensely asked if he was now convinced that he should not be here. The main character was upset and listened to Sky's story about how if the Venetian fools continued to bother them, he would have a hard time in the underworld. Jake looked at him in surprise, pointing at Stitch's wanted poster with his hand and saying that it was good that his face hadn't completely lit up yet, judging by the flyer, but if it continued like this, then the order to follow him would be a matter of time. Jake and Sky stood next to the main character, who screamed, hit his head on the table, and said that they had a perfect plan and a perfect situation, but why was something constantly changing? That in the end they had come to this. Sky asked what was the point of him making noise here now, adding that he'd better think about what to do next, and Stitch closed his eyes, lying on the table, and asked where he was going to go, because the entire southern continent was under the influence of Venice. He closed his eyes and said upset that now he wouldn't have a chance to see the face of this herald. Sky frowned and said that if there was nowhere to go on the entire southern continent, then he should go north, which surprised Stitch. He introduced the city and said that in the north there is the Empire of Chromatos. Even Venice cannot underestimate it. Who knows? Maybe this is his chance to bypass Venice and increase his influence. The protagonist sighed and listened to the guy tell him that he also felt that even if they remove Gerald, it is not the end. Now he needs forces to defeat an entire army if necessary. After which he added that he can build up these forces in the north. They approached the pier and Sky said that he personally hustled and got a ship. Smiling, he raised his hand and said that this is for breaking Stitch's sword, and Alina and the protagonist silently walked behind. Stitch looked at him and replied that he doubted that he came here on purpose to deceive only him. Sky turned around and put his hand on his side and listened to the main character, who said that he did not see a single suitable ship in this port, which was closed because of these fools from the kingdom, to which the guy replied that he should wait a little. Ships with stowaways are not immediately noticeable. Sky said that it would appear soon, when suddenly a ship sailed. The ship approached the pier with the guys and Stitch asked if the ship was transparent and how long it had been there. Alina looked at the ship in surprise and said that it was invisibility magic and she saw a spell of such a scale for the first time. A voice came from the ship asking if it was the same one. There was a girl with long hair standing on the ship, who said that she was worried when she heard that she had to meet Sky's friend, but he looked better than she thought. Claudia put her hand on her hip and looking at them introduced herself and said that her favorite ship Charlie was behind her. The frightened protagonist introduced himself and pointed his hand at the surprised Alina, calling her his assistant. She stood on board and looking at them said that there were two of them, and they had arrived on time. If they had been late, she would have sailed away without them. And Sky raised his hand and thanked him for arriving on time, adding that he would pay for the ship after everything was settled. She waved her hand, raised it up and replied that it was her job. Besides, she did not ask for money, it would be enough to treat her and the sailors to a drink somehow. Claudia looked back and said that, by the way, it seemed to her that she had been told that they were sailing north for the first time and asked if they had ever suffered from seasickness. Stitch looked at her in surprise. Sweat was running down his cheek and he answered negatively, adding that, to be honest, it was his first time sailing on a ship. The ship was at sea and sounds of nausea were coming from it. For the second day, the protagonist was sick overboard. The sailor carrying the bag said that it was in the way. It was better for him to go down and sit there. Stitch tensed up in pain and said that he could die. Is there anything he could do about it? It was very hard for him. Mr. Ring appeared and said that he could use restoration. It would help for a short time, but he would still feel sick while on the ship, which upset the protagonist. Alina approached Stitch and asked how he was, to which he leaned his elbows and frowned and replied that it was her first time sailing on a ship. Her senses must have become heightened. Why didn't she feel sick? She looked at the bottle and replied that the ship's captain said that the sailor's talent was determined by physiological characteristics. She handed the test tube to Stitch and told him to drink the medicine that Claudia gave him. She said that it helps with nausea. The protagonist asked if she had asked how much longer they had to sail. Alina replied that she had heard that it was about 2 weeks, since they needed to get around a huge magical storm that separated the southern and northern continents, to which Stitch spat out the medicine in surprise, screaming, "Really 2 weeks?" She told him not to spit out what she had gotten with such difficulty. He burst into tears and raised his hands, thinking that he might die before they reached the northern continent. Mr. Ring said that he would revive him then, to which he replied that it was not necessary. Stitch and Alina looked in surprise as Claudia walked up to them and asked how he was feeling. He smiled and, closing his eyes, said that it was thanks to her potion that he was holding up. She happily replied that it had been lying in her bins for a long time and had finally come in handy, that he should not worry about the fact that he was sick. The rest of the stowaways who were heading north were the same, but she should not relax too much, since she could not guarantee that there were no idiots among them. He looked at her and asked if she had come out here in person to tell them this, and Claudia put her hands on her waist and said that she was the captain and should not sit still, and also to warn him to be ready for anything. He, surprised, clarified what she had said. She looked up, pointed her finger at the sky and said that until they completely passed the magical storm, their journey would be difficult. Most likely it would rain tonight. He looked up and wondered what rain when the sky was so clear. After a while, a downpour began, flooding the ship. They went down to the cabin, and Alina said that you can never predict at sea, the weather can suddenly get worse, and then asked what he was going to do next, because he said that it was his first time in the north. Alina watched in surprise as he put his head on his hand and closed his eyes, said that first he would check if he could get a new adventurer's license from the guild. If not, then clearing dungeons would be considered illegal. He said that he was going north to start a new life and did not want to ruin everything from the beginning. She answered with a smile that then she would study the culture of the north, and he asked how exactly. Alina was suddenly surprised. She turned around and said that something was happening outside. He and the worker also looked and asked what exactly, while a crowd of people were walking towards them. She said that there was some noise from the outside of the ship, while under the rain the ship was being attacked by monsters. The man put his hand to his face and noted that they had appeared a bit early. The man picked up a knife and shouted that dinner time was over, that they should put away the leftovers and go to their cabins and lock all the doors and under no circumstances go outside. The crowd looked at the door. Claudia opened her mouth and shouted for them to take up arms. The warriors gathered in a circle and the girl added that if even one passenger was hurt, Charlie's reputation would be tarnished and they would go to feed the fish. The guy put his hands on his hips and noted that since even the cook had grabbed a weapon, maybe they should help, and the second asked that he didn't know what kind of ship it was. 2 guys were sitting at the table and heard that if he said that, it meant he was confident in his abilities, and that he shouldn't interfere with them, just do as he was told. Stitch extended his hand, heard that he at least had a little idea of what was going on there, and asked not to make noise. The main character closed his eyes, after which he abruptly opened them and noticed that it had become quiet. The squad stared at the door and said that if there was silence, it didn't matter who had won, it meant that everything was over. Stitch abruptly opened the door, after which he froze. The protagonist saw a dead monster and noted in his head that it was Aquin. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked why they climbed onto the deck like that every time. Claudia smiled and answered that every time they sailed here, Aquin appeared here. For them it was already a usual thing, like a walk after dinner. Just in case, let them be careful. The girl pulled out her sword and added that these creatures move in a pack. Who knows, maybe one of them was hiding somewhere. The corpse trembled, and Claudia noticed that they had been appearing more often lately, which also didn't give her peace. A spike suddenly appeared. The girl jerked, after which Stitch grabbed her. Then he swung at the monster. The guy came out of the cabin and asked what was going on. The guy opened his eyes. Then there was a sharp blow. The protagonist looked furiously. The guy put an axe to his throat. Then he opened his mouth and asked what he had done to his mistress. The girl hit him sharply and shouted that this man had just saved her life. Then she clenched her fist and added that she also told him not to threaten everyone without reason. Stitch looked at him and asked if he wanted to say anything. The guy just snorted in response. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and remarked that he was impudent. Claudia folded her arms and remarked that she did not think that the passengers would have to fight too. She was speechless. Stitch opened his eyes and asked that it was impossible to use invisibility magic at the very beginning, then Aquan would not be able to get close to the ship. Claudia smiled and replied that if it were possible, she would have done so long ago. It was a pity, but magic of such a scale does not last long, and she cannot cast spells often. In any case, there is also a certain charm of the sea in solving such problems with bare hands. Once again, welcome to the sea. There was a noise in the cabin. Stitch leaned on the bar counter and said that if he did not get seasick all the time, it would be just great, and Alina asked what he knew about the northern continent. The protagonist remembered about the sled and heard that he knew that in the north there is a dessert made of ice, poured on top with sweet sauce, and there is also a thing made by dwarves, and you can ride on it on the snow. Stitch narrowed his eyes and asked where she learned all this. Alina smiled and replied that her cabin mate told her. She is so kind and knows a lot of things. The protagonist turned around, after which he strained his eyes and thought that this was the same one, so she was from the north. The girl stood up abruptly, and the protagonist added in his head why a person from the north was sailing on an illegal ship from Venice. It didn't look like she had any business in the underworld. The protagonist turned around abruptly, heard if he could talk to him, and asked what he needed. The guy scratched his head and replied that the lady asked him to convey her gratitude. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted that that was all he wanted to say. Let him do as he wanted. Dawn illuminated the ship and shouts were heard for everyone to get into place and move. Stitch threw on his cloak and asked what all the fuss was about, why everyone was so busy. Alina opened her mouth and replied that judging by the conversations, the weather conditions were getting worse faster than expected, and this was not just an ordinary problem. Claudia opened her mouth and shouted what all the fuss was about. The magical storm was still far away. The sailor opened his mouth and replied that it was true. It was still early, but there were bad signs. The current and wind did not match the logbook entries at all. Claudia took the pipe and ordered that, first, let the ship tilt as much as possible to starboard. If something threatened the ship's course, it was necessary to avoid it, even if it knocked them out of schedule. The girl looked into the pipe. Then she saw a pole and thought. A moment later, there was an explosion. Claudia clenched her teeth and thought that after all, they had met him in person. Why now? The girl saw the ship and thought that the Grey Skull ship had appeared. Claudia opened her mouth and ordered everyone to pull themselves together. The girl looked at the approaching ship and added that if they relaxed, they were finished. Claudia took the amulet and shouted that before things got worse, they needed to strike first and get out, let them take their positions. A rainbow formed around, and the girl shouted to load the cannons. A moment later, the sailors brought the cannon up and shouted that everything was ready. The ship began to approach the enemy, and the girl shouted that they needed to get as close as possible, but not to shoot without her signal. The ship drew level. The girl opened her mouth and shouted fire. A moment later, the cannons fired. Cannonballs exploded in the air. Claudia froze and wondered what it was, probably a shield. The sailor opened his mouth and shouted that they were discovered because of the shots. The Grey Skull began to move. Tentacles appeared from the ship, after which they pierced the ship. Stitch opened his mouth and asked what was happening. Is it a ghost ship? Alina covered herself with her hand. The guy clenched his teeth. Claudia opened her mouth and shouted, this is an attack, asks everyone who is able to fight to resist the enemy. The opponents started jumping off the ship, and the captain added that the rest should listen to her. They were moving on to hand-to-hand combat. The skeleton opened its mouth. The guy chopped it with an axe. The next skeleton jumped on it. The guy hit it sharply with an axe. Alina turned around. The guy looked at her calmly. Then he turned around. Stitch with a powerful punch laid the skeleton down. The protagonist doubled over and wondered what kind of creatures these were. The protagonist squeezed the opponent's head and wondered if these were either skeletons or corpses. Whoever it was, that would be even better. The protagonist froze on the opponent and wondered what was wrong with his ability. Stitch abruptly threw the skeleton back. Then he clenched his teeth and wondered what kind of sounds. Mr. Ring opened his mouth and shouted at the protagonist. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and shouted what had happened to him suddenly, and the skull replied that he at least knew how many times he had called him to wake up. Mr. Ring opened his mouth and added that there was no time, he would get straight to the point. He himself did not notice how he began to hallucinate. He temporarily woke him up, but soon he would fall asleep again. Stitch looked surprised and asked what kind of hallucinations. Mr. Ring looked at the protagonist and answered that all this, everything he had just seen, the reason why they did not pass is that he still does not fully believe his words. Skull hovered over the protagonist and added that he should think carefully why they were making so much noise. The enemy was not attacking. What was the reason? And Stitch noticed that there was some movement around. The protagonist remembered the battle and heard why the enemy ship chose hand-to-hand combat and not shelling, and why the curse eating did not work on them. Stitch rolled his eyes, and Mr. Ring added that if they had more time, he would leave him alone so that he could get out of these hallucinations himself, but time is running out, so he woke him up personally. The protagonist opened his eyes. The sailors opened their mouths and froze. The strangers began to take off their hoods and said that after all, their captain was the best. He was able to maintain these hallucinations for so many kilometers. The man threw the girl over his shoulder, heard why the captain needed this girl, and replied that he did not know. As he heard, it seems that she is the daughter of some merchant. If so interested, let him ask him himself. The guy raised his hand and noted that he had not had such a chance for a long time. He should really fill his pockets. The protagonist squeezed his hand, after which the enemy noticed him. A moment later, there was an explosion. The man opened his eyes and wondered what it was. It was still a long way to dissipate the hallucinations. The protagonist dragged the enemy. Then he opened his mouth and asked what business they had on this ship. The warriors suddenly pulled out their weapons, and the leader shouted that they had no time to fight him. The man opened his eyes and wondered how he had managed to do this, that this was not in the plans. The guy put away his weapon and told him not to move if he didn't obey. He knew what would happen. Stitch gritted his teeth. The man took out a knife and shouted at him not to come closer. The guy with green eyes suddenly jumped from behind. The blade pierced the man and he wondered what was going on. There was no movement. The guy with green eyes shouted that in order to understand their plans, their firebrands must be intact. Mortem raised his head. After that, his hand caught fire. The skull flew up to the protagonist and said that they were all just following orders. They were not aware of the details of the kidnapping and there was something else. Mortem looked at the ship and added that the illusion around the ship had dissipated. But he felt a high-level protective dome. This shield could not be penetrated in the usual way. Stitch gritted his teeth and asked that even magic would not help, and the skull replied that it would not help unless he used the booster many times. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted that first they needed to wake up the people. If they were not fools, then they should have already guessed that something was fishy on that ship. Alina began to open her eyes. Then she woke up abruptly. The girl opened her mouth and asked what kind of enemy it was. Alina looked at the sleeping crew and asked what happened. The lanterns on the ship lit up. Alina opened her mouth and asked that they wanted to kidnap Kaja. Stitch leaned on the railing and asked that that was her name, and Alina asked why they needed to do that. The protagonist bowed his head and replied that he did not know, and there was no one who could tell the truth. Could she explain to the captain what happened? And for now he wanted to find out something there. The guy rubbed the back of his head and asked why she went up to the deck. He said not to leave the cabins. Kaja folded her arms and shouted that it didn't matter what he said. When she came to, she was already standing here and what he would order to do. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that this was an eternal problem. It would be necessary to behave more carefully, and Stitch asked that maybe it was enough to quarrel. The guy opened his mouth and asked if he could explain what happened. He did not quite remember what happened, so he would like to clarify the situation. Mortem opened his mouth and noted that his manner had changed. It seemed that he was no longer wary of them, and Stitch replied that everyone on this ship saw hallucinations due to someone's manipulations, and he was the first to come to his senses. Kaja opened her eyes, heard that just at that moment someone tried to steal her, and he grabbed them and asked again. Stitch pointed his finger at the enemy and noted that here they are. The guy opened his mouth and noted that they were unfamiliar and couldn't even guess who they were, looking at their clothes and the ship. The sword hit the ground sharply and the guy added that it wasn't that important. Claudia opened her mouth and shouted that from now on no one would come close to her ship. She heard from the girl who came with him, the bodies, the ghost ship, and even the rain, it was all a hallucination. Stitch turned and replied that as they saw, the situation itself testified to this, and Claudia said that she wouldn't leave it that way. The captain opened her mouth and shouted that how dare they hide behind a gray skull and mock her sailors, it wouldn't be enough to tear them to pieces. Stitch gritted his teeth and noted that he understood her indignation, but now she couldn't handle the ship, so he had one request. The protagonist smiled and asked to trust him with the ship, and she would direct all her efforts to set a course forward. Claudia opened her eyes and asked what he was going to do alone. The protagonist climbed onto the back of the ship and used Curse Eater. His hand was covered in energy. A moment later, ice appeared behind the ship. Claudia opened her eyes. The sun was shining in the Venetian palace. The guy was sitting thoughtfully, after which the doors opened. The guy suddenly woke up and asked who dared to open the door. He had said not to let anyone in, and the knight asked what he had done. The guy closed his eyes and asked what he was talking about. If he did not explain himself clearly, he would not be able to answer him. The knight gritted his teeth and replied that not only did he know about the events in the Gambini fortress in advance. The guy remembered the bloody battlefield and added that he also sent reinforcements with the Marquis. Mark rode his horse, and the boy noted that given the distance between the capital and the fortress, this was not just a coincidence. Alfred opened his mouth and asked where he got this information. Raptor smiled and replied that it was just Conrad's prediction, that he was so surprised when he himself knew everything. Alfred opened his mouth and noted that he knew very well, because he obeyed him. The prince's younger brother remembered the magician and said that he did not show the future completely, but in fragments, if the situation was misinterpreted, serious problems could arise. Alfred folded his hands behind his back and added that despite this, he listened to these predictions and arbitrarily sent troops. He knows how dangerous such behavior can be for the kingdom. Raptor smiled and replied that he cares about the kingdom so much. Wow. The prince covered his mouth with his hand and added that he thought he had taken away his chance to use his subordinates' abilities and contribute to the defense of the northern front. There was almost a misunderstanding. Alfred doubled over, after which Raptor leaned back in his chair and noted that he shouldn't bother himself with this. In the end, his decision turned out to be correct. If he hadn't reacted quickly, who knows how the situation would have turned out. Raptor remembered the wounded warriors and added that they also suffered considerable losses. Let him be glad that everything ended this way. Alfred lowered his head and thought that he thinks that such losses should be rejoiced. There are many problems to think about, but most of all he is interested in how he managed to spy on Conrad's prediction. Raptor smiled broadly, and his brother thought that he won't find out about this until he finds out. It can be assumed that his brother is watching him closely. Raptor gritted his teeth and remarked that if he had nothing more to say, let him go. He had no time for idle talk. Alfred turned around and remarked that he would do so. The doors slammed shut. Raptor grinned. Alfred walked down the corridor and thought that everything was even more confused, in which case he definitely needed to find out how he managed to do it. His brother gritted his teeth and added that until he did this, he could not act rashly. He had to find out everything. Claudia climbed the mast and shouted that they had arrived and the port city was visible. Stitch opened his mouth and remarked that they had finally reached the Empire of Chromatos. Claudia took the helm and called the protagonist with the girl, asking them to come up to her because she wanted to tell them something before they docked. Stitch and Alina opened their eyes. The protagonist shook the captain's hand. Claudia smiled and noted that she was grateful to them. They swam here without losses, and they were one step away from death. Stitch smiled and noted that they failed to steal the princess. He does not think that they will dare to attack a second time, but still, just in case, it is better for her to temporarily hide. Claudia looked at the object and noted that she will take his advice into account, and this is gratitude for saving them. The girl handed over a piece of paper and noted that usually she has too much work, so she is always busy, but if he writes to this number when he needs help, she will check his message first of all. If he needs some object or person, she will immediately rush, dropping everything. The main character smiled and noted that he will accept with gratitude. The ship stopped at the port and the captain said that she does not need to worry about the rules of entry into the Empire. Just in order of the queue you need to go ashore. Stitch and Alina went ashore and heard that they should present the identification documents they had received at the checkpoint. The elf smiled. Alina looked straight ahead and remarked that it would be like that in the south someday. After all, elves, dwarves, and people all live together here. Alina went further and asked where they were going now, and Stitch answered that first they needed to find a place to stay, then get any information they could. The main character and the girl opened their eyes when they heard the question of whether they could follow her. Kaja was waving at them. The carriage was driving through snowdrifts, and Stitch remarked that this meant that they were now heading to her house. Kaja smiled and remarked that it was obvious she couldn't just let go of the benefactor who had saved her life. The princess opened her eyes and asked if she could ask why they had come to the north. The protagonist closed his eyes, heard from the skull that he tried to kill a prince in the south, but failed, so he fled to the north, and answered that it had simply become difficult to live and earn a living in the south. The rest was his personal circumstance. Kaja smiled and noted that it was not that important. The girl leaned on the chair and noted that usually those who sail here on an illegal ship start a new life in the north. Having nothing with them, she thought it applied to them too. What was their situation with this? The protagonist lowered his head, thought that because he gave everything to Sky, now there was nothing left of his savings after clearing the dungeons, and replied that in principle it could be said that he wanted to start all over again. The carriage drove along the road, and the princess noted that then, in order for them both to be able to succeed in the north, she would provide them with a vehicle, housing, money, and everything they needed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and noted that this was nonsense. Alina opened her eyes. Then Kaja smiled and introduced herself as the heiress of the largest trading clan in the north. A huge mansion stood in the snow. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and wondered how much this sofa cost. Alina opened her eyes. The protagonist sprawled on the sofa and said that being the heiress of a large merchant was no joke. Kaja folded her arms and remarked that it was good that they were comfortably located. Alina opened her mouth and asked what it meant. She was Miss Hadenbrock, and the princess remarked, "Why so formally? Let them address her as on the ship." Stitch turned and asked if it was possible to just call her Kaja. The girl opened her eyes and asked what question, and Stitch answered that regarding her offer, for a simple thank you, he thought she was spending too much time and effort on them. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if she had something to talk about with them. The girl lowered her head and asked if they remembered those sailors who could not return to the Grey Skull. The protagonist remembered them and answered that he interrogated them in several ways, but did not manage to find out anything except that they were ordered to steal her. They did not even know who gave the order. Kaja straightened up and noticed that his escort Malcolm had also interrogated them, but the results were exactly the same. The girl held out the dagger and asked to look at it. Kaja gritted her teeth and added that she had found this dagger on the bandits who had attacked her a few days before leaving for the north. The girl remembered standing in the forest and noted that until she found it, she had thought that they were simple robbers. Stitch gritted his teeth and said that, however, it was too valuable an item for simple bandits, and besides, the owner's name was engraved on it. Kaja lowered her head and said, "Augustine Riverwood." The protagonist looked at the dagger and heard that it was her father's friend and partner. The princess squeezed her eyes and said that, unfortunately, a few days before her departure from the Empire, he was attacked by bandits and died. The girl remembered the tied-up guy and added that she learned about the dagger and the order to kill from the detainee. Kaja lowered her head and added that there was also an attempt to steal her with the help of the Grey Skull. It turns out that they want to get to their family by any means, both on land and at sea. Stitch opened his mouth and asked if this could be just an accident. Why did she think that someone was behind this? The girl folded her hands behind her back and answered that, to be honest, their family was making plans to establish trade between the North and the South. The main character opened his eyes and asked if this was possible. He heard that a huge magical hurricane in the middle of the continent was preventing it. Kaja lowered her gaze and answered that it was difficult, but possible. The smugglers could do it, and they can do it. The girl remembered the dark silhouettes and said that, however, due to differences in ideology regarding different races and the benefits of illegal trade, neither the North nor the South even tried to solve this problem. Kaja remembered the man in the middle of the desert and said that as a result, several large merchant clans in the north joined forces and began to act in secret from others. Her father led this movement, and several other merchants, including Augustine, provided all kinds of support. The girl remembered standing on the ship and added that she, as a representative of her clan, without telling anyone about it, came to the south to conclude treaties and sign agreements. Kaja lowered her head and added that when the merchants began to take full steps, strange things began to happen to each of them, and then they tried to kidnap her, which still seemed like a coincidence to him. Stitch opened his mouth and noted that since they acted so openly, were aware of the details of the route and tried to kidnap her, everything is clear among those who took part in developing the plan. The protagonist imagined a dark silhouette and noted that a traitor had appeared. Stitch leaned on his feet and said that it turns out he had another goal, and Kaja asked to find the one who was behind all these events. The girl put her hands out and added that naturally, they cannot worry about anything. Even if they do not agree, her offer of support will remain in force. The girl nervously looked straight ahead and noted that therefore, regardless of this request, in general, let him consider that this is some kind of order, and Stitch asked why they should be the ones to do this. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and added that they have nothing in common except that they sailed on the same ship, and they do not know anything about the North. They are hardly suitable for solving such issues. Kaja opened her mouth and noted that quite the opposite. They are suitable like no one else. No one knows who arranged all this. The girl hid her hands behind her back and added that if they find a person to investigate, the traitor will immediately understand what is going on and intercept the information, so there is no point in this. Stitch closed his eyes and said that no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to obtain much information, which meant that she had taken them so far for this, and Kaja noted that if they hung around the port, they would be quickly taken into their hands there. The princess showed 2 fingers and added that in addition to Augustine, there were 2 more merchants who had agreed to participate in her father's project. She would like them to find out everything about them. The girl clenched her fist and noted that if necessary, she would provide them with everything they needed. Naturally, they would receive an additional reward for this. Mr. Ring opened his mouth and noted that the conditions were not bad. They had come here for the sake of artifacts from the dungeons of the north. Mortem flew up to the protagonist and added that in order to search for information, they would need to go everywhere. They would be provided with everything they needed and allowed to move freely. Everyone would only benefit, and Stitch noted that in principle this was true. Stitch turned around and replied that he was taking the order. They had some business to attend to, and they would sort out her problem at the same time. Kaja fell onto the sofa and remarked that it was great. She was so worried. Everything had turned out perfectly. Stitch leaned back on his feet and remarked that he was not particularly worried about interfering in such an important matter. The guy smiled and remarked that he had already proven his abilities. If the lady decided to trust him, he would simply follow her decision. Mortem opened his mouth and remarked that he seemed to have become a different person, and Stitch added that he had cleverly changed his shoes. Kaja turned to her subordinate and told him to stop bothering them with their dear guest. Since the protagonist had promised to help, now all he had to do was cope with his task. The princess smiled and asked Malcolm to see the guests off. Stitch looked at the sword and remarked that not only had they been living in luxury for several days now, but they had also received such expensive dwarven swords. Kaja put her hands out and remarked that, on the contrary, she was surprised that he took only the sword. She meant that she could give him all the weapons, and Stitch noted that it was not necessary, since it would all be inconvenient. The protagonist turned and added that there were 2 suspects. She asked to deal with one of them. His name was Novalia Riverfell. The girl looked at the protagonist and replied that he was a large merchant who transported goods from the dwarven city of Silas. It was not far from here, so it would not be difficult to find him. Stitch hid the sword and asked where the nearest adventurer's guild was. He needed to pass the exam for a license. Kaja opened her mouth and remarked that she could give it to her herself. The protagonist clenched his teeth and asked if this was against the law. Kaja closed her eyes and replied that in her experience, in the underworld, illegal behavior only applies to those who have no money. This is certainly not funny. Most likely he will be able to get a license from Malcolm. The main character stretched his face and thought that he, too, had been moving in these circles for a long time, but to hear such things from the lips of a major merchant. Malcolm waved his hand and noted that they could land. He put a supply of food, money, and some equipment necessary for the search. The warrior held out the ball and noted that it was a means of communication. They would be able to contact the princess, but they should keep in mind that they could call on it no more than 10 times. He then pulled out the cards and noted that they were a rank adventurer cards. They would be able to use them once they passed the identification. Stitch looked at the card and noted that the anti-counterfeiting device was an alloy that glowed when the owner touched it, and the alloy ratio was information only known to the guilds. Malcolm opened his mouth and noted that they should be careful, because a lot depended on them now. The protagonist stepped onto the running board and said not to worry. He had built a good career in the south. The protagonist rode away in a carriage and noted that they would see each other again. Stitch and Alina drove into the city, after which the protagonist looked straight ahead and noted that Alina tried not to show the artifacts to other people, and the girl asked why, to which Stitch replied that usually a whole team of seekers must enter the dungeon to get one artifact, and it often happens that they all die without ever seeing the artifact. The protagonist entered the building and noted that he just wants to say that there is nothing wrong with being overly cautious. The heroes entered the headquarters of the Seekers Guild. Stitch said that it would be nice to find a good route, and so that the conditions are suitable. The protagonist looked at the sheet and noted that the route is approximately suitable, but the fee is too small. They are not in a position to choose now. The man got out of the counter and heard that he was registered for this task. The man opened his mouth and noted that he saw him for the first time. What rank? And Stitch replied that he was a rank. After such owls, all the people looked at the protagonist. Stitch turned his head and asked who was going on this mission besides them. The man scratched his beard and replied that there were about 5 people. To be honest, it was a miracle that there were even that many, and who works under such conditions these days? The protagonist looked at the buildings and said that it was time to gather today at lunchtime near the western gate of the port. They better hurry. The protagonist went out onto the main street and said that they didn't do anything to attract attention. It was either disdain or envy. Stitch looked up and noted that they probably didn't like the appearance of some rank youth who appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist stared at the crowd ahead. The man turned sharply and asked who they were. Stitch pulled out an envelope and noted that they had received an order. They were the ones looking for travel companions to the Principality of Roken. The man looked at the sheet and said that some strange guys had been coming so far, and he had a rank. Finally someone normal, and 200 would be fine for him with his rank. Things haven't been going well lately. They can't pay much. Stitch smiled and asked if he would have come if it bothered him. The convoy moved off and shouts were heard for them to listen carefully. They had to constantly check the route. The protagonist looked out of the cart and said that people were the same everywhere, both in the south and in the north. It didn't seem like a compliment. The man smiled and noted that he was glad to meet him. His name was Claw. He had a B rank for now. Stitch looked at him and noted that he was talking as if it was something bad, and Claw asked if experience points were important for a rank. How did he manage to earn such a rank? The protagonist looked away and replied that he had done nothing of the sort. The main thing was not to die. Let him not get into any trouble. Stay alive until the very end and not miss his chance. Someday he too would receive a rank. Claw looked straight ahead and noted that a person with a rank said such obvious things, but was perceived differently. The convoy walked along the path, and Claw added that lately he had become increasingly convinced that with money you can easily achieve anything. Alina looked at the protagonist and noted that she wanted to ask something. Because there were many orders, why did he choose this one? The protagonist remembered the map and answered, because among the conditions was a stop at the Novalia Riverfell Company. The protagonist remembered the gray-haired man and added that some hand-me-down merchant wanted to personally deliver goods to the store of a large merchant. Stitch smiled and noted that if they showed themselves on the good side now, this could be a great chance to personally contact the trading company. The problem is what means they will use. A snowstorm began and shouts were heard that the minimum distance between the carts do not lag behind the carts in front. Chloe coughed and asked where the blizzard came from. You can't see further than your nose. And why now, when it's their turn to accompany? The protagonist reached for a knife and thought that this was a great opportunity to use his tricks. Stitch cut his finger. After that, he took out the powder of the bleeding grass. It is used for the recovery potion. The protagonist poured blood on the powder and added that it can be used like this. Now it will smell a little like blood. Alina covered her mouth and asked that this was the very chance he was talking about, and Stitch replied that it was this. It is not necessary to carry it with you. Alina suddenly lit up and noticed that something was approaching, about 150 meters, when it would start to act. Stitch smiled and replied that no one knew anything yet. His actions would be useless. First let them get closer so that everyone could see. The convoy moved on. The man jerked sharply and asked what it was. There was a crowd of monsters ahead. The man opened his mouth and shouted that they were winter monkeys, but usually it was difficult to meet them. What were they doing here? People got off the carts and shouted to prepare for battle. They were attacking from behind. The protagonist took out his sword and said that he could no longer stand and watch. Alina took out her bow. The protagonist pulled out his sword. Mortem asked why he needed a sword. Magic could be handled in no time, and replied that it would be better not to show others his techniques. The monkey jumped on the protagonist. The protagonist grinned. At the transit point, the Gemini Trading Company, voices were heard that if they stopped the carts, they would check the goods. The man raised his hand and shouted at the protagonist that he was standing there. Let him go to them. Chloe smiled and noted that they had done a good job. There was very little left, and they would not have to accompany this caravan anymore. The protagonist remembered how he stood over the corpses and heard that while they destroyed all the winter monkeys, they definitely have a rank. The protagonist scratched his head and answered what was wrong, and the guy noted what they would do when they finished their business. They were going to check the dungeons in the area in the morning. Stitch put his hands out and noted that he was a pass, did not like large groups, and then thought that it seemed that his rank check had begun. The man laughed and said that nothing could be done then. Maybe they wanted to assemble a new team. They abruptly entered the room. The old man went inside. Then he opened his mouth and shouted for the two of them to come and talk to him. Stitch and Alina looked at him in surprise. The protagonist followed him and asked what was the matter. There was still time before the checkout, and the old man replied that someone wanted to meet them. Stitch and Alina entered the room. Lute put his hand on his heart and introduced himself as the head of the Gemini branch. Stitch bowed and thought that they met faster than he thought. Lute pointed to the side and noted that he had heard about them from Mr. Coleman. Firstly, on behalf of their company, he wanted to express his gratitude to the two of them for helping them safely deliver the goods. The protagonist smiled and noted that this was an order. They were doing what they had to do. Lute's eyes widened from the green light, after which the light lit up brightly. Alina was rummaging through the documents, heard if she had found anything, and replied that she did not see anything unusual and there was nothing suspicious here. Lute entered the room and the protagonist asked what happened. Mortem looked at him furiously and noted that time was running out. In 10 minutes the effect of Caesar would end. The protagonist turned around and asked that it had really been that long, let him rummage around in his head, and Mr. Ring asked him not to order him around. Alina lowered her head and noted that she always considered this artifact strange, possessing intelligence. Mortem scratched the back of his head, and the protagonist shouted that he found it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that Kaja was right. He knew that this Novalia was hiding somewhere. It seems he had reduced communication with others. Alina turned around and asked what the probability was that he was the traitor who attacked Kaja. Stitch raised his hand and replied that there was little data to draw any conclusions, and there were no entries in the journal. If he himself or the person he spoke with personally were here, they would be able to find out something. Mortem folded his arms and said that Caesar was a good skill, but not all powerful. If you dig too deep, this guy could go crazy. The protagonist shook his hand and noted that he knew. It seemed there was no need to dig into Lute's memory. As far as he understood, he himself did not know what was happening with Novalia. The protagonist imagined a map in his head and added that, in general, they needed to find out where the letter was sent and who the recipient was. Stitch put his hand on his side and noted that if they could find the answer to these two questions, they would be able to find out where Novalia was now and what he was doing. And Mortem noted that here were the notebooks with addresses that Novalia had prepared for correspondence. Mr. Ring lowered his head and added that this meant that Lute only knew where to put the letters, and where they were going next, he most likely did not know. They would have to check the destination personally. The protagonist put out his hand and asked where they were going, and Mortem answered that it was to the suburbs. It was not that far. The protagonist turned and asked if there were any other questions. Alina clenched her teeth and replied that it was just an idea that came to her mind. Isn't Memento Mortem too long and inconvenient a name? Wouldn't it be better to come up with some abbreviated version? Mortem opened his mouth and asked again. Torches lit the streets. Alfred grabbed the magician by the throat and shouted at him to tell the truth when exactly he became a traitor, whose machinations it was, and he answered, "What betrayal? How could he? He had not even thought about it." The guy opened his mouth and shouted that only 2 people knew about the prediction. Only them. He was not completely crazy, so it remained him, Conrad. Conrad put his hands out and said that of course it was true, but let him think carefully. Did he really think that he could betray him? Alfred clenched his teeth. Then he let go of the magician and said that he had no reason to betray him. Because of all these events, he was not himself. The guy remembered the night and added that Mark disappeared as soon as he healed the wound, and the situation in the east is difficult. Alfred put his hand to his face and said that it felt like he was going to go crazy soon. And the guard shouted that they needed to hurry, they needed to go up quickly. Alfred looked at him and asked what had happened, and the guard shouted that the 3rd prince had woken up. The butler turned around abruptly. The prince opened his mouth and said, 35 days. Then he looked away and asked what had happened. Alfred opened his mouth and asked again. The lamp was burning brightly. Alfred looked straight ahead and asked that was all he wanted to know and how he felt better now. The boy knitted his brows and added that he could have retreated at any moment and asked for help, but he hadn't. The prince carefully adjusted his cloak and heard that it was all because of his damned pride. Alfred opened his mouth and added that there was one more thing his father had asked him to tell him when he woke up. The prince lowered his head, recalled all the events and heard that Gerald Messer, when he was guarding the front line in the north, lost his mind and could not stand until the end. Not only did he allow the enemy to invade the fortress, but because of him an ally also suffered. It was very unfortunate. It was impossible to close his eyes to all this. He would have to answer for his mistakes. The prince put his hand on his forehead and heard that he was removing him from the post of general of the northern front. Stitch looked into the distance and said that they had been watching him for almost 2 days. He was not going to say later that it was not the one they needed, and Mortem asked if he doubted it. Was it his professionalism that suddenly hit him in the head? The protagonist looked from around the corner and heard that he was thinking that at such a time of day an ordinary person would look for letters here. Skull opened his mouth and added that he should take a good look at the map. After all, they need to know where they were going, what was nearby. Mortem opened his mouth and shouted that he didn't even know where they were going, and Stitch said that he at least understood how difficult it was to follow a person in a blizzard without losing their trail. Animal instinct, a skill that was not easy, and he had been using it for 2 days in a row. Alina raised her finger and noted that most likely this was the Principality of Raken. If you compare their direction and the map that Kaja showed, there was a high probability that they had reached Raken. The girl drew a map in her head and added that judging by the map, it was located between 3 states. She heard that it was an independent country that did not interfere in other people's affairs. The heroes came to the Principality of Raken. Stitch crawled out from behind the stone and said that it was all because she was an elf, and the girl noted that it was better to focus on surveillance. The protagonist looked at the guy hiding behind the wall and thought that he had gone into an alley. He needed to quickly deal with him before things went too far. Stitch and Alina were walking along the main street. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked the girl to keep quiet. Alina turned around and noted that she knew. The man folded his arms and asked what they knew, where they had ended up. He was seeing them for the first time. They weren't going to pass by empty-handed. The guy turned around abruptly, after which he started to run. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted for her to go first, and he would figure it out here and catch up. The man smiled and asked who he was telling to leave when he was in front of him. Alina suddenly jumped on the man's face, after which she jumped back and ran. The protagonist swung and shouted that he himself had started to touch them, and now he was standing there yawning. Stitch hit the big guy hard. The man fell. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted that they didn't have time, let them all attack at once. The guy ran forward. Alina tried to catch up with him. A notification appeared. The wind rose up. Alina jumped on the guy. Then she opened her mouth and asked where Novalia Riverfell was hiding. The guy clenched his teeth and asked why he was going to tell her everything right away. The girl took out her weapon and noted that he would better tell her than let her crush his head, and the guy shouted that he would tell her, but let him go. Alina came to the gate and asked if this was definitely the place. The guy got a blow to the back and answered who they were. The girl stood up abruptly and thought that she felt his presence inside. Alina entered the bar. Then she came up from behind and asked if he was Novalia Riverfell. The man turned and shouted that they had already gotten here, since that's how it turned out. Alina froze. The glass flew to the side. The girl dodged him, after which he crashed. Alina quickly put the man on the floor, after which she wondered if he was really Riverfell. The man opened his mouth and shouted what she wanted from him, why she couldn't leave him alone. If she was going to kill him, she should not waste time and do it quickly. Alina removed her hands and noted that she did not come to kill him. The warrior suddenly attacked from behind. Alina turned her head. The axe was flying straight at her. The girl put out her hands and used the gusty wind. The two men flew apart. Riverfell hit the counter. The warrior stopped abruptly. Alina opened her eyes and wondered if this was a hired killer. The man looked at her in surprise, after which he jumped to the side. The girl broke off a piece of the table, after which she put out her hand. With the help of the weapon, she fired balls. The killer abruptly chopped off the balls. Stitch abruptly entered the bar, after which he hit the killer on the head. The guy flew to the side. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked who the hell this was. Novalia's guard. The warrior opened his mouth and answered negatively. Alina looked at him and noted that he was going to kill him, but she interfered. The protagonist looked back and asked what happened, did not understand what was going on here. First we need to deal with this killer and only then interrogate Novel. The killer began to eat the pill. Alina looked sharply, after which she squeezed his neck and screamed that he swallowed something. Stitch sharply hit him in the stomach. Stitch looked at the pill and noted that first he attempted to kill Novalia, and now he was trying to commit suicide. What the hell was going on here? The fireplace was burning and a voice was heard, which means the kidnapping was not organized by Novalia. Stitch looked at the table and noted that one thing is clear: Novalia is not a traitor. Novalia opened his eyes and heard that on the contrary, he was also a victim, like Mr. Augustine. Kaja opened her eyes and asked that Mr. Novalia was also attacked and tried to be killed. The protagonist turned around, heard that with this mercenary, he knows something, and answered that he was just going to check. Alina opened her eyes and heard that she could take Mr. Novalia outside for now, and he would examine this one. The protagonist approached the killer and said that now it was the ring's turn. A moment later, a flame appeared near the killer's face. His eyes suddenly lit up. Memories of the past appeared in Mortem's head, and Stitch asked if he recognized anything. The skull opened his mouth and asked how it was. The killer lowered his head. Then he fell to the ground. Stitch looked at the skull and asked what was going on. Was it all over? What happened? And Mortem answered that while he was reading his memories, he was blocked. Skull raised his hand and added that it felt like someone was artificially controlling him. There was a fog in his head, because of which he couldn't see anything. Stitch opened his eyes and asked if even his power was blocked, who was capable of such a thing and how did he do it. Mortem looked at the killer and said that it was not the memories that were sealed. His head was initially quite cloudy. It was impossible to see anything. Skull narrowed his eyes and noted that he had caught something there. Skull imagined a huge tree in his head and noted that it was a huge, cloud-piercing world tree. Stitch opened his mouth and noted that he had heard that it was in Callum, the northern kingdom of the elves, where it could have appeared in this man's head. Skull turned and asked how long it was from here to Callum. The protagonist turned his gaze and answered that it was quite far, even too far. He did not know how long it would take on a horse, and Skull noted that great, so he knew this place. The protagonist stood up and asked what he was suggesting to go to Callum just because of some scrap of memories. Mortem turned and replied that he needed to check. This mercenary was filled with some kind of energy. Skull remembered the red stone on the pedestal and noted that it was exactly the same as the artifact from the Legia Gorge. Stitch folded his arms and noted that he did not know the details, but it seemed that the killer was connected to the kingdom of Callum. He tried to read his memories and saw the world tree there. Alina opened her eyes and asked what the world tree of Callum was, and Kaja noted that it was quite far from where they were now. Why did they suddenly see it? Stitch folded his arms and asked who knew what happened to the last suspect. She said there was another one. Kaja lowered her head and answered that this was the problem. While they were gone, she found out something and his whereabouts were unknown. Stitch raised his head and noted that there was no end, and the girl added that they would try to figure out what was going on, and for now they could relax. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that it was not easy for them either. Novalia opened her eyes and heard that it was possible to ensure his safety. It would be too stupid to leave him alone to deal with this problem. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and added that how could he survive with such a bad means of communication, and Kaja noted that she would send her man to him and let them wait in the Gemini company. She just had someone suitable. The protagonist took the ball and replied that if they learned anything else, they would contact. Novalia put out his hands and said that it was late, of course, but he wanted to thank him for the help. It was necessary earlier. There just wasn't a suitable moment. But why is it stupid? It's unfair. He was just collecting information. The man remembered Lute and noted that he specially established a connection with Lute in order to convey to him everything he managed to learn if necessary. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked what he was talking about. Novalia lowered his head and replied that when he learned of Augustine's death, he immediately realized that it was not just an accident. That is, it could not be an accident. His intuition told him that the criminal was nearby. The man remembered writing the letter and added that this is how he began to investigate alone. Novalia remembered the crowd of people and said that he contacted information companies in Raken and collected various kinds of data, including information about murders where the causes and motives of the crime were not clear. The man remembered the barrels and added that he learned everything that could be learned. Novalia stood up and said that this is the result he came to. The criminals mainly operate in the Dungeon of Silos. The protagonist looked straight and asked if he could confirm his words. The man looked at the map and replied that all the incomprehensible money and goods that had been in circulation recently were sent to one point, namely here, to the Dungeon of Silos. The man looked up and added that he could say this by his experience. Wasn't that a sufficient reason? Stitch smiled and noted that although what he said seemed a little unconvincing, perhaps because he was a big merchant. The protagonist remembered the red ball and thought that the artifact emanated cold, as if a soul was embedded in it. The protagonist was surrounded by black energy, and he added that the ominous aura of death, which envelops as if alive, did not think that he would encounter it here in the north. The protagonist looked straight. Then he remembered how he touched the black artifact and thought that even his artifact was losing its ability to control. If he met it again, problems could arise. Alina turned to the protagonist and noted that he was somehow serious and had not slept normally for several days. Something happened, and Stitch replied that he was just thinking. Then he smiled and noted that thanks to her, he felt confident. Alina blushed all over, after which she went forward and noted that they needed to speed up their pace. This way they would be able to get to Aegon. A bright light appeared. Alina opened her eyes and noted that they were there, and Stitch asked what this was Aegon. The protagonist looked at the underground city and noted that it was huge. Alina looked at the towers and asked where they should go first, and Stitch answered that they should get weapons first. The girl took off her cape and asked that this weapon was not enough, and Stitch noted that it was also a good weapon. The protagonist remembered the hand with the balls and added that if suddenly, because of things like Dispelium, all magic lost its power, then they could only hope for a more powerful weapon. Stitch and Alina came to the square. The dwarf closed his eyes and asked what, maybe they were looking for something, were they really lost? Stitch looked at the man and noted that they had met at a good time. He had just wanted to order a sword, he just didn't know where to go. And the dwarf noted that there were a lot of weapons here too, although the deeper the shop was, the more experienced blacksmiths there were. The protagonist grinned and heard that what was here could be considered the best product for that price, and then replied that he would like to look around. Skull opened his mouth and noted that he felt a familiar aura. Skull looked towards the aura and noted that it seemed that his elf friend understood even faster than him. She wanted to see it for herself. This was getting interesting. Stitch opened his eyes and asked what was here. The protagonist looked at the forge and noted that it looked like an ordinary forge, and Mortem asked why he was standing there. They would just watch. Stitch knocked on the door and asked if anyone was here. The man came out and asked who they were. The protagonist extended his hand and asked if he was a blacksmith. The dwarf abruptly left. Stitch hunched over and asked what the reaction was, and Mortem noted that his senses had not deceived him after all. A lot of time had passed, but the smell was still clearly felt. Skull opened his mouth wide and added that it was the smell of an evil spirit. A very pungent evil smell emanated from this man in this house. Stitch looked at the man and asked what an evil spirit was doing in such a place. Stitch sat down at the table and heard that he had brought him here, and he was going to give in. He should have grabbed him by the clothes and begged him to help. The protagonist let out a breath and noted that he openly refused to talk. He could not force him to do so, and that man was definitely a blacksmith. Mortem looked at the protagonist and noted that creatures who had spent their entire lives messing around with iron and earth could not get rid of this smell. It permeated them completely. The rabble they had encountered earlier were incomparable to it. Skull remembered the dwarf and added that he was most likely the best blacksmith in this city, and Stitch noted that it seemed to him that he himself did not particularly like the word blacksmith. The dwarves looked at the heroes and asked why they went there. The man closed his eyes and noted that he accidentally saw where they were coming from. They really were in the outback. They were strangers after all. The protagonist looked straight ahead and noted that they were in the north for the first time, and the dwarf noted that he would talk to them, and they should move away for now. All sorts of situations happen in life. The dwarf extended his hand and said that he did not think that he would have to introduce himself to them. His name is Dorian. Once again, glad to meet you. They will go straight to the main thing. Stitch opened his eyes and heard if they saw him. The dwarf looked at the building and noted that it would be better not to talk about him in this city. He had done some bad things. The man remembered the blacksmith with dark energy and said that he tried to combine artifacts and tools. His name is Melchior. Stitch swings his weapon with all his might at the back of the one-eyed monster. The guy's sword stops in the monster's body, to which the guy asks, shouts, "What's wrong with the sword?" Suddenly, the monster releases its gem needles, touching Stitch's body with them. The protagonist clenches his teeth in pain at the moment when the needles pierce the guy's body with all their might. The guy's sword breaks into pieces. Alina, opening her eyes wide, calls out to Stitch. The one-eyed monster begins to attack the half-chopped hero on the ground, opening its mouth with all its might. Unexpectedly, the elf quickly releases her arrow. Standing in front of the monster with the hero, the arrow hits the monster's body, exploding it. Stitch, holding the wound healing with green magic with his hand, clenching his teeth, notes how cold he is. Suddenly, the monster's eye turns its attention to something else. He runs towards the girl with all his speed, furiously opening his eye. The girl, releasing her arrow from her hand again, wonders in her head that he is standing on the surface. The arrows crash into the monster's body, creating small fiery explosions. The monster, despite this, continues to run forward with his eye closed. The fiery skull, opening its mouth, recognizes who it is. The elf, looking to the side, hears the ring screaming at them to dodge. The monster begins to release a huge bolt of energy from its mouth directly at the characters. Skull tells them to remember only one thing, that the damage from this freeze is total. The heroes sit behind the ice floes, hiding from the monster, to which the protagonist says that he knows it, and then it will be impossible to raise health. Looking around, the protagonist asks himself if there is anything here. Alina looks away with incomprehension, listening to Stitch's instructions about the pillar to hit her below, to which she answers positively. The guy, taking the gem from the rock, says that they have the curse of the devourer. The gem in his hand begins to sparkle with black lightning, to which the guy's ring also repeats the name of the skill, the curse of the devourer. The notification says that an enhanced active skill has appeared, and an air bullet to an air drill shoots a rotating projectile with a crushing effect. The ice floes begin to fall down, from which the girl begins to scream at the guy that the pillar is about to collapse. Taking hold of his hand with an interesting bracer, the hero notes that this is excellent, thinking to himself about the ramp. Ice floes begin to slide forward more and more. The protagonist holds an ice floe with one hand. He looks forward with a smile. The monster opened one eye in shock. Opening his mouth, the monster charges it with magic again. He throws it forward with all his strength. The monster's magic hits the wall, breaking the stone in it. Suddenly, the monster sees a huge ice floe fly right into his mouth. Again, the protagonist jumps on top of the blocked monster. He swings his hands at it, creating strong magic in them, thinking about the name of the skill air drill. Making a huge whirlwind of magic, the guy charges it right at the monster, breaking its stone body parts. The man looks at the gem knife and purple stones peeking out of the bag, saying that here it is, the artifact and the crunium. Stitch, pointing to the side with a smile, standing with an old man also pointing at himself, tells the man to use as much as he wants, and the old man next to him adds that he has prepared himself as well. The blonde bearded man asks the boys in shock if this is okay, and if the area finds out that they messed with someone like me, it will be bad. The old man with a scar on his head tells the man that no matter what they do here, no one should know about it, and in other words, he will do everything so that they do not get caught and not caught, to which Stitch adds that he is just an adventurer who will soon leave this place. The old man with a beard, in shock, tells them how stubborn they are. Stitch tells the man that the desire to create a great product is the driving force of the dwarves, and of course, he already knows it. The dwarf looks at his bandaged, bloody hands, hearing the protagonist say that he would like to personally see such a great product. The blonde old man lowered his nose in sadness, remaining silent. Charged with fire energy, the grandfather gathers his hair in a ponytail, saying that the artifact is in the furnace and let Brian get it. Asking Stitch what he says, that he has absolute immunity to the sinister aura, noting that it is a sin to miss such an opportunity. A huge furnace in the dungeon begins to release clots of smoke. The protagonist holds the red-hot weapon with tongs, noting that it looks like ice, but it retains its shape, to which the skull flying behind him says that the artifact can completely destroy only another artifact. The blonde dwarf points his index finger at the guy and tells him to grab the weapon with his hands and not with the tongs, to which the protagonist asks in shock what the word is, wanting to say that the weapon is hot. Looking at the gloves holding the tongs, the old man tells him not to be afraid, because these gloves already have sinister energy. Because judging by the fact that the guy is intact, he definitely has absolute immunity to it, and let him not worry about the heat radiation. The guy's eyes squint from the light coming at him. The artifact resists the protagonist's gloves, remaining in flight, to which the old man tells the guy that the sinister energies of the gloves and the artifact resist each other. The dwarf, looking forward seriously, says that there is already an obstacle here that cannot be overcome by the usual method, telling the main character to imagine that his hand is a hammer and let him press on the artifact, and at that moment an explosion of very strong ominous energy will surely occur. Remembering the moment when the dwarf himself was sitting in the middle of the workshop with gloves and an artifact, he continues to talk about how if Stitch can withstand it, it will be necessary to continue merging the artifact to the very end, and if he does not succeed, then they will all move horses here. The guy looks at the dwarves hiding behind the barrels, asking the one who said that they would all die, then why did they hide? The protagonist's gloved hands begin to squeeze the artifact, to which the skull from the hero's ring tells the guy to concentrate, because the more he presses on the artifact, the more energy will flow out of it, and if the artifact began to take the form of energy, then it really works, and it is worth it to leak out at least a little, and an explosion will occur. The dwarf with a scar on his head, hiding with the master behind the barrels, says in shock what a huge power this is, and how he remained alive after this, to which the blonde old man shouts to Stitch to press this artifact even more into the crunium. Stitch, with all his strength, clenching his teeth, presses the weapon, releasing black sparks and small explosions from it. The old man, shielding his eyes from magic with his hand, gradually opens them, saying that he did it, and the cranium holds back the energy of the artifact. The guy looks at the resulting shining gem, while the blonde old man says that now, from such a metal, he will be able to make the weapon he dreamed of. The scarred dwarf looks towards the guy holding the gem and the old man walking towards him, asking his grandfather how he can handle such hands, to which the old man replies that he himself said that this is the driving force in the lives of dwarves. With shaking hands, he puts on gloves, saying that the mind controls the body, telling the characters to get ready, because now everything depends on them. In the background of bloody bandages removed from his hands, the dwarf asks the hero if he is okay, adding that after everything was over, his hands began to hurt again. The protagonist, approaching the masters, sees them lying on the ground, hearing the blonde dwarf say that he called this Brian a long time ago, so why is he not here yet? To which the protagonist says that he is already here. The guy with a shocked look holds the sword in his hands, hearing the dwarf tell him to look at it, and it is his a hollow blade. Holding the blade in his hand and carefully examining it, to which the skull flying next to him asks the guy what it is, to which Stitch tells the dwarf that they have already come up with a name for it, asking why exactly it is hollow. The dwarf mysteriously explains that it is hollow because it is empty inside. Looking at the blade surrounded by magic, the dwarf says that the task of the sword is to serve its owner, and he does not even know who its owner is. In other words, his head is completely empty. Raising the sword above himself and looking at it with a smile, the guy thanks the dwarf, asking how much he wants for it, to which the old man says that he does not need anything, and let the guy just take it. Lying on the ground with his eyes closed and bloody hands, the old man asks him what he thinks, that he took it on for the money, explaining that it is enough for him that the guy gave him the opportunity to make such a sword, and if he really wants to pay, then it is better for him to give this money to this friend. The guy's gaze shifts to a dwarf with a scar on his head, sleeping on the ground, to which the blonde old man tells Stitch to step up, and all this time he only pounded on the cranium, and is completely exhausted. The protagonist looks at the sword with a confident smile, listening to the old man tell him that he will go to bed, and that he should drop by later for a visit if he has the opportunity, adding that the guy should treat it carefully, to which the protagonist responds positively. The night sky illuminates the snowy mountain gorge where the cart with the main character and Alina is standing. The girl asks the guy that if they go along Mount Rockford, they will stumble upon the next dungeon, to which Stitch answers positively, adding that the guys who attacked Augustine were also heading in this direction. The gnome with an axe accompanying them, looking at them, says that it is somehow inconvenient, and they had to get out of the cart and go on foot. Sighing heavily, the brunette with a beard tells them that because of the rumors about the attack of winter monkeys, it is impossible to ride calmly while sitting. The main character with a smile shows stop with his hand, remembering the image of monkeys, telling the man that it is okay because he shows them the way. They can be patient, thinking about whether there are already rumors about them. Continuing on their way, the dwarf in front of them remarks what respectable hunters they are, and soon there will be a cave where they will rest. The sword in the protagonist's robe begins to tremble. Looking at the sparkling weapon from his robes, Stitch asks what is the matter and what is with the sword. Suddenly, the horse began to break out of the stall, feeling that someone flew next to it. The skull from the guy's ring begins to scream at him, opening its mouth wide that something is approaching. The characters' faces fell into confusion, and Stitch thinks to himself that it flew past. The wind is heading for the dwarf in the middle of the heroes, holding an axe in his hands. It is getting closer and closer to his face, which makes the man fall by surprise. Turning back, Stitch shouts to the elf to be careful. Right in the direction of the guy, the maddened dwarf strikes with his axe, which makes the guy cover his face with his hands and walks away. Sliding a few meters back and landing on one knee, he looks forward with his eyes, asking what is happening. He sees a distraught dwarf, and behind him a magical face, to which the skull from the guy's ring asks that it is really a ghost. Hanging above the guy, the skull asks him how this can be, to which Stitch also asks what it is. Looking at the magical face, the skull explains that the ghost of Bondi is a creature from another world in the astral sphere, and it is unthinkable that he would wander around in the material world of people. Looking at the man swinging his axe, the protagonist asks if he is from another world, then he is a ghost. With all his strength, the man runs his axe near the guy's body, but he successfully throws himself back, listening to the skull agree, and says that it seems that he cannot touch them, so he possessed the dwarf. The protagonist looks at the wrinkled man making strange sounds, asking the skull if he can't be affected by some spell, to which he says that they can try, but if several souls enter one body, they can destroy his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, the guy asks what it means. The man can die, thinking that it is too dangerous to leave as is, asking himself what to do. The sword in the guy's robe begins to glow, attracting the attention of its owner. The skull tells Stitch to pull out his sword. The protagonist stands with the sword in his hands, shocked that it is glowing. Once again, the maddened man swings an axe at the guy. He, seeing the attack from behind, clenches his teeth. The axe crashes into the protagonist's sword. In that moment, Stitch's sword begins to glow very brightly, like the sun. Covering his eyes with his hand from the light, the guy asks what kind of light it is. He, along with Alina, stand in front of the dwarf who has fallen to the ground. Looking at the dwarf lying on the ground, the protagonist asks if he died, to which the skull from the ring tells him that he is alive and that the ghost has disappeared. Holding his sword with interest, the guy notes that this is not a bad thing, to which the skull behind him tells the hero not to relax, and he feels a similar aura nearby. Alina looks at the dwarf on the ground, asking if he died and what happened at all. Stitch, pointing to the ring on his hand, says that he simply drove away the ghost, and according to his ring, there is a similar aura nearby. The skull, turning to the guy's hand, angrily asks what is there to think, and let him go and destroy it himself, explaining that the ghosts most likely came here for the guy. Narrowing his eyes and looking at the skull with distrust, Stitch asks what he means, to which he replies that everything is immediately clear. Recalling the moments of the battle with the dwarf, the skull says that after it possessed the man, it attacked only the guy. The hero looks at Alina, asking her that they were aiming at him, to which the elf says that she simply did not interfere. The skull, looking away, says that he can show where they went, and it would be better if he himself went into the cave, and it would be safer for the dwarf. Squeezing the handle of his sword from under his robe, the guy says that, moreover, he has a good weapon, and they will go and believe what kind of daredevil he is. The characters continue walking along the gorge further, to which the protagonist notes that the ghost followed him all the way to the north. Exposed boulders stand like a wall in the cave. The heroes walk along the dark cave, watching the magic, to which the protagonist asks what it is, adding that this is not just a cave, but a dungeon. His sword continues to glow from beneath his robe, and he says that the sword has not been able to calm down since they entered. Continuing on with Alina behind him and the skull next to him, Stitch listens as the ring tells him that everything is right and to continue down the road, while a rotten smell comes from the astral realm below. A man with a dark aura in the middle of the cave asks his servant what happened, to which the man kneeling in front of him tells him that the plan failed. The man, narrowing his eyes in anger, asks again that it failed. Clenching his fist on the stone chair, the man says that he spent his life force on the ghost, and even that did not help. Looking down seriously, the man with a beard on the stone throne says that he has no doubts. Translating the conversation about Stitch, introducing him together with Mr. Ring, he says that they have been waiting for this for so long, and the enemy from the past has returned, and everyone should prepare, because he is approaching. The events are transferred to the characters walking through the cave, and next to them, Mr. Skull says that gradually, the rotten smell of the astral body is felt more and more strongly. Alina, turning to Stitch, asks that if there are so many otherworldly creatures here, then they can also be in danger, to which the guy asks what the girl is talking about ghosts. Mr. Skull, opening his mouth wide, says that due to the special connection of the owner with artifacts, a certain resistance to psychological control is formed. The guy, looking at his rotating hand with magic, angrily says that psychological control is not so easy to establish, and it was necessary to immediately apply the Caesar skill to this herald. Clenching his fist next to the girl and closing his eyes, the protagonist says that this is just a minimal degree of resistance, and it is better to be prepared, adding that he does not think that they attack only by moving into other people's bodies, to which Alina notes that caution will not hurt. Walking through the cave with the elf, the hero asks why there is still nothing, because they have long entered the cave, asking the elf if she feels anything, to which the girl hesitantly says that she does not even know, and there is not the slightest feeling of the presence of living beings. Mr. Skull, narrowing his eyes, tells them that it is too dangerous, and they stretch out along the perimeter. At the moment, warriors in robes jump out from above the characters, when their warriors are sitting on top of the cave like bats. Stitch, along with Alina, looking up in shock, ask where they came from, adding that they didn't even feel their presence. The warriors, releasing black mist from their hands, say welcome to the visitors. The man from the same throne extends his hand with black smoke, looking sarcastically at the protagonist and calling him God's enemy. The hero, looking at the man with incomprehension and apprehension, along with Mr. Ring, asks who this enemy is and what kind of nonsense he is talking. Shouting forward, Stitch says that judging by the man's appearance, one can't expect the reaction he would like from him. Suddenly, the ring on the guy's finger begins to ignite with a green flame, and he shouts the name Caesar. The protagonist, releasing a charge of magic in the man's face, tells him to stop talking and let him try it instead. Looking at Mr. Ring behind him, the boy asks why the skull is still there, to which he tells him to get his weapon. The man, with a changed face and appearance, now with black eyes, tells the protagonist in shock that this is an unprecedented skill. The man, looking at the boy and the girl, asks what this is annihilating light, and it is a little different, and it really has enough power that God himself called him their enemy. Looking forward with anger, the boy screams, asking what kind of nonsense this man is talking. Raising his hand with black smoke, the man tells the boy that he seems determined. In an instant, the man's servant's eyes sparkled with white flames. The man sucks the magic from all the people, holding his hand above himself. Stitch, with wide eyes, looks at what is happening, thinking that they all evaporated like smoke, which means they were ghosts. Looking at the robes lying idle on the floor, the guy explains that this is why they did not feel them. The skeletal hand makes its way forward. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the man turned into a skeleton, seriously telling the guy to accept death. He took hold of the hilt of the sword, pulling it back. In an instant, the skeletal man slashes with all his might at Stitch, but he successfully hides from him. Alina, with wide eyes and a smile, looks at what is happening. Stitch holds his sword, holding the man's sword, and listening to his question about whether he really thought that such powers would be enough to resist a god. Holding his sword and opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouts and asks what nonsense the man is talking about, thinking about the name of the enchantment skill. In a moment, in the middle of the cave, the guy knocks the man's weapon away. The man's skeletal skull expanded in surprise. Explosions randomly begin to occur from the side. The man, with one dexterous skeletal hand, stops Alina's arrows, noting that she cannot replace insolence. Alina widens her eyes from hearing that there is also a dirty elf here, releasing a certain arrow towards the enemy. Taking his hand by the hand and opening his mouth wide, the man shouts the name of the arc skill. The skeleton with a beard runs his scythe across the space with all his might, destroying everything around him. Looking sternly forward, the skeletal man asks the hero that this is all that the enemy of the god is capable of, adding that he does not think the guy is giving in, and did he really make a mistake again. In an instant, screams began to be heard across the space. Laughing upward, Stitch sees a man standing under a huge boulder, saying that everything is correct, and that is why the guy seemed strange to him. Looking at the boulder nailed to his face, he says that after all, it means he was wrong again. The protagonist fights with swords again. The enemy's blade comes even closer to Stitch's neck, which is why he turns his anxious gaze to him. He instantly attacks the skeleton man, which makes him fly into the wall. Finding himself pressed into the wall, the man is about to get out of another, we learn. Continuing on his way, the skeleton man continues to look at the energy charge behind him, to which the guy says that he is very angry. The enraged skeleton man with an open Donahue with black magic shouts at the guy not to climb where he should not. The elf opened her eyes in shock. She sees a huge explosion. Sitting with the rest of the warriors with the broken wall, the skeleton tells her that he is not interested in elves, so Elf can sit aside for now. Suddenly, a large bone hand takes Stitch roughly by the hand, listening to the skeleton man tell him that she can't even summon the master. Towering over the guy, the skeleton says that it would be stupid, they are allowed here of their own free will. The protagonist's eyes opened in shock, and he asks in his head that the man sees memento mortem. The ring on the hero's finger begins to burn, apologizing to the guy, adding that he also can't understand. The evil skull walks forward with the character, asking what the hero is muttering there. The skeleton man, holding the same dark magic in his hand, tells the guy to look at this, and he will understand everything. Remembering all the moments with the hands and the bloody core, the guy remembers everything. The young man's eyes widened at the sight, as did his friend behind him. Hearing the man ask them what didn't seem familiar to them now, it seemed so. The skeleton with a beard, raising his hand with magic up, tells that he, a fragment that broke away from the great decision of the creature, and at the same time he is such a small representative, adding that his goal is somewhat different. Grabbing the protagonist's hand, the man looks at it. He tears off Stitch's hand and throws it on the floor, continuing that his main goal is to destroy them all, who are his opponents. Taking the ring with Mr. Skull, the man tells the guy that he can be proud because the man he brought this time lasted longer than all the opponents. Holding a dissatisfied skull in his skeletal fingers, the man continues to say that Stitch is more resilient than anyone he has ever met on his way. Looking at the fallen Stitch on the floor, holding his hand, and the elf standing in the background in her sleep, the leader tells Mr. Ring that he raised him well. Stitch, groaning in pain, lies on the ground, sweat pouring down his cheeks, and he, groaning, screams about the ring. Mr. Ring turns to the hero, apologizing and saying that he also cannot understand. Stitch grabs his shoulder and, suffering from pain, gets up, asking how the ring speaks to him, to which it replies that even if the ring is gone, their connection is not broken, and asks Stitch to think soberly. MC's opponent, holding the ring in his hand, says that if he still does not understand, then he does not care, and informs the hero that he and his friend are now in his hands. Close-up of Mr. Ring, his servant, says that they will be sealed until he returns, which raises questions from the ring. A close-up of the servant of God, he says that he feels sorry for the ring, because it will endlessly repeat the same thing until it does what it should, and notes that he did not even retain his memories. While the servant talks to the ring, MC begins to rise and uses recovery. The servant, as if feeling sorry for the ring, says that this is a terrible fate. The hero's bones and flesh on his hand begin to recover from the skill used. The servant notices that the ring from his hand disappears, which he is extremely surprised by. The ring, along with the restoration of his hand, moves to the hero's finger. He raises his hand to his face and smirks, asking if this is an unprecedented skill. The servant, in rage, raises his scythe of dark energy up and says that they will definitely not be bored together when he seals them. A close-up of MC's scared face, grinning and wondering what to do, because if he makes one wrong move, he will lose everything, and asks if he should use magic and wonders what kind of magic would work on his opponent. Flashbacks to how Stitch used a sword strike and light magic to exorcise the ghost from his companion, and the ring states that light magic will help and that if anything can help, it will be it. The servant, surrounded by dark energy, attacks the hero, who swings his sword to block the attack. The skeleton notices the light and is surprised that the hero used it. The scythe almost hits the sword, but the light energy begins to disperse it, preventing it from reaching the hero's sword. Stitch looks at what is happening with an extremely surprised face and realizes that the light really does help, to which the ring reminds him that he needs to remember Melchior's words and that the essence of the sword is to support the will of the owner. Stitch giving a battle cry. Close up, Ring continues, saying that if he wishes hard enough, the sword will answer his request. He makes a sweeping attack with the sword, from which the skeleton bounces back a relatively large distance, and the light energy begins to rage in the cave. The skeleton, propped up against the wall of light energy, screams and asks what it is. Stitch, interested, brings the sword to his face and examines it, wondering what kind of sword light is in the artifact and thinks how it can be used in this case. MC, using a light pondus, begins to swing the sword, grasping it with both hands. The sword slides along the ground, cutting it like butter. The hero uses a light pondus again. He attacks the servant, throwing him, with the power of the sword's light, high into the air, making 3 sweeping strikes. The ceiling begins to crack and collapses from the servant flying into it and the hero's power. The hero's attacks tear off parts of the servant's body, leaving wide holes in him, and he groans in pain, continuing to fly in the air. The hero, feeling the recoil from his blows, clenches his teeth in pain and thinks that all 3 artifacts are too much. The servant lands, smashing into the ground, not far from MC. He approaches him and thrusts his sword into the ground, almost next to the very skull of the servant, in response to which the servant raises his head and screams, asking who the hero is, what causes the hero's anger. He clenches his hand into a fist and angrily replies that it does not matter, and asks his question about what the enemy the skeleton was talking about means, to which the servant at first simply groans in response. The servant's skull begins to fall apart, and he says that he will find out when the time comes, and asks what the point of his answer is, and continues by saying that they should just do what they have to do, because the day will come when they will all be destroyed. The hero shoves the ring in the servant's face, and tells him not to even think about getting out of it, to which he replies that everything that happened to his interlocutor after he put the ring on is his destiny. A close-up of the ring on MC's hand, glowing a bright green. The attendant continues, saying that if MC refuses his destiny, he will die, and if he accepts it, he will see the truth with his own eyes. The view moves away. The hero, with a puzzled look and irritation on his face, stands holding a clenched fist in front of the reader. The skeleton finishes his thought. Laughing, he tells the hero that he should now try to get out of the shit he got into. Stitch, realizing that he will not wait for an answer, quietly clicks. Green energy swirls, and Stitch uses Curse Eater. Time passes. The heroes are standing on a bridge that goes through a gorge in which a river flows. Stitch, turning to Alina, says that they have arrived in Cognate, the city of craftsmen, to which she replies that compared to Agen, everything here looks pretty peaceful. MC clutches a scroll with purple energy flowing from it and says that they need to find a place to spend the night and look at the scrolls, and notes that they didn't even have time to check what they brought out of the dungeon. A bag filled with scrolls with purple energy flowing from it. He continues, saying that they have a lot of scrolls and he thinks that they will find useful information in them. A candle is burning, glasses with a strong drink and already empty ones are standing on the table by the wall. A view of the tavern, where the heroes are sitting at a table at the counter to the side. MC says that most of the scrolls contain strange numbers and tables, or names of substances that he has never heard of, after which, abruptly, noticing something in the text, he asks Alina to pay attention to one of the lines. The heroes look down at the reader, studying the scrolls. Stitch reads the text, which says something about the type in the cognate, and something about assembly and transportation, and notes, asking a question, that it sounds like something was researched. The scroll is lying on the table, next to the glasses. Stitch continues, noticing that the list includes an order from Charlie's workshop, the payment term for which is until the end of October. MC thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin, repeating the name of Charlie's workshop, and notes that this means that they have some income. Suddenly, a sharp noise is heard, which the heroes look around at, and the waiter who came up to them, bringing a piece of meat, apologizes, asking if it is too noisy for them. Stitch turns to the waiter, and, noting that this is their first time in this city, asks if the sounds are coming from the workshop, to which the waiter, looking out the window, replies that it is, but today it is even louder than usual, but there is a special reason for this, to which MC immediately asks again what the special reason is. A view of the market square, where people are walking here and there, the waiter explains that in 2 days there will be an exhibition of products and that all the craftsmen of their city will be presenting the results of their research, and that precisely because there is little time left, the workshops are working at full capacity. The heroes, with expressionless faces, calmly nibble on the pieces of meat that were brought to them, and the waiter notes that they can also go and see and that there will be many unusual products, to which MC, taking a bite, is surprised verbally. Stitch in close-up, he suddenly realizes that he can find out the information he needs, and asks if their interlocutor by any chance knows where Charlie's workshop is. A close-up of the waiter, he puts his hand to his chin, thinking, and says that he can draw them a map, but if they want to order there, they won't be able to. Alina turns and asks with a question in her eyes if this is because of the preparations for the exhibition. The waiter, still holding his hand to his chin, answers that no, that it is because his workshop went bankrupt, to which the heroes quickly look around with surprise in his eyes, and he continues, saying that the building itself is standing, but, according to rumors, they closed about a month ago. The hero's face is distorted from nerves, and a bead of sweat appears on his cheek when he hears the waiter say that they may be dismantling their workshop now. A view of a lamp hanging from the ceiling, in which candles are burning, the piece of the tavern is destroyed by MC's scream, who asks the waiter to draw as soon as possible how to get to Charlie's workshop. Time passes, they enter the workshop and Stitch, approaching the man standing at the checkout, greets him, saying that they were told that Charlie's workshop is there, to which the dwarf with purple hair standing at the checkout is surprised at first, and then explains that Charlie is his father. The view transfers, the disgruntled purple-haired dwarf with a disgruntled face continues, saying that his name is Chad and that he is sorry, but as those who entered see, they have closed and that they are no longer accepting orders for production. The hero stands with a serious face, asking what happened. The dwarf turns away and gestures with his hand that he will not answer this, saying that he does not want to talk about family matters and that if they have everything, then let them move on. Mr. Ring looms over the hero, asking if it can dig into Chad's head and that it is easy for him, to which Stitch sighs, replies that no, he can't and that even when searching for information, there is a moral and asks his partner to wait a little. He takes out a scroll and holds it up in his hand, saying that he understands that this is their personal business, and therefore apologizes, but notes that, frankly, they are looking for something secret. Chad's surprised face is in close-up. MC tells him that he is afraid that his father might get into trouble. He turns around and, violently emotional, crying, screams, asking if his visitor knows anything, to which Stitch replies that no, that he would not say that. Chad, with tears in his eyes, breathing heavily, asks where his father is and asks the heroes to find him. The trio sit at the table. Stitch asks to let them introduce themselves and says that his name is Brian and his companion is Alina and asks if Chad is claiming that his father is missing. Chad is nervous. He sits at the table, clenching his fists tightly, and sweat is running down his forehead. He replies that his father has been missing for a month and that he does not even know if he is still alive or not. Chad's memories of what happened. His father, a pink-haired dwarf with a long beard, wipes his hands with a rag when people in robes put a package on the table. Chad says that once people in black cloaks came to his father, they brought him a diagram of something and asked if he could make it for them. Charlie sits at the table, holding his head and looking tiredly at the diagram. His son continues the story, saying that at first his father was inspired by the new project and worked on it for days on end, but the more he worked, the more he began to fade. A view of the closed door, near which a candle dimly burns, he continues the story, saying that one day, his father disappeared along with that thing, and that he began to search for him. Close up of a sighing Chad, he says that he could not even attack his trail. Stitch interestedly listens, folding his hands on the table, and his interlocutor finishes the story, saying that it was until they came, in response to which the hero thinks. The sleepy hero yawns and stretches his back while they walk with Alina through the night city. He says that they will return tomorrow, to which Alina asks if this is another dead end, to which she is answered that he does not know. The ring appears and says that the hero should not worry, and that the tracks, although weak, are there, to which the hero turns around and asks in surprise if the ring thinks that these people are such amateurs that they left tracks. They leave, and it turns out that all this time they were followed by people in robes, one of whom shows with his hand that they are moving out. The ring says that those they are looking for probably thought that they could be found in an ordinary town. The trackers jump off the roof, approaching the heroes. The ring begins to explain what this means, but does not even have time to properly begin his thought. The people in robes land behind the heroes, which they notice and turn around. The ring asks if the hero understood him, and says that those they are looking for showed themselves, not even knowing who destroyed their dungeon. The attackers take out knives and prepare to attack. Stitch takes out his sword, standing with a displeased face. Ring rudely calls the attackers people distant from intelligence, and the hero turns to them. He takes his sword out of the sheath and light energy begins to flow from it. He says that the attackers should look. One of them covers himself with his hand and a bright light fills him, which frightens him greatly. He begins to evaporate in this energy. The remains of dark energy come out of the robes. While the hero puts the sword back in the sheath, he says that now they know for sure that since they are hanging around there, it means that Charlie did not disappear on his own, but that he was probably kidnapped and locked up somewhere. The elf looks back at her companion and asks if the hero thinks that he was killed, to which he calmly replies that he does not think so, because they asked him to do something. They move away from the battle scene, heading somewhere in the city. He continues, saying that it means that it is quite obvious what they have in mind, that they want to continue to put pressure on Chad, and says that they need to start searching in deserted places. It's dawn, a ravine under a bridge where a river flows and trees grow. Stitch asks if it could be there. Alina studies the aura with her spell and says that she is not sure. She feels a weak aura and that it is definitely not a monster, and the hero calmly exhales. Alina with glowing red eyes and close up, she says that Charlie must be in danger and more, but Mr. Ring interrupts her. He is in close up, saying that he senses fanatics and that it is disgusting. Stitch, smiling, takes his sword out of its sheath. He asks what they are waiting for and says that they need to deal with them quickly, and remarking on what a good sword Melchior made for him. A blue-skinned man in a hood, sweat running down his cheek, he says that finally a new rival has appeared, while the hero, grabbing him by the collar, lifts him into the air. A view of the hero, who asks with irritation why fanatics like to look for trouble so much. Stitch lifts the fanatic even higher, fear is visible on his face, and he speaks, answering that they do not engage in meaningless fights, to which the hero asks if he is sure of his words and notes that he finds it hard to believe. He takes his sword out of its sheath and light begins to flow from it. He says that they all say the same thing and continue to try to kill him. The fanatic notices a bright golden glow and is horrified, screaming at the same time. The heroes pass by a pile of lying robes that remained against the fanatics evaporated from the energy of light. Alina says that it was easier than she thought, to which Stitch replies that he does not understand their rivals, asking why they snap at him if they die from a small ray of light. They come to a place where the cave widens greatly, going down, and he asks if this is the center of the cave. Here, the view approaches the hero. He notices something below. A blindfolded and mouthed dwarf sits tied to the wall of a cave with ropes. Stitch examines Charlie while he sighs heavily. He says that Alina should not take her eyes off Charlie and he will go check this place. The heroine sits next to the dwarf and the hero walks away into the distance of the cave. Close up of his mouth, he thinks that as soon as they entered the cave, he immediately felt some bright light in the darkness. The hero looks around the corner. A blue stone is wrapped in a chain from which purple energy oozes. Stitch says that this stone is emanating an aura of an artifact. He picks it up and looks at it with hostility, asking what they were doing with it at all. He squeezes the stone with one hand, breaking it into small pieces, using the absorption of the curse for this. The skill windows inform that the hero has a new active skill, that the ice wave has transformed into an ice needle, and that he has 2 new passive skills unlocked, including the acrobat skill. The system window notifies that the process of opening new abilities of the Memento Mortem artifact is in progress and unlocking is available if the conditions are met. The system window says that the number of absorbed artifacts is 5, the mana reserve is 67,503, and shows the locked abilities, one of which is Synchro, which requires 4 artifacts and 45,000 mana. The hero realizes that he was busy and completely forgot about it. He presses the green button that appeared in front of him. He returns to the elf, asking how the dwarf is, and she looks back at him. The dwarf is lying on the ground, unconscious. She replies that she gave him an elixir and used a healing skill, but he lost consciousness due to severe stress, and Stitch says that it is good, but they need to hurry since he still has many questions for him. Charlie is sitting in bed, covered with a blanket and leaning on a pillow. He says that he doesn't even know how to thank the heroes, noting that he thought he was going to die in that damn place. Stitch smiles softly and says that he is glad that the rescued man felt better and apologizes for immediately pestering him with questions. Charlie sits with a downcast face, clearly worried about what happened, and Stitch asks what happened then. View from the dwarf's back, the hero sits with a thoughtful face. The rescued man tells him that he thinks they already know that he received an order from those bad people, which the hero confirms, and then Charlie continues, saying that there was nothing heavy in the order. The syringe in the dwarf's memory, he says that the kidnappers wanted him to make a syringe, while they practically did not tell him what they needed it for, but with his experience, they can't fool him. Chad is walking somewhere in the night city with a bag on his back. Charlie continues to say that the villains kidnapped his son, and therefore he could not refuse them. A syringe filled with some black liquid, from which comes an ominous aura. He continues to explain, saying that he made them a prototype of a syringe and they filled it with some dark elixir, after which they began to inject it into the body of a dead child. Charlie, with an extremely gloomy face, sweat running down his cheeks, and he says that a few hours later, the child came to life. The heroes with extremely surprised faces. They certainly did not expect such a turn. The rescued one says that they immediately killed him, but he definitely came to life. The hero remembers his first meeting with Mr. Ring. When he restored his body, he thinks how they could revive someone and not with an artifact, but with some kind of elixir, because even the most powerful artifact in the whole world cannot revive a person. Mortem in close-up, Stitch asks him if he thinks this is possible, and he pauses to ask if the child really came back to life. MC asks where the syringe is now, with panic visible on his face. Dwarf in close-up, with a downcast face, says that he heard that after the test he was sent to Callum, the kingdom of the elves, and the hero replies that he has a bad feeling. Balstock stands in front of the prince's chambers, shouting for a talk, and a soldier standing nearby tries to calm him down. Gerald, with a downcast, empty look, sits in his bed. Balstock tries to shout to him, and the soldier says that his majesty needs rest. Close up, the prince is tired, empty eyes. Balstock, looking regretfully at the door. Close up, someone asks what that noise is. Alfred walks quietly down the hallway, and Balstock addresses him by name and title, and the soldier is visibly frightened. Balstock and the soldier bow before the prince, and the loyal subject says that he apologizes for his behavior, and that he is simply concerned about the state of Lord Gerald, and the prince gently replies that he understands his concern for his lord. He turns his head, and on his face is written displeasure. He says that still, he should not continue any longer. The door opens and Alfred enters. The one-armed prince, looking away, says, turning to Balstock, that they have not seen each other for a long time. Balstock, frightened, and with some regret in his eyes, turns to his majesty. Alfred, with a displeased face, he curses and says that rest only harmed his brother and tells him that he needs to get dressed and go to the throne room, because his majesty wants to talk to him about something. Gerald, looking at his brother displeasedly, with some fear asks what exactly, to which he is answered that he just needs to be ready. Under the shout that Lord Gerald has arrived, he walks calmly, head down, across the throne room. Close up of his mouth, he says that he asks to be allowed to introduce himself. He is Gerald Messer, the third son of King Cintharus. He kneels and greets his king. The king's displeased look. The king's shirt is bandaged where his arm should be, and he asks how his son is feeling. He answers without raising his head that he is much better, thanks to his care. Close up of the king's mouth, he says that he would like to ask his son something. Side view of the king sitting on the throne and Gerald kneeling. The king asks if his son would like his arm back. He, clearly not expecting such a question, opens his eyes wide and asks if such a thing is possible, not forgetting royal etiquette. The scene shifts to a snowy valley, where the heroes are walking. Alina asks what Kalo is. That is the northern kingdom of the elves, to which the hero, confirming, asks why she asks. Alina, with a bright smile close up, she says that she knows that she should not be happy about their situation, but she is very fascinated by the fact that she, a southern elf, is the only world tree. Stitch looks around. Close up, he says that he heard about it, that the world tree for the elves is like a home and a source of life, and that he understands it. He remembers the guardian from the dungeon in their forest, from where he saved her father, and says that if you think about it, then the guardian tree from the dark forest was a subspecies of the world tree, and asks if that is true. Stitch looks at Alina, turning his head in her direction, and she says that they say that even before the separation of the continents, their ancestors took the seed of the world tree and planted it in a dark forest, but they could not even imagine that it would become like this, and asks his friend how he knows about it. He points to the ring and says that his partner told him about it, and says that they should look around there before they finish the mission, and that if they are lucky, she can get a seed of the world tree to plant in the south. The view of the heroes' backs, who are walking through a snowstorm. Alina thanks Stitch for understanding, and he says that he thought that it would be warm near the world tree, but he has a feeling that he is about to die from the cold. Mortem appears next to the hero and says that he will not die, to which he, with a displeased face, asks if this is because his partner will bring him back to life, but the ring replies that there will be no need for that. At this point, the hero abruptly stomps out of the snowstorm and begins to walk on warm green earth, which raises questions for him. They stand, not understanding anything, looking towards the reader. The view moves away, a snowstorm rages behind them, and they are standing in a sunny clearing where the trees are blooming, and the hero asks what this is, if it is an illusion spell. Mortem in close-up, he tells the hero to calm down, because if it were an illusion spell, he would not even understand it. In response to which the hero asks what it is in that case, and Mortem tells him that they have entered an area protected by the world tree. They look at the tall tree, towering over the horizon, and the ring says that this is why the elves love it so much, and, at the same time, he himself does not hide his admiration. Grace appears on Alina's face, and she is filled with bright sunlight, smiling softly and admiring that here it is, the world tree of Callum. Close up of Stitch's sighing, displeased face, he asks why fanatics go all the way to the world tree. Stitch sits in front of a magic ball and contacts someone, They ask him again if they understood him correctly that a group of conspirators went to the kingdom of Cal, to which he replies that everything is exactly like that, so they need to go after them as soon as possible. Kaja sits on the other side of the sphere and says that this is even better, that he needs to go north, and that she found out the location of the merchant and that he was last seen in Callum, and she asks if this is suspicious. A close-up of Stitch's thoughtful face. He says that it would be beneficial for the world to catch him if he is behind everything and asks what his name is. A view of an old clock. Kaja says that the merchant's name is Sylveston Grace and Stitch replies that he understands and will find out more about him. The three of them walk between the trees and Mortem says that Stitch needs to get ready and asks if he noticed too. Stitch close up, looking away suspiciously, mentally answering the ring that yes, he noticed that someone was watching them from the moment they entered the territory. The sword begins to shine in the hero's sheath. They ask if those who are watching them are behind them, to which the ring replies that they are probably trying to stop the strangers. The hero turns to his companion, her face is close up, she says that she knows, and that it is the cold that Amrita does not feel. Two people in skull masks land, jumping from somewhere, in front of the heroes and ask who it is that got into them and say that they did not just go there since they were able to detect them, but they interrupt and say that it does not matter. One of them takes out a hammer made of dark energy, the second takes out a sword. The hero charges his glove, takes it himself and asks why all the cultists like to wag their tongues so much, but notes that this is even better. Steam starts coming out of the bottle on the glove, which contains a liquid that shimmers like the night sky, and MC says that they will have to be the first victims of Charlie's new creation. Mortem remembers the servant of God and says that they have the same aura and that they are not so simple. The hero jumps back from his place towards the cultists and swings his sword, ready to attack, shouting that it is not a problem and that he is not weak either. The hero holds the sword with both hands, light energy oozing from it, and he uses Pondus and enchantment. The cultist has a calm face. Stitch thinks that he is the first. He attacks, but the cultist blocks his attack without batting an eye. Stitch looks at him, and sweat runs down his face. He does not understand what is happening, because this is the same attack he used before. He makes a wide swing, attacking the cultist, and he flies away. The cultist laughs, smiles widely, and notes that the hero has a funny sword. He jumps back and is already swinging his huge hammer at the hero from behind. Alina shoots 2 arrows and they fly quickly. From behind the forest, on the horizon, you can see the battle of the heroes. The cultist catches the arrow in flight a few centimeters before his face. He angrily breaks the arrow, and he stands next to his colleague. Dark energy flows from them. In the place where the cultist hit with the hammer, the ground broke and steam comes from there. Stitch stands next to Alina. He asks her to cover him, to which she, pulling the bowstring, says that she will do it. The arrow flies out of the smoke screen. The cultist manages to notice the arrow in time and deflects it, sending it upward with his hammer. Stitch, at the same moment, attacks him from the side. He swings his fist, a grin on his face, and he mentally notes that now he was able to use the explosive fist. But the second cultist, wielding a sword, is already aiming his sword to block the hero's fist, and he, without noticing it yet, notes in his mind that the fist is using the power of a penetrator. The hero notices that he hits the sword and a strong explosion occurs. His face is close up, he clenches his teeth in anxiety, mentally cursing. Alina pulls the bowstring, covers one eye and aims before firing. The arrow flies quickly. The man with the sword deflects the arrow, and with the hammer, hits the place where the hero just was, who managed to jump back. He takes out his sword and begins to use the Tesla spell, calling 2 spheres of lightning. He throws the balls towards his enemies. The man with the sword intercepts it with both hands and prepares to block the spheres. He cuts the spheres with a powerful, wide attack with dark energy and begins to approach the hero. The cut flies straight at the hero, and he thinks about the fact that this is an attack with a sword. The sword hits the hero's sword, which he managed to block in time, and asks himself what kind of technique this is. He breaks the attack with his sword's light energy and jumps back from the recoil. The second cultist is already swinging his hammer at the hero, who looks scared and tired. The hero notices the hammer flying straight at his face. An explosion occurs. The hero stands, covering himself with his hand, and wonders what happened. The cultist with the hammer is thrown back with such force that the ground beneath him parted to the sides. Mac stands, stretching his shoulder and crunching his fist. He says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The surprised face of Alina, who opened her eyes wide. The surprised face of Stitch. He is surprised by the appearance of General Mac. Stitch, calling Mac unflattering words, jumps on him from behind. The elf, also deciding not to hesitate, raised her bow towards the newcomer and shot at him. Stitch strikes, but his blow is blocked by the shield. The arrow also bounces off to the side, and Mac stands there, looking confused. Sword on the shield. The angry face of MS, who thinks that the shield got in his way. Mac strikes with the shield, throwing the hero a couple of meters away, and he flies, groaning in pain. Close up of Mac's displeased face. He says that the hero needs to fight properly, otherwise he won't try either, and besides that, he tells the hero that he is being attacked from above. The cultist, swinging his hammer, flies at the hero. Stitch raises his sword in time and blocks the attack. Stitch, with a tense face, clenching his teeth, looks at the cultist and curses under his breath, and the cultist tells him that he needs to stop fooling around. Alina fires an arrow and wounds the cultist in the side, which makes him weaken his pressure on Stitch, and groaning, flies off to the side. Stitch grabs the fallen cultist's sword and uses Pondus Light. He makes a sweeping attack with both hands on the cultist, causing him to fly off to the side. Mac, noticing that MC got rid of the cultist, suddenly takes a run for his attack on him. Stitch, pretty tired and sweaty, looks back at him, saying that now it's his turn. He attacks the man with the shield with both hands, and a strong airflow is created from the contact of two forces. The sword slides along the shield, causing sparks. They fly in opposite directions from each other. Mac breaks with his feet, dampening the inertia from the attack. Stitch, landing, notices that the sword that he took from the cultist is starting to dissipate. The cultist is sitting at a distance from the battle. His second colleague comes up to him and tells him to get up, in response to which he tuts. The view changes, they are sitting next to each other, and one of them asks what they will do with the trespassers. The hammer, breaking the ground under it, falls on it. The cultists begin to use some kind of spell, swirling a sphere of dark energy between each other, and the second one answers that they have no choice but to remove both. A dark sphere appears, from which a purple liquid oozes. A bony hand crawls out of the sphere. Mac notes that this is already becoming dangerous. Stitch, with a clearly displeased, angry face, close up. A knight of dark energy emerges from the dark sphere, and Stitch begins to wonder what it is, but Mortem finishes his thought, calling it a death knight. The knight begins to walk towards Stitch and Mac. Alina runs up to the hero, addressing him. Her face is in close-up. She says that she doesn't think they should split up to fight 3 enemies right now. Mac stands with a displeased face. Holding a shield in his hands, she continues her thought, asking if it wouldn't be better to negotiate and act together with Mac. Close-up of MC's face. He is displeased, his veins on his cheeks bulged with anger, and he shouts that he doesn't want to negotiate with Mac, calling him an unpleasant person, and says that he would rather smash everything, but the ring interrupts him, calling him a person far from intellect. Mortem in close-up, telling the hero that he needs to shut up and listen to the elf, as the man with the shield has clearly come to talk to them. The Death Knight holds his sword forward, preparing to attack, and Ring finishes his thought, saying that if the hero wants to finish off Mac, then he should finish off the other enemies first. Stitch angrily clenches his teeth so hard that they start to grind. He turns to the man with the shield and says with displeasure, calling him a slowpoke, that he attacks first and the man with the shield second, and that they should finish off the cultists and the Death Knight first and then talk, and asks if Mac has any questions left, and warns that if he doesn't have the guts, then it's better to leave right away. Mac, smiling, brings the shield to himself and thinks that MC knows about his fighting style and says that he finally figured it out. The Death Knight begins his attack and Stitch yells at Alina to cover him. Close up of the attacking knight. The hero swings his sword with an angry face. He attacks the knight, but the knight, bowing his head, dodges his attack. Close up of the knight, something glowing in his chest. He attacks with his spear, almost hitting Stitch's head, but he manages to dodge. Still, the blow was very fast and Stitch, gritting his teeth, stands with a wound on his neck. He thinks, annoyed, that the knight is using the spear and realizes that his opponent has unlimited attack options. The hero begins to bounce away from the knight, who swings his spear at him. The knight throws the spear at the hero with all his might, but Mac, immediately, is behind him and attacks from behind. The knight flies a couple of meters to the side. Mac stands, holding a shield from which comes light energy. The eyes of the lion on the shield open and begin to glow bright red. A sphere of light energy flies at the knight, but he manages to react and blocks it with his sword. Slashes of light energy float throughout the space, which the knight quickly blocks. The hero's sword flies from above at the knight, and he, looking at Mac, says that he is very annoying. At the last moment, turning his neck, the knight manages to save his head from being pierced by the sword, and it flies into his shoulder, from which he begins to scream furiously. The hero, preparing to attack, swings his explosive glove, and thinks that everything he did was too weak and is surprised that the knight is so strong. He attacks his head, causing a strong explosion and wild surprise in the enemy. The knight manages to jump to the side and gain distance from Stitch. Ice shards immediately start flying at him, which he notices at the last moment right next to his face. He manages to dodge and speaks, asking who has such power to control ice shards. He turns around in surprise and looks at the reader. It turns out that it was Mac's attack, which he released from his shield. A powerful explosion of ice energy occurs. Stitch covers his face with his hand from the dust that has risen, asks if it worked, to which Mortem replies that it didn't, and that the attack of the guy with the shield didn't even touch him. The Death Knight takes out a large shield, which is covered in ice from the attack, and Mortem, continuing to explain, says that the attack of the guy with the shield was reflected. Frowning, the knight lowers his count and looks out from behind it, calling Mac annoying and another hindrance, and thinks that he cannot allow people like them to reach the world tree. The hero's sword began to glow with an even brighter light. Stitch looks back at him, wondering if the sword has become even more reactive. The knight throws off his armor, and it falls to the ground with a noise. He stands, his bones covered in some gas, and he flexes his hands. Mac notices something and nervously begins to sweat. The knight grabs him and lifts him up by the neck. Mac, clenching his teeth, begins to use freezing energy. Stitch, next to whom the ring is flying, looks at him in surprise, asking if their opponent just froze the knight with a simple touch, to which Mortem replied that he stopped defending himself and went on the attack, and that the cold of his astral body is sucking out the knight's energy. MC, taking the sword in both hands, swings at the knight in a jump, thinking that it's great that he is now defenseless. Another hand suddenly emerges from the knight, which grabs MC by the collar, and the hero, not understanding, wonders where this hand came from. The knight pins the hero to the ground with his third hand, and the ring explains that the astral body has no clear shape. The hand strangles Stitch, not allowing him to get up. A close-up of his sweating face, he thinks that this is the devil. With his other hand, the knight prepares to attack the hero, turning to face him. Then, an arrow that Alina fired flies at him, and he recoils a little. Alina has an anxious face, sweat is running down her cheek. The knight puts his hand in front of him, cursing, mentally, at the elf. Stitch makes a sharp blow to the chin of the astral body, which was distracted from him to the elf. A close-up of Stitch's displeased face. He screams, calling the knight unpleasant words, that if he got into a fight, then he cannot be distracted. A close-up of the knight's legs, they turn out to be frozen. He tries to move, but only notices, thinking about it, that his legs are in ice, and MC at this time jumps up. Stitch in the air. Close-up of his hands holding the sword, he uses Pondus Massive and Barak enchantment. Massive attack, the tip of his sword flies straight into the astral body, dispersing it along the flight. The hero flies into the knight, causing a huge explosion, from which the golden energy rages. The heroes are sitting around the fire. Stitch turned to Mark, asked what he was up to. He bowed his head, angry. Not so long ago he wanted to kill him, and now he comes and helps, even shared a potion. How did he even find them? The man's face is illuminated by the fire. He replied that he had guesses. They are at odds with Venice, which is under the control of the Southern Union, and in general, they are not particularly liked in the lands of the Southern Union. Alina is sitting next to him. Stitch is holding a flask. Mark said that he put 2 and 2 together and figured out which direction they would disappear in. The general with a shield and weapon on his back goes into the forest. They shouldn't worry, he made this decision on his own. The flask is at his mouth. The hero asked angrily, does he seriously think that he will believe that a Venetian aristocrat and general of the Eastern District dropped everything and went north? There is a winter landscape behind the man. He said that he didn't take into account that he himself is from the north and he will definitely not miss the south. The elf crossed her arms over her chest. Stitch closed his eyes. Mark added that rumors follow him, pursuing him. He constantly heard about his exploits. The guy said nervously, this rumor. A glowing skull above the guy's head asked if he was born in the north, he would have lived here. Why did he go south? Stitch clarified, it means he doesn't like the south. Mark sits opposite the heroes, his elbows on his knees. It was part of fate that he went south and became a general. That brought him together with him. Prince Raptor is undoubtedly a noble man, but he would not have stayed there even for him. Besides, he is finally free now. The guy frowned. The spirit is nearby, called him inadequate. Stitch asked what made him go so far. A frown, a smile. Mark answered that it was simple. He wants to fight him. Last time they were interrupted. All he wants is to finish what he started. The hero shuddered. He is some kind of sick. For this he gave up everything. The spirit advised him to watch his words. This man is crazy. A swollen vein under his eye. Stitch frowned. Mr. Ring asked him to make his face simpler. Skull half turned. If he really wanted to kill him, he would have abandoned him and ran away during the battle with the Death Knight. The guy himself understood that. Morning, walking along the road, the hero exhaled. The spirit asked what his problem was. After all, his persuasion skills had grown. Let him talk him out of it. They would still have time to fight. The guy looked at the general, asked, since he was from the north, that meant he knew something about the world tree. Mark looked up, answered that it was the key link in preserving life in the north of the continent. That's all he knew. Alina shuddered in fear when he said that he had heard quite a lot about the elves who protected the tree. The city at the roots of the tree is Exalta, the capital of the kingdom of Kalo. An elf in green flame, a shadow on his face, experienced, outstanding elves of those places become shallow, guardians of the world tree. The man walks next to Stitch. They look at each other. The guy asked if the sectarians and Shallow clash, who will win? He answered that Shallow is much stronger. The tree is associated with a person, above whose raised hand there is a fireball. The world tree grants enormous power to its guardians. Perhaps that is why their magical skills are superior to humans. Warriors at a huge tree, considering that thousands of Shallow are based in Exalta, not a single sectarian will go there. Stitch frowned. If only this were true, thoughtfully said, so he really is from the north. The heroes are in the city, standing in front of the tree. The guy said that first they need to tell them what they know. An elf with a staff looks at the heroes from the balcony, ordered them to stand. The guard narrowed her eyes, said that the strangers could not go further, they needed to step back. Stitch put his hand to his mouth, shouted that they had come to convey important information to them. It was urgent, and he apologized for disturbing them. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist, flame from the ring. The spirit said, Caesar. There was light around the elf. Mr. Ring had penetrated her. An angry look, waves of flame from the eyes. The spirit told them to follow him. He knew where to go. Mark looked up, surprised how he did it. The guy told him not to ask questions. The hero opened the door. They entered the hall. The elves standing on the elevated platform turned around. One of them asked who they were. An elf in a hooded robe, long bangs, angrily said, how dare they disturb the council meeting, asked them to explain themselves. Stitch, a spirit in a guardian's body nearby, apologized for interrupting them, but they came to show them something, told the guy to get the sword. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. Why? He got the sword, was embarrassed. Mr. Ring said that the sword was quick-witted. Unlike the owner, it reacted to the suspicious situation almost simultaneously with him. Glow around the blade of the sword. Black resin drips from the ceiling of the temple. A view from above on the participants of the meeting and the heroes. He shouted, these bastards, what kind of magic did they use? The elf guardian shouted with excitement that there was no time. They would talk in more detail when they got out of here. Dark sky, the tree leaned over, black leaves were falling. The hero on the street with a sword was indignant. What the hell was going on? The spirit said that the sectarians deceived the elves. Mr. Ring in the body of an elf frowned. At the same time they led them too. Even he did not notice anything until he came close. Instead of distracting the elves one by one, they simply enclosed the entire tree in an illusion. The hero on the ship with the skull reminded him of the incident on the ship, although the scale is different. The elf in the blue robe with a hood, long white hair looked back at the heroes, asked what they were talking about. Did the world tree really change so much because of someone's magic? The spirit said that he was very smart. The inhabitants of the city are lying on the ground, a black aura above them. He shouted, what's the matter? Something is wrong with the people. Zombie elf with glowing eyes, mouth open. The guy turned his head, got scared. There is a skull nearby, told him to keep his sword ready. He asked, are they turning into zombies? Can they still be cured? In one hand a sword, the other at the blade. He replied that the changes had gone too far. They were no longer people. The light illuminated the zombie. A glowing blade. The elf in the robe looks at it in surprise, decided to think about what it was and who was guilty. Then he put 2 fingers to his neck, a blue glow, shouted, attention to all Shallows in Exalta. A view of the city and the tree from above. Their goal is to gather all the citizens and protect them at any cost. If suspicious behavior is detected in a citizen, immediately eliminate him. Stitch takes out his sword, a skull nearby. Noticed that this elf quickly figured out what was happening. The guy asked, the elves were deceived by an illusion and the world tree was desecrated. Is this even possible? Resin on the tree trunk, branches. The spirit replied that as soon as the illusion dissipated, black resin began to flow continuously from the top of the tree, and soon it will absorb everything here. Alina looks up, thinking that these black particles descending from the tree only make the situation worse. If it continues like this, many residents will turn into zombies. A glowing skull in profile said that the world tree helps the cycle of life in these lands. It purifies magical energy and saturates the air with it. Above there is a bright sky and a green crown, resin and darkness at the roots. It is this property that religious fanatics used. They desecrated the top of the tree, which serves as a filter, and then the filth reached the bottom. A syringe with a purple solution. They probably used the same syringe to inject something sinister into the world tree. Stitch in profile asked discontentedly, should they go to the top? Alina with a weapon seriously said that yes, there is nothing to discuss. Mark raised his head, said that before arriving here he could not even imagine such a thing, but he will go with them. The heroes stand in front of the tree. The guy said that they need to go quickly. The elves in robes ran up to the representative. One of them shouted that he had arrived with a report. The elf took off his hood, looked around, asked what was wrong with the residents. Was everyone safe? The guy and girl in robes answered that the Shallow were trying to gather as many people as possible. A view of the city from above, some people were imprisoned in spheres. He added that absolutely all of the city's guards were out of action. Some areas were plunged into chaos by clashes with zombies, but the shallow were taking control of the situation and reducing the scale of the damage. The chairman frowned, a drop of sweat on his cheek. He said loudly that they had little time, they should quickly finish this and go help their comrades. Shelves, ladders on which there are vessels, and frames. Inside the world tree there are vessels through which nutrients move. The chairman seriously reported that if they caught onto the lifting mechanisms on these vessels inside the tree, they would be able to quickly climb up. The heroes fly up. Stitch holds onto the elf. Alina raised her head, said that the equipment develops high speed, and they need to be careful not to fly over. She will hold them until they go up. The guy pressed himself against her, embarrassed. Mark flies up, grinned, thought how deftly he just showed his persuasion skills. Shelves with vessels, the heroes rise higher. They jumped onto the platform. The guy asked, are they sure they are at the right level? The sensations are very strange. A man in purple clothes stands in front of them. He clapped, they are faster than expected. Stitch asked who he is at all. He took out his sword, added that it doesn't matter, in any case, he is clearly not on their side since he was here earlier. Dark hair gathered in a ponytail, one eye is white. The man clapped, said that he is straightforward, he likes those who clearly perform assigned tasks. The white eye lit up. Explosions behind the hero, it affected his comrades. The boy looked back, surprised at how fast he was. Blood from Mark's mouth, an eyesore. Stitch wondered what he had missed. Was it magic or a surprise attack, invisible to the eye? Alina lowered her head. There was smoke around, or was there someone else here? What should they do if there were so many enemies? Eyes wide open, frowning. Gritted his teeth, grinned, thought they had encountered such an attack, and the spirit went silent. Closed his eyes, opened his eyes, exhaled, a stern look. The spirit exclaimed. He had finally noticed. On either side of the boy were his blinded companions. Mr. Ring told him not to fall for this trick again. Stitch remembered that he had encountered something similar. A glowing skull against the backdrop of events in the Order of Grey Skull and in the World Tree said that this was all his doing. The man opened his mouth in surprise. As he guessed, the spirit said that this was the power of his artifact. Flames around the blade of the sword. Alina opened her eyes, stupefied. Beads of sweat on her face. Mark was surprised. It was an illusion. The guy swung his sword to the side. The man opposite the heroes doesn't believe it. How dare he destroy his illusion, and what kind of sword is that? He bit the tip of his finger. It was a simple kidnapping, but everything went completely wrong. The man is going after the people in black robes. After the fall of the Order of the Skull, he took responsibility and went here, although he is not even paid for it. Leaned forward, legs wide apart, glowing shields in front of him. Why don't they give up? Crossed his arms in front of him, blue flashes from them. Stitch frowned, confused. It's a protective wall. The ship is in a purple sphere. The spirit reminded him that there was the same one around the ship. It is not so easy to break through it. Mark with a shield covered his comrades from the blow. The guy thought, and then what? There are fragments all around. Stitch glanced sideways at the general, who shouted that only he could kill this guy. A golden lion on a shield, a blue whirlwind. The blast wave moves forward. There is a glowing shield in front of the stranger. He leaned over and asked if he had protection too, which meant he was protecting himself with a physical shield. Mark gritted his teeth. There were glowing shields behind him. He said that then he wouldn't be able to handle him. The shields hit the general. An arrow flies at the stranger from behind. He turned around and was shielded by a shield. Alina is surprised, he asked, and she attacks from a distance. He looked to the side. A menacing look said, so, their last comrade. Stitch directed his hand forward. From it green spheres with discharges. The man asked, is it a magician? The guy uses Tesla. Spheres in the air, discharges from them hit the ground. The hero looks ahead, clenched his teeth. The smoke dissipates, a wall of shields. The man told him with a grin that his aura is healthy. Waves of purple flame from his eye. Raised his hand, a glow around it. Stands, raising his hands, glowing shields around. Mr. Ring above Stitch, in shock. Is this something new? The guy asked, and he is not exaggerating. Skull on a dark green background, said that they need to try to break through his defense with constant attacks. This is the best they can do now. Alina directed her hands with weapons forward. It transformed into a cannon. The hero shouted for them to continue attacking without stopping. The stranger opened his eyes wide and looked up. The elf was firing a cannon. The man crossed his arms. There was protection in front of him. The projectile hit the shield. Explosion. Mark jumped up. Stitch raised his hand, attacked with an air bullet. The general hit the glowing wall with his shield. He pushed the shield back, blue discharge. A powerful explosion, fragments flying apart. The enemy was thrown back by the blast wave. Stitch looked forward, frowned, wondered if it really worked. He had managed to repel a similar attack before. The man clenched his teeth, blood coming out of his mouth. With trembling hands, he took out a test tube. The member of the order held out the bottle, said that when things got really tough, this would help him, but it should be used in small doses in case of emergency. He picked up the test tube and poured the potion into his mouth. He had only a little time left to hold out. A skull and profile on a green background, he thought it was a dark elixir. The test tube fell to the floor, broke. There is a purple flame around the man. He leaned over, told them to attack. He froze, heard his heartbeat. He looks at his melted hand, didn't understand what it was, how so. Heroes with weapons in the hall, he thought that he still needed to kill them. Blurred image. The stranger's clothes are on the floor. Mark asked what happened. Did he die? Stitch looks askance. There is a skull nearby. The guy asked what it was. Was it some kind of doping with side effects? The spirit replied that he did not die. A limb with spikes forms from dark resin. The skull in profile, he thought it was a devil's shadow. A monster similar to a giant worm with fangs. The spirit told them to be careful, even he knows little about monsters of this type. Stitch waved his hand at Alina, suggested checking how he responds to attacks. The girl fired a bow. The shield protected the monster from the blow. The hero was surprised. He even uses the artifact of that warrior. The creature pointed its tentacles at them. He struck Mark with his limb. Stitch and the elf leaned over, defending themselves from the blow. Clouds of smoke at the attack sites. The guy gritted his teeth. The smoke dissipated. The elf sank to the floor. Stitch raised his trembling hand, around which there was a glow, using recovery. The general grabbed his shoulder with his hand. The spirit warned, no need to waste time. The life of the elf and the knight is at stake, so let them cover, and he goes to the vanguard. A question mark in a black square, opposite the description of the artifact Synchro and Avatar. The hero thought when else he would be able to use this skill, chose Synchro. A bright yellow flash in the hall. Stitch leaned forward, gritted his teeth, fiery discharges around. The skill has been changed. Waves of flame from the guy's feet. He acquired lightning speed. Sparks, air flashes. Stitch runs at the monster, discharges around. A fist at the dark body. Legs wide apart, hand pointing forward. He used central blast, attacking the core of the enemy's power. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, thought how much it hurt. Drops of black resin fall to the floor. The damaged body of the monster in the center of the glowing core. Hand next to the blade, waves of flame. Stitch thought he gives him a chance to attack his artifact. Flash of light, gritted his teeth. Strikes the core. White smoke, sparks. The monster's body is cut in half. The guy falls. Mark caught him. The general seriously said that Stitch is full of surprises, asked why he did not use this power when they fought the Dark Knight. Sweat runs down his face. Stitch looked back, grinned, telling him to shut his mouth. Why should he take everything on himself? The heroes are sitting in a room in front of a glowing lamp. Alina asked the guy how he feels. He said that he is already better. He stretches his shoulders. At least he can move without problems. Glowing air currents, shelves with vessels. The elf said that at sunset the mechanisms of the vessels inside the world tree switch to the descent mode, so they can rest until the ascent mode returns. Alina sits, hugging her knees, asked if she imagined it or if he picked up something when he defeated the enemy. The guy clarified she was talking about his bag. Mark is tensely silent. Stitch took papers out of the bag, said that there was nothing special there, a map and a couple of notes related to the Order of the Skull. The guy looked at the general, indignant. What's the matter? He also thought about it, didn't he? Mark, against the background of the tree, answered that the world tree is a sacred pillar protecting nature, a symbol of peace and balance. The idea of destroying something like that clearly could not have occurred to an ordinary person. Opposite him sits Stitch, legs crossed. The man added that, as he said, the enemies were simply trying to find out information on someone's behalf. On the black background of the scene of meeting with opponents, the further they advance, the clearer it is that their enemies are most interested in him personally. Stitch closed his eyes, turned away. He has no idea. They all pretend to know him well, only he does not know them. He really has nothing to say about this. Mark thought about it. The guy covers himself with a blanket, told him to leave suspicions for tomorrow. Now they better sleep. They need to gain enough strength to climb to the top of the tree. Purple light, the heroes fly up. Stitch raised his head, clenched his teeth. Breathing is becoming more and more difficult. The skull on a green background sternly said that they are now at that altitude. The air here is thin. If you were at such a height outside the world tree, he would have already lost consciousness. Alina looks away, notices that the higher they rise, the blacker the vessels. They will be there soon. Mark raised his head, frowned, told them to be on guard. They fly up to a round hole at the top. They are at the entrance. They landed on the ground, behind the tree branches. The hero saw two silhouettes in the distance. He thought, so it was their doing. Stitch is confused. How did they see them? They said that they were waiting for them. A man in a robe, his face hidden by a hood, said that they knew that they should expect the warriors to come again. The guy took out a sword. There were tongues of flame around it. It means they arrived on time. There is no need to waste time and finish this quickly. He rushed forward, activated synchro lightning speed. He hit the enemy's hand with the sword. He opened his eyes wide, surprised at what his body was made of. The warrior raised his hand, protecting himself from the sword strike, said sternly. He was wondering if they were telling the truth about him. If you think about it, he hadn't fought in a battle for a long time. Open mouth, Stitch said angrily, why do they all like to chatter so much? The guy jumped up. The warrior's surprised look. He was hit with a shield. He leaned forward, exhaled, and they were impatient guys. Stitch's companions with weapons were behind him. The guy told them to act according to the previous scheme. He goes forward, the knight is right behind him, the elf covers them. A guy in a hooded robe approached the warrior, grinned. It seems they were worried in vain. He noted that in any case, they were facing a strong opponent. Carelessness could cost them their lives. The warrior pushed him away with his hand, told Sylveston to step aside and not interfere. The hero opposite the opponents asked, so he is Sylveston? He was surprised. How did he know him? Stitch with a sword, a stern look, answered, what difference does it make? He just asked to finally decide whether he is an enemy or an ally. Pointed the glowing sword forward, whether to kill him or leave him alive. The warrior raised his hand, grinned evilly. It seems that this battle promises to be interesting. Let them attack. He does not feel the power that was at the very beginning. Stitch clicked his tongue. He asked what he was worth. Was he really scared, or trying to come up with a plan? The hero thought that he was trying to provoke him. The warrior hit the injector with his fist, said that they were probably targeting him. They would stall for time and something would happen that they would not like at all. He grabbed his robe with his hand, added that they would not be able to stop them in any case. He tore off his robe. Alina shoots from a cannon. The arrow hit the injector, bounced off it. Stitch frowned. Of course, no one said it would be easy. The spirit told him not to waste his energy thinking about strategy. The glowing skull was half turned. If he rushed at it with small attacks, he would waste his mana. He should not delay and use both synchro and the empty sword at the same time. The guy puffed out his cheeks, exhaled forcefully. Mr. Ring added that while he was analyzing the risks of using this ability, the entire north would be incinerated. Stitch thought that there was no other choice. A powerful flash. The hero in profile swung his sword around the wave of flame. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise. A flash of light in the form of a zigzag. The light illuminated the enemy's face. He looked down, sweat on his face, discharges. Blood splashes from the warrior, Stitch behind him. He lowered his head, clenched his teeth. The warrior behind him fell to the ground. Sylveston was scared. How was this even possible? The hero looked back, threateningly asked, is this all he can do? Will he show off any more? A black explosion in front of Stitch. He answered, go ahead, he will finish them off anyway. Smoke was coming off the monster. Stitch stood opposite him with a sword in his hand. He was ready to attack. Smoke was coming out of the monster's mouth. He began to scream. The guy's yellow lightning became more and more. They hit the enemy on the head. Stitch hit him with his fist from above. He used the central explosion. The enemy's head exploded. But it was not the only one. The boy started to fall to the ground, still using his magic. He looked at it in horror. The monster wanted to attack him, so he picked up the sword and swung. He didn't have time to do anything with it. The enemy pierced his body through and through. Stitch fell to the ground. It wasn't clear in his eyes that he was okay. He was covered in bruises and wounds. Blood was flowing from his mouth. Suddenly, he started breathing. All his wounds were gone. He sat up and looked at the place where he was wounded. He didn't understand what happened. Mr. Ring helped him. Stitch almost died. The ring didn't want that to happen. The boy stood up and picked up the sword. The monster looked at him, not understanding how he got up. Mac was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how Stitch recovered. He was pierced through and through. Alina looked at him and was very worried. Turning to the boys, Stitch threatened them not to come closer, or they would die from this monster. Looking up at him, the monster smiled. He took the form of a tornado and pressed the guy to the ground. He tried to get out, but he couldn't. The monster started screaming again and used its abilities. The guy tried to get out from under him. Looking at him in agony, the monster liked it. Mac and Alina looked at what was happening in horror. They wanted to help. The monster decided to direct the blow in their direction. Mac tensed up. They were in too big a kill zone. The man pushed Alina to the side so that she wouldn't take damage. Mac himself took the blow. He managed to cover his face with his shield, and his leg was torn off. Stitch was free of the monster, but seeing Mac, he got worried. He decided to try using the blazing storm. The monster was consumed by fire. It screamed inside him in pain. Stitch's eyes began to glow green. He sat and looked angrily at the enemy. Swinging his sword, he explained what life had taught him. To respond to good with greater good, and to evil with greater evil. He jumped on the monster. Having made a dashing move, the monster flew apart. The guy tensed up. Was it really all over? There was a device on the ground with something red in it. Stitch looked at the guys and Mac's leg. Since Alina had healing magic, she helped the man. The guys looked at the guy lying on the ground. He was unconscious. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. It was reinforcements arriving. They looked at the guys. They heard them and looked askance. One of the guys took off his hood. He was wondering what was going on. Pieces of something incomprehensible were flying in the air. The two went to help, and Stitch looked up. He looked at the device that should have been working. He hit it with his fist and used the air bullet skill. The glass of the device shattered and scattered, and then completely evaporated. Stitch stood there, not understanding where everything had evaporated to. Mac and Alina turned to him. There was a hole in the ground. The decay accelerated because the liquid began to evaporate. The guy realized that it had only gotten worse when he destroyed the injector. Mr. Ring suggested that he use curse absorption. It was sure that everything would work out. Most of the energy devouring the world tree is hostile energy. Stitch should use synchro and increase the characteristics of his abilities, and then try to suck the energy through the hole in the injector. Then it might be possible to start the reverse process. Something incomprehensible was sticking out of the ground. Mr. Ring gave the guy instructions so that he could succeed. The energy level far exceeded anything he had encountered before, and even if successful, side effects could occur that no one could predict. Holding his hand over the abyss, he used synchro, after which he used curse absorption. His expression changed. It showed fear. There was too much dark energy in the tree. The guys watched what was happening. Black magic looked like smoke after a fire. The world tree began to look better. Dark magic was disappearing from it. It began to bloom and fill with life again. The guy, looking at Stitch, did not understand how this was possible. Meanwhile, Stitch, gritting his teeth, continued to absorb energy. A dark artifact appeared under his hand. He writhed in pain. He realized that something was happening in parallel. Alina ran to him in horror. Fire was burning around. Two men looked at each other. One of them was sitting, holding his shoulder. The second looked at him and turned. The one who was sitting on the ground, he got excited. One of them snapped his fingers. Father began to scream. The second did not understand this. He began to get angry. He ran away. He ran wherever his eyes looked. Something began to fall from the sky. That something was a weapon. It stuck in the ground in front of the man. Distrat came to them. She explained to her father that he was doing wrong. He was surprised. He poked his finger at her, and she looked at him without pity for him at all. The man came and started to drive Distrat away. She easily repelled his magic. Their father ran away again. He was angry at the situation. He looked around to see if anyone was on his tail. Suddenly, a blue ball flew into his face and he flew back. It was Cain. His hand was placed on the base of the weapon. He was lying on the ground. His face showed that he was unhappy with many things. The guy swung his sword. The father looked at this. Cutting through the air, the sword hit the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose. Ixton and Distrat looked at this cloud. In it, they saw a silhouette. A crack formed in the ground. On the ground lay only glasses, which were shining from the sun. Cain, looking down, apologized. He lost his temper a little. The boys looked at him. They were in a little shock, and Cain looked ahead. Distrat was a little confused. She looked down. Ixton looked down. They couldn't ignore this situation. Their father stopped. He wanted to catch his breath. Suddenly, he saw something. A ball created by magic flew at him. He was thrown back. The boys themselves gave him the opportunity to surrender, but he himself did not want to listen to them. They looked at him with anger. The man did not understand what they were talking about. He began to yell that they would not make him give up his intentions. All this was for the three of them. Cain's face changed. He was angry. He explained to him that he was the first to cross the boundaries of reason. Many innocent people fell victim to his insane ambitions. What reaction did he expect from them, having committed such atrocities? Distrat looked at him without regret. Never and in no way can such actions be justified. Ixton crossed his arms over his chest. The man put his hand in the bag. He took out a black cube, sparkling with black and red lightning. He showed it to the boys. The cube was between his hands. Cain was horrified. A huge, red magical beam was flying towards him. Lightning was coming from it. The boy tried to cover himself with his sword. He tried to push away this magic. He succeeded. He cut this beam. The man was amazed and wary. Cain prepared for battle. His father, holding the cube, touched the ground. A red translucent shield began to appear. This shield absorbed lightning. The man's hands began to shake. Ixton was flying towards him. He snapped his fingers. There was an explosion when the boy flew into the red shield. Distrat prepared to attack. She directed her crystals towards him. They all crashed into the shield. Cain was seriously angry. He swung his sword. He hit the shield with all his might. It was already difficult for the man to hold the shield. He raised his hand, in which he held the cube. Cain had a hard time holding his power. The dark force was heading towards the shield. He almost broke the shield. Cain called the guys to help him. Distrat's crystals were flying fast. There were a lot of them. Ixton moved away. He started running forward. The blow to the shield was strong. Father flew back. Cain asked Ixton to cover him. They stood with their backs to each other. The man started screaming. Blood started coming out of his body. He fell unconscious. Kane turned around and looked at him heartlessly. It looks like this is the end. Father put his hand on the ground. Blood was dripping off him. The guys did a great job. He got to his feet. It wasn't enough to stop him. He stood confidently on his feet. The guy saw that some liquid was dripping off him. He was surprised. The man realized that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Distra looked at him with horror. The guy realized that things were bad. Most of his father's mana came out with this liquid. She glowed with a purple light. Father bowed his head and exhaled. He decided to use the power of the cube he had in his hand. A red pillar of light flew up. The boys saw and were surprised that he still had enough strength for this. Exton realized that they had miscalculated to stop their father. They should have attacked with full force. Distra looked at this in horror. Kane decided to do it. He turned towards him. Thanks to his stone, the man was able to fly away from there. While he was flying, he decided to turn around. He saw Kane chasing him from behind. He didn't like it. The guy was surprised by what his father was doing. He could die like that, but he didn't realize it. He held the stone with both hands. Magic began to burst out of it. The guy pointed his sword at his father. He screamed at him to stop. He pierced him with his sword through and through. The result was a characteristic sound. Stitch was lying in bed. He woke up abruptly. He looked at his ring and bit his lip. The ring glowed acid green. He didn't understand why the man he saw had a dark artifact. Stitch was sitting on his bed and looking out the window. He wondered if the world tree had returned to normal. He looked down at his hand. It seemed to him that Mr. Ring had been silent for too long. Had he really not recovered yet? Alina came to visit him. She saw that he had already woken up. The guy continued to look at the ring. He wondered how many days had passed while he was unconscious. Alina smiled at him. Almost a week had passed. Many were looking after him, and his condition was not that serious. A guy came into the room. He asked how Stitch was feeling. There was no heaviness in his body. Everything was fine. He said that he would go and tell the elder this news. He added that he would be glad to see him in 30 minutes in the large meeting room, to which Stitch replied that he could probably come. The guy entered the room with Alina. He was greeted. Seamus introduced himself and smiled tenderly. He held the position of elder of the Parida of Senators of Igjelta. Stitch looked at him and asked to get straight to the point. Seamus said that Mac interrogated one of those who were captured at the top of the world tree. That is why they immediately called him as soon as he woke up, for this reason, to share the information they had obtained. The guy remembered the man they had seen on the mountain. He listened carefully to his interlocutor. It turned out that this man had secretly installed devices there for communication and movement of fanatics. It seemed that he had been cooperating with them for a long time. He knew more about them than was assumed. As a result, with his help, they learned a lot of what was hidden, including information about a man named Kaja, whom they had saved. Stitch turned to Alina and asked her to explain. According to the results of the interrogation, the fanatics, with the help of Sylveston, were planning to kill the head of the Hadenbrock family and his daughter Kaja. He listened carefully to what they managed to find out. Kidnapping instead of murder was Sylveston's arbitrariness. He said that he planned to kidnap Kaja in order to blackmail a competitor, Hadenbrock, and seize trade advantages in the north. They had already told Kaja all this. Stitch crossed his arms over his chest. He thought that if Sylveston had not deviated from the plan, both Kaja and the World Tree would no longer exist. They were very lucky. He was interested in the question, what benefit did they gain from suspending trade with the South? Seamus looked at him. In fact, their entire council had long known about who these fanatics were in for a very long time. The guy was very surprised. How did they know this? How long have they known this? It turned out that the society of these fanatics called themselves Archibald's Witnesses. They had been promoting their faith in the North for a long time. Stitch was excited. He thought that if they asked for help, they would be helped. Seamus stood up and leaned his hands on the table. One of the aristocratic families of the Empire, the Crematos, was a member of these Archibald's Witnesses. It was not yet clear who they could trust, so he had to be careful that this did not reach the wrong people. He frowned and decided to answer the question about their benefit right away. The reason they wanted to cut off communication with the South was simple. They wanted to cut off the communication and supply lines from the South for the organization they were feuding with. Stitch tensed up at the question about the Kingdom of Venice. An image of a man appeared in his mind. The plates were stacked neatly. The food was nearby. Stitch was still looking at his ring. Frowning slightly, he did not understand why he was still silent. He exhaled nervously when the man approached him. He wanted to fight Stitch, but he couldn't. He was fine only on the surface, but it was still unclear how fine he was. The guy was upset about this. He turned around and left. For now, he would be busy rebuilding the city. Stitch was supposed to find him as soon as he recovered. He watched him go. Seamus sat down next to him. He looked at him a little scared. The elder smiled tenderly. He had been a little worried since the conversation at the meeting. His expression changed dramatically when the conversation turned to Venice, and Draenor would never tell him. Stitch exhaled nervously, lowering his head a little. Old grievances. They sat next to each other and ate. Archibald's witnesses were destroyed. More precisely, the majority of them were destroyed. But was this the end? Seamus calmed Stitch down. They would tighten security just in case, so that no one would come a second time. He took a spoonful of soup, brought it to his mouth and asked about his plans. Stitch sat and ate. His cheeks were stuffed with food and there was an omelet on his fork. He didn't have any plans yet. He asked about Callum. Seamus, who was sitting next to him, smiled a little and explained that Callum had more things to do. The heads of Chromates and Silos wanted to talk to him. Events were happening in both kingdoms that could no longer be hidden, so they could no longer avoid dialogue. It was time for the other kingdoms to find out what had happened to them. Stitch was lying on the bed. One hand was on his chest and the other was to the side. He was lying with his eyes closed. The ring began to glow even more. Stitch noticed this and did not understand what was happening to it. It turned out that the amount of energy absorbed had reached a critical level. The ring began to blacken a little. The ability of the Cursed Watch went to a new level and was called a Cursed Weapon. The Curse Eater ability also went to a new level. The ring finally woke up. The guy was looking at it. He explained to him that this time they passed out together, but he woke up 3 days earlier than Mr. The ring woke up from sleep. It was worried about the tree. Stitch's face changed a little. He needed to tell something. The sun was shining into the room. The ring thought that he would not tell anything new, which irritated Stitch. Mr. cannot imagine how worried he was while it was passed out. The ring did not want to listen to anything. It wanted to think about their next goal, because the guy was too focused on finding artifacts. Stitch began to get indignant. How much energy had he absorbed that he became so active? He was always so active, it's just that the guy had not given him such an opportunity lately. He sat up and smiled a little, closing his eyes began to stretch his shoulders. He already understood that the ring would not give answers to questions just like that, so he decided to stretch while they had time. Mac and Stitch stood opposite each other. Stitch's ring had been restored and he was now able to fight. Mac smirked and put his shield in front of him. Stitch smirked. His face was confident. He was always ready to fight, especially at full strength. He held his sword in one hand and was building up his magic in the other. Mac rushed towards his opponent. The guy assumed a fighting stance. Purple smoke began to gather from Stitch. Mac didn't understand what was happening. He slammed into him with all his might. The guy rolled back but stayed on his feet. The realization crossed his mind that Mac could take this fight. Looking ahead, he saw the magic building up. This confused him a little. A stream of blue energy burst out of the shield. The guy rolled back but was able to block the blow. Mac looked at him, not understanding how he blocked such a powerful stream of magic. Stitch smiled. He didn't know what kind of ability it was yet, but he liked it. He was testing his sword's new skills. His opponent grinned. He realized that this could be dangerous for both of them. He decided to use dispersal against him. Stitch smiled and got into a fighting stance. He was all for him using this ability against him. Stitch himself used lightning speed. He jumped and his opponent lost sight of him. Mac was confused. If he took dispersal on his shield, it would be impossible to use mana. While he was thinking, Stitch was flying at him from above, ready to strike with his fist. He turned away. He hit him in the cheek. Blood flew out of his mouth. Mac's shield flew off, as did Mac himself. He fell hard on his back. He exhaled. His body was getting heavier. He couldn't avoid the blow. Turning his head to the side, he was confused. Stitch not only suppresses the power of dispersal, but also puts a debuff on the enemy. If you think about it, Stitch knows a lot about battles. Clenching his fist, the guy got angry. This fight was payback for Mac bothering him. Memories of the fight were spinning in the enemy's head. He thought about it, remembering his anger that day. If he killed him now, then there would be nothing to object to. Stitch answered him quite calmly. He had received a lot of help, what can you do? Now he didn't owe anyone. He turned around, waved his hand and walked towards the exit. In short, Mac had won. He ordered him to wash up and then come to the Great Hall. Mac sat down and didn't understand why everything turned out this way. He didn't understand what had happened, but since the elder called him, he would have to go. The guys entered the hall. Seamus thanked them for coming. He had a favor to ask. He held a rolled-up scroll in his hands. He handed it to the boys. Stitch took it and unfolded it. The boys read it together. It seemed to him that it was a lease agreement. Seamus helped with his hands and told them not to think anything bad. He was simply offering them a mutually beneficial deal. He simply heard that they were looking for a dungeon to go to. Alina tensed up a little, and Stitch wondered where the elder had learned about it. From Alina, of course. The elder explained that it was usually almost impossible to find dungeons on the lands of Callum. He turned away and reasoned all this with the boys. They looked at him and listened attentively. There were few dungeons in Callum only because the world tree reduced the concentration of dark energy in its territory. Seamus' hand reached into the box where various pieces of paper were lying. He wanted to show them the letters that magically flew to them there until late at night. They came from all over Callum, from cities and surrounding villages, and everyone was asking for help because of a dungeon that had suddenly appeared. This dungeon was emitting some kind of magic, which didn't seem good. But in any case, while the world tree wasn't performing its functions due to the infection, many new dungeons had appeared. In addition, Callum was overflowing with magic thanks to the world tree, and the monsters that appeared in those places were many times stronger than usual. These were werewolves with a human body, and fish with an elf's head, and boars with a human body, and many others. The guards of those places were finding it increasingly difficult to contain their attacks. That's why Seamus was asking for help. The dungeons needed to be destroyed. His face was worried. There was plenty of work, and besides, they could keep everything they found in the dungeons. Stitch was interested in this. He held his chin and smiled. He liked this proposal. The guys raised their hands up, not even paying attention to him. Initially, he was going to quietly loot the artifacts and sell them, but then he received cooperation and agreed to it. Alina smiled a little. Mac heard that they wanted to ask him something. He became wary. Stitch looked at his hand and asked his question. He wondered if he could finish off Gerald with his new powers. Hearing the question, the guy did not answer him. Then there were suitable circumstances for dealing with the third prince, starting from blocking supplies and ending with isolation. But now Venice is unlikely to allow this again. Now he is not only an enemy for the prince, but also for the entire kingdom. So he should approach the matter more seriously. Stitch exhaled, listening to everything. It was a good analysis of the situation. The guys looked at each other. Mac asked about their next goal. They need to plot a route that covers all the dungeons. He thought he would go with Alina, but as it turned out, Seamus said that Mac should go with them. Stitch was surprised. He did not expect this at all. Mac smiled, clenching his fist. He wanted to follow Stitch, watch and learn from him. He thought that way he would improve. Stitch looked at him like he was crazy. Mr. Ring noted that although Mac was useful, it should not be forgotten that he was a man obsessed with fighting. Mac looked like he wanted nothing more than to fight him. Mac did not have such thoughts, at least not yet. He smiled softly. The boys were still looking at each other. Mac offered to make them a small deal. He would never betray him as long as he did not want to repeat today's fight. And if Stitch had any doubts, he could slit his throat at any time. Stitch folded his arms over his chest and exhaled. The background cannot understand what kind of person he is. Alina took her weapon in her hands. She pointed it at Mac. If anything, she will be there, and she will pay for the betrayal as she deserves. The boy looked at the weapon. It seemed to him that she had a bow. Stitch was also surprised that she had some other weapon in her hands. He looked at it. Alina explained that she had looked around a bit while he was sleeping. This weapon can easily take different forms. It is, of course, difficult to get used to. She looked at Stitch. She wondered if Mac was coming with them. He lowered his head a little, waiting for an answer. The girl looked at the other guy. She shook Mac's hand. He promised that he would never let them down. The guy, against the backdrop of the guard tower and the camp, shouts to his comrade that he brought potions and a little snack, asking the man if he is busy, to which he replies that he is not really. Holding a bag of things in one hand and holding the other near his face, the blonde shouts that then let him go down and get a parcel. The bearded serious man looks at him menacingly, saying that his potions were almost running out. Goblins watch the men on the tower from behind the trees, listening to them say they'll wait a bit. Two green goblins start to giggle maliciously, watching the men. At that moment, arrows fly straight into their faces, releasing their own blood. The blonde, standing next to the man in a fighting stance with a bow, looking into the distance at two goblin corpses, asks if they hit him, to which the archer says yes, adding that there's not a moment's peace from these monsters. Imagining an enchanted dungeon against the night sky, the man says that it's been 20 days since this dungeon appeared, and there are more and more monsters, and the barricades can no longer hold up. The blonde replies that the guards have been strengthened, but to no avail when suddenly their entire camp is struck by an incomprehensible hum and the men begin to ask where the sound is coming from. One of the guards, holding binoculars, shouts for everyone to take up fighting positions. Looking at the approaching boar monsters, the guard shouts that they are Organoks. The blonde and brunette look at the monsters in shock. The guy asks how they got here, and the man with the beard wants to deny something, adding that it does not look like they are attacking. Looking at the grinning monsters, the guard with a beard says that it does not look like they are attacking them, and it seems that they are running from something. A blue light began to glow behind the monster. At that moment, in the place where the herd of boars ran, an explosion occurred, burning with a bright blue flame upward, frightening all the guards of the camp. One guard, covered in smoke, shouts to everyone, asking if everything is okay. The blonde, raising his hand to his face, squinting his eyes, asks who it is. Three characters emerge from the smoke of the explosion: a tall guy with a huge shield, the main character, and an elf, to which Stitch says that the cavalry has arrived and they have dealt with all the monsters in the area. Now the guards can rest easy. Showing his hand with a fiery skull in the form of a ring, The hero adds that they did without casualties. Mr. Ring says the name of the curse-eating skill. Against the background of the wooden gates of the camp, the guard asks that they all came from Igelta. Shaking hands firmly with the blonde, Stitch introduces himself by his name, telling the guy that as they already know, many villages have suffered due to the suddenly appeared dungeons. Confidently looking at the blonde, imagining his path with the elf in the background through different cities, the hero says that now this is happening all over Callum, simultaneously in different cities and villages, so Shallow was sent to deal with the situation. The protagonist, standing next to the guards, turns to his comrades, telling them to stay here and protect the people, because suddenly the monsters will appear again, to which the elf and Mac answer positively, but the hero adds that he will go and clear the dungeon. The blonde guard, turning to Stitch, asks where the rest of the Shallows are, to which the guy says that they are alone here, the three of them are working. Opening his arms with eyes and mouth from shock, the guy asks what he is doing. He is going to clear the dungeon alone, noting that this is so reckless, to which the protagonist says that everything is fine. Pulling out his sword from behind, the guy says with a smile that he will quickly figure it out. Walking through the dungeon among the corpses of monsters, Stitch says that it seems that everything is done, and it's time to call it a day. Walking forward, he sees a large door, wondering in his thoughts what they have here. He unceremoniously opens the door with his foot. Looking ahead intently, the guy says he'll see what's going on here. He says, let's see what kind of monster lives here, when suddenly, right in front of him, he sees a huge lizard monster. From his mouth, the monster spits out yellow liquid through his teeth forward. Exhaling, the guy understands how his attack works. The liquid hits the guy's previous location, but he successfully dodges and flies away. Crouching down on the ground, Mr. Ring asks the guy why the monster is keeping his distance, adding that it pisses him off, which the protagonist confirms, thinking about the monster's cursed weapon. Looking at the monster's side, he breaks away from his place, saying the name of the skill lightning speed. The guy successfully pierces the monster's side with his sword. The lizard's mouth opens with all its might from pain, making plaintive sounds. Holding the sword in the monster's body, the hero does not notice how its tail begins to move from the side of him. In a moment, the monster charged its tail at the guy's body, forcing him to fly with all his might into the wall. With a smile, Stitch hears Mr. Ring say that the guy is almost unharmed, to which the protagonist responds with a chuckle. Confidently looking at his hand and armor, the guy says that the armor works fine, to which Mr. Ring asks that he deliberately exposed himself to the blow. Holding his palm with a fist in front of him, the hero says with a smile that he needed to make sure, and now it's his turn, saying in his head the name of the skill Blazing Storm. The monster's mouth opened again from the upcoming pain. A huge magical fiery whirlwind hit the monster's body, causing very pitiful sounds of its death. An explosion formed in the cave. The protagonist, wrinkling his face, flies forward, seeing in front of him the body of the monster with a wound in his side. He pierces it with all his might with his sword, saying in his head the name of the skill Nuclear Explosion. The monster's body begins to swell from the inside and explode, while the guy continues to stand with his sword stuck in his body. Chunks of meat and blood fly in different directions. The blonde guard and the short man with a beard look at the hero in shock, to which the blonde asks that all Shallow are so strong, or only these. The dwarf guard tells him that he does not even know. The goblin crashes his face into the guy's shield, breaking it. Mac rises above the short body of the goblin. The girl's hand swings a lightsaber at someone. She easily and casually runs it over the goblins. Suddenly, Alina turns her attention to the other side. Unexpectedly, the dungeon building begins to collapse. The blonde man with shocked eyes wants to say that the dungeon is really destroyed. All the guards are standing behind the camp gates, watching the collapse of the dungeon. Alina sharpened her ears, hearing what the guards are saying. The guards say that they, of course, heard that Shallow are powerful, but not that powerful. The girl turns to the guards with a satisfied smile. The night sky lights up the rooftops in their streets with warriors shouting to each other that they need to search everything and they couldn't have run far. The story says that the action takes place in the city of Baldwin Bay. Sky, breathing heavily, looks down at the street. He sees two guards running after a man, shouting that they found one over there. In that moment, the warrior's spear crashes into the man's body, releasing his blood. The guy grabs his shoulder, clenching his teeth from the pain in his chest. Sky, emotionally taking out his weapon, calls the warriors monsters, to which Jake, looking at the guy, tells him, calling him boss, that you don't need to do this. Jake, with wild eyes and a wide open mouth, shouts at the guy that they need to go, and you can't waste the chance given to him by his servant, adding that they all agreed to this matter for him. Looking away from the weapon, falling into some sadness, the guy with the scar on his eye curses. In an instant, Sky commands them to leave, and they quickly bounce off the roof, jumping in the other direction. Running down the street, Sky tells his comrade that they knew Stitch was strong, but they had no idea that these monsters from Venice were so fast. Jake, continuing on his way with Boss, remembers the moment in the tavern with the raging men, says that after they spoke out against the third prince, everything is going according to plan, so it is better to calm down and think about how to get out of here. The guy with the scar, looking ahead and gritting his teeth, says that how can you calm down with so many victims? Suddenly, someone asks the guys where they are going. Braking sharply, the comrades turn around in fear at the girl standing behind them, asking where she came from. The girl, with her arms folded under her chest, tells them it is a pleasure to meet them, calling them dirty rats, to which history says she is a general of the Western Front. Idril Henrietta. Sky, with a smile on his face and wild eyes, also greets her, adding that he did not think that the ruler of Baden Bay herself would grace them with her presence. Taking out her sword from its sheath, making an angry face, the girl says that she has long wanted to meet them, there just was not a suitable opportunity. Sky tells his partner, calling him Nancy, to run, to which Jake replies in the negative, telling him that it would be better if he distracted her. A shadow began to make its way along the ground. Sky's eyes widened at what he saw. He grabbed his comrade and pulled him aside, saving him from a bolt of magic that would have pierced him through, shouting at Jake to take care of himself. Throwing the guy aside to the ground, Sky asks him that he still thinks he can handle her. Looking at the girl, gritting his teeth, the guy says that they have no other choice. Looking at the sinister girl with a sword in her hand, he says that besides, she only needs him himself, adding that Jake needs to get out of here and let him take advantage of this confusion. Looking towards the guy who got to his feet, Sky tells him that he will deal with her and catch up with him. Wanting to say something, Jake says that it is fine, asking the guy just not to die. The guy looks at the girl standing in the middle of the night street with a weapon and black magic hovering around her, asking himself in his head that she attacked with a shadow, then telling himself that he had heard rumors about this technique, but in real life it looks much more dangerous. The girl held the sword tightly with her hand, which was supported by black magic around her hand. Loading the gun in his hand, the guy with the scar says that he has to handle it anyway, saying the word "let's go." In that moment, he starts running sharply towards the lady, to which Idril says that the guy decided to close the distance with a firearm. Holding her sword in front of him, she angrily continues that she didn't expect anything more from street punks. Dark magic chases after Sky's body. A small pill falls out of the hole in the guy's handcuff, hitting him right in the palm of his hand. He stretches his hand in front of Henrietta, releasing light from the pill like the sun. Covering her eyes with her hand, the girl thinks about the flash, asking what's going on. Continuing to squeeze her sword, the girl thinks about the fact that now, he will see the full power of her night skill. Sky tells the girl, calling her an aristocrat, that in the Empire they don't teach punks tricks. Opening her eyes, the girl sees the barrel of a gun in front of her face. Holding a gun over her, Sky tells her with a satisfied and angry face that she will teach her a lesson, asking her what she will say to that. The trigger on the gun suddenly comes off its place, creating a shot. Looking at the dead lady lying on the ground, the guy, standing with the gun, asks what is all this. Looking away with a squint, he says that she is a bad general of the Western Front. In a moment, black magic flies into the guy's face, causing his eyes to widen even more. Thinking to himself, he asks the word "what?" Looking back, his body is pierced by a huge magic in the form of a spear, to which the guy with a scar asks where it came from. The guy says that she survived. Falling to his knees in pain, the guy sees in front of him a girl rising from dark magic as if from slime, thinking about what is happening at all. Standing on his feet, he sees two images of the general, one lying on the floor and the other already getting up from the floor, asking himself in his head that she can create a shadow double, and what kind of artifact is this? With a crazy look, putting a gun to his face, the guy angrily says that they will end this, and only one should remain alive. Henrietta, holding her sword next to her, notes what a pity it is, adding that she will cut him. Sky begins to shoot from her gun with a crazy look. The girl hides underground from all the shots, leaving behind her long hair. Raising the gun up, the guy with the scar carefully looks ahead, asking himself how she passes through these shadows. Suddenly, Idril appears right above the guy, swinging her blade at him. Suddenly, a small smile appears on Sky's face. The girl's blade with dark magic rushes forward. In that moment, the guy moves his gun back, shooting at the girl's body. The bullet hits her right in the stomach, but the body dissipates like fog. Gritting his teeth in anger, the hero thinks about how it was a shadow technique, noting that it was simply unfair. Henrietta charges the guy's shoulder with her sword, shouting at him to die with dignity, calling him a parasite, to which the guy asks again about the parasite, adding that the Empire itself creates them. The guy's KA reaches forward to Idril. She notices how a tablet with a bright light falls out of his bracer again, thinking that these tricks are happening again. Henrietta instantly kicks the guy's hand with the tablet. Looking at him with a crazy look, the general says that this won't work with him a second time. The sword of the lady with dark magic rushes at the guy again. He looks at it with open eyes, thinking that her sword is too close and he can't escape. Looking at the tip of the sword at the poor, the guy curses in his head, thinking about how shameful this is, adding that even subordinates can handle it better. Suddenly, a ghostly hand takes Sky by the face. Right in front of the girl, the guy's body suddenly disappears, to which she thinks to herself, asking what kind of purple light is this. Standing in the middle of a dark street with magic, Henrietta asks in her head what else this rat is doing. Getting angry and making her eyes even more insane, she thinks about him cowardly running away. Getting angry, penetrating down into the ground, she continues to think about how she will not allow this. Against the background of the night sky, in one of the houses, the sounds of vomiting are heard. Jake, holding a vomiting Sky on his lap, asks him if everything is okay, to which the man opposite in emerald armor tells him not to panic, and usually in the zero dimension always feels sick, especially when not used to it. Holding Jake's hand, Boss looks ahead with an angry look, telling them that they should have explained earlier, asking the man opposite who he even is, to which the man adds that he completely forgot about it. Pointing at himself, a man with an interesting hairstyle and a robe with a fur collar, it seems that the servant of the people from the lands of Venice, the leader of the robbers Gareth, is talking to them, although now, due to some situation, he is alone. The comrades look at each other with incomprehension, silently looking at Gareth, listening to him say that he heard their call and came to help. Sky continues to silently look at the guy at the moment when he, waving his hand, tells them that they need to leave here, and he tried to move them quickly because they did not go far and they need to hurry. The guy with the scar, seriously looking at the man, stops him, saying that he cannot understand anything and does not know what Nancy promised him this time, but was it worth it to personally look for them, asking who he takes them for. Gareth, looking at the man and imagining the moment of the battle with the other warriors in the background, says that the suspects in the Gambini case and their powers confuse him, and does not like the fact that the two of them are just roaming around Venice, and the guy thinks that this is a waste of their manhood and abilities. Standing sideways to them, the guy with an interesting hairstyle tells them that his friend's enemy is his friend, asking his comrades if they have heard of such. Suddenly, Sky and Jake notice something behind the guy, not listening to his further chatter. A cloud of dark magic appears behind him. Sky shouts to Gareth that there is something behind him, when suddenly Henrietta flies at him. The general plunges his sword into the guy's neck, letting out blood and making him cough. Suddenly, the image of the guy began to blur. Sky looks at Gareth in shock, asking if he has this artifact too, to which the guy shouts that he almost died, adding that the girl is having fun appearing so suddenly. Standing in front of the man with the weapon, Idril says that it was his work, and of course, he uses a good technique, but the guy with the hairdo cannot escape from her artifact. Holding her sword tighter, she says that from the second the whole city plunged into darkness, he is in her power. Taking out the sword in front of him, Gareth tells her with a smile that this is the mood, and if so, then he will be able to use it, his strongest technique. The girl looks at the guy with tension, asking herself in her head what they have, saying that they are fighting 2-on-1, and there is no need to rush, all that remains is to wait for the attack. Gareth, standing with Sky, looks at the girl, talking in their minds, about Gareth asking the guy if he can distract her with some of his devices, to which the guy with the scar asks that he can do it better with his strongest technique. Continuing to look at her, the guy with the interesting hairstyle asks the guy in his mind how to do this because she is a general, and this time he needs to jump further, asking to give him time to catch his breath, to which Sky notes that they are also not simple guys. Swinging his weapon, Sky angrily shouts that this is still their common misfortune, so he will start. The pill flies forward to the girl, but she notices it with an angry look, asking in her head how he dares to use these flashes again, and this time she will deal with him before the pill explodes. The girl smashes the pill with her sword. Suddenly, thick smoke appears from it, causing Henrietta to be shocked. Holding her sword in front of her, she creates new dark magic, thinking that these monsters do not even think about fighting fairly. Spreading her magic around the building with all her might, she tells herself that if she finds them, she will kill them all. Idril bites her lip in pain. Spreading smoke and her dark magic aside, leaning on her sword, she waits. Holding the blade with trembling hands, Idril thinks that she does not feel anything, and there is nothing in the entire area. Looking at the night city from above, the girl tries to find them. Making her look even more hostile, clenching her teeth in anger, she thinks that this time they decided to drop everything and run away, crooks. In the mountains near one village, an explosion occurs. Mac and Alina pay attention to Stitch appearing in the background of the explosion. Mac, standing next to the girl, tells the guy that apparently he is still angry, and the last village was the worst. Looking at the huge black crater of the dungeon in the middle of the village, the guy says that the dungeon appeared right in the center, and the residents were extremely unhappy, and it was also the most remote village of Igildy. It was not easy to help them. The guy with the eye patch says that they arrived here as quickly as possible, having dealt with the dungeons that arose on their way, adding that he understands the hero's anger, but there is no need to blame yourself. angrily looking away, and imagining a warrior in a black and red robe against his background. Stitch agrees, saying that it is even more annoying that the dungeon had the same energy as the sectarians. Looking at the crater of the dungeon, with the magic emanating from it, he continues to say that what was in the dungeon was only echoes of this energy, which means that those who possessed it have already gotten out of there. Continuing to walk through the village together, the protagonist asks the girl if she found anything outside, if there are survivors. Alina, looking at the protagonist, replies that there are no survivors, but they found traces of local residents. Looking at the ground in front of the gate, Stitch asks again about the traces. All three stand at the gate, and the protagonist touches them with his hand, asking why it looks like they were running away from monsters. Closing his eyes, Stitch says to himself the name of the skill animal Instinct. The guy imagines the road into the forest, thinking that the tracks lead deep into the southern forest. Suddenly, Mr. Ring exclaims to the guy that he smells Archibald's witnesses, and it seems that they dragged the villagers away. Angry, the guy opened his eyes in shock and clenched his teeth even harder, asking what. The action moves to the palace of the royal family of Venice, Conrad's room, where a guy in glasses sits at the table looking at a magic ball, shouting that he sees an artifact. The glasses and the magic ball itself begin to shine more and more, showing the expanses where the artifact is. The magician in glasses, breathing heavily and covered in sweat, talks about a predetermined future. Leaving the magic ball and running away, the magician thinks about the great desert of Cadelt. The guy starts running along a huge corridor in the palace, shouting to the prince that he saw the future, the great desert of Cadelt. The three heroes, walking among the snow-covered gorge, discuss among themselves that they just left the world tree and immediately got into a piercing blizzard, to which Alina says that it is not for nothing that everyone talks about great power, but Mac adds that if you think about the cold all the time, then you really can freeze. Stitch notices a blue raven flying above him, carrying a scroll in its claws. He looks up, and the bird crashes, freeing itself from its claws. The scroll falls right into the guy's hands, to which he, standing next to Alina, says about the letter that it has the signature of Elder Seamus. The guy with the bandage looks at the letter in Stitch's hand, asking what it is, to which the hero says that the heads of state discuss the current situation and the further plan of action. Remembering the moment when the white-haired elf wrote the letter, the protagonist thinks that all the rulers began to recognize the seriousness of the situation, and they resumed their activities immediately after the incident with the World Tree, and if the villagers were really kidnapped, it could become a global problem. Where did the remnants of the terrorist group know where to go and what to do? Reading the letter carefully, Stitch says that although there is a device for detecting Archibald's followers, the further they go from the tree, the more difficult it is to use. The guy with the bandage looks away, adding that however, the cultists managed to establish contact with the World Tree, and this incident occurred, and pursuing them blindly and dragging them to Exalta is not an idea. Rolling the scroll with both hands in front of Alina, the girl asks what is happening with the investigation of the affected villagers, to which the hero replies that they say that Shallow was sent there, but apparently the road takes a lot of time, and for now, the pursuit is entrusted to them. As Stitch and his company continue to walk through the storm, he says that if he writes that he sent messages to 2 other countries, so they need to hurry and there is no time to deal with this. The characters' bodies continue to walk in the cold, at which point Stitch begins to complain that the desert is located right behind the snowy mountains, adding that after he got involved with these monsters, everything goes through the same place. Adjusting his collar, the tall guy tells the hero standing next to him, who also holds his hand to his mouth, that the energy in the desert is thickening and they need to move faster. To which the hero replies that he is so big, but still complains. Suddenly, a whirlwind of wind begins to swirl around the company, to which the protagonist thinks that it is crosswind. The elf looked ahead against the background of 2 talking guys about how it will now be easier for them to breathe, and the girl adds that a mountain is visible there. Looking at the bright sun in the mountain, the girl adds that there are silhouettes of some people there. Covering his eyes with his hand, Stitch frowns, trying to see something, and asks again about the people. The main character, against the backdrop of the vast expanses, begins to shout to the people in robes about who they are, and maybe they are followers of Archibald, to which the guy in the robe asks again about Archibald, adding that he hears about this for the first time. Suddenly, McDowell's face changed to complete shock. The man in the robe says with a smile that he sees familiar faces. The red-haired guy in the blue robe extends his hand to the guy with the bandage, telling him that they have not seen each other for a long time, calling him General. The guy in the bandage looks at the man with arrogance, calling him Prince Raptors, asking what fate he has here, assuming in his head that he probably came because of Conrad's predictions. Imagining the robed mage holding a magic ball, the boy thinks that even Typer and Stella showed up. Looking at the boy in tension, Typer asks if it's really General McDowell, and the girl adds a question about why he's with them. Smiling, closing his eyes, illuminating himself with the sun, the prince suggests that it seems that now is not quite the right time for warm greetings, asking them who the followers of Archibald were just talking about. Swinging his sword, Stitch angrily asks the prince that he doesn't know about this. The protagonist rushed from his place up the hill. He flies past the prince's servants, leaving only yellow lightning behind him. The girl and the boy look at each other in shock, wondering in their heads what's going on and where he rushed to. The protagonist flies past them, holding his charged, sparkling sword in front of him. He looks at the end of the sword, seeing nothing. Eyes wide in shock, the boy wonders how he dodged even an attack at such speed. Prince Rez, standing in the air near the sun, says that he almost got caught, noting that Stitch is always like that, asking him why he swings his sword around randomly. The hooded elf sees the prince rise in the air above her master. Eyes wide in surprise, Alina thinks that the levitation skill must be hard to master. Mr. Skull, appearing above the protagonist, tells him that it is an artifact that gives the ability to move through the air, and it is hard, to which the burning hero says that he did not just fly up and dodge, and the boy has a feeling that there is something else there. Creating magic under his hand, he hears Mr. Skull telling the boy to check. Launching magic into the sky, Stitch thinks of the name of the fireball skill. A huge fire flies straight at the prince, but he also releases one small ball of blue magic. This small ball, having opened, absorbs all the fire of the main character, not allowing him to touch the prince above. The guy opened his eyes in shock. Suddenly, he sees how the same fire that he threw at the prince comes out of the portal from the side of him, asking himself in his head the word what. The portal releases the guy's fire with all its force, forcing him to start coughing in pain. The guy's body bursts out of the fire up. Without being hurt, he looks down, saying that the protection is super, but what just happened? Looking into the portal, Mr. Skull says that this is a short-range portal, asking what it can be used anyway, adding that it is also an annoying artifact. Taper and Stella stand at the ready with their weapons. The man adds that he does not know where it came from, and the girl continues that in any case she will not allow anyone to raise a hand against the prince. Both partners create their magic with rings and blue magic. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist looks forward, hearing Mr. Skull telling him to watch. He is standing right in front of the magical spear hurtling into the sky, saying that it needs to be stopped. Throwing the magic from his hand to the other side, Stitch yells at his comrades to stop. Arrows from different portals start flying at the guy again. At that moment, McDowell and Alina start to deflect the arrows, telling Stitch to leave it to the two of them. Looking at the guy, the elf tells him to focus on the prince. The hero's legs slowly bend from the upcoming jump. He jumps from his place with all his might, shouting the words "yes please." Taper, standing with a shocked face, looks at Mac, asking him, still calling him General, that he betrayed the prince. Looking at the guy seriously, Mac apologizes to him, but adds that he is no longer an aristocrat, and therefore not a general, so it is not a betrayal, and there is nothing to find out here. The blue-haired guy puts his palms together and asks how that is possible, aiming his rings. The magic arrows hit the eye patch guy's shield, making him tense up from the force of the blow. Suddenly, a portal also forms behind the guy. An arrow flies at Mac, but the elf covers the guy with her body from the blow. Alina shouts at the guy not to be distracted by old acquaintances, and if he wants to share his thoughts, then let him talk to her. She will answer, but now it's better to pull himself together. Squinting his eyes and looking ahead, Mac says that it is not necessary, and he will not betray his choice, telling the girl that she is right because this is a battlefield, and if he is not careful, then he is finished. The man looked forward angrily. The girl began to look closely at everyone. Everyone began to watch as Raptor flew into the air. The guy closed his eyes and looked down on everyone, saying that it was a pity that this was the general's position. Stitch began to fly into the air, asking Raptor where he was looking. The guy realized that these were inhuman movements. The hero began to quickly fly towards Raptor. The guy's sword was filled with power. Stitch believed in his abilities. Raptor began to touch the guy's sword, asking him that he did not think that he would be here. Stitch began to look at the guy in surprise, not understanding why he could not move. Raptor put his foot on Stitch's head and started telling him not to put himself on the same level as him. The guy's foot started pressing harder and harder on Stitch's head. The hero started to quickly rush down to the ground. Stitch stood on the ground, thinking that he understood everything. The guy looked at Raptor with anger, realizing that he was flying and slowing down time. The skull started saying that apparently time was flowing slower at a certain distance. Stitch understood that this was somehow strange, and if he had such incredible abilities, he would have single-handedly laid out all three. Raptor was in the sky, and Stitch did not understand why he was only watching. Stitch was on the ground and listened to the skull, which told him that they could still learn and just not overdo it. McDowell began to stand next to Stitch and apologize for disturbing him. The guy began to say that he was just in time. Stitch was very worried that he might run away. McDowell began to look at the guy, saying that Raptor could not escape from here. Something began to fly from the sky at the guys. McDowell began to push Stitch away, shouting at him not to get underfoot. The hero was angry that he could not ask the guy anything normally. Raptor calmly looked at the men, saying nothing. The guy had a sword in his hands. Stitch began to direct a strong wind with his fists, and hands. In his other hand, the guy confidently created fire. It was an explosion of air and a fireball. Raptor looked from below as a blazing storm was heading towards him. A strong and bright fire began in the sky. Raptor began to quickly rush from the fire. Stitch did not understand why he was running away. Skull began to look at Raptor, saying that he only avoided a direct hit and stopped at a distance. Stitch looked at the sky in surprise, not understanding why he was not leaving. The guy squeezed his eyes. The hero decided that Raptor had planned everything with the general. Stitch understood that Raptor's artifact definitely gives the ability to slow down time, but only in a set area of space, so using this skill limits the guy's movement. Stitch looked into the distance and understood that if you believe the predictions, an event should happen that will change history, so you need to hold on to one place. The hero began to gain strength in his hands, realizing that if he knew that this would happen, he would have called the army, and it was a mistake to take only a couple of people with him. Raptor was still just looking at everyone, doing nothing. Stitch began to shout at the guy about where he was looking all the time. The hero confidently began to look at Raptor, swinging his hand. The guy began to quickly fly at Raptor, saying that he would enjoy the power of the battle, but there was nothing to learn here. Raptor's hands began to hold the guy's fist, telling him that it was useless to attack him. Stitch smiled, looking at the hero. Raptor held Stitch's fist, which was glowing brightly. The end of the fist began to glow brightly still. A terrible fire began in the sky. Two people looked at the sky in fear, not knowing what to do. Alina looked at the people confidently, pointing her bow. The girl's hand was pointed upward. The arrow began to fly at great speed. One of the girls began to look askance and saw how the arrow was heading towards them. She began to quickly create a portal, removing the arrow into another dimension. Alina began to look in fear and see how the arrow was heading towards her. McDowell quickly came to the girl's defense, removing the arrow with his shield. A portal began to appear in one place. McDowell began to quickly remove it with his shield, not allowing anyone to get into it. One of the guys began to shout at the girl to look at the portal. The girl began to hold it with her hands, leaning her feet on the ground. The girl confidently looked forward and said that she did not know where to open it. The heroine began to quickly open space with her sword. Two huge winds began to rush in different directions. The skull looked forward in fear, calling the guy. The hero began to look madly at all the people, shouting loudly for them to get off the dune. Strong sand with the wind began to rush across the entire territory, heading towards Stitch. The high wind began to go up. Huge territories were filled with this wind. Someone's magical power began to spread across the entire land. McDowell began to look forward in fear. Raptor's people began to stand near him, saying that first they needed to save him. The girl clenched her teeth, not understanding what kind of huge explosion it was. The sand was moving more and more across the territories. Silhouettes in the darkness asked each other if they heard voices and if they needed to leave. Alina and the guy began to look forward in fear. Stitch began to look forward, seeing something buried in the ground. McDowell began to get a shield out of the sand, wondering what happened to the prince and everyone else. Stitch thought that they were deep under the sand or even died. Some kind of power was going through the sand. Stitch looked back, trying to see something. The guy decided that it was a trick. There was magic near the door. McDowell looked forward, realizing that it was a trick that could be seen with the naked eye. Something began to shake in the ground. Stitch looked forward angrily, thinking what else could happen. The guys began to notice something in the sky. Something began to stand near them. A huge monster looked at the guys. The skull saw that it had a black artifact in its chest. The hero began to look at his sword in surprise, noticing that it was glowing. The monster calmly looked at the guys. Stitch decided that it was a follower of Archibald. The hero began to shout to everyone that they were not very worried, because if he was big, it did not mean that he was strong. The guy quickly left, leaving behind the wind. The monster began to quickly run towards the guy. Alina, frightened, began to shout at Stitch to be careful. McDowell looked at the monster, not understanding how he could move so quickly. The bloody guy began to look at the monster, saying that he should look only forward. The guy began to include power in his sword, realizing that he would cut it with a red-hot sword. Alina began to listen in fear as they shouted at her to shoot in all directions. The girl threw arrows in all directions. Stitch quickly rushed forward. The monster, not understanding, looked away. Stitch with an arrow quickly rushed at the monster. The fiery arrow pierced the monster's hands. His face filled with anger. Stitch quickly flew up, jumping on the monster and pointing the sword. The fiery sword began to penetrate the monster's chest. The sword did not pass through the monster's chest. The monster's fist began to point at the guy. Stitch quickly flew down into the ground. Stitch clenched his teeth in pain. The monster's fist pulled the guy deeper and deeper into the ground. Stitch looked askance at the monster, not understanding how it could be taken down since it was so huge. The skull told the guy not to lose his head. Even if the body regenerated, it would burst from the pressure. It began to tell the guy to quickly leave. Stitch screamed in pain, telling the skull that it was easy for him to say. The guy lay with his head in the ground, realizing that he could no longer do anything. The skull began to tell the guy that the energy of the artifact was in the ground. Stitch was surprised and could not understand what kind of artifact could be in the sand. The guy began to remember what could be in the ground. Stitch remembered the prince's girlfriend, thinking that it could be her. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. The guy's hands began to glow green. It was devouring curses. The system window began to say that a new ability was unlocked. The monster looked at the sand, trying to make out the guy. The monster's fist began to glow brightly. The monster did not understand what was happening. Stitch looked away in surprise. There was a silhouette standing near the monster. The girl with red hair was holding the monster with her hand. She started smiling sweetly, saying that Stitch was doing well. The girl clenched her fist. She hit the monster on the huge hand. His hand flew off. Adjusting her hair, she asked Stitch to get up and asked how much longer he was going to rest. The surprised protagonist asked who she was. Turning around, the girl asked what he was talking about. A green aura enveloped her. She asked if he would recognize her now. A message appeared that the avatar ability could create a physical shell for a spirit. Stitch, dumbfounded, asked about the avatar ability and noted that she had been there then. Skull loudly asked him to pull himself together. Frowning, the girl said that he would ask about everything later, but now she needed to focus on the enemy. Stitch brought his hand to his blade and asked if the shape of the sword had changed. The huge monster began to scream loudly. The surprised protagonist asked if he could use the ring since the skull had gotten out. The skull in its form ran at the monster and replied that some abilities were blocked, but overall it was usable. He jumped into battle, and Stitch turned around and looked at his comrades. Mark asked if he was okay. They asked who it was with him and whether it was an enemy or an ally. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he had not figured it out yet. He rushed into battle and noted that they would first deal with this unusual battle, and they should hide in a safe place. Surprised, Alina whispered that the skull in the form of a girl was heading for the giant. He struck the monster in the face. The giant began to fall. The girl swung her fist. She dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Stitch mentally asked where such strength came from. His face was surprised. Clouds of dust rose in front of him. Sitting on the ground, the girl said that this was certainly not enough. The protagonist wondered what would be enough if he couldn't even pierce his skin with his sword. Looking at the giant who swung his fist, the skull noted that no matter how hard they tried, it was pointless. Looking at Stitch, he asked when his sword changed like that. Looking at his blade, the protagonist said that it suddenly changed when he was almost crushed to death. Holding his hand, the skull said that if he had seen it earlier, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much, noting that now he could be finished off with this sword. Stitch asked how the skull knew about it. The green skull looked at the blade, shrouded in a red aura, and replied that the sword had changed because it was connected to his essence. He noted that as it became stronger, its power also increased. He remembered the face of the dwarf who said that the power of this sword was to fulfill the will of the owner. Standing in front of the monster, the skull noted that in the end, absorbing all the useful energy in the area, it borrowed part of his essence. He noted that he was convinced of this when he encountered it personally and with this ability to strongly react to cultists. The artifact stated that in order to finish off the giant, Stitch, as the owner of the sword, must intervene personally. The protagonist examined the blade with a serious look. Turning around, the skull said that in his incarnation, there was not much mana left in the ring, so they needed to finish him off at once. He rushed at the monster and said that he would create a hole, and Stitch would hit it. Frowning, the protagonist said that everything was still the same as before. The giant swung his hand at the skull. He struck. The skull struck back. It bounced off his hand. The skull hit the giant in the face. He shouted seriously that now. A message appeared that the combination skill Leviatine creates blinding flames in the shape of a sword. The amount of mana consumed in real time depends on the strength of the strike. Fire energy enveloped Stitch. He began to concentrate powerful energy. He struck a powerful blow. The protagonist exhaled after the blow. The monster fell to the ground. They stood in front of its corpse. They looked at its hand. The skull seriously noted that the giant was persistent and asked the protagonist to finish him off. Stitch called him a bad boy. He began to concentrate green energy. He used Curse Devour. A green aura surrounded the protagonist. They saw a dark cube in the monster's body. The cube fell to the ground. The skull picked it up and asked Stitch to take it for himself. Looking at the item, he thought that it might be useful. The protagonist asked if the skull would absorb him. The skull replied that it was too reckless and asked what if he fell again. He noted that there was no need to rush and that they still had a lot to figure out. Stitch looked at the cube with interest, which emitted purple energy. Putting it in his pocket, he said that they would figure it out later. Inspecting the corpses, the protagonist noted that dying in a pile of sand was a miserable end. Looking at the bloody bodies, Alina asked if he wanted to burn them. Stitch replied that he did, adding that all of their artifacts were parasitic, which is why he was unable to extract them. He looked at Mark. He released fire mana from his finger. Looking at the flames, Stitch asked if McDowell regretted fighting by his side. Mark replied that he did not. Frowning, he noted that sooner or later they would have suffered the same fate. He said that many people had a grudge against the Venetian royal family. The protagonist calmly noted that if he thought about it, it was similar to the fight with the prince. He asked if Mark knew why they were there. McDowell imagined the sorcerer holding a purple orb and told him that the kingdom had an artifact that could predict the future. He remembered riding his horse to save Gerald and noted that it was thanks to him that he was able to lead reinforcements to the Kambini fortress. He assumed that the prince had noticed something there, so he did not leave right away. Sighing, Stitch thought that even if he had attacked the kingdom with a half-thought-out plan, nothing would have worked. He wondered if he should consider himself lucky that he found out about it now. Mark said that he had a question for the protagonist and called him by his real name. Stitch was taken aback by this. Alina was dumbfounded. She remembered how she had called him by his real name out of fear. Looking at the protagonist, he asked why he was targeting the third prince. He assumed that there was some personal grudge behind it. Stitch sighed in fear. He began waving his hand with a grin. Looking at the fire, Mark began talking about resurrection with the help of an artifact and asked about this strange coincidence. Looking at Alina, he noticed that in addition to that, there was an elf from the dark forest who was accompanying the man. Pointing to the skulls in the form of a man, he said that now everything was clear, and there was Mortem. Skull noted that he himself was seeing this form for the first time, so it was unfamiliar to him. He looked at them with an angry look and asked a rhetorical question regarding how much longer they would chat. Looking down at them from the hill, he asked them to come up if they had figured everything out, noting that there was the same hole from which the giant had climbed out and that it was impossible to see what was inside. He emphasized that if they wanted to find out, they would have to go down themselves. Mortem opened the door and said that it was not the time to hang around. Covering his nose, the protagonist said that it stank. Entering the huge room, they began to look at the many boxes. Pointing his finger, Mortem asked Stitch to open one. The protagonist asked if it was locked. He began to open the box. He looked at the contents with interest. Stitch saw a human corpse. He noted that it was a mummy and asked if these were all sarcophagi. He and Alina began to cover their noses. Skull suggested that most likely these were the missing inhabitants of the village of Eden, whom they had heard about when they entered the desert. Alina remarked that it was definitely there, noting that it smelled strongly of decaying flesh, but also had a slight scent of incense. The protagonist, surprised, asked if he meant to say that all the villagers were there. Looking at the many sarcophagi, Mortem noted that it looked like they had all been dragged there and that it was probably the only place. Purple energy was coming from the protagonist's bag. He stated that fools would bring people to such a place. The corpse's eyes glowed purple. Alina began to move her ears and said that she felt something. The undead began to rise from the coffin. The mummy rushed at the protagonist. Stitch jumped away from her and asked if they were dead. He saw a yellow glow from his sword and said that it was reacting. A cloud of smoke rose in front of them. The protagonist said that they were called followers. He held his sword in front of the corpse and asked what affected them, noting that everything had been calm before. The mummy dissipated. Mortem asked Stitch to come to him while examining the sarcophagus. Examining the altar, the skull asked if the protagonist found this depression familiar. Frowning, he looked at the dark cube. Standing near the altar, Stitch asked if the skull meant to say that they were creating followers. Examining the patterns on the walls, the protagonist asked if everything would be okay if they split up, adding that it was very spacious. Examining the wall, Mortem stated that the elf would be smarter than him. Frowning, he noted that, besides, if he was worried about the level of danger, then the two who went to the upper tiers had it much easier. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. Examining the surroundings, Stitch suggested that in that case they finish their research and go up. Holding onto the wall, the skull suggested that the human eye could not see it, but there were writings on the walls, and if you roughly put it all together, it looked like a magical pattern, but the problem was that it did not resonate with the black artifact. Mortem sighed and wondered if it really took more than that to cause a reaction. Stitch said that as a researcher, he would teach him a lesson. He noted that the most important thing you can't lose in order to find what you are looking for is patience. He asked what exactly it lacked. Frowning, the skull replied that he would not say that something was missing, and moreover, this black artifact can interact, but it just does not work. The protagonist, with a calm face, asked if it could be due to the lack of energy. The girl asked again. He remembered holding the artifact and told that when they first saw it, it emitted incredible energy and it was visible even from the giant's body, but now it seemed to be dying. Stitch guessed that a lot of energy must have been spent on creating the giant. Looking at the cube, Mortem started talking about energy. Stitch was enveloped in dark mana. He said that he had enough energy and suggested checking it right now. He used the spell Cursed Armor and then dark mana enveloped the room. The runes on the walls began to glow. Mortem said that they could read them now. Mark and Alina came to them and asked what kind of energy it was. The protagonist asked if they had finished the research upstairs. He said that they wanted to check something, but he did not know how long it would take. Stitch noted that more energy would be released from now on. McDowell and Alina covered their faces with their hands. Stitch said that they should close the door to the basement and wait upstairs until they came out. He added that if something happened, it would be a good idea to take care of your own safety. Raising his hand, the main character suggested to see what was hidden there. Mark was surprised. The girl called out to the surprised Alina. She remembered her face and herself in the form of a skull. Mortem noted that Alina had suggested that he come up with a name. The girl smirked and said that she had been thinking about it ever since. She said that her name was now Freya. Green mana surrounded her. She asked to be called that. A huge green skull appeared and said that its name was Freya. Stitch was sitting on the floor and enveloping the room in dark energy. His eyes were closed. He imagined himself in a dark room and asked if it was an illusion. He saw a man walk past him. The man stood in front of a crowd of people in cloaks. Holding his cloak with his hand, he said that in the last few years, all the followers had been sent to the north, but it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The protagonist looked at the ring on his hand, surprised. The man asked if they understood what it meant. The stranger asked with a dumbfounded look if they were really in the south. Standing before the crowd, the man answered that it was true and the mark would be in the south, noting that they had assumed this. The surprised people began to ask if the south was occupied by those from the Venetian royal family, adding that if they knew about the purpose and goal of the mark, they would hardly have time to take action. Stitch, surprised, mentally asked if the followers were hostile to Venice as well. The enraged man asked the people to be calm. He informed them that if the enemy mark was no longer under their control, they had only one way out. He stated that they must increase their forces to face the enemy, who would soon return. The protagonist looked at him with a dumbfounded look. The guy, with an angry look, began to talk about forces and recruiting new followers. The man presented the world tree and said that it must be stolen, adding that using the system of circulation of the magical power of the world tree. He held the dark clot and said that they would directly inject the power of this sacred object into it, and then they would be able to use it to convert all beings under the influence of the world tree into their followers. Raising his hand, he cried out that all they could do was destroy anyone who stood in their way and they had only one final goal. The man, looking mad, shouted that for the glory of the day when God would return to this land. The protagonist was furious at these words. He was sitting on the ground, in a room that was shrouded in red mana. Frowning, Stitch asked about what they had just seen. Freya replied that it was a recording. Green energy was coming from his ring. Skull guessed that the magic circuits were being recorded underground during this conversation. Freya appeared and said that since they were talking about the history of the world tree, it must have happened a long time ago. The protagonist guessed that was true and said that to sum it up, Stitch presented his ring and said that he was the enemy mark. He imagined the face of a stranger whose eyes glowed yellow. He said that the person who used it before him disappeared, so the mark disappeared. He imagined the face of a man from the followers and noted that a lot of time had passed since he faced the last enemy. Inspecting his hand, Stitch stated that this did not mean that they were going to fight him, who had received the mark and was the next enemy. Covering her face, Freya stated that it was annoying that she did not remember anything at all, and that the fragments of memories were put together in such a way. She noted that even if there was more, they would not dig it up, so they went up. They went up to the upper room and the protagonist said that he could not believe that such a story was behind the attack on the world tree. Mark met them and said that they had to get out of there, but they had one problem. He said with a serious expression that he had discovered something while exploring this space. Since they had entered the dungeon, the desert magic had become more powerful, so they would not be able to get out. Streams of purple mana were flying out of the cave. Holding the cube in her hands, Freya noted that after these words, she thought about what had seemed strange to her earlier. She asked to think about what they had said about this artifact having the power to pollute the world tree. Looking at the artifact, she said that it was suspiciously calm now and no matter how much time had passed, it remained like this. Frowning, Freya emphasized that in other words, the energy that should be inside it was already being used somewhere and by her assumption, it was the same energy as in the desert. She imagined how the bright sun illuminated the desert. Freya assumed that this energy was being used to maintain the desert. She remembered how Stitch and Mark covered their faces with their hands. Freya reported the magic power they felt when they first entered the desert. They were moving through the desert. She stated that they most likely did not recognize it because they used a dispersal skill, but it was quite dense. Gusts of energy surrounded them. Freya concluded that the power of this artifact lies only in desertification using magic. The protagonist looked at the cube with a serious expression. Freya said that if this artifact is absorbed, the flow of magical power that the brute spoke of will naturally disappear, and then an exit from the desert will appear. Surprised, Alina said that if it is to be absorbed, then now is the perfect time. The protagonist took her by the shoulder and asked her not to worry. He guessed that his body is gradually getting used to it, because he spends less and less time sleeping. He noted that besides that, she is with him. Alina blushed at his words. He took the artifact and suggested that they hurry. His hand was enveloped in red energy. He used curse absorption. The plot takes us to the Kael'ta Plains. Distra stood in the middle of the desert and told someone that she was giving him a chance to confess. She held out her hand and ordered him to tell her who was patronizing him. The man was holding his collar with a smirk on his face. Distra continued to hold him by the throat with her magic and said that she would do it until the very end. Ixton ran to her and tried to call out to her. He asked her to let him go with a dumbfounded look. Dexter cut off his head. Distra floated up, raising her hand and looking at the man's corpse. Ixton ran quickly to her, asking if she was okay. The girl looked back. He looked at the lying man with a melted head and asked if it was suicide again, to which Dexter replied that she just wanted to threaten him a little and asked how many times this had happened. They stood next to the dead man. Ixton laughed and told her to leave it for now, since they had enough problems, and she asked about Cain. The man looked away and frowned and said that he went to. G is a mediator in the war between humans and elves, and Ixton accidentally ran into her. Distra looked at her hand and said that there was not even a minute to rest. Ixton suggested that they sort this out first, explore this situation together, to which she agreed. We see a heavy rain in the fortress. The dark-haired man holding a sword in his hands flew to the ground. The elf, holding a weapon in his hands, also flew back and winced in pain. Suddenly, an angry guy appeared, swinging a sword. He screamed, dealt a powerful blow, breaking the ground and throwing people back. The guy calmly exhaled. The wounded elves tried to get up and catch their breath, but he told them to go back where they came from. Two men were also wounded. One was sitting with his head bowed, the other was standing, holding his wound. The red-haired guy was standing in front of a crack in the ground, taking out his sword and telling his men to tell them that attacking him was a lost cause. He looked up and looked ahead tensely. The bearded man and the elf bared their teeth angrily. They ran away screaming, and Distra was walking towards the guy, which surprised him. She frowned and looked at him, and the red-haired guy called her name. He became worried and, lowering his head, asked where he had made a mistake. He remembered how he had screamed and killed a man, saying that with firm intent he had killed his father with his own hands. She was floating in the air in front of him in the middle of the fortress, and he continued to say that the situation was not getting better, on the contrary, everything was only getting worse. She got angry, raised her hand and asked if it was possible that he had judged his father unfairly. She put her hand on her chest and frowned in worry, shouting that it wasn't his fault, that someone else was sowing discord between the races, that he and Ixton were investigating, and asked him to stop pretending that he didn't understand. He covered his face with his hand and cried, shouting that everyone already knew the truth, that there had been no cover-up from the start. He looked at his palm, which was pouring rain, and asked if she knew why he had intervened directly, waving his sword, when usually everything could have been settled with just a simple gesture. He pictured a person surrounded by chains and said that his ability to have absolute control over people, his creations, hadn't worked. She was surprised and asked what he meant. He was scared, put his hand to his face and imagining the dark people, he said that only after fear awoke in their maddened consciousness were they able to regain their sanity. Distra looked at him in shock, holding her hand to her chest and asked how this was possible, to which he replied that of course it was usually impossible and asked if she still did not understand what it meant. He stood in front of her in the rain and said that they were gods, and the rest were their creations. They could do almost anything they wanted if they put in the effort. The guy said that however, they were not able to control this situation or even find out the reason for its occurrence. What they called cover was blocking their path right now. Distra frowned and asked how this was possible. He looked down anxiously and asked who, the only one they knew, could neutralize and restrain them, adding that there was only one answer. He introduced the man with glasses and continued to say that this being who was standing outside the cover was his father. She remembered the flashes in the sky with fear and said that he knew, that day he killed his father with his own hands. He looked at the ground and asked her if she remembered the day her father died. The guy remembered his father reaching out to him, handing him the box and fighting, saying that the father they always knew was not impulsive. But despite this, he resisted with all his might in the battle against them, although he had no chance of winning. He frowned and said that there were too many suspicious circumstances to believe in his death. There was definitely something hidden here that they did not know yet, when suddenly a voice was heard asking, "So what?" The guy turned around and saw Ixton landing on the ground. The man looked at him menacingly and said that he managed to sort out the situation in the northeast, but this time the elves and dwarves were in extremely difficult condition. Distra was scared and ran towards him, asking where they were. Axton knelt down, bowed his head and shouted for them to follow him. The boy watched as the man flew into the air and the girl soared after him. He looked up at the sky tensely, pursing his lips, thinking about his father. Distra and Axton stood on the edge of a cliff, and below there were many armed people, and the boy thought about how later, when the conflict across the continent was barely suppressed, Distra was able to capture some people who were suspected of being the instigators. He imagined the tied-up people in cloaks and thought about how they called themselves the followers of Archibald. Stitch frowned and wondered if the followers had really existed back then. He lay covered on the floor, opposite Alina. Looking at the sleeping girl, the protagonist thought that she was next to him this time too. He heard sounds outside the building and decided that she needed to sleep a little more and maybe there was a bully outside. Going outside, Stitch looked up at the sky and said that it was still the same desert, and the green spirit replied that his hypothesis was correct. The magical power of the surrounding atmosphere had regained stability. They looked at the desert and the trees, while the spirit said that since there was an unimaginable amount of it here, it would take a little time and the desert would be filled with life again, especially if people did not put their hands here. A voice was heard saying that Stitch had woken up. The protagonist stood and looked at Mark walking towards him and said that he owed him, to which the guy replied that this was nonsense, this day would be a great opportunity for them, and Stitch clarified what was said. Mark looked seriously and said that since the only barrier to entering the desert was gone, this meant that from now on it was possible to enter the desert from the south and from the north. The guy continued to say that there was no more desirable prey than land without a master, and Stitch imagined a fortress and smiling people and replied that is, Venice could now face other countries. Mark had a shield on his back. He looked at the protagonist and said that it was true in the worst case. A war would start and asked what he was going to do now, and Stitch leaned over, standing on a rock, and replied that he had also turned away from the kingdom. Mark remembered Gerald lying unconscious and without an arm and said that he was retired and the guy lying with a blade, adding that even the first prince. Stitch smiled confidently and said that he wondered what kind of whiny expression the Venetian people had concocted and that they should see it. The protagonist sat on a hill and told Mark, who was standing opposite him, that if Alina had woken up, it was time to move, to which he agreed. Stitch thought with a serious face that before they struck at the Venetians, they had better first look at the situation in the south. He imagined the wagons with people thinking that no matter how strong each of them was individually, fighting against an army required a similar level of strength. He thought about the walls of the fortress and the people on them and kept thinking about what he realized during the battle with Gambini. But he can't ask Sky for help twice. Stitch had to find another way. Alina's voice was heard asking if his body hurt. She was standing on a hill and watching Mark and the protagonist, who replied that everything was fine. He had gotten up not long ago and asked if he had slept for a few days this time. She smiled sweetly and replied that it was about 2 days. Compared to how Stitch couldn't get up for 2 weeks before, it seemed like his body was already getting used to it. He turned to her and smilingly replied that he agreed with her and added that they were going to the Forest of Darkness now, asking if she wanted to go back. She raised her hand and looked at Stitch worriedly. We see a training camp with targets and a fortress. Gerald ran forward with purpose. A man with a beard, screaming furiously, was preparing to punch. Gerald hit with all his strength first and pushed the man away. He coughed in pain as he flew back. Gerald walked to the other side of the field, and the man flew far away. He told the blonde that he could now move without restriction. Gerald took hold of his new golden arm and frowned, saying that it took a month just to attach the arm. He looked at the arm, which was a tyrant artifact, and said that it would be problematic if he had not mastered it so much. He anxiously imagined the old man and remembered how he asked him if he wanted his arm back. He raised his fist angrily, imagining Stitch, and thought about how he had crippled him and deprived him of a purpose. Gerald grinned furiously and decided that next time it would come at him with more force. He bowed his head and angrily smashed the wall behind him with his new hand. He stood with his head down in fury as bricks flew around. The knight shouted in surprise that the stone column was broken, and Gerald's opponent grabbed his armor and looked on in surprise, wondering how he could hold back such destructive force. A voice came asking how his new hand was and if it was worth it. Gerald looked at the two guys walking towards him and cried out to his brother that he had come to Bastock and he would not say it was worth it. He remembered sitting on the ground holding his chest and standing holding his sword and saying that nothing compares to the gold measure he used in the past. Alfred looked at him thoughtfully. He imagined Gerald suffering while adapting to the new arm and said that he had heard how difficult it was to bear the pain caused by connecting the tyrant's nerve endings and regenerating bones and blood vessels without the help of drugs for days and nights. He was thrown into the farthest corner of the treasury because there was no one who could bear the pain and mutation before adaptation. Alfred asked if the source of his patience was revenge. Gerald bowed, placing his hand on his chest, and with his eyes closed replied that he was simply grateful. Alfred closed his eyes and frowned indignantly replied that he should not tell him this because the artifact was given to him by his father, not him. He turned around, put his hands behind his back and said that if he was finished, he should follow him, to which Gerald bowed again and agreed. The brother said that His Majesty wanted to know about the results he had achieved with the arm. Inside the castle, the king asked what he thought of training with his new arm. Gerald sat on one knee opposite the throne and replied that he was satisfied, and the king replied positively. The ruler looked at him and said that in a while he would reinstate Gerald as the general of the north. He sat on the throne with his hands folded and told him to finish training and return to command the front, and Gerald replied that he was obeying. A voice came from the corridor calling His Majesty. Gerald and Alfred listened to a man who ran into the room shouting that something unexpected had happened. They were told that the magical storm in the great desert of Cadult had completely dissipated. The boys turned to the man worriedly and thought about the fact that the magical power of Cadult had disappeared. The king looked and asked if he was sure and thought that if this was true, then he had finally arrived. His Majesty got angry and grinned thinking about the boy. A bird flew over the forest with a scroll. Stitch caught the scroll and looking at it said that everything is ready. The answer came from Chairman Seamus. Mark, Alina and the protagonist looked from the cliff at a small town and he said that they need to go straight through the front and head south. Mark looked down and said that now their vigilance is at a high level compared to what he remembers. It must be because the consequences of the situation in Kambini and the disappearance of the magical storm overlapped each other. Stitch frowned and put forward a fist with a ring said that these are just trifles, activating the shackles. The spirit began to exude energy. In front of the man on the wall of the fortress there was a magic circle. The guy approached the golden ring. His colleague turned around and looked at him in fear and asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly, a flying spear appeared. It pierced the guy and he coughed in fear from the pain. The ring entered the wounded guy and said that it was time to restore order here. All the people in the fortress began to be pierced by lasers, from which they died. Mark looked at him in surprise and said that this was an unimaginable ability. Even in Kambini there was such a method. Stitch stood next to Alina in front of a pile of corpses and told Mark to go down faster, since they needed to sort everything out there faster. The girl looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist looked at her and asked if she was nervous about the forest, and she answered that she was nervous about that too. Alina closed her eyes and exhaled, saying that it was nothing special, thinking that when she returned, she was sure they would ask about everything that happened if they found out that she fought against Venice. She suddenly thought that she could not open up to them, and what should she tell her dad? We see a tree in the forest. Crail was sitting in the middle of the forest eating a sandwich, listening to him being told that eating before the guard change was forbidden, right? He turned to the guy behind him and said that no one had been here lately anyway. What did it matter? And the guy replied that hadn't he heard the guys who had returned from patrol. The blonde elf looked at him seriously and said that lately the people were restless. He had heard that there had been cases of executions here and there, and that there had even been large-scale movements of soldiers. Perhaps something was wrong with them again. He heard sounds and listened. The guy pulled an arrow and said that someone was approaching, and Crail replied that he had felt it too. They both looked scared and were surprised that they recognized who was approaching. Alina, Stitch and Mark were walking through the forest. They cried out the girl's name. Smiling sweetly, she said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and she was glad that they both looked healthy. The boys happily ran to hug her. Mark and waving Stitch approached them, and Crail thanked the protagonist for bringing Mrs. Alina safe and sound. The blonde asked who was next to Stitch. Mark and the protagonist exchanged tense glances. Stitch closed his eyes, smiled and said that he was his friend. When he worked as a mercenary, they became very close. Mark thought about it and remembered how the protagonist told him that if they met elves in the dark forest, it was better not to say anything, especially in Venice. The two elves smiled happily. Crail said that in any case, the elder would be very glad to see them. And the blonde asked if Alina was returning to the village forever. She waved her hand and shyly closed her eyes and answered that they decided to make a stop here for a while, so there was no need to invent anything extra. The girl added that this did not mean that they were doing badly, so there was no need to worry so much. We see the city of elves in the forest. Father shouted Alina's name with a smile and congratulated her on her return. Mark and Stitch watched as he hugged his daughter tightly, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which she replied embarrassedly that it was too much and that her eyes would fall out. She pushed him away, and he laughed, apologized and told her to sit down more comfortably since dinner would be ready soon. She closed her eyes and, taking off her cloak, asked how her grandmother was. Father, smiling, introduced the woman on the balcony and her worried daughter, and said that now that she had resigned from her duties as an elder, she was resting peacefully at home. He looked at the sitting Mark and his shield, saying that they had quite a formidable weapon. Alina was surprised and took hold of her wrist. Her father smiled, closed his eyes and told her that he never thought she would be safe in the outside world. It was okay if she didn't want to tell him. Then he told her to always be careful and asked if she understood. Alina folded her hands and breathed a sigh of relief and said yes. The boys looked at their father, who raised his hand and said that it didn't look like she had decided to stay home forever, then asked if they had visited them to rest. The girl smiled and looked at Stitch, who turned around and happily said that Alina wanted to at least look at the house once, since they were in the south for the first time in a long time, and besides, they needed to close a few things, then asked if they could stay here for a few days. Her father looked at him in surprise. He closed his eyes and laughed and said that they could stay here as long as they wanted, adding that he didn't even give them a chance to rest and would prepare rooms for them so they could relax after dinner. We see the night city of elves. Stitch was lying on the bed, putting one hand on his chest. He asked how much longer his father would drill him with his gaze. Alina's dad called him by name. The main character looked at the man who was standing in the doorway and asked if Stitch could spare him a minute. He looked surprised and answered yes and asked what was the matter. They sat down at the table opposite each other and the elf apologized for interrupting his rest, adding that he had something to talk about and he had already guessed. The father laughed embarrassedly, putting his hand to his face and said that it seemed that her daughter liked him and she did not even hide it. Stitch was very surprised and clarified what he had said. The man looked at him tensely, remembering how they sat together and told him not to tell him that he did not know, although they spent so much time together. After which he asked if her sweet smile directed at him did not say everything. The protagonist lowered his head and answered in confusion that he did not know about Alina's feelings. That is, most likely, he was just pretending not to know. He said that he also knew about his feelings, remembering how she healed him with her power, how he looked at her and how Alina fought bravely. He extended his fist with the ring and, turning to the elder, said that his daily life was unusual, perhaps more than he thought. Then Stitch added that it was too dangerous to carelessly drag someone into it. The father frowned and put his hand to his chin, asking if he hadn't said that in front of Alina. The protagonist became a little upset and said that in the past, he had only considered such a possibility. He remembered how they stood in the fortress opposite each other and Stitch said that if their plan succeeded and the matter with the prince was settled, everything would be over. He wondered if that was true. Stitch folded his hands, putting his fingers to his chin and thought, now that he had almost accomplished what he had planned, wasn't it time he repaid his debt? Uncle Cain must be very worried about his daughter. He imagined Alina's serious face. The protagonist turned around at the sounds outside the door. The elder tensed up and closed his eyes, saying that he was wrong and asked him to listen. He put his hands on his knees and looked at Stitch and said that the reason why he and Alina didn't talk about what happened outside the forest was probably because they were involved in something so dangerous that he would have fainted if he knew about it, and asked if he was right. Stitch looked away and thought. Cain asked if he could guess why. Knowing this, he still let his daughter go with him. He imagined himself chained up unconscious with a sad Alina and said that his daughter, since he disappeared, felt like her freedom had been taken away. Imagining his daughter kneeling in front of Stitch and standing over a human corpse, he continued to say that the obsession with protecting the village and tribe, being the next elder, the obsession with taking revenge on her enemies, all of this ruined her childhood. Stitch looked at the floor in frustration. His father said that no one can change the past. Smiling slightly, Cain said that even if he came back, Alina would never be able to make up for the precious days she lost. Then at least from now on, he thought it was his duty as a father to help his daughter live the life she wanted. The elder looked at Stitch and said that he had an important question for him. He looked at him seriously and asked what he thought of Alina. The protagonist was surprised. Alina was sitting on the roof above the room's window and heard Stitch say that he liked her. She became embarrassed and covered her mouth with her hand. The girl turned around at the sound of Freya's voice, standing behind her. She said with a smirk that Alina was spying in the middle of the night and asked what kind of disgusting hobby this was. The girl replied that she had just accidentally overheard their conversation during her night shift. Alina looked worriedly at Freya standing next to her and asked if Stitch knew she was there, to which the girl replied that the fool seemed to be busy with something important right now, so he wasn't paying attention. Freya smiled and said that she wasn't human and could quickly notice who was around, after which she asked since when she had been eavesdropping. Alina looked away and sheepishly replied that from the very beginning she wanted to hear Freya's opinion too. The girl stepped back, and Alina, sitting on the edge, said that if she thought about what would happen in the future, she might never hear Stitch's words again. Alina continues that she may never hear from him again. She looks down dejectedly. Freya looks at her with a smirk and says that she thought Freya was more sensible than that fool, but you got too excited. She sits down next to Alina and continues that the boy is from the old Fort Gambini. Alina looks at Freya, who continues that he has brought up the question of her returning home, to which she gives a negative answer. Stitch lies with his hand on his face, and Freya says that he does not look stupid, but he lacks willpower and determination and therefore. Freya narrows her eyes. She closes her eyes and begins to lose shape. She strokes Alina's head in her last moments and says that he should not think about it too much and go to bed, for the morning is wiser than the evening. Freya has dissipated, and Alina is confused. Freya materializes next to Stitch. She sits on the next bed with a smirk and says what he's going to do about it, to which Stitch responds by asking what she's talking about. He looks at his palm, and Freya continues that it was pretty cruel, maybe she should tell him everything herself. Stitch says that he's decided. Tree houses. Alina is lying on her side. She looks ahead thoughtfully. Alina is scared because she hears a knock on her door. She looks at him in fear and asks what's wrong, to which a voice from behind the door asks her to forgive her and asks if he woke her up. Stitch stands awkwardly behind the door and continues that he wanted to go for a walk, and asks Alina if she could keep him company, and he thinks that it's easy to get lost here. Stitch reaches out to the door and continues that but if she's tired, then she should sleep. Alina became even more embarrassed, gives a negative answer and continues that he should wait a little. She quickly. Stitch and Alina walk through the forest and Stitch asks why you haven't been here for a long time. What do you feel? To which she replies that everything is much calmer than she feared, and Stitch notes that this is such a relief. Stitch looks at the treetops with inspiration and continues that it is amazing, because the forest is not even his home, but he feels like home. Alina looks there too and replies that most people call this place a dark forest because it is dark here, but she finds it quite cozy. He turns his gaze to her. Stitch thoughtfully looks down and thinks, when the hell did this start? He remembers how he and Alina were in the dungeon, how Alina looks at her weapon and thinks that at first she was just a grateful assistant to me. A memory from the campfire, and Stitch thinks that Alina gave more than anyone else and remembers how she tried to save his life. She supports his condition with all her might. As Stitch notes, she did it with the last of her strength. He calls out to her. She looks at Stitch questioningly. He says that he wants to tell her something, to which she becomes embarrassed. Stitch remembers how she met the elder the day before and continues that when he saw her yesterday with the elder, for some reason he felt sorry for him. He looks down slightly depressed and says that after the elder returned, the whole family should have been together, but it seems she was postponing the reunion because of Stitch. Stitch and Alina stand opposite each other. Alina turns and Stitch is taken aback and listens as she replies that it was her choice and if he called her here only to say such cowardly words. Stitch calls out to her, asking her to wait, for this is clearly not why he called her here. He reaches out his hand to her. He takes her hand in his. Alina is extremely confused. Stitch insists that it is true. Just one simple word. Alina asks, perplexed, what word? Stitch recalls his conversation with the elder and continues that at first he, too, tried to ignore his feelings and tried to bury them, hide them, but he cannot. He awkwardly continues that he has never been able to properly control himself, for when he sees Alina, it seems to him that he indulges himself more and more. Alina turns and looks into his eyes. She looks at him in surprise. He pulls her closer, and she is perplexed by what is happening. She looks up in horror. In the moment before the kiss, Alina thinks about whether she should do this later. She reaches her hand to his chest and thinks about what to do. She clenches her fist. Stitch looks at him, stunned. Alina punches him in the solar plexus. Stitch asks her what she's doing, confused. Alina puts her hands on her nose in horror. She looks at Stitch, who is bending over, and asks him for forgiveness because he caught her off guard so suddenly, and asks if she's okay. To which Stitch notes that she has incredible strength and replies that he should have said that before she hit him. He holds his bruise and smiles and thanks her for liking a guy like Stitch and continues that he likes her. Alina looks at him in horror, embarrassed. She awkwardly makes incoherent sounds. Stitch puts his palm on the ground. Mr. Ring smirks and says that these two fools have finally opened up to each other. He continues that a human and an elf, what an interesting couple. Mr. Ring dissipates from Stitch's finger. Mr. Ring laughs wickedly. Alfred stands in front of the king and says that they have not yet determined the cause either. The king looks at him arrogantly and says that neither the fact that Brother Rap is missing, nor that the magical storm has disappeared and the great desert is not mentioned at all. Alfred is tense and thinks that the desert is of course important, but he cannot believe that he is not even a little upset about the circumstances in which his brother found himself. What is he even thinking about? The king sighs and asks not to panic because they, as a shield country protecting the Southern United Armed Forces, must always be unshakable. Alfred listens to him sullenly, while the king asks to try to establish contact with the northern kingdoms as soon as possible, to which Alfred replies that he obeys. The king looks ahead and says that they are not the only ones surprised by this incident, so they should contact them before they come up with some absurd story. Idril closes her eyes as the king calls out to her with a command not to leave the capital anytime soon, for he may have to ask her for something soon. She accepts the order. The king says that everyone is dismissed. The king calls out to Alfred, who turns around. Alfred looks across the room at his father as he says that the search for the first prince must be slowed and then abandoned, for he has no desire to abuse the soldiers, to which Alfred asks him with great displeasure what he means. The king replies angrily that it will be his punishment, and he will not make someone who is driven mad by his exploits his successor. Alfred listens in horror as his father says that if he is alive, he should return on his own. Alfred sighs. He says he understands. Alina slams the table and says that I heard this morning from another reconnaissance team. The cloaked men cross the street as Alina continues that they say that there was a crime syndicate operating in Burden Bear and emphasizes that it was Sky's criminal organization, and Stitch is confused. Sky looks ahead angrily and Alina says that fortunately their boss was not captured and his whereabouts are unknown. Stitch looks at Alina in horror and asks that it looks like he escaped and continues that if that is the case then the unit directly under the current general failed. He thinks that in any case, we should confirm if he escaped and asks if there is any more news. She hands him a scroll and replies that here is all the other news. He holds up a wanted poster for himself for 8 million and says, "Wow, I've become famous," and thinks about the price of his head. Stitch and Alina look at the leaflet as Alina says that they changed the picture because you are more recognizable here than on the last leaflet, to which Stitch replies that it looks like they really went nuts after Gambini. Mac tells Stitch to be careful because if these wanted posters are going around, it is likely that Venice will start looking for Stitch in the dark forest. Stitch crosses his arms and says that if that is the case, then he needs to find Gareth. Alina remembers Gareth and asks if he means that bandit and how he is going to find him. Stitch remembers Dalton's place and says that he told him that he has his people all over the country and first Stitch will need to find an informant in the south, and if it is Dalton, then they can question him. Mac listens in surprise as Stitch continues that he has something about Mac and says that Mac should stay here. Mac asks why. There is a shield behind Mac and Stitch continues that with his height and that shield he will attract attention wherever they go, and besides Mac's face is known in the south and so there could be problems. Mac frowns and replies that he can't deny it and decides they will have to prepare to invade Venice. Stitch replies that since they have to ask for it, they will also have to set their own conditions. Stitch remembers the Elves Arena and notes that they have an excellent one and he has been to this little place before. He gives Mac the finger and tells him to guard this village until Stitch returns, and after their work is done, they can fight there. Mac smirks and replies that the plan is cunning and that he understood it and will keep a good eye on the city. Two elves stand in front of the three and the girl says that Kane told her everything and she thought that they would leave soon. She smiles and continues that may the journey ahead of them both always be filled with blessings, to which the boy calls Alina by name. He hands her the medallion and asks her to take it with her. Alina looks at the medallion in surprise and says that it is the mark of an elder, for relics are said to grant divine protection to those who possess them. He holds up a similar one in his hand and continues that he hopes that this necklace will serve as a talisman for her future journeys and asks them not to worry, for they have already prepared a fake. Alina sighs contentedly. Mac looks at Alina, who is saying goodbye to the elves, and asks Stitch to take care of himself. He smirks and continues that after they return, Stitch and Mac will spar in the arena. Stitch wonders what is with the strange, forced smile on Mac's face. He coughs to lighten the mood and says well then. Stitch and Alina wave goodbye to everyone. The sun is breaking through the leaves. Alina turns to Stitch and says that she is starting to feel the presence of people, to which Stitch replies that she will see them now, for this is Claude's village. They look at the village and Stitch asks what is wrong with this village, for it is too busy and it feels like there are more stone buildings here. Stitch remembers what this place used to be and thinks that it looked more pathetic when he used to come here after the dungeons. He is stunned and says that it is probably all because of that mountain vein he told about. The people go about their business, while Stitch reasons that damn Dalton did it after all. A thriving market is not going anywhere. Alina looks at a depressed Stitch and says that she does not even know if it is possible to get inside in such a crowd, much less meet anyone. Stitch remembers knocking on a wooden hatch and says that not quite, perhaps. He remembers sitting near an open hatch and saying something about a fish that goblins eat and that it is a freshwater base. Mr. Ring gets angry while Stitch calls Freya to come out. Mr. Ring says that it is too late to use the restraints here. Stitch touches the wall and activates the avatar. Freya materializes behind the wall and runs. Stitch stands behind the wall and wonders if there is a problem because there should be no problems with the documents inside the walls, and asks Freya if she knows what to do. She looks at him with displeasure and says that she needs to find Dalton and tell him that Stitch is calling him, to which Stitch thinks that she is right, but she looks like an outsider in the city, so she should not make a fuss. Freya smirks and says that it is a simple matter. The man with the mustache does not understand what is happening. Freya grabs him by the collar and says that she is looking for a man named Dalton and asks where she can find him, to which the mustachioed man asks in horror where she is from. She insists and says the name Dalton and orders him to speak. The mustachioed man replies in horror that if she needs Dalton. He is embarrassed and thinks why a woman he sees for the first time. She hits him in the face and says that if he does not want to spoil her mood, then he should not blush. The mustachioed man asks her for forgiveness. Against the background of a brick building, the mustachioed man says that if she needs Dalton, then she will find out where he is if she contacts the Medicorp Trading Company. Freya looks at him in bewilderment and says that the Medicorp Trading Company and asks again if Dalton is there. Freya enters the trading company building. She looks forward seriously. Freya sees Dalton in front of her and thinks that here he is, she found him. He rubs his mug and Freya thinks that this is how he looked because of the ring. She sits down next to him. She turns to face the group of men as Dalton asks why such a beautiful woman is in a place like this and what her business is, to which she replies that she has a question for him. She asks him if he has heard of a guy named Brian. He replies, confused, that he does not know him. She shows him a wanted poster and asks if he knows the man. Dalton is horrified, thinking that Stitch is an idiot and wonders what kind of trouble he has gotten himself into this time. Dalton coughs nervously and replies that this is not the kind of place to find a man, and if she has no more questions for him, would she like to place an order? She smirks and says that however, Dalton is like a bear acting like a fox and notes that Stitch has a good friend. Stitch nervously waits for Dalton and Freya as Freya tells Dalton that Stitch is waiting for him outside the village and that he has run into a small problem and cannot get in. Dalton asks her about Stitch in horror and says that they need to hurry. Dalton screams Stitch's name in the building. He picks Stitch up and hugs him, saying that he is a crazy bastard because Dalton thought his heart was going to burst. Stitch groans from lack of air. The girls watch as Stitch asks Dalton to let him go. Stitch tries to break free, to which Dalton asks when Stitch became so strong. Stitch listens with shortness of breath to Dalton's question about what he was doing outside the gate and why the reward is so huge, to which Stitch replies that he will explain it to him later. He asks Dalton again if they have gotten to him yet. Stitch remembers the old days and continues that many people have seen them together so far and no one has reported him to the soldiers yet. Dalton laughs heartily and replies that if it weren't for the vein that Stitch was talking about, they would have caught him a long time ago. Dalton spreads his arms and says that many people know that he and Stitch are close friends, but since he owns a mining business, which is the backbone of the city's economy, no one can lay a finger on him. Dalton laughs sarcastically and continues that this means that he has become an important part of the black market, to which Stitch replies that this is what is called without soap in. Dalton raises a finger and notes that Stitch did the right thing by sending another to look for him, because now even the black market is not safe for him. Stitch holds onto the hilt of his blade, and Dalton continues that people can change overnight when 8 million is at stake, to which Stitch replies that he understands this perfectly well. Stitch says that he has been thinking about it and asks how Clyde is doing. Dalton remembers Clyde and says that he has been doing great lately and is now the exclusive blacksmith for his company. Clyde is crying in the background while Dalton continues that instead of showing his creativity, he was fixated on his flaws, but after he had someone helping him manage, things started to improve. Stitch shows off his new blade and Dalton says that since they are talking about Clyde, they should ask him where he put the sword Clyde made and thinks Clyde would be upset if he found out. Stitch looks at the sword and says that he did not sell the sword, it just broke. Dalton asks how that could happen. Stitch frowns and says that the sword broke in a fight against the third prince, Benedius. Dalton is taken aback and asks about the third prince and what kind of wildlife Stitch had. The lit candles burn. Dalton notes that Stitch has become even more insane in the time since they last saw each other. He puts his hand forward and continues that it was not enough to capture the kingdom's fortress, so he also almost killed the prince and what's there in the north and in the desert. Stitch smiles sarcastically and waves his hand, telling Dalton to relax and take a deep breath in and out. Dalton grabs his forehead and says that it's strange to hear something like that and not be surprised, because Stitch's head is worth 8 million and even the generosity of the Venetians knocks him off his feet. This is some kind of absurdity. Freya holds his hand while Dalton says that the lady who came to him before is an artifact and that he has never heard of anything like this. Stitch looks at him with displeasure and says that in any case, if your life is in danger because of the Venetians, then it is indirectly Stitch's fault and he thinks he should apologize, but he is not going to stop. Dalton smiles and says that if Stitch thought that Dalton would scold him, then he is very much mistaken, because undoubtedly this country needed serious changes one way or another. Against the background of the memory of the man with the head of an elf, Dalton continues that excessive taxes that do not take into account the income of the population and even racial discrimination. Elena looks down in horror, while Dalton says that these problems will not go away as long as the current royal family rules. Against the background of people in masks, he says that if Venice, the de facto leader of the Allied powers, continues to adhere to this position, the same will happen to any southern kingdom. Dalton covered his face with his hand and says why there has not yet been a coup d'etat or rebellion, to which Stitch replies that he heard that the royal family has an artifact that predicts the future. Dalton asks again about the future in horror. Stitch chews a bun and replies that with him even the slightest movement of people can be blocked in advance. Dalton is stunned and says that at first he thought Stitch was overreacting, but unless they try hard enough to get the prince, this country won't change. Stitch chews and says that he didn't originally have such grand plans, but it's easy to say that he'll take care of the process. He opens his eyes and calls out to Dalton and says that he needs to find someone, but he doesn't know where to look and asks if he knows Sky. Dalton, with Sky in the background, asks Stitch again and says that he does, because their interests overlapped, and it seems that Stitch and he are somehow connected, and notes that this is another pain in the ass and thinks that's fine because the people from the trading company will take care of it. Dalton looks at the leaflet while Stitch says that he'll lay low for now and they'll have to wait here until they catch something, and asks if Dalton will take care of them. Dalton rolls up the leaflet and replies that since they came to this town, they should remember. Stitch listens sullenly as Dalton continues that perhaps Stitch's revenge began out of personal grudges. In the background is a town, and Dalton continues that he hopes that Stitch's revenge will turn this stuffy country into something completely different, regardless of whether he is the head of the black market or not. Dalton points at him and says that he will always support him and help him, and asks him to remember that. Stitch smiles and thanks Dalton. Dalton pauses at the door and continues that before he leaves, he wants to ask a question. Stitch listens, stunned. Dalton asks if they will all stay in this room, to which Alina looks embarrassed. Freya smirks. In the background is a trading company building. Stitch scolds Dalton, to which he laughs and replies that he should have asked anyway. Workers carry boxes. A man in a cloak approaches the workers in the forge and says that until he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that Clyde had an apprentice. Clyde turned around and said in displeasure that who would dare say such a thing. He recognized the man in the cloak and yelled that it was real. Stitch waves at him sarcastically and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Clyde yells out a question about how he got here. Sparks from the flames in the air. Clyde and Stitch are sitting by the fire, and Clyde says that what the hell is Stitch doing hanging around outside when there are wanted posters with his face everywhere, and besides, it's him. Stitch looks guiltily at his blade and says about the sword that Clyde gave him, and he is very sorry to say this, but that sword is broken. Clyde sadly asks if that sword was useful to him. Stitch remembers the sword and Clyde asks again, saying that that sword actually saved his life. Clyde exhales and remarks that it is excellent and that a weapon or armor should serve its owner well. Stitch puts his hand in the bag while Clyde asks what he is using now. Stitch places the glove in front of him and Clyde asks if there is a person who can make something like that. Clyde looks at the new sword with interest and asks Stitch the name of the sword, if it is a hollow blade, and who in their right mind comes up with the idea of turning a weapon into an artifact. Clyde holds the glove in his hand and notes that in addition, the artifact is an exact copy of the penetrator's design and is a real work of art. Clyde looks at the artifact with enthusiasm and continues that if Stitch is going to be here for a while, then let him leave this thing with him. It looks like it can still be improved. Stitch thanks him. Stitch tells him to take care of it after a long break. Against the background of bacon and eggs, Dalton says that this is an exclusive breakfast of his trading company. Stitch says with bewilderment that even as the owner, Dalton continues to cook and pour alcohol himself, to which Dalton replies that habits are not so easy to get rid of and plus he relaxes like that. Stitch sits dissatisfied, while Dalton asks him if he really didn't like the room and why he is so tired, because he deliberately made it so that the number of rooms was less than the number of people. Stitch replies dissatisfiedly that it was thanks to him that he could not get a good night's sleep. Dalton laughs out loud, saying that Stitch has a very funny expression on his face and asks what he should do now and is this how to express gratitude for concern. Stitch leaves dissatisfied and says that nothing happened and that he finished eating, so he leaves, to which Dalton asks him to wait because there is something else for him. Dalton put his hand under his apron and continues that after listening to Stitch, he turned to his guys and asked them to comb through some places and they found something interesting. Dalton put a sheet on the table and sums up. Stitch asks if anyone else besides him requested information about Sky, to which Dalton gives a positive answer. Dalton crossed his arms over his chest and says that they requested everything up to the medical report, which came just 2 weeks before the mass purge of criminals in Bordenburg, and asks Stitch if this is suspicious. Stitch crossed his arms over his chest and asks if it was really someone from the royal family who did this, to which Dalton replies that Stitch knows that because of those who infiltrated here. This investigation is being carried out thoroughly, at least at first glance. This Sky is an ordinary person. Both thoughtfully look at the sheet and Stitch says that he needs to find out what this bastard is doing, but is it possible? Dalton folds the paper and confirms that he will do his best, then asks if Stitch thought he was the only one hungry. Dalton runs to the grill, and Stitch is confused. He brings a plate of fish and tells Stitch to take it and take it to the lady. Dalton gloats and wishes Stitch knew what a good friend is, and Stitch grumpily wonders if he could ever imagine doing something like that. The light falls gently as Alina says it is a background check. She eats across from Stitch and says that although it could all just be a coincidence, she asks what would happen if someone figured it out. Stitch exhales and says he doesn't know, but Dalton said he would take care of everything, so she should trust him. She chews and remarks that then there is nothing to worry about. Stitch looks at her, confused. Mr. Ring remarks that it looks like they have a problem. Alfred says that it will be alright if he leaves it and goes away, to which he is told that then Alfred can calmly look around. Alfred paces the room. He looks around. He is standing in a room full of artifacts and notices that so many artifacts are just dumped here. Alfred passes them and thinks that most of them are only useful at first glance. He picks up a golden artifact. He looks at it and says that here it is. The information says that it is a Fugit artifact that collects nearby sounds and transmits them over a long distance. Alfred bares his teeth and thinks that he never thought that he would have something like this. He remembers how he held someone by the collar and continues that in the meantime the contents of the prophecies were leaking out one after another. He squeezes the thing in his hand and thinks that if so. He thinks about the castle corridor. He sees doors. He zooms in somewhere in the corner. There is something hanging on the ceiling and Alfred notices that he found it. Alfred grins and thinks that the wily fox installed this thing in his room after all. Alfred leaves discontentedly and continues that he is a fool to still have such an artifact. The man asks him where he is in such a hurry and if there are any problems, to which the prince snaps that he does not need to know and sends him away. He squeezes the artifact in his hand. He opens his eyes and thinks that the interception device is installed in Conrad's office as well. He stands in front of the doors. He opens them. He looks forward seriously. He looks at the throne and says that it is here and notices that Raptor has disappointed him with his insignificance. He looks angrily at the artifact and says that it now belongs to Raptor and urges him to think of it as a gift and use it to good effect. Gerald looks at the recruits and orders them to run straight ahead. He continues that they must show the strength of warriors defending their country, and they shout "Your Highness" in response. Someone approaches him from behind and he asks what is the matter. He says that Gerald is waiting for His Majesty. Gerald follows the man and asks him what business they are going to his private office for, to which he receives an answer that he was not informed, but was ordered not to let anyone outside. There is a knock on the door and they say that His Highness the Third Prince has arrived. The king orders him to enter. Gerald asks why he needs him and thinks that the king would not call him to his private office for all sorts of trifles, and there is a knock on the door. The king agrees to enter and Alfred appears on the threshold. Gerald frowns and notices that his brother was also called. The king turns around and Gerald tries to ask what business they were both called here for. The king sternly says that he called them here to tell them exactly what situation they are in now. Alfred looks at him in fear and notes that he has never seen his father so angry. The king calls out to Gerald and he responds in fear. The king asks how much he knows about his enemy. Gerald frowns and asks again who he means by enemy, if it was Stitch, to which he receives a negative answer. Approaching the king's beard, he adds that he is talking about Stitch's artifact. Gerald, horrified, asks how he found out. Alfred looks at his brother in bewilderment, while the king continues that Gerald is interested in how he found out about it and added that he simply did not mention it because there was no need, but what in the end is that? Against the backdrop of the army, the king continues that it was not enough for him that Gerald wasted their troops, he also gave the artifact to another person, simply throwing it away. Gerald, frightened, justifies himself, saying that he did it unintentionally. He recalls the prophecy and says that there was a vision that the one who puts on the artifact will be cursed and die, and he simply made the best choice in that situation. The king angrily scolds his son. Gerald listens in horror as his father tells him that it was not a curse, and Gerald asks his father again. Against the backdrop of corpses, the king continues that this is how he tests the owner's will, for the desire for life manifested in the face of death and the tenacity that suppresses any pain. The man screams in pain under the influence of the artifact, and the king continues that if the man proves himself worthy, then he burns the body and regenerates it so as to create a special new body suitable for the artifact. What you considered the artifact is the mechanics of the artifact, and in the background is Mr. Ring. Gerald frowns at his palm and says that if he received it, but the king interrupts him and says that he thinks correctly. Gerald holds his hand over his face, and the king says that even if Gerald had not passed it on to another, calling it a curse, it would have remained safe and sound with you. Alfred sullenly asks his father another question. The king smirks and says that he knows what he wants to ask and asks them both to follow him, for he will tell them the truth about this world, which is passed down only from king to king, hidden behind the history that you know. The king stands sideways and says that long ago the elves, who hated humans, declared war on them, and they even used forbidden magic to create ancient artifacts that could completely destroy the entire human race. In the background are legendary fighters, and he continues that fortunately, before the relics were finally ready, the people won for the first time. In the background, Mr. Ring and the king say that this was possible because the artifacts cannot show their true power unless they are brought together, and the war ended and the elves scattered across the continents to prevent such conflicts in the future, but one was found. The king opens the doors and says that the one who sealed the relic so that it could not be used again. Both brothers look in surprise, and the king says that this man was the founder of Venetia. They go through a secret passage, and he continues that however there were limitations that even he could not overcome. First, the relics were too powerful to be destroyed by human hands, so the only thing left was to keep them sealed. He continues about the second, that the last, most powerful of the relics has still not been found. Gerald asks in horror if this is really true. The king confirms it. The king looks at the 3 balls and says that the artifact they missed was the last relic. Approaching the orbs, he continues that if they had found it, then by confronting the relic forces and destroying them, he hopes that they could have avoided this terrible fate. Gerald looks down dejectedly and says that however, if it was such an important item, it could have been found by mobilizing the entire military might of the country. The king asks Gerald if he cannot understand why he was sent there, for among his brothers he is the only one who is obsessed with life and has the will to fight mercilessly, for he has proven himself an excellent general and survived the harsh conditions in the north, and the king has trusted him. Gerald bows his head and listens as the king says that he now realizes what a pitiful act he has committed. Gerald asks what the king wants him to do. The king turns his back and replies that nothing yet. He turns and notes that it is too early. Alfred looks at his father in horror. Alfred walks away and remembers his father's words about the person he worries about the most being him. In the background of Raptor, his father says that Raptor is arrogant and hot-tempered. In the background of Gerald, he says that he is full of will but lacks wisdom. He continues that the two have something in common that Alfred lacks. Does he know what he lacks? What creates change? The man looks at the artifact, and his father continues that both Raptor and Gerald failed to achieve their goals. In the memory, his father stands with his back turned and continues that at least it is better than nothing, so he will not become king. Alfred clenches his teeth in dejection and remembers his father saying that he would like to be a good ruler, but he must try to become chancellor. Alfred clenches his fist and remembers his father's words about him not being a king, because his role is to help this very king. Alfred throws something out the window and screams. The guards look in and ask His Highness in fear what happened to him. He yells at them to stay put, to which they ask him to forgive them. A broken monocle lies. Alfred clenches his fist and thinks that he tried so hard for the sake of the kingdom's rise. But they only look at him as an assistant. He is so pathetic, but if you interfere directly, then that's what he will do. 2 people in cloaks were walking between the rocks. When Stitch said that he would never have thought that those they were watching would contact them through Dalton, then the elf suggested that it was all a trap to lure them here. The protagonist clenched his fist and replied that it didn't matter if it was a trap or something, he would just chop them into small pieces. Then he began to say that they came so far and would leave empty-handed. Suddenly Alina's eyes widened. She raised her head and looked ahead when Stitch asked how many there were. Then she answered that there were 5, then corrected herself and said that there were 6. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted that they should not even try to surprise them, so he told them to come out. The hooded men looked at the people below the ravine when the boy asked them if they wanted him to provide them with problems. The man's eyes widened and he said the name Brian. He flew off the cliff, asking the protagonist when he had managed to return, since he had gone north. Stitch looked ahead indifferently and asked if they knew each other. The boy remembered himself putting his hands in front of him and exclaimed that he was Shale and that they had met several times before. The skull that appeared next to the protagonist reminded him that this was one of the people working for Gareth and using magic. Then the guy remembered and asked the boy what he was doing here. Shale, who was at the bottom of the ravine, shouted at the hooded people to leave the ambush because their allies were here. Then his comrades asked again. Sky opened his mouth and said that he was wondering who was spying on him so hard lately, and that it was Stitch. The protagonist gritted his teeth, called the guy by name and said that he was glad to see that he was okay. Then he asked what was going on. There were people standing between the rocks near the carts. When Sky asked that if he was going to come, then why didn't he do it earlier, and that the guy really wanted to sneak out when all his people came out. He opened his mouth wide and got angry when he asked the question about whether he really wanted to escape, and then exclaimed that he was only bluffing all the time. Sky grabbed the protagonist by the cloak and said that such talk only fueled anger. The dark-haired guy put his index finger forward and asked about that. That is, he is not Brian, but Stitch, who is a wanted criminal, and that besides, he and Sky are close friends. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he answered in the affirmative. The guy looked at the 2 girls and said that the elf was wearing a mask last time. Then Alina introduced herself, and Freya replied that he did not need to know who she was, so he should not pay attention to her. Gareth put his hand on his chest when he thought about how she could say that to someone who is considered a bandit boss, and that since he helped Sky get here, he could have answered normally, since they are colleagues after all. The scarred man pulled his hand back and asked the protagonist what he had been doing in the north. Stitch closed his eyes and replied that he had killed the first prince. The bandits turned to look at the people by the fire and began discussing what they were talking about and who he had killed. Gareth opened his mouth wide and said that he had heard that the first prince was not appearing in public for unknown reasons, and then asked if it was because he was dead. The protagonist looked away and explained that it had happened that they had been moving in small groups and without any troops. He remembered looking at the burning flames and added that that was why he had killed him and his subordinates and then burned their bodies. Sky looked ahead with displeasure and replied that every time he saw Stitch he heard such stupidity, and that it was still great news. He pictured a man with a shield on his back and said that the Eastern general was missing and the first prince was dead. Then he remembered the man with blood on his face and added that, besides, the third prince was on the verge of death. Then he introduced the girl and the guy with the monocle and said that only the Western general and Bordenburg and the second prince remained and that it was not so bad. Stitch remembered the people sitting around the fire when he thought about not telling them about that guy and said that in the process of communicating with the first prince, he learned something. He presented a magic sphere and explained that in Venetia there is an artifact that allows them to see the future. Sky gritted his teeth at such unfairness and asked if this information is true, does it mean that they are doomed to fail no matter what they do, because the same thing happened in Gambini with the Eastern general. Herat looked away and said that he uses artifacts so he can assure that such a flawless artifact should not exist, and that at best it can capture and show the moment when fate changes. The bandit boss gathered around him as he added that this meant they could lure their opponents out, and that the more they developed a strategy that could deal a big blow to the royal family, the more confident the artifact would be in predicting the future. Stitch looked stern and replied that he was right, and that no matter what strategy they chose, they had to remember failure. Then he added that what they needed most right now was the ability to deal with unexpected variables, not a strategy that had to succeed. The scarred boy opened his mouth and agreed with him, but asked to be allowed to ask the protagonist something. Sky frowned and said seriously that Stitch was ultimately the key to any operation, so he would be responsible for everyone, including his men. Alina hung her head as Sky asked the protagonist if he was ready to take it all on himself and break through. Stitch widened his eyes and confidently replied that he would definitely achieve his goal, but he could not deny that he needed as much help as possible. The protagonist stood in his cloak as he added that it was also quite dangerous and that he would not blame them if they refused right now, so he wanted to ask them too. Sky looked away. Freya smiled when Stitch asked if they could follow him to the end, even if something happened along the way. The blonde elf widened her eyes and nodded. Gerald closed his eyes and said that they were so similar since they had turned the entire country against them. Then he added that it sounded good. The leader of the bandits raised his hand and told them to follow him. He explained that he would find a place to put them. Clouds hung over the tent. Gerald stood in front of the cloaked men as he said that, fortunately, the current Venetian royal family was extremely weak, and that Idril was the only one who could fight well for them right now. He presented the blade and added that her artifact was nocturne and that with it she used shadows like her arms and legs, therefore its specialty was that the less light around it, the stronger its abilities. The boy with the scar looked ahead as Gareth explained that Sky had tested it on himself and that she attacked at night when her abilities were at their maximum, but considering the other soldiers needed light, she would probably move separately. He remembered the man placing his hand on the ground and added that they couldn't turn on the light anyway because it would give away their location. There were people near the wagons as he explained that instead they would use special glasses that would allow them to see in the dark and that right now his men were transporting supplies. Stitch's mouth dropped open and asked about what they would do with the second prince, since there was no guarantee that Idril would be the one leading the troops. Gareth raised his hand and replied that as far as he knew, the second prince wasn't the type to fight. He introduced the man with the monocle and said that they said that unlike the other two princes, he was more focused on governing the country and that this know-it-all, who had spent his entire life spinning a pen over a table, was unlikely to go out into the field. Men ran into the tent and shouted that they were in trouble as suspicious characters were slowly descending into the valley, so Gareth exclaimed that they needed to reconnoiter. Armored men were walking along the ground. The leader of the bandits gritted his teeth and exclaimed that they were Venetians. 3 men watched the army approaching them. Gareth looked down and asked what they were doing there. Many people were approaching when he wondered how many there were. A man in a cloak sat down next to the leader of the bandits and addressed him. He said something in his ear, so Gareth replied that such things should be discussed in advance. The leader of the bandits produced a map and said that Venice was leaving the calm northern front, and that they had divided their forces and were heading east and south. Gareth was lying next to Stitch, who was sitting, when he said that he wasn't sure about the south, but that those in front of them were heading east. And the protagonist replied that if they were heading south, they were most likely heading towards the dark forest. Sweat broke out on the guy's face as he thought about how such an army was heading towards the dark forest, and that he couldn't do anything about it, so he would have to leave them to the man who was left there. Stitch then turned to the leader of the bandits and asked about what he had said, that he had placed iron plates of Dispelium all over the valley the other day. The cloaked men were setting up cannons, and when Gareth replied that they weren't all over the valley, Stitch asked if they could stop the cannon fire. The leader of the bandits was sitting next to the protagonist when he replied that if the approaching guys were using pure magic bullets, they would be almost completely blocked, but bullets made of pure metal were difficult to block with the spelium. Then Stitch concluded that if they were not sure, he was useless and asked if he could see their commander. Gareth looked through the monocular and asked to wait. He saw a rider in a purple cloak and asked what the second Prince Alfred was doing here. Mortem appeared. He turned to Stitch and told him to take a closer look at what was on his chest. There was a black sphere hanging around the man's neck. It was a black artifact. Sweat appeared on the prince's face. At that moment someone was calling him. Alfred turned his head when the man asked him if everything was okay, to which the prince replied that he had not been on the battlefield for a long time, so he was a little out of practice, but everything was fine. The dark-haired man looked away and advised the prince not to worry, because all the soldiers present there would give their lives to protect him. Then he asked Alfred to keep up. The guy in the hooded man opened his mouth and agreed, while thinking about the fact that if the vision of the future was clearer, there would be no need to split the troops into two. The sphere in his hand trembled. Then he said that nevertheless they knew one thing for sure, and that Stitch was here. Alfred remembered how he was handed a black ball and offered to take it if he wanted. The man with the white hair held the sphere as he warned that it would react if the relic was nearby and that it was his choice either way. The boy gritted his teeth. Alfred opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to prepare the magic cannons. The cloaked men placed the projectiles. Sky looked ahead and asked if they were going to fire from there and if they could reach them. Elphica's eyes widened and called out for Amrita. Then she exclaimed that they were infusing the cannons with magic power and that might be enough. The cannon fired when the order was given. The rocks were bombarded. The voice told them not to stop and keep firing. Alfred gritted his teeth as he thought about how there was a standard ambush tactic if a counterattack was being made in such a place. But that was not the case now, so he would burn and kill Stitch from a distance where he could not reach him. Sky turned to the leader of the bandits while they were being shot at, advising them to take the men away immediately if he didn't want them to die a dog's death, and Gareth replied that he would gladly do so, but the firing range was too great. The cloaked men began to run away from the flames when he added that they were attacking with weapons used for siege, so if the comrades acted in haste, they would become easy prey. When Stitch gritted his teeth, Gareth opened his mouth and asked him if he was crazy and that he was eager to die, and then ordered him to quickly lower his head. A golden aura appeared near the protagonist when he used the techniques of synchronization and speed. Sky looked ahead, confused. Gareth's eyes widened and asked what it was. A glow appeared on the rock. The prince opened his mouth and asked what the light was. A blinding flash appeared above the flames. Lightning struck the people in the gorge. Alfred turned around and asked if they were being shot at. Someone asked what a boar was doing in such a place, having never held anything heavier than a pen. Stitch grinned and greeted the second prince. Alfred's eyes widened. Sky, sitting behind the bandit leader, asked why he went there alone, and Gareth called the main character a fool. The voice addressed the guys. A huge shield appeared in front of the elf when she asked if they could help, because this thing was a little big. Gareth smiled and asked about the fact that they could use this artifact. Then he asked Sky to light a signal flare, because since they were going to be caught anyway, they would fight back. A small ball appeared in the palm of her hand. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to come out. The hooded boy smiled as he told those around him to gather rocks and metals that could be used as bullets. Shale clenched his fist as the bandit leader added that they should direct their attacks towards the Venetians by all means. The shield in front of Alina lit up as he exclaimed that they would counterattack. Smoke and screams began to pour out of the ravine. Alfred looked ahead and worried about the soldiers. The voice asked him about not looking around. The protagonist was walking towards the cloaked men when he said that he would see if he could last longer than the first. The hooded prince's eyes widened. A staff appeared in front of him. Stitch froze in place. He looked ahead in horror when he thought about how he was sure he had run at full strength. The voice said that it was useless. The armored man got off his horse and told the protagonist that they had finally met face to face. A glowing sphere appeared in front of the man as he told the boy that he was running without fear and asked if it was confidence or arrogance. Mortem appeared next to the protagonist as the boy thought about how it happened that he couldn't move. Then the skull called him stupid and asked why he attacked without knowing the enemy's strength. He presented a staff with a sphere and explained that the man was now using an artifact that warped the space they were in and manipulated it. Then he concluded that Stitch was stuck in space and couldn't get out. Alfred opened his mouth wide and ordered all the magic battle squads to take positions and attack. Balstock opened his mouth and ordered the entire magic squad to rush into battle. The protagonist was surrounded by people in cloaks. Alfred looked forward and shouted for them to attack. A huge flame burst out. The prince frowned. Panya was surrounded by fire. Then Alfred thought that he wondered if he would survive this time. He had a dark sphere hanging around his neck as he thought about how with the increase in magic power from the black artifact and all the troops attacking at once, he was only able to block Stitch alone. The prince's eyes widened as he remembered that no one expected an easy victory, and decided that no matter how long it took, he would destroy them all step by step. Shale was casting a spell as he shouted at the boss that there were too many enemies and that they could not clear the way and unite. Gareth raised his hand in front of him and said that he did not know why, but he felt like Stitch was unable to move, and then he asked if it would be okay if he stayed there. Sky opened his mouth and turned to the leader of the bandits, asking him to tell everyone that while the protagonist distracted them, they would focus on what was happening here. With Stitch surrounded by flames, Sky decided that they would take this chance and continue to advance. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger when he realized that even if he tried to use a grab, he would not be able to escape the force field. Then Mortem told him that if he continued to take hits, then even the cursed armor would not withstand it. A sword appeared. A skull appeared next to it, which explained that for some time now it has been reacting to the prince's black artifact, but it does not seem that it will help them get out of here. Stitch looked seriously in front of him. He remembered the blade and the words that the essence of the sword is to support the will of the owner. Then the protagonist remembered the man with the blade in his hand and the words that if he wishes, the sword will respond. Stitch looked at the sword when Mortem asked if he had come up with something. Then the guy told him that he was a little worried, so it was better for the artifact to keep quiet, and that he did not know if it would work or not. The protagonist put his hand in front of him and used the cursed armor expansion and Pondus ability enhancement techniques. The fire moved away from the guy. Stitch smiled when he realized that he felt a flow of magical power in Pondus. Sweat appeared on the blonde man's face when he thought about what kind of reaction this was. Alfred opened his mouth wide and asked what everyone was doing. Then he ordered to press even harder. The guy clenched his fist when he thought about creating a small crack with a flow of internal magical power. The barrier began to crack. He decided that he could break it. The barrier around the guy shattered into pieces. The people in cloaks covered their heads with their hands and began to ask what happened. Stitch dropped to the ground and said that the sword was more useful than he thought. The man with the staff gritted his teeth and called the guy a monster while wondering if the distorted space was maintaining an increase in magical power and if he broke it. Balstock stood in front of the prince and told him to go behind him. Stitch lowered his sword and looked at the man as he said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked about how the last time they met, he was the third prince's assistant. The dark-haired man opened his mouth and told Stitch to surrender. There was a crowd of people in the ravine as he added that he had over 30,000 soldiers and magical artillery behind him and that everything here was a unit created only to kill him, so it did not matter how strong he was. Mortem appeared and addressed the protagonist. He advised him to hold his sword tighter. Stitch looked at the skull, which said that soon the gunshots would sound, announcing the start of the battle. Then the guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Mortem remembered someone's hand and said that he smelled like the bomb that Sky planted in Gambini. He imagined a powerful explosion and asked the guy if he remembered. Something glowed behind the man when Stitch asked about the bomb. The protagonist looked forward in fear. Something flashed in front of the shield. A powerful explosion occurred, and screams were heard. There was smoke everywhere. Stitch gritted his teeth and said that he was in time. Then Mortem replied that if his magical power was not enough, he would have revived him. The protagonist looked from under his brows and asked why they were shooting, because there was an ally here, to which the skull replied that he was alone here. There was smoke in the ravine when he added that this ignorant explosion took most of the soldiers with it along with the entire front. Balstock was lying on the ground when he asked what it was, then Stitch turned to him and asked him to repeat it again. The protagonist smirked and asked him what he was saying about his army. The man opened his mouth wide and exclaimed what they were doing and that everyone needed to attack immediately. The cloaked men loomed over the protagonist. Gareth opened his mouth wide and asked excitedly that they had already woken up and that since the remaining troops were attacking, shouldn't they come down? Someone told him not to worry. Alina held the shield as she explained that as long as the remaining opponents were normal soldiers, their numbers didn't matter. She then added that from now on, they had to take care of their allies. Stitch smiled. Then Mortem asked him to hurry because he couldn't wait. The protagonist's fist flashed as the skull exclaimed that they would repay them for everything and used the grab skill. The guy bared his teeth. He lifted off the ground. The cloaked men covered their mouths with their hands. One man's eyes widened. He was being tackled to the ground by a man in armor. The guy with the skull mask attacked all the enemies in his path. Balstock's mouth dropped open, wondering why his ally was killing allies and assumed it was another skill of his. He remembered the monster and the boy and wondered how a normal, mediocre researcher who was nothing special could become like this. Balstock remembered the melted skin on the protagonist's face. He imagined the guy lying on the ground. There were people in cloaks lying around the protagonist. Balstock looked ahead and thought that this couldn't be happening. The man's mouth opened wide and he ordered everyone to attack immediately. The people in cloaks were injured and screaming. Weapons were flying around the protagonist as someone screamed that this was impossible and that none of the attacks had worked. The guy with blood on his face thought about how just one person could release so much energy. There were bloody bodies lying in front of Stitch. The boy's eyes were shining as the prince wondered why no one could handle one person. The protagonist suddenly disappeared. A hand grabbed Alfred by the face. Stitch threw him to the ground. The boy held the prince's face as he said that if he did this, the kingdom would not be left behind. Then he asked the protagonist if he thought he would go unpunished. Stitch opened his mouth and confidently replied that he realized and that since that day he had been prepared for all sorts of tests several times, so the prince had nothing to worry about. The protagonist swung and added that Alfred did not cause him much emotion. Stitch assured him that he would express it properly. He stabbed the prince and killed him. The bloody staff lay on the ground. Balstock was shaking with fear when the protagonist told him that he really wanted to capture him alive. Then the man realized that he could not move. The guy opened his mouth and said something about a look that watches a dying normal person like a wriggling bug. Stitch remembered the man in armor and said that he should have forgotten him. He grabbed the man by the throat and said that it was his turn. The protagonist looked ahead gloomily and said that he would watch the expression on the man's face as he died in agony. Blinding lightning flashed. People were sitting at the tables when Gareth raised a toast to Stitch. He took a pint and called someone a psycho. The leader of the bandits pointed at the guy in black and asked if he really did something like the bomb they used earlier in their hideout. Then Shale asked him to calm down. Sky raised his hand when Gareth replied that he couldn't calm down because his shelter and his people were almost killed. Then the guy with the scar replied that he, like Stitch, does all sorts of bad things, and all the blame is shifted to him. The protagonist looked at the people on the first floor when he said that everyone looked inspired. Stitch looked at the elf, who said that this could be considered a great victory. Then the guy replied that thanks to them he was able to gain an advantage. Then he asked about what they attacked with and what kind of impressive power it was. Alina presented a barrel of liquid and answered that it was a liquid bomb that Sky created. The elf remembered how they poured the bomb into the artifact and added that they fed it to Spiratus and used it as cannonballs. Then she said that she also used a cannonball of such a large capacity for the first time, but the power was significant. Stitch looked at her with confusion and wondered what Sky would do next. Alina smiled and said that they had taken another step forward anyway and that it was a good sign. The protagonist looked down and agreed with her. Then he added that the royal family had returned all of the Northern Front troops to the capital, so an immediate attack would be impossible. Stitch patted the elf on the head and concluded that they needed to check the outskirts of the dark forest as soon as possible, but they would rest a bit before that. Alina watched as the protagonist left and said that he needed to step away for a while. The door opened slightly. Stitch entered the room where Freya was and asked her if she had found out anything, to which she replied that she had found out nothing yet. There was a dark sphere lying on the barrel when Freya said that the question remained as to why the prince had this thing. The guy put his hand to the ball and said that without wasting any more time, they would check it right now. Stitch used the curse-eating skill. The protagonist looked ahead. He saw several dark spheres. A man with long hair was looking at them. The protagonist saw people walking along the tunnel and wondered what kind of memories these were. When he saw the man with his back turned, Mortem said that he did not know why, but some of the prince's memories leaked into the artifact. The guy saw two men, then the skull said that everything would end soon. Stitch saw a man with a long beard and wondered what the king was planning. The protagonist watched as the doors to the hall opened. Then a blonde guy bowed before the throne. After that, Stitch saw several men near the fortress wall. Then he was surprised that the third prince was still alive and decided that he should have made sure to get rid of him. As Gerald bent his arm, Mortem reminded the protagonist not to get distracted and said that memories change. In the middle of the forest, the elves gathered as one elf said that now the end has truly come, and her brothers began to tell their mistress that she needs more strength. The girl with blue hair exhaled when she realized that Ixton had hit the anvil until the end until he disappeared, and Kine was gone after an exhausting life among humans. The elf closed her eyes when she summed up that this is how she will meet her end. Then she told the people around that they should not be sad, because this is not death, and that her strength has simply dried up, so her body turns to dust. A blonde elf named Elnarl looked ahead and asked about what they should do if there is no mistress. Then she addressed him, calling his full name. Distress smiled and advised him to look at the other two races that continued to live full lives despite their gods being gone. Then she concluded that her absence did not mean a bleak future for the entire race. Elnarl looked down and began to speak. The lady interrupted him and said that there was nothing to fear, for she had not created them to be powerless and weak. Vistra began to evaporate when she added that even if she were to disappear, the hope that remained in their hearts would last forever. The elf finally said that she would be by their side. Her brethren stood near a pile of ash. Something glittered in it. Elnarl's eyes widened. He picked up the shining crystal. He looked at the object in his hand and said that it was a goddess. The elf clenched his fist and thought that they were not weak, and that the only way to live up to her expectations was to do everything possible to lead a healthy life. Elnarl took the pendant off his neck as he thought of the hope the goddess had left behind. He placed the crystal in the ornament, deciding that it would be with them forever. The protagonist's face was sweating when he asked the girl if she had seen it too. Freya opened her mouth and said that she had and that there was a very familiar pendant. Stitch stood in front of the girl when he said that this elf Elnarl they had just seen was most likely their friend's ancestor. Then he asked what Freya thought. The girl went out and closed the door behind her when she answered that she needed to check something. Then the guy asked where she had gone. Alina turned around when she was asked for forgiveness and asked what was going on. Freya put her hand under her clothes and asked her not to move. Then the elf asked what she was doing. She was clutching the pendant in her hand. Freya broke the decoration into small pieces. Alina opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that it was a relic, then indignantly asked about what she had just done. Freya was looking at the glowing object in her hand when she asked Alina to calm down and look, and then said that she knew it. In her palm was a crystal when she explained that it was the core of a goddess named Distra. Someone asked again about the core of Lady Distra. 3 people sat around the table when Freya answered that Alina was right and that they knew it from the memory created by absorbing the prince's black artifact. Then she added that since the relic was passed down from generation to generation, its contents were forgotten, and only the feeling of it being precious remained. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked the guy if he remembered the last words of the goddess before she disappeared. Then Stitch answered that it was not deaf. He remembered Distra with her eyes closed and her words about how her powers were simply exhausted, so her body was turning to dust. Freya looked down and said that at first glance it seemed like she was just trying to calm the elves down, but in reality that was not all, because every word she said was true. There was a blue crystal on the table as she added that the physical body may have disappeared, but the core containing the essence of the goddess remained and was now in front of them. Stitch looked forward and asked if this meant that the goddess of the elves could awaken again. Alina's eyes widened when Freya answered that it was quite possible. Then the elf said that they could resurrect the goddess. The girl with red hair explained that at first she thought it had nothing to do with the matter, but now she sees that everything is connected. She remembered the man with white hair and spoke of a single creator who created the gods of 3 races. Freya then presented 3 spheres, which are black artifacts. Then she remembered the man with the beard, the king, and summed up that something extremely unpleasant was happening. Stitch opened his mouth and asked the girl what she was planning. She remembered the evaporating goddess and replied that she had not decomposed like a living being, but had disappeared into a bright light, and that if they had the appropriate power, it was worth a try. The protagonist looked ahead when the girl added that there was one problem. Then the guy asked her again. Freya imagined the elf with his eyes closed and explained that in order to form a new body that would hold the consciousness of the goddess, an incredible amount of magical power was needed, and that even if they succeeded, an equal amount of magical power would be needed to maintain it. Stitch opened his mouth and asked how long she could maintain the magical power from the ring. Then Freya replied that 5 or 10 seconds, but in this situation such a question makes no sense. The protagonist closed his eyes and said the words about the new body. The guy asked if it was possible to use a ready-made body as a new one. Stitch looked at the blonde elf. In the room with a high ceiling, someone asked what kind of important business they had. Gareth looked at Sky, who was sitting at the table, who said that he still had a lot of experiments in his plans, so if nothing interesting, he would go. Then the leader of the bandits answered him that if he did something strange again, he would break his arms and legs. Stitch and Alina watched as the guy with the scar said that many people say that if he succeeds, it will come in handy again, and Gareth replied that if he is going to do something like that, he should go far away and do it himself. The main character asked them to keep quiet, otherwise his head will explode because of them. Stitch opened his mouth and said that initially he was going to do everything quietly, but if something goes wrong, it is easier to warn them in advance than to solve the problem later. He then asked if they had heard of an elf goddess named Distra. Light was coming into the room through the windows. There were people sitting at the table when the protagonist said that the gem was the core of a goddess and that they were planning to bring the goddess back to life. Gareth's eyes widened and he began to ask again, and Sky asked if they were going to do it without using magic and how he was going to bring her back to life. Stitch pointed at the elf and said that Alina would help with that. Then he was asked how. The guy presented a crystal and a brain and explained that if the core was affected by magic, it would restore the goddess's consciousness and body in the correct order. He then presented 2 female silhouettes and added that by installing the gem in the elf's body, they would make the core think that the body was already ready. Gareth looked skeptical and asked if he was crazy and if he ever thought about what would happen to the girl if he made a mistake. Stitch closed his eyes and replied that they had already decided everything, and that this idea first of all belonged to Alina. Freya approached the guys and said that there was nothing to worry about, because the consciousness of the goddess would exist with the consciousness of the elf without mixing, and that if they thought it had become dangerous, they would stop at any time. Then Gareth asked if it was possible to use another person. The girl looked at Alina and replied that it was possible, but it would be better if it was someone with characteristics closest to the divine, and that the elf had a lot in common with the goddess. The comrades were sitting at the table, When the leader of the bandits remembered that they were not the kind of people who would stop if asked, and that they would somehow settle everything, then Stitch told them to be ready too. Alina looked down when the protagonist asked if she was sure that everything was okay, then the elf replied that, as she had already said, it would be an honor for her if she could help the goddess. The protagonist smiled and looked at Alina. He told her not to worry, because he would never let anything go wrong. The guy made her a promise. The elf opened her blue eyes and asked him to take responsibility for his words. Stitch smiled. He brought the crystal to the girl's forehead. A blue aura enveloped Alina. Gareth opened his eyes wide and asked if everything really worked. The elf's hair color began to change. People surrounded the girl with a blue aura, then the leader of the bandits asked if everything really worked out so quickly. The elf opened her eyes wide. 3 boys looked at her when she said that they were people, and Sky said something about how this is what it means when a real god is in front of him. Freya turned her head to the side and explained that Distra was currently in charge of the body, and that Alina seemed to have stepped back of her own free will, so she didn't think there would be any serious problems. The boy knelt down and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but he needed to confirm it. Stitch bowed his head to the girl and asked if she was really the goddess Distra. The elf looked down and said that it had really been that long for her to hear such a question. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he had questions for the goddess, so he summoned her with the help of a descendant named Alina. And then he added that if she had any questions, he would be happy to answer them to the best of his knowledge. Distra put her hand on her chest and said that first of all she wanted to thank this child, and then she asked the guy why he woke her up. Stitch raised his head, opened his mouth and replied that he did it in order to find out the truth. Stitch began to say in fear that they needed to do this to find out the truth. The fist began to glow green. Distra began to look at the guy's ring in surprise, saying that if he had it, then the guy knew a lot. The girl decided that this whole story could be long. Exton stood with the girl on the balcony. The man began to ask Distra if she thought her father had become a little strange lately. The girl looked at Exton in surprise, not understanding in what sense. Exton began to remember what happened before. How he showed the drawings and ideas that they discussed, but now the father does not know how to talk and their last conversation took place 4 months ago. The girl began to smile and laugh, saying that he probably had reasons for this and that he could have made a mistake in something. The man looked away angrily, shouting that he had always loved his inventions and him. In the middle of the day, something huge fell on the city. Kane began to look at the girl and shout loudly to her that he needed the girl's help. Distra began to ask the guy in fear what happened. Kane looked away, saying that there was a battle between people and elves in the south and neither of them listened to orders. The guy realized that he could not cope alone. Distra and Exton began to shout that this could not be and if so, they should hurry as soon as possible. The guy began to fly into him, shouting that he would take them where they needed to go. Distra and the man began to look at the bodies of people in surprise. Kane began to point at the people who were killing each other. Distra began to look at this in surprise. The girl's hand began to touch something. A strong wind began to sweep across the entire territory. The girl began to quickly run up to one of the guys who was holding a wound on his leg. Distra began to approach the guy, holding power in her hands and telling him that this was impudence. Exton stood behind the girl, shouting at her that they were gods and they should not interfere in the affairs of mortals, and also that they should not forget the rules that were established initially. The girl became silent, saying nothing. The heroine's face began to calm down. Kane began to look at one of the people, asking why they had started such a war. The guy looked at Kane as if under hypnosis, and his hand reached for the stone. Distra began to look askance at the man who was running with the stone. Kane began to grit his teeth from anger and rage. The guy began to shout for him to stop, but he did not care. Several months had passed since the first enough between the slaves. The emergency was quickly suppressed thanks to the intervention of 3 gods. The followers were more serious than anyone expected. First, after the incident between the elves, who suffered more, and humans, a deep and persistent mistrust took root among the races. Relationships deteriorated so much that it grew into hatred. Everyone killed and stabbed each other. Starting with the battle between the elves and humans, bloodshed between the 3 slaves occurred throughout the continent, but no one knew anything about the real reason why the war began, and it was not clear who crossed the line first. The 3 gods walked around the continent every day and tried to calm the heated atmosphere, but the situation was getting out of control. In the end, everyone had to abandon their principle of attack. Kane held a sword behind his back. The whole group stood near the dead bodies. Distra began to dig into the guy's head, giving him new power. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, saying that it was the same phenomenon. The girl did not understand why they were going crazy and what was the reason. Distra saw that the order of memories was wrong. The heroine began to look at the guy, saying that looking at the unnatural empty space in his head, it becomes clear that there is a third party behind this that they do not know. The girl did not understand what benefit can be obtained by encouraging such a large-scale conflict. Exton looked ahead, saying that the entire continent seemed to have gone crazy and the man did not see any omens or clues. Distra began to think and asked the man about what could be. This should be discussed with his father before it got worse. Exton stood next to the group, saying that they would usually do this. But the problem was that lately their father had not spoken to them, and besides, he would definitely want them to resolve everything themselves. Kane, Distra and Exton began to confidently look at something. Kane looked ahead, not understanding what kind of power it was. Exton also did not understand why it was causing so much anxiety. Everything was raging in the city. Someone's tentacles were in the city. A huge monster was pestering people. The guy, frightened, began to scream very loudly to be saved. Kane looked ahead with incomprehension, deciding to go first. The Trinity began to fly quickly. The monster killed all the people with its huge paw. Kane quickly headed towards the monster, which opened its mouth wide in anger. Hooves began to appear on the guy's feet. Kane began to look at the monster with anger, asking how it dared to kill a person in front of him. The guy began to take a weapon from his back, saying that first he would destroy everyone. Distra covered her eyes. The girl began to look at them in surprise, not understanding what kind of creatures they were. Exton looked askance at the girl, offering to help the guy. The girl with a surprised face began to say that Kane would be enough. Strong magic was beyond everything. It was shining and attracting attention. The girl began to fly quickly to the guy and the man. Exton began to look at the man, offering him to first find and evacuate the villagers, since something unusual was clearly happening here. Kane looked at the huge beast, saying that he had a vague idea of where they came from. Distra thought, realizing that they felt it strongly. Magic power was inside the cave behind the mountains. One of the silhouettes began to head into the cave. The three of them walked along the path and complained that they were very inconvenient and they felt discomfort. Kane looked at his magic in his hands, saying that they better not waste time ZRA, since the magicians were already everywhere. An explosion began to occur in the cave. The guy began to quickly run back to the cave, shouting to the girl and the man to clear the rear. Exton began to look forward, not seeing how the monsters were behind him. Kane quickly rushed through the cave. The guy found himself at the very bottom. The hero looked ahead in surprise. The guy saw a huge dog with 3 heads in front of him. Kane gritted his teeth, realizing that it was him who was emitting unpleasant energy. The monster began to look at the hero with incomprehension. A huge hole began to appear on the ground. Kane quickly rushed towards the monster. Distra and Exton began to ask the guy that this was the last one. Kane began to think that he had expected them earlier. The man covered his eyes and said that monsters were swarming even on the upper floors. Exton began to ask the guy if they had finished. Kane began to look ahead, telling the man to look too. Exton saw a necklace in the dungeon. It was shining brightly from magical power. Everyone began to ask what they thought of such a thing. Distra began to look at the necklace and said that it looked like all the strange creatures that attacked this space and the village were created thanks to the power contained in this necklace. The guy held the necklace in his hands, saying that he thought so. Kane began to look at the thing carefully. Without thinking, the guy quickly clenched the necklace in his fist. Exton looked at the fist and began to say with displeasure that it should not have been broken. Since he wanted to study it first, Kane shouted that it was not important now. The guy confidently looked forward, saying that they needed to meet with their father. Voices began to be heard from the house that Kane wanted to go to his father without permission. Kane took things, saying that if you do something, you must do it to the end. Kane looked at the passage to the dungeon, realizing that he had to check everything himself. Questions came from their darkness, what kind of passage this was and where such a room came from. The guy's feet began to touch something hard. The three looked at the dungeon, in which there were skeletons, and began to ask each other what their father did here. Out of the corner of his eye, Kane began to notice something. His father's book was lying on the floor. In the darkness sat a little boy, curled up in a ball. The boy closed his eyes, not understanding why he existed alone, and even after an eternity nothing changed. The boy looked askance in the darkness, saying that he was cold and empty. Greenery began to be created in the boy's hands. The boy decided to create a new life so that he would not be alone. In a world full of greenery lay a man. He calmly looked at his hand, which contained greenery, and told himself how much time had passed. The boy's life had become so abundant that the world was overcrowded. A deer began to look at the boy. The man's hands created an even larger world. The boy began to touch the man's chin with his hands. The man looked at the three people, saying that he wanted to create a real family. His people worshipped him. Kane, Exton, and Distra closed their eyes. The man smiled, looking at them. The Trinity began to slowly walk away from the man. The Creator looked at his people with a smile on his face. Out of the corner of his eye, the man began to look at something. The Creator began to look at his hands, saying that everything changes, and if the immortal vessel is divided, it will inevitably become mortal. Kane and his friend slowly walked away from the man, walking along the bridge. The Creator's face immediately changed and began to say that he had been endlessly and painfully creating and growing fruits for a very long time, and because of the limitation of life, he cannot lose it all. The man clenched his hands, saying that he cannot lose it all. The Creator's face immediately changed. He decided that he needed immortality. The man stood next to the dead guy and said that he needed to study life even more deeply. The creator looked away angrily because he was in agony. In the forest there was magical power in its natural state, which could not be stored in one place. Even if the creator tried to artificially contain it, it would eventually dissipate anyway. It was at that moment that he accidentally discovered a new energy with strange properties. It was dark energy. The power was something else. It was like a new form of energy that arose from human deaths. People looked at each other angrily. The sources of these forces were negative emotions caused by murders, deceptions, and betrayals. Everyone was cutting each other. The creator did not have any power, but he found a way to attract and condense magical energy around himself. The ball began to gain enormous power. The creator decided to create dark energy by killing people with his own hands. The man sat on a dead body. The creator looked forward in fear, realizing that everything was ready. A man was lying in a pool of blood. The creator began to say that he had very little dark and magical energy left for their plan to be an absolute success. A magic ball began to play in the man's hands. Magic began to rage inside the ball. The creator could not understand what kind of reaction was happening. The man began to look forward in fear. In the magic ball there was an unknown life form. Born as a result of the fusion of two energies, it was the first monster that the creator gave life to. There was a thunderstorm in the world. Everything was dark. There was chaos in all the streets. The creator looked at all this and smiled, saying that it was amazing. The man looked at the huge monster, which was several times taller and larger than the creator. The man said that an incredible amount of unclean and magical energy had been collected. The huge monster pointed his fist down. The creator said that the more monsters, the more people die and the more dark energy he has. The man directed his magic and power, saying with a smile on his face that a large amount of dark energy will allow him to create even more monsters. The creator watched the monster, saying that he must create something on a larger scale. The monster looked away. The man understood that using only monsters was very dangerous, since his children could simply kill them. Something began to fly into the monster's face so that it was all in blood. The creator did not know what to do. The man looked forward and said that now it was necessary for people to die en masse and not with the help of monsters. The scythe looked at the man who was walking across the field. The scythe began to look at the creator, asking if he had lost his way. The man began to say that everything was fine and he was looking for someone like him. The creator began to touch his forehead with his finger. The scythe began to glow as the creator told him to obey. The boy's eyes began to fill with magic. The scythe's hands were clutching a stick. The man began to tell the boy to go to the village, looking into the distance. A smile played on the man's face. No one noticed that the creator was behind the conflict caused by people and everything was going according to his plan. The man looked at the huge embryo. The creator was watching the egg, saying that this is exactly the reaction when the concentration of dark energy is maximum, and most likely, this is a sign that it is about to evolve into a larger form. The man began to look at something with fear. The egg was cracking and cracking. A beam of magic began to rush across the entire territory. All objects flew in different directions. The creator began to watch as a magical hole began to appear. The creator looked at this with fear, realizing that his egg had cracked and was now absorbing the surrounding environment. All the stones were flying apart more and more. The man began to watch this horror. The hole grew bigger and bigger. The hero smiled, looking at all this, and said that a huge amount of dark energy turned into a cave and now reproduces monsters. A huge number of monsters stood on the same territory with the creator. Animals killed people. It was a place that attracted dark energy. The bright light from the stone remained in the darkness, so the creator created his first dungeon. It began to get light outside. Stitch looked ahead in fear. Distra remembered the book and said that this is the content of her father's research notes, stored in a secret basement. The guy began to look at the girl, asking her about what happened next. The girl answered that her father's plan was crowned with success. The dungeon attracted to itself. They attracted victims, and the evil spirits created by death merged with the magical power for the growth of the core. Stitch looked ahead, saying that the artifacts were the core and the dungeons were some kind of factories for collecting magical power to restore the immortality of the creator. Distra looked away, saying that they tried their best to stop him, but the father constantly slipped away, creating new dungeons, and in the end, he collected all the cores. The creator held a huge magical power in his hands. In his hands was a magical blood core. At that moment, when the remaining magical power was poured into all the cores to merge into one whole, they united into one huge ball. Stitch confidently looked ahead, saying that this was a black artifact. The girl remembered all the moments with the creator and said that everything was correct, and with so much magical power collected in one place, they could not help but notice him. All three of them chased after him, but in the end, caught him when he tried to swallow the artifact. At that moment, the father wanted to commit suicide. Stitch looked at the girl with confusion, thinking that he never wanted to part with his children. The guy could not understand why he did this. Distra looked away, saying that everything was much more complicated. Two people were fighting very hard, shouting at each other. One of the men looked at the other with mad eyes and said that they would not be able to stop the plans of the creator's followers. Axton, with anger on his face, squeezed the guy, gritting his teeth. One began to quickly remove in the face. Cain began to quickly run to Axton, telling him what he found. The guy began to show the man his hand, in which was the thing that the follower had. Axton began to look at Cain, telling him that now everything fell into place, and the reason why their abilities did not work properly was that they were all under the influence of this fragment, and since it works their father. Distra cannot cope with all this. Cain looked at the magic power, saying that most likely their goal is to collect all the fragments and resurrect their father. Ixton held one guy, saying that they should hurry since they did not have much magic left to support their bodies. The guy clenched the power in his fist, saying that they could do it. Stitch sat opposite the girl, saying that in fact there were no followers. Distra began to say that everything was correct and they were people whose bodies and souls were infected by their father. The girl looked down in fear, saying that after that they began to travel around the continent in search of fragments. They planned to find and destroy everything. But they did not have much time, their power was depleted, but the followers continued to increase their power and destroy the world. The man held a magic ball in his hands. Ixton confidently looked at the guys, saying that he needed all the cores. Stitch looked at the man with anger, saying that they came here to discuss what would happen after their disappearance, and not to give the cores. The hero asked Ixton if he knew that the more their cores were divided, the closer their disappearance. Distra lowered her gaze and said that this was their karma and it could not be passed on to future generations. Ixton began to look at the girl, telling her that he understood everything, but one should not take lightly what his father had planned, and soon the followers would find a way to bring their father back to life. The man began to move away from everyone, saying that their powers were fading, so he was going to create a replacement for them. The girl followed the man with incomprehension. Ixton began to say that after several years or even several hundred years, this eternal representative of the gods would fulfill their will and continue the fight. Ixton stood near the object, saying that he created it to erase all the damned fragments from the face of the earth. A skull appeared in the forest. The man said that it would become the greatest masterpiece of his life and that it was called Mortem. One of the girls looked forward in fear. The heroine listened as the man said that it was an artificial artifact and it was created to fulfill their mission even after they disappeared. Distra began to smile sweetly, telling the girl that she would finally greet her properly. The girl looked at Distra with disdain and told her that she had no idea who she was and who she was in the past. The girl began to calmly tell the girl that she was created to fight the followers of the creator. The girl began to get angry, asking the heroine why she could not remember her own past. Distra began to look forward, saying that when creating the ring, they pursued two main goals, and the first goal was to destroy dungeons and monsters. For this, the ring was primarily endowed with the ability to devour curses. This solved the problem of replenishing magic, which was the most critical artifacts, and also gave an advantage by encouraging the owner of monsters to look for black artifacts. The second goal was the stability of the ring. The specialization of the followers was manipulation of consciousness and brainwashing, regardless of how well the weapon was made, since if the owner was asked for brains and he gave the ring into the hands of the enemy, everything was in vain. Distra looked away and said that in order to do this, they created a new soul and placed it in the ring. By combining the ring with the owner's body, and two souls sharing one body received permanent immunity against any mental attacks. Stitch had two souls at once. The guy looked away, saying that in order to choose the right owner and control the abilities, there is a second soul, which is absolutely necessary. Distra opened her mouth and said that Stitch probably likes everything, since he has come so far. Distra began to say that when a mortem accepts a suitable owner, the ability to resurrect is activated at any time to protect the owner from death. However, when a real threat of death arises for the mortem, the ring leaves the owner's body to protect from the threat first. Mortem said that he is forced to repeat the same thing over and over again day after day until he completes the given mission, and everyone will not be able to keep even their own memories intact. The girl looked away, saying that it would be painful enough to tear apart the body and soul, even though the soul of the ring was created for their needs. Stitch held the power of Mortem in his hands, saying that he hoped that the boy repeating life several times would not remember the pain and suffering. The girl calmly looked away, saying nothing. Rays of light appeared in the room. Distra looked at the boy, asking him if he was okay, since he looked very worried. Stitch looked down, saying that he was not okay, but Freya was much more upset than he was. The girl began to say that she was not upset. Stitch began to look at Freya, telling her that she had recently locked herself in the room without saying anything. The girl began to say that she needed time to digest her words. The girl looked away and said that she came to the conclusion that only her memories of the present were important to her, and the past did not bother her, and she would do everything in her power to help survive. Freya replied that if she lost these memories, she would have to start all over again. Stitch smiled, telling the girl that it was good that she remained herself. The guy began to talk about what the goddess told him, that the ring was hidden in the dungeon, and the collected fragments of the creator were sealed somewhere in the Elven forest. All the black artifacts were in it. The guy began to tell everyone that such a forest no longer exists, and when the continent was divided into southern and northern parts of the great desert of Cadelt, and it was there that the interracial war occurred. When people attacked the Elven forests, Alina looked away, saying that she heard that as a result of this incident, many elves were killed and that because of this, people were hated even more. Freya began to tell all the people with incomprehension that in this war they all concentrated on people. Now the heroine understood where the King of Venice got so many black artifacts from. One of the people began to run after one person. The hero began to watch the people who were standing with the bodies of dead people. The guy began to scream at the top of his lungs about where the commander was. There were many boards in his hands. There were 2 heads in the coffin. There was fear on the guy's face. The man from the building began to look at the guy who was screaming loudly. The old man's face began to smile and say that his long fate was coming to an end. The man looked out the window, and behind him was a magic ball. The guy slowly walked through the forest. Skull looked at Stitch, asking him why complicate things, because after the prince the main target is the king, and this was another reason for another battle with Venice. The guy looked at his feet, saying that it must be, the King of Venice is a follower of the creator. The guy did not understand why he gave the black artifact to the second prince. The hero looked at his fist, thinking that if he has a skull, then this means that the guy can swallow the black artifact. Skull began to look at Stitch, telling him that the only way to find out his hidden motives is to face him face to face, and in any case, the creator can be reborn and then the whole conflict will be destroyed. Skull told the guy to just destroy it all, until long before that. The guy walked through the forest, saying that everything is correct and tormenting in doubts is the same as giving the enemy a head start. Distra folded her arms across her chest and said that he should always be on guard and that the enemy still had many fragments. The guy looked at the girl, wondering if her body had gotten used to it. Stitch began to tell Distra that he had to ask something. The guy began to point to his hand and say that among the functions of the mortem there are 2 abilities that have not yet been unlocked. The guy asked the girl if he knew the conditions for unlocking them. Distra looked at the floor and said that they were needed for a rainy day. Distra began to say that unlocking abilities is just a means that encourages the owner to actively destroy dungeons and kill monsters. All the magical power, thanks to which the guy opened new abilities, is actually stored inside the mortem. Stitch began to look at the girl with incomprehension, asking her why this is necessary. Distra covered her eyes and said that this was the last precaution in case her father managed to resurrect, and then they would be unlocked automatically when the time came. Distra told the boy to hope that this would not happen. The boy looked at his hands and his fist with magical power. There was dust around the building. Brian was sitting at the bar and telling Stitch that maybe they could start planning. The hero began to look at the boy, telling him that they had a lot to talk about, but no one knew if they would be able to do it all at once. Brian looked at the boy with anger, telling him if he knew that if he rushed into battle without a plan again this time, Stitch would be killed. The boy told Stitch that they were dealing with a kingdom now, so they needed to prepare more thoroughly. One of the boys looked at the hero, saying that Venice had already suffered significant losses and no one would leave the castle while they were all in danger, so they all had no choice but to go there themselves. Brian looked at his assistant, telling him that he had heard that a significant number of troops had already gathered in the capital, so they needed to come up with something to disperse the people. Everyone looked at each other, saying that they lacked numbers and strength. One of the men began telling everyone that Venice's forces depended on the 2 of them. Gerald looked at the crowd, listening to them tell him that he finally had a proper expression on his face. Veins of anger played on the guy's face. One of the old men looked at the people, telling them that he had seen the future. The man answered that in exactly 3 days a huge number of northern elves would arrive and the timing would be too good to be a coincidence. Harold, with a displeased face, heard them tell him that Stitch was behind all of this. The man looked at the floor, glad that Harold compared the armor to himself. The guy began to put on the huge hand that would help him in the battle. Harold looked ahead with anger, thinking that he would tear Stitch apart. The old man began to look at the boy, telling him that as the northern general, he should go north and for now they needed to concentrate their forces. The man sat on the throne and said that he would leave the inspection of the elves to the soldiers, and the others would protect the capital. Harold's legs began to give way. The boy looked ahead, telling himself that when he returned, he would be the first to beat to death for the fact that his father sent Balstock and his brothers to certain death. Stitch sat with the girl at the table, asking her if they could just wait for information about the kingdom. The guy answered that Harold told him that they would be prevented from spying, so they just have to be patient. Alina looked at the guy, telling him that she had a question. The girl with a smile on her face asked the guy how they fell in love with each other. Stitch began to look at the girl with incomprehension, asking her how she found out. Alina smiled sweetly, saying that she heard it from Alina the previous morning and during her absence a lot had happened. The guy began to look at the girl with disdain, not understanding why such a question. Alina held a smile, saying that she heard that modern people and elves do not get along. Stitch held his hands on the table, asking for a little privacy. Someone began to enter the building, telling them that someone is busy with business and someone is messing around with nonsense. Brian stood next to the guy and said that everything went terribly because everything was quiet. The guy lowered his head and said that he intentionally tried to provoke a reaction from the soldiers by sending them gifts, but nothing came of it. Brian's hands began to touch the map and say that first of all, the current situation is exactly as Sky said. Having concentrated the remaining troops in the capital, they turned the perimeter of the capital into a literal iron wall, so if they want to penetrate there, they must somehow create a breach. Brian looked at Stitch, saying that they need something good that can shake them up. The hero began to suggest asking for help from the north. Stitch's hands began to put a magic ball on the table and say that now that the south has become hostile, the north is the only one to whom one can turn. Brian began to say with distress that there are really crazy people who would dare to cross the vast desert and fight all the way to the south. Stitch began to look at Brian, telling him about the elves of the north. The guy started looking at the hero, telling him if they were planning to use the elf goddess. Stitch started talking about how they just decided to start a crusade to cut down on demons. Alina looked at the guy with a smile on her face. One of the heroes started looking at everyone with displeasure, saying that the elf goddess had been resurrected and that alone would be enough to attract attention. Stitch understood that if they had any idea about the creator's followers, they would definitely respond. The guy started telling everyone that it wasn't just about getting an advantage over someone. Alina listened to Stitch, who told them that now they could use any means or methods, and the more time they wasted, the stronger the wall their enemies would build. Sky began to hear the guy ordering him to prepare something that would simply stun everyone. Brian, with a smile on his face, heard Stitch ordering him to monitor the news in the capital and report any changes as soon as he noticed anything. The guy, meanwhile, held a magic ball in his hands and said that he and Alina would try to gather as many troops as possible in the north. All the people looked at the guy, who was talking about how the countless warriors who would be with them and who could not achieve the desired finale in the Gambini fortress would be able to throw out. Stitch, with a sly smile on his face, looked at the ball, saying that they would be able to throw out all their pent-up anger at Venice. Stitch turned to the representative for help. His face was focused. He hoped that he would be helped. It turned out that the southern allies were in a terrible situation and were unable to help them. He knew that crossing the desert was not easy. Seamus listened to him carefully. He asked to give him some time. Distra looked at the guy. Stitch turned to her. She wondered if he had contacted the north, and the world tree was still alive. The answer was yes. His hand was next to the magic ball through which he had been talking to Seamus. The call was disconnected. He looked at his ball with concern. A man burst into the hall. He quickly ran to the chairman. The magical power of the world tree began to grow rapidly. Seamus's face changed dramatically. He was horrified. The tree looked good only in appearance, but in reality it was not so. The guy with two assistants came to the tree. He looked at it. He noticed something. His face was scared. He did not understand what he was seeing on the tree. Distra was looking at that ball. She said that she used to be a part of this world tree. There is no need to brother magical power from the outside. Seamus and the guys who were standing nearby began to listen to the speech. She began to say that Cain, Ixton and she made a mistake by passing on their problems to their descendants. There is no excuse for this. The guys' faces changed. They were shocked. The girl's face was upset. She shamelessly asked them. Now, when they are unable to help, and the entire continent is engulfed in the chaos of war, she asked them not as a god, but as a mother who gave birth to them. Seamus's face was worried. He turned around and ran down the stairs to everyone. He began to shout to get their attention. Looking at the guys, he told them that the god was calling them. They looked at him and began to shout. They were glad that they would be heading south. There was information that the elves in the north had begun to move. Kaja was sure that they would do everything possible to help them cross the desert easily. Stitch smiled tenderly. He was grateful to her because thanks to her, they could now focus on other matters. He ended the call. Brian came to the guys and wished them luck. He was surprised that they actually succeeded. Stitch exhaled and explained that they had received a lot of material support. Brian was holding a bundle in his hands. The estimated number of soldiers currently stationed in Venice is approaching 100,000. Significant resources continue to flow there. They must do something before the situation escalates further. That is why the role of the elves that Stitch called is very important. He put the package on the table and unfolded it. It had a plan of the city on it. Stitch looked at it. He pointed to the fortress. It is surrounded by thick walls on all sides, and there are only two entrances, the north and the south. If the northern elves appear in time, the capital's soldiers will strengthen the defenses at the northern gate. At this time, they will use this opportunity to attack the southern gate. Sky stood on the balcony and listened to their conversation. He wondered how many men they had at their disposal. Hearing his question, the guys looked at him. They had about 2,500 men. Their goal was to lure as many soldiers out of the capital as possible. Since they would avoid direct confrontation as much as possible, the difference in numbers should not be a problem. Ryan continued to look at him. He wanted Sky and the lady to take charge of their unit. Their faces showed that they were ready to take this seriously. At this time, he and Stitch would jump over the wall from either the east or west. Stitch looked at him. He wondered if he had thought of a plan to avoid being caught. Ryan was a little confused. Of course he had. If everything went smoothly, they would get to the castle by the shortest route. Stitch frowned a little. It was a good plan, but wasn't it too daring? The slightest mistake would be bad for them. Ryan's face showed confidence and at the same time relaxation. He was sure that they would execute everything perfectly, and the main thing was not to forget that their ultimate goal was the king and the prince. As soon as Stitch entered the castle, he would collect the shards, the game would be over. Sky looked at him a little worriedly. He understood what he meant, but it was too reckless for him. In this strategy, they rely entirely on the strength of one person. Ryan was irritated by his words. He understood it perfectly well, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sky wanted to rely on his tricks, but Stitch stopped him and called them strange. They were too dangerous, and they harmed even his allies. Stitch knew someone who could help them. The guys looked at him, not understanding who it could be. Scratching his cheek, he bowed his head a little, closed his eyes and exhaled. He warned that they might not like this person very much. Mac yelled at his opponent not to relax. Having parried his blow, he remained on his feet. The guy was surprised that Mac was so incredibly resilient for a human. An elder was standing behind Mac and clapping. He turned to him. Turning fully towards him and holding the shield in his hands, he reported that the unit's skills were so outstanding that they were able to quickly increase the intensity of their training. The elder encouraged him. With his arrival, the unit's morale had increased significantly. He was grateful to him for helping with various tasks in the village. A bird flew overhead, holding a bundle in its claws. Mac looked up and was a little surprised by it. The bird dissolved and the scroll began to fall. It was a spell to transmit a message. The man took the bundle, opened it and began to read. He was excited. He certainly felt something was wrong, but he had no idea that things were this serious. He noticed that there was a letter for Mac, too. Mac was surprised and looked at him. His brows furrowed, and below him was a smile. He realized that it was time to leave them. The elder exhaled and watched him go. They couldn't keep him there. He thanked him for protecting the village all this time. Mac turned around, waved his hand and left. Stitch lay in bed, confused. His cheeks were red from embarrassment. Alina turned on her side towards him. Her cheeks were slightly blushed. She felt uneasy thinking about the upcoming battle. This time the elves would be with them too. The boy was a little confused. How could she feel uneasy? She looked at him and was quite calm. Was it not the same for him? He relaxed. They might be heading straight into Venice's trap. His palms were sweating, but he was going to do his best. Alina noticed that she would try her best too. She moved even closer to him and hugged him. The boy grabbed the bed in surprise. He didn't know what to do at a time like this. It was daytime outside. Some of the boys were standing next to the cannons, and some were preparing them for battle. One of them was wondering what kind of reckless people wanted to attack them. It was none of their business, even if it made no sense, such was the prophecy, since they didn't know how the elves would behave, who were continuing their combat deployment on the northern front. It was best for them to protect the capital here. The boys stood with scythes. They were already ready for battle. Brian and the boys sat on the hill and watched their enemies prepare. He was glad that they would finally be able to do it today. They said that 70,000 Elven soldiers from the north had already begun to approach the northern border. He began to look around. He also figured that they would attack from all sides. Stitch was a little worried. They had all worked hard to get this far. He was not particularly good at public speaking, so he would keep it short. They all sat in a circle. Everyone could be nervous and afraid. They didn't have to worry about things like saving the country or the continent. They just had to do their best and then everyone would live until the next morning. The boys looked at him worriedly. Brian was starting to get a little angry. How could he say such a dejected voice when everything was going well? Stitch was confident in everyone. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that they would attack after a while, after waiting at each point for the hidden map to appear. The man who commanded everyone ordered those who were standing at the northern gate to turn their guns to the north. He pointed his finger in the direction. Shale looked through his telescope. He noticed that they were changing formation to the north side. Brian was surprised. One of the people shouted to the man that a large army was approaching under the leadership of an unidentified person. They were ready to attack. On command, they were to open fire. The man did not understand how there could be a large army under the leadership of one person. It seemed a stupid arrangement to him. A man was approaching the castle by water. Fighter planes were flying in the sky. There were many of them. They all took their fighting positions. The man looked at the man and was horrified. Mac grinned. He had his shield ready just in case. The commander looked at him. He did not understand what he was doing in Venice. He was not welcome there. A smile did not leave his face. He knew that he was not even expected there. He was glad that he could finally take the leash off the kingdom. A large ship arrived at the castle. Seamus noticed a man who jumped on the vessel. He smiled at him. He was grateful to them for their strong support. Sky looked at him. He had also heard about the skills of the Sheller. In a moment, his face changed. He was irritated by something. He noticed Mac. Mac heard his voice. Sky was holding a gun in his hands and examining it. He also had a lot of things to do, but now the operation was in first place. He took the gun in his hands normally and pointed it at Mac. Mac noticed this and smirked. He was irritating him. The guns were finally prepared for battle. They pointed them at the southern gate. They would fire at everyone. Some weapon flew at the guy's cheek. He did not understand this and was surprised. The guys began to attack the castle. Shooting began at them. Alina pointed her gun in their direction. Her face was confident. The guys ran into the opening gate. Sky lowered his gun and thought for a bit. Mac was still smiling. He wanted everyone to give it their all. They began the battle. Stitch felt sick from moving around so much. He leaned his hand on the pole and tried to calm down. Brian didn't understand why he still couldn't get used to moving around. The boys looked at the dais. There was no time to complain, so if Stitch felt sick, he would have to restrain himself. They moved again. Stitch bent over and tried to run. Brian held him. They stopped to catch their breath. Stitch was sewing for the others. Brian reassured him not to worry about them. They were capable of taking care of their own lives. Those were his words, so he would have to focus on his part of the plan now. Stitch lowered his head. The boy was right. He put his hand to the wall and used his pathfinding skill. There were no tracks, but there had to be something there. Stitch removed his hand and decided that he would go from there alone. But they needed one more person anyway. Brian looked at him. He thought that the soldiers waiting at the inner entrance had already sensed their presence. He left the rest to Stitch. The main thing for him was that he didn't die. The guys looked at each other. Brian teleported, and Stitch was left alone. The guy looked down. He saw something glowing on the floor. Some strange magic appeared. He crouched down on the floor and he realized what was going on. It was a way to manipulate shadows. He knew that she was attacking from the shadows. The girl was shocked and didn't understand how Stitch dared to get there. There was a small ball in her hand. The guy saw this ball. It was flying straight at him. It was the spelium. It exploded. Smoke formed. The girl covered herself. She wanted to kill Stitch. Her sword was stuck in the ground. Some magic was coming out of it. A huge shadow appeared. Light began to penetrate through the shadow. The girl was surprised. She thought that she came out of the shadow. In fact, it was Stitch who entered this shadow. He smiled and asked to show something interesting. The guy parted the shadow with his hands, after which it was destroyed, but not completely. Stitch was angry. He gathered his power in his hand and swung it. He was ready to strike. He did not like playing hide and seek. He leaned his hand on the floor and used the core explosion. Lightning flew across the area. They reached the girl, who was still in the shadows. She was worried. You could see in her eyes how she wanted to stop him. The lightning struck her. She did not know what to do. She wanted to get out. She was thrown out of the shadows. She lay on the floor trying to get up. Her name was Idril. Stitch looked at her with disdain. She managed to raise her head and look at him. Fear was written in her eyes. She had no hope left for life. She realized that if he attacked again, he would die. The guy began to take out his sword, and the girl hid in her shadow again. He swung, thrusting the sword into the floor. His magic hit the girl's shadow and she was thrown out again. She didn't know what to do. Fear was growing. There was a sword in front of her head. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which stopped the guys. Stitch didn't understand why they were trying to stop him. It was Gerald. He looked at him calmly. Stitch got irritated when they tried to stop him. Gerald approached Idril, holding out his hand to her and asked about her condition. She simply apologized. She lowered her head, while the prince still held his hand outstretched to the girl. The prince abruptly grabbed her by the throat. The girl did not understand why he was doing this. Holding her, he lifted her into the air. Stitch looked at this and did not understand what was happening. He realized that things were bad. The guy's body had become as monstrous as his personality. He looked at him with contempt. Being just an adventurer, Gerald thought that Stitch had gone too far. They stood opposite each other. Stitch did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at him with anger. His achievements will not end with Gerald's death. He used the Ice Wave skill. He managed to jump to avoid being affected by the skill, but Gerald's legs were frozen. He couldn't move. Stitch flew towards him. Gerald put his hand up as his defense and he was not damaged. Stitch wondered where he put his damaged hand. He was smiling. There was madness in his eyes. His opponent looked at him with some confusion. He wanted Stitch to show everything he could do. Stitch jumped back. There was enough distance between them. They looked at each other. Stitch left some space between his hands and small balls began to appear. He used the Tesla skill. Gerald looked at him. He was scared. The balls flew towards Gerald. They started to explode and the place where Gerald stood was completely absorbed by magic. Stitch jumped. He was flying straight at his opponent. He put his hand forward and grabbed his face. The blade of the sword was pointed at Gerald. At one point, he hits him on the hand that held the weapon. Stitch's face twisted a little in pain. He didn't know and didn't understand when Gerald managed to become so strong. Gerald's face began to turn into something incomprehensible. Stitch was scared. He didn't understand where he got such abilities from. He gets a kick in the chin and flies back. Blood comes out of his mouth. His blow was really stronger than before. Gerald looked at him with a desire to do something else to him. Stitch tried to comprehend what just happened, and the prince ran at him. He put up a damn shield to protect himself from him. He looked at him from behind the shield. His plans were to use his own speed against him. He was already approaching him. Stitch was trying to protect himself from him. He noticed that his left hand was absorbing his abilities. Suddenly, Gerald's power grew. Stitch looked at it and did not understand anything. He wanted to use his ability, but he did not have time. Stitch tried to cover himself with his shield. Gerald made him put in even more effort. They had just started. He tried to take a blow from him, but he still took damage. Stitch understood that it would be better if he closed the distance. Gerald did not understand why people had to be sacrificed for Stitch's revenge. Kneeling, he pushed off and jumped. He flew at him feet first. He did not want to be sacrificed in the first place. From his kick, Gerald flew into the wall. The blow was quite strong. He spat out blood. While he was kneeling and trying to come to his senses, Stitch jumped at him. He was able to strike him. Anger was written on his face. He swung his sword. A beam of magic came out of the ground and hit the prince. He flew back. He called him arrogant for an adventurer. How did it feel to be in the same situation as him? Gerald, looking at Stitch, prepared his hand to attack. But his expression suddenly changed. Stitch stood with a small smirk. His hand was recovering. Was he in the same situation? Gerald looked at him in horror. He did not understand how this was possible. He clenched his teeth. If he had his ring in his hands, he would not have to go through all that pain. He stood up. Stitch held his shoulder while his hand was recovering, and Gerald ran at him. He wanted to use magic, but his hand was still recovering. The prince began to scream for Stitch to finally die. At that moment, Freya came to his aid and kicked Gerald in the face. He flew back from the powerful blow. Stitch, seeing her, was shocked. She was supposed to be helping Alina. Why was she here? According to her, there was chaos on both sides. She was tired of it. The enemy had taken a good defensive position. Besides, she thought he might need support. Her face showed confidence. Stitch was a little irritated. He told her that something was wrong with the prince. He had become more resistant to fights. For some reason, the sword was reacting to him more and more. He showed her the sword while Gerald was lying in the rubble of the wall. The girl thought about it. It looked like a black artifact, but first she needed to make sure. Gerald looked at them. He thought that Stitch was not confident in his victory without the help of his subordinates. Freya laughed, and Stitch was a little confused. After exchanging a couple of soft blows, Gerald suddenly decided for some reason that he had become stronger than him. His face no longer showed the same confidence as before. The guys looked at each other. The girl decided that he should show him what he was capable of. After that, Freya dissolved. Gerald was stunned by this. The artifact absorbed her. Stitch jumped and used the speed of lightning. He flew at the guy. He tried to cover himself with his hands. While he was covering himself with his hands, Stitch realized that he probably couldn't see anything anymore. He turned around. A blow flew at his cheek. He flew to the side. From above, Stitch decided to add more. He hit him on the head using magic. The guy flew back. Blood gushed from his mouth. He didn't understand how he had gained so much strength. Did that woman do something? Stitch looked at him and raised his leg, ready to step on him. A large cloud of dust formed. Gerald was lying on the floor without strength. He was crushed. The guy landed on his feet. He decided to explain to him what kind of woman she was. She had recently become a new friend. Some time ago, he had to carry out some tasks that had used up almost all of his strength. But what would happen now that it had returned to him? His face was mad. He looked at the prince. The prince bowed his head in thought. He thought they were fighting on equal terms, but the boy was at a complete disadvantage. A fist was next to his face. It hit him in the nose. It bled and flew off. Even if he hadn't passed it on to another, calling it a curse, it would have remained safe and sound. With this, Stitch made the prince realize what a pathetic thing he had done. Standing and holding the sword in his hand, he looked at it. It was lying face down and not moving. But despite everything, it tried to get up. Stitch was surprised by this. He didn't understand how he could even move in such a state. Gerald stood up and looked at the boy. It couldn't end like this. The warrior leaned on his hand. Then he put his hand out and shouted that it couldn't end like this. The man touched his shoulder. Then he raised his head and told the protagonist to die. Stitch gritted his teeth and asked how he could recover from so much damage. What was it? A huge beam hit the building. The warriors opened their mouths and shouted that there was still an intruder. The warrior looked at the smoke and wondered if they had climbed over the castle wall. Was it possible that one of them had helped them? The man opened his mouth and added that the southern gate had already been broken down. A moment later, there was an explosion. The commander opened his mouth and shouted that the deputy commander was in charge of the northern gate. Half of them were following him, returning to the royal castle. The warrior flew up. Then he struck the ground. Max smiled and asked where he was going. Alina opened her eyes and heard that it looked like the battle was getting fiercer. The girl smiled, and when asked if she was worried, she replied that she would be lying if she said she wasn't. This was Stitch's battle. Sparks appeared in the building. Stitch flew to the side and said that he had spent too much time throwing out his anger. The enemy dropped slightly, and Mortem noted that he would distract him, and in the meantime, he would close the distance. The protagonist extended his hand and summoned an avatar, after which the avatar looked away and asked what the hell. The warrior extended his hand in front of him. Stitch extended his hand and used avatar cancel. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked what was going on. Mortem opened his mouth and replied that it was dangerous. He had practically absorbed not only the magical power, but also the soul itself. Skull turned and added that if so, he thought it would be difficult for him to go out and help. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in denying it. The third prince surrounded himself with fire, and Mortem added that his prosthesis itself is a black artifact. It is not just a magical tool that can be used, it absorbs all the magical power around it. Stitch opened his mouth and asked that the King of Venice gave him a black artifact. He definitely knows about the ability of the ring to absorb artifacts. So what is his plan? The tentacle suddenly flew at the protagonist. The tentacle grabbed the protagonist. Then it began to penetrate him. The third prince stretched out his hands. Mortem opened his mouth and shouted for Stitch to do something. This guy stole their magical power again. The protagonist reached into his bag and said, "It is easier to say." Stitch took out the device. Then he threw it at the prince. There was an explosion. The protagonist fell to the ground. Then smoke rose. The prince put his hands in front of him. The protagonist charged the attack. Then he cut the prince's hand. Stitch turned his gaze and thought that he instantly recovered if he hit again right before recovery. The protagonist abruptly pressed himself to the ground, heard, "Let him go," and asked why. The prince began to charge the attack and the skull shouted to get away as much as possible. A dome appeared around the prince, and Mortem noted that he thought the magical field he formed absorbed all the magical power and life energy around him. If he stayed here for a long time, it was unknown what variables could arise. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that they should hit directly. But if he came closer, he would be sucked in there, and the skull noted that there was no other way, they needed to go back. The protagonist was surrounded by energy, and Mortem shouted that this was cursed armor. If they covered their entire body with a curse, they could hold out for a while. Stitch gritted his teeth and heard that judging by the speed at which he was changing, the longer they waited, the more of a thorn he could become. Let him hit with all his might. The protagonist went forward and shouted, "Why not try?" Stitch jumped back. Then he raised his sword over his head. The protagonist powerfully hit the prince on the head. Then he charged his fist. A moment later he hit the prince on the head. The fist flew straight into the face. The mask flew apart from the blow. The protagonist directed the blow again. Then he lit up all over. There was fire around. The protagonist flew out of the column of smoke. Then he exhaled and heard that now his regeneration. The prince took his hand, and Mortem added that it became significantly lower, and Stitch noticed that the attack clearly worked. The protagonist stood in magic armor. Stitch flew to the side. Then he bounced back sharply. The protagonist flew into the enemy. The prince screamed. Then he waved his hand. The protagonist stopped and heard not to break the distance. It was only to his advantage. Stitch opened his mouth. Then he saw the prince swing his hands. The protagonist raised his sword. Then he began to fight off the attacks. The tentacles were flying straight at him. Stitch gritted his teeth. The prince gritted his teeth. Mortem strained his eyes and noticed that he was aiming for the gaps. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he directed his sword through the tentacles. The sword wounded the prince. The prince fell to the ground. Then he looked up. The prince extended his hand. The protagonist was flying straight at him. Stitch raised his sword and used a flaming storm. The prince fired a powerful shot from the cannon. The protagonist fought his way through the shot. Stitch opened his mouth and screamed. Then there was a huge explosion. The warriors looked and shouted that there was a powerful explosion inside the castle. The commander opened his mouth and wondered what kind of mess this was, where his majesty was, what happened to the western general and the third prince. A column of smoke was coming out of the building. The protagonist stood over the prince. The wounded prince looked at him and Stitch said that he was strong. No matter how much he died, he was still alive. The protagonist brought the sword to his throat and said that he would listen to his last thoughts. The prince opened his mouth and asked what the difference was between them. The ring glowed brightly and the prince added that the ring that chooses its owner wants to say that just because it fell into his hands, he could not get a chance to become its owner. Stitch clenched his teeth and noted that this was again just a result of the situation, or something. The protagonist remembered how the prince stood with the ring and said that instead of taking the ring, he gave it to another. Although he had the opportunity, he himself did not want to. The protagonist opened his mouth and added that he had not changed at all since he first saw him. An avatar appeared and Mortem, holding out a finger, noted that he thought that he was misunderstanding something. Even if the ring was on his finger, he would not recognize his partner in it. The prince opened his mouth and asked why. The avatar put his hands on his hips and replied that he didn't like a murderer like him. The prince gritted his teeth and heard that the one he had seen through Stitch's eyes until now was the same person he was right now. Mortem opened his mouth and added that even now, in his head, he was probably making excuses, saying that if only he had gotten the ring, everything would have gone well. The prince looked up and heard that there were plenty of other reasons, but he still couldn't satisfy them. Stitch raised his sword and remarked that anyway, after their shitty meeting, let them never see each other again. The protagonist hit the dome and asked what the hell it was. Stitch raised his sword and asked that he still had the strength to block the blow. Mortem opened his mouth and yelled that he was definitely on the verge of death to calm down. The avatar sat up and used magical detection. Mortem opened his mouth and yelled that he was underground. He could feel movement right there underneath them. The protagonist raised his fist and shouted that he was so annoying that he was ready to stab him right now. The protagonist punched the ground and added that this time he would definitely kill him as soon as he saw him. Stitch fell into the dungeon, after which he looked around and said that there was such a space under the kingdom. Brian ran up from the side, heard that he had to help others, and replied that the problem was not that. What kind of explosion had just happened? The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. The third prince hung in the air. Stitch gritted his teeth and thought that he was clearly already in a state where he could not move. The third prince lowered his head, and Stitch thought how this was possible. A man entered the dungeon. Brian gritted his teeth and noted that he came because he was worried about his own blood. King Cynthurus reached out to his son. Then he turned his head. The king began to strangle his son and noted that this was the end of his role. The king squeezed even harder. The third prince gritted his teeth and screamed. Then he lit up. A moment later, a huge beam appeared. The guy woke up in the middle of the cave. Then he looked at his hands and wondered what this place was, who he was. The man heard a voice asking him to bring a black artifact and wondered what kind of voice it was. The man looked at the ball and heard it say that it should bring the black artifact, and their master, the creator, let him resurrect him. The man gritted his teeth, and the voice added that this was the meaning of their existence. Everything exists for him, let him collect the black artifacts. The man picked up the ball, and the plot said that as soon as he realized his birth, the only things that came to his mind were collecting black artifacts and resurrecting the creator. The man dressed in a robe, and the plot added that he soon met creatures like himself and learned that they call themselves followers of the creator. The three races fought, and the plot explained that it was easy to resurrect the creator by using his brainwashing abilities to cause conflict between the three races in order to gain as much dark energy as possible from it. Estra, Eston, and Cain walked along the White Road, and the plot added that at first, due to the interference of the three gods, everything went wrong, but after the gods disappeared, the plan began to gain momentum. The third prince extended his hand, and the plot explained that at the moment when the enemy left by the three gods appeared and everything went wrong, this enemy was created to oppose the followers. The guy was covered in purple energy, and the plot noted that unlike the three gods, the enemy's actions were not limited by the time of existence, and using monsters as energy sources, he could continuously destroy the followers. The magician screamed from the green energy. Mortem smiled, and the plot explained that while creating a new follower required complex and lengthy preparation, by simply fulfilling a few simple conditions, the enemy could use his almighty power to destroy the followers. The crowd stood in the hall, and the plot noted that as time passed, the number of followers gradually decreased, and he, who was one of the first. The man creased his brows, and the plot added that he began to doubt the effectiveness of the current strategy. In the end, she called herself Cynthurus. The gray-haired man looked straight, and the plot continued that he went south with more than half of the black artifacts he found. The king looked at the city, and the plot explained that, having rejected all the followers who tried to appease him, he built his own kingdom in the south, which became Venice. There were moments as the three artifacts hung in the hall, and the plot noted that the place where the followers were born was used as a source for the formation of the great desert of Cadel. The man and the elf were yelling at each other, and the plot added that at the same time, in order to steal the black artifact sealed by Cain, he started an interracial war, and all in order to awaken the absolute god creator. Stitch gritted his teeth and asked what happened, what kind of explosion. The avatar opened his mouth and noted that he had a bad feeling. A huge hole appeared in the middle of the kingdom. The protagonist raised his head and asked if the others were okay, and Mortem asked to look ahead. A guy appeared all in dark energy. Gerald walked forward. The king opened his mouth and noted that they remain fools until the very end. He does not try to do something, he has already done it. The avatar gritted his teeth and noted that this method. Mordem remembered Alina and added that it was very similar to the method with which they summoned Destra, the core of the black artifact. Gerald opened his mouth. Stitch pointed his sword and noted that it was still just a borrowed body, it just needed to be destroyed. The protagonist jumped back sharply. Then he clenched his teeth and thought that if their predictions were true, he had only just awakened his senses. If so, his body would not be able to properly use its powers yet. Gerald opened his mouth, and Stitch noted in his head that he could only be killed now. Stitch raised his sword. Then all the magic disappeared. The protagonist opened his eyes. Gerald opened his eyes. A moment later, dust rose. Sky turned and shouted what Stitch was doing inside. It was such a mess, just let him come back already. Max smiled and noted that it was to their advantage that the explosion in the castle had reduced the number of troops. The situation was not bad. Mac turned and added that, unlike everyone else, he was a man with an excellent reputation. The warrior looked down. Then a snake crawled out from between his legs. Brian jumped to the side. Wind flew out of the dust. Stitch crouched and noted that it was not him. Gerald looked at his hand. The king came closer and noted that he was his faithful servant here. The king opened his mouth, heard the question of what kind of body it was, and answered that in order to use it as a vessel for the god. With the help of black artifacts, he prepared the best body. It will be able to last at least a minute, even if he releases all his power. Gerald looked at his hand, then raised it up. Alina looked up, then covered herself with a shield. The girl looked at the purple column of smoke. Then she wondered what the hell. Brian threw the blades, after which he began to be enveloped in purple darkness. Brian began to tremble and scream that they were in huge trouble, and Stitch asked what he could do about his artifacts and Gareth. The avatar opened his mouth and noted that it was all because of him. Right now he was not just absorbing all the artifacts that were nearby, but also restoring his magical power, which was scattered throughout the dungeons of the entire continent. Mordem looked at the god's hand and added that each particle he absorbed was a clot of magical power, which the artifact consisted of. The avatar gritted his teeth and noted that what he was doing now was almost identical to the creation of black artifacts. Brian raised his hand and asked how, if he thought about it, the magical power of the three gods who created him came from him. Mordem clenched his fists and noted that the goddess said that the creator wanted to create an entity completely independent of him, who could think differently than he did, and since he was created by three gods, he would not be harmed by the creator's power. Stitch turned and asked when the remaining two abilities would be unlocked, since this creator had returned, and if it was time to use the ace in the hole. The protagonist clenched his fist and was told that they were in the process of opening, but it would take a little more time. The protagonist looked at the fist. Then everything shook. Stitch and Mordem flew up, and the god asked who they were. The god looked at them and noted that their energy seemed familiar, and the king replied that he thought he should check for himself. The avatar clenched his teeth. The protagonist clenched his fist. Stitch opened his mouth and asked if he would let them go. The god clenched his brows. Then he clenched his fist even tighter. Then blood flowed out of the protagonist. Stitch lost consciousness. The avatar opened his mouth and shouted for Stitch to come to his senses and then use recovery. The protagonist hung in the air. Stitch suddenly opened his mouth. God looked at him in surprise. Then he clenched his fingers and asked that he was supposed to die. Then he clenched his fist. Blood began to flow from the protagonist again. God clenched his fist tighter. The protagonist began to crack. God put out his hand, after which the protagonist fell. The protagonist fell and heard that he was not a man. God smiled and noted that evolution had come so far while he was sleeping. Interesting, excellent stamina. God abruptly turned his hand into a weapon, after which he noted that he would like to know more about him. God turned around abruptly upon hearing the word father. Then he spread his arms and shouted to Esther that they had not seen each other for a long time, although her appearance had changed a lot. The girl opened her mouth slightly and noted that she had closed her eyes, but when she opened them again, the whole world had completely changed. What is he planning to do? God smiled and replied that wasn't it obvious that after a long time, an environment had finally been created that was sufficient to restore the magic power. Once he got his magic back, it would be much easier for him to carry out his plan. Estra lowered her head and heard that with her, No, and Cain and Astan, all of them together could live like before. God smiled and noted that all four of them were together. Estra stepped out from behind the pillar and noted that it was her father who taught her the joy of birth and new life and caring for it, so why should that same father decide to live or die for the creatures they created? God clenched his fist and said that these creatures were unimportant. What was the point of everything if they weren't there? They were the only family that truly understood him. God opened his mouth and added that without them, he would have to live alone in this world again for eternity. What was wrong with trying to bring back those he didn't want to lose? The life he sowed was simply taken back. Estra opened her mouth and screamed that any living being can strive for freedom. Death is also inevitable. God narrowed his eyes and noted that he understood, and then thought that the body of a vile creature defiled her mind. God swung sharply and noted that he would quickly return the altar. God pierced the elf's chest. Stitch opened his mouth and screamed. The avatar began to burn. Stitch opened his mouth and began to burn. Then he spread his arms. God looked at him and noted that he himself had freed himself from the shackles. Stitch swung his hand sharply. Then he hit God with all his might. God fell to the ground. Stitch landed next to him. The main hero took the elf in his arms. Stitch raised his head and heard the question that this was his beloved. The creator stood up and asked how it felt to lose a loved one who was like family to him, if she felt the same pain as he did in the past. The main character looked at Alina and heard the question, can't he understand his actions? Stitch gritted his teeth and noted that the owner of the body and the one who stole it and absorbed it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that they were the same, ruining the lives of others on a whim. Neither of them thought for a moment about the consequences that would eventually catch up. The creator opened his eyes and noted that this magical power came from the ring. Such a good magical power is suitable. Stitch stood up and shouted for Brian to take Alina and run as far as possible. The protagonist all lit up and added to make sure that she was not injured anywhere else. God smiled and noted that he needed her. The creator abruptly ran forward. The protagonist looked to the side. Then he began to charge the attack. The protagonist summoned a shield. Stitch hid behind the shield. God opened his eyes and thought that he was absorbing blows, plus this magical power. A bright light from the shield began to burn, after which a column of fire appeared from the shield. The protagonist summoned Alina's weapon. A moment later, he shot at the creator. The king fell to the ground and thought that all this was the power prepared by the gods to fight the resurrected absolute god. The king opened his eyes and added that, however, this ring is formed from the essences of 3 gods. How long can a human body hold them back? The protagonist of the arrows from the weapon, and the king thought that ultimately, who will fall first depends on time. The king covered himself in dark energy and said that as for him, he had fulfilled his mission. It was a pity that he would not be able to watch the outcome of this fight. God stood up in the fire and thought that this attack definitely seemed familiar. Why? God opened his eyes. Then he remembered the 3 artifacts. Dark artifacts were flying next to each other. The creator approached them. Then he remembered the first people. Then he remembered how Eston put his hands to the ring. Then he remembered Mortem. God opened his eyes and thought that they really hated him so much that they created something like this to end the life of someone who was once their family. The protagonist summoned fire armor. God swung his hand and thought that if he killed him, he would prove them wrong. The 2 opponents ran at each other. The protagonist hit God hard and received a blow in return. Stitch loaded his fist, after which he hit and began to deliver a series of blows. God narrowed his eyes. The protagonist swung, after which the god disappeared. The protagonist opened his eyes, after which he saw energy and noted that he was not leaving. Stitch quickly ran forward. Brian ran forward with Alina. The warriors behind shouted that it was him. What was happening? What was the situation? Brian opened his mouth and shouted that he would tell later. Everyone needed to get out of here immediately. Stitch gritted his teeth and Brian yelled that right now he was probably gritting his teeth and holding back his powers to let them go. The protagonist heard Brian's words. The god stood up and remarked that it was presumptuous of him to be distracted by what was happening elsewhere, and Stitch remarked that he would not be presumptuous anymore. Stitch ran forward and yelled that the leash holding him had just been released. The protagonist charged the attack, after which the beam flew past the god. The ground began to melt under his feet. A fiery typhoon appeared. The god flew out of the arena. Stitch went after him. Sky opened his mouth. Then he asked what it was. Stitch. The man in the robe lowered his head and remarked that the man who had just flown away, with whom Stitch was fighting, who he was, the enemy they knew. Brian turned and replied that the creator's followers had been trying to resurrect him all this time and that this god had been resurrected. The god flew high into the sky. Then there was an explosion. A huge whirlpool rose up. The god fell to the ground. Then he stood up abruptly. Stitch summoned a huge, fiery typhoon. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted for it to dissolve. The god repelled the attack. Then he summoned his dark energy. The protagonist opened his eyes. A huge beam hit the sky. The elf opened his eyes and said that in that direction, there is undoubtedly the Cadal Desert. If they got all the way there to fight, what kind of battle is this? The protagonist abruptly called Freya. Then she appeared behind the god. She grabbed him tightly. Stitch flew into the enemy with a powerful blow. Stitch hit him in the chest and thought that he would break him like that. The god clenched his teeth. Then he received a blow to the chest. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that he suppressed the release of magical power. Freya opened her mouth and shouted that he had Brian's artifact, and the god asked how he used this ability. God pierced Freya's hand, after which the hand was cut off. The protagonist opened his mouth. The girl jumped back and noted that she was simply restoring the damaged area, but what had just happened? God smiled and noted that there was nothing surprising in this. It only meant that he could do little using the power borrowed from others, but he did not know how to do anything else. Stitch gritted his teeth and noted that so much nastiness was pouring out of his mouth, he he would start by tearing his mouth. The protagonist quickly flew forward, after which he opened his mouth. The creator opened his mouth slightly and noted that such a blunt weapon would not even be able to reach him. God suddenly found himself in chains. Freya tied him tightly and shouted for Stitch to cut his throat. The protagonist spun in the fire, after which he brought the blade closer to his throat. God simply blew on it, after which the protagonist's sword froze. Stitch gritted his teeth and thought that Leviathan was frozen. The creator broke the shackles, after which he smiled and noted that it was funny to watch him. Then he evaporated and added that maybe he had something even more interesting. God abruptly hit the protagonist. The protagonist flew into the wall, after which he opened his mouth. Stitch looked straight ahead and thought that he was getting stronger. The protagonist lowered his head and noted that no, he was getting weaker if this continued. A notification appeared. Freya opened his mouth and shouted for Stitch to come to his senses. There was no time. God hit the protagonist again. The protagonist reached for the sword and thought that he should hold the sword, but his hands, in the end he was never able to protect anyone. Fate itself was leading him to death. A notification appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes and was surprised, after which another notification. The protagonist remembered Alina and thought that if this was the case, he couldn't even give up, and they had planned everything carefully. The protagonist suddenly flew out. God opened his mouth and asked why he hadn't given up yet, hadn't realized yet that victory was already on his side. Even if he dragged it out, his chances wouldn't increase. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted at him to shut up and the chances and other such nonsense. He would just get rid of everything that was hindering his life. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked her to come back. Stitch opened his mouth and added that there was something he wanted to try, so let her follow his movements. God jumped forward and noted that it was simply useless. The protagonist ran forward. Then he jumped at the enemy. The protagonist swung. Then Freya appeared in his place and Stitch used the core explosion. The girl flew into God. God tried to remove her and shouted that he told you so. It was useless. The protagonist suddenly appeared from the side. Then he hit him in the stomach and used the core explosion. The god's stomach was torn into pieces. The creator gritted his teeth. Then Stitch slashed with his sword. The protagonist landed. Then he smiled and noted that he just tried, but it worked better than expected. Mortem reviewed the moment of the fight and noted that in the short period of time given to them, he calmed the magical power in his body to nullify their attempt, acted at random or planned. The protagonist remembered his friends and replied that he remembered this, all thanks to everyone's help. God began to recover and shouted that he was crazy. The creator looked furiously and added that the more he tries to overcome the limitations of a simple human body, the faster his body will die, eternal death from which it is impossible to escape even with the help of a ring. The protagonist was surprised by the blood from his nose. Then he wiped it and noted that how to say, he does not think so, how many times should he repeat this? The protagonist flew up and shouted that until he dies. God held out his hand and said that it was true, it was all just abilities controlled by magic power after all. God looked back sharply and asked what the same trick was again. Freya suddenly disappeared. Then she struck from above. Stitch flew into the god and pierced his chest. Then he pulled out his sword and used core explosion. Freya opened her mouth and shouted not to miss the moment this time. Stitch opened his mouth and shouted that he knew. Then he tore the god apart with curse devouring. God opened his eyes and thought that he was absorbing his magic attack again. Stitch smiled and noted that it was true. If he had so much magic power, then he would soon become his food. From head to toe, he would chew everything up and eat it. Stitch hit the god powerfully. Then he swung his next blow. Stitch stomped the god into the ground. Then he gritted his teeth. God opened his mouth and thought that it must have been a long time since he reached his limit, but why the hell was he still moving when his body was turning into such a mess? Stitch hit God again. God opened his mouth and asked why he continued to fight. God remembered the conversation with the elf and said that he did not know the three gods who gave him the task, and did not know many people with whom he had no connection, but he wanted to save them. God remembered Mac and Sky and added that even if he won this battle, he would not get anything. God remembered Brian and added that still, why did he continue to attack him? The creator smiled and noted that if he wanted to be with his beloved, he would bring her back to life. Was that not already a sufficient reason to stop their fight? Stitch gritted his teeth and noted that no matter how much he listened to him, he only heard shit. He hated people like him the most. The protagonist looked furiously and added that those who think that if they have a little more power, then everyone else becomes beneath them. They try to control everything in the world as they please. He thinks it would be better if there was no one like him in the world. The protagonist raised his hand and used arc, fireball, and ice wave. A notification appeared. The protagonist released all the spells. Then he looked furiously and noted that for the last time. God opened his eyes. Then the protagonist opened his mouth and screamed for him to die. A huge wave of spells hit the creator. The protagonist leaned on his knee and began to breathe. God covered himself with his hand. Then he coughed up blood. God began to twitch. The protagonist slowly took the sword. Then Freya appeared and noted that now it was her turn. The girl approached the god. The creator opened his eyes, thought about how destruction occurs faster than the absorption of magical power, and noted that it meant she was it. Freya extended her hand and replied that it was true, the role of the one who would finally finish him off belonged to her. The girl put her hand on her head and added that he did not know what his children really had in mind when they created her, but she knew that to give him, who had known too long a life, a dignified death, this was the purpose of her existence. Freya's hand turned into a skull and the girl added that every time she closed her eyes, remember death. The creator opened his mouth and noted that she was simply blindly following the mission given to her by others, regardless of her own will. Freya looked away and replied that Estra had said the same, but she thought differently, but for her he was just a cage from which she needed to escape. The god dissolved. People gathered in the square and voices were heard that so who, in the end, won. It was not them, most likely, Stitch would be the winner. Sky looked down and noted that he looked quite strong even for a shell. Where did so much confidence come from? Holding a candle. Sky looked at him with displeasure, heard Max say that it was better than hoping for his defeat, and said that he wasn't sure about that. Stitch suddenly appeared. Then he landed on the ground. Brian gritted his teeth and shouted that someone was still there, and Max shouted for everyone to be ready. The warrior on the tower raised his hand and shouted that it wasn't the enemy, it was that guy. Stitch came out of the dust. Sky opened his eyes and asked if he was okay. Alina was lying on the ground, and someone noted that she looked fine on the outside. Stitch smiled and noted that they shouldn't get him wrong, but he was in his right mind now and wasn't talking nonsense because of grief. Let them answer quickly and to the point where Alina was. The protagonist went to her. Stitch walked slowly through the crowd, after which he took her in his arms and said that they decided to be together until the end of their lives. She couldn't leave first. The protagonist lit up with green fire and used resurrection. Sky opened his eyes. Brian looked in surprise. Mac opened his mouth. Green fire hung over the elf. The girl opened her eyes. Then she asked that they were all. The girl blushed. The elf opened his eyes and noted that he couldn't believe his eyes, how a person could do such a thing. The protagonist smiled and noted that this skill was not omnipotent, the body must still be warm. Besides, it does not work on those who died a natural death. The protagonist remembered how he pointed to the ring and added that when he asked, she did not answer. The protagonist remembered Estra and noted that how far into the future they were looking was irrelevant. The protagonist hugged the girl. A heavy rain began to fall. The dwarf looked up and asked why there were no customers today, and his friend replied that the owner said he was closing the business. The dwarf put his hand on the table and asked what had gotten into him that she had invited him for a drink, to which he replied that he had a surprise. The man took out a bottle and noted that one should not drink something cheap on a day like today. The man put the bottle on the table and noted that the one who runs the black market sometimes has such opportunities, and the dwarf noted that she was starting to worry about what kind of day it was that he had gotten such a treasure. The man showed the letter and replied that he should not ask, let him read it himself. The dwarf began to open the letter, after which he read it and asked that this was an invitation from Stitch with an elf. The dwarf opened his eyes, after which the man left. A light was shining from the window and shouts of their health could be heard. The dwarves were working in the cave and the man noticed that there was a letter for Balthazar. The dwarf opened the letter and said that there was a black market here or something, to contact him in such a strange way. The dwarf opened his mouth. Then he began to laugh. The dwarf pulled out a bag and noticed that here, it was in the mood. The dwarf heard that it was too much to take, and waving his hand, he replied that it was hard to hear such joyful news in the dark tunnels. Let him bring it more often. The elf ran into the house and shouted that he had the letter. Myriad raised her head and asked where he had gone again and what he had done. The girl slammed the table and added that they were strictly monitoring so that no one would know about their location, since the letter had been delivered here. The boy put out his hand and noticed that an elf from the dark forest appeared in front of him and gave it to him. Marietta took the letter. Then she read it slowly. Then she opened her eyes. A moment later she ran and shouted that they were packing their things and heading out into the dark forest immediately. The ship was standing at sea and shouts were heard that a letter had arrived. Claudia looked straight ahead and asked again, and the sailor replied that that was exactly it. They had established the place of departure, the dark forest. Claudia read that the letter was for a man engaged in the smuggling business. What a daredevil. The girl smiled and remarked that maybe they should take a short vacation. The sailor straightened up and asked what was going on, and Claudia replied that something had happened, because of which she would have to go ashore. The guy looked at the letter and remarked that it was for the lady. Kaja smiled and remarked that even without reading it, she knew what it was about. It was sent by a friend, he knew him too. Malcolm smiled after reading the letter and asked if they were leaving right now. Near the palace grew a beautiful tree and it was heard that of course, there was no one else, she should congratulate him. In the underground city, words were heard that there was a letter for Melchior. The dwarf opened his mouth and said that perhaps if it had been sent directly to him, the situation would have been even more ambiguous, but it was sent to his name. The dwarf looked at the sword and noted that it was funny. The older generation was now going crazy to honor his achievements. The dwarf looked at the sword and the letter, and then added that the theory about the combination of weapons and artifacts, which had long been treated as nonsense, turned out to be true. The dwarf folded his arms and added that it seemed he had coped with the task, only had time to thank, and then immediately disappeared again. The dwarf looked at the letter and heard that he did not open the letter because it was not intended for him. The elf smiled and shouted, "Finally." Then the other one ran up and asked what was wrong, and he replied that it was an invitation. Of course, as soon as he saw them, these two seemed unusual to him. The elf opened his mouth and asked what he was planning to attend this event. After all, he had a lot of work to do. The chairman replied that he would go. The elf smiled and noted that it would be in a dark forest in Venice. They would go there in a small group, without making a noise. He was too nervous. This was his biggest flaw, and even if they were caught, the new king of Venice would deal with it. Sky leaned on the table and asked how he liked the role of king. Stitch smiled and said that he was Mr. Crossford Sky Galkin, and he replied that there were so many things about governing a country that he completely and utterly disliked, so he refused. Stitch smiled and noted that there was no choice. Out of all the people participating in the battle, he was the only one who had the right to take this position. The protagonist remembered the old man and added that the illegitimate son of the most influential Duke of Crossford in all of Venice was the most appropriate title in their situation. Sky opened his mouth and replied that no matter how much he thought about it, it sounded like a joke. Who would have thought that shitty relatives in the person of his paternal grandfather would be used in such a way? Stitch looked at the guy and asked how he was doing, and he replied that he was doing great. The work turned out to be better than he thought. Brian smiled and added that due to the fact that he was acting on Sky's behalf, observing the activities of the nobility, no one could hinder him. It was very convenient. Sky gritted his teeth and noted that he should not get too carried away. After he finished the work, let him return to the castle. After all, he did not delude himself that he could drink and have fun forever, and Brian noted that this is who the most evil king is. All the guests came to the garden and heard that thanked them both for coming despite their busy schedules. There was still some time before the ceremony, so they should rest here for a while. The elf spread his arms and said that they were all gathered here. Thanks to him, crossing the border was easy. Sky smiled and noted that he did not need to worry about the reaction of the people in the south. Sky extended his hand and added that in the future, Venice would make sure that all racial discrimination policies would be a thing of the past, so he, the chairman, could act freely as he pleased. Stitch narrowed his eyes and said that he delivered a speech so smoothly, as if his mouth was greased. He had a script hidden somewhere, and Sky replied that he had always been smarter than him. The elf turned to the protagonist and noted that in some ways he was truly priceless. There had never been a case of marriage between an elf and a human even in the north. Although they have much less discrimination than in the south, most elves still have some disgust for humans. Stitch opened his eyes and heard that therefore he, the only living example of a connection between an elf and a human. The elf waved his hand and noted that he could not detain busy people. The ceremony was supposedly in the afternoon, so perhaps he would do his work first. He wanted to at least chat with the leaders of the dark forest once. Stitch stood near the altar, and the elf said that of course he already knew, but as one of the reasons why the two races were not properly connected, life expectancy can be a serious obstacle. The elf opened his mouth and noted that compared to elves, humans live less. Are they ready for this? Stitch smiled and replied that perhaps because his mortal body had been affected by the power of a god for a long time, it had undergone many changes. Probably, compared to an ordinary person. He would not live long. He would live much longer. For a life together with Alina, this should be enough. Besides, no matter what happened, he would not leave her alone. The elf hunched over and noted that it sounded encouraging, after which he began to cry and asked to take care of his daughter. The protagonist turned sharply when he heard Mrs. Alina coming out. Alina entered the path. Stitch looked at her with loving eyes. Alina looked at him too. The elf smiled and noted that of course, their children would be the first of their kind. He was waiting impatiently. Brian grinned and noted that now he was also curious about what the child of this simpleton and the young lady would look like. Sky smiled and noted that he couldn't even imagine a mixed race of an elf and a human. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.